Life is as miserable as a dog in adversity. But one day, the system roars like the heavens. On the eve of the college entrance examination, top student Ming, after bravely saving a drowning girl, suddenly falls ill with a high fever, resulting in his failure to get into college at the same time. He suffers humiliation and abandonment from his green tea girlfriend. Just when he is in despair, he unexpectedly activates the supreme Diamond Life system, gaining immense wealth and power. Green tea girlfriend, please, my dear, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Please forgive me. Ming, get lost. You once ignored me, and now I'm someone you can't reach. Ming becomes more and more arrogant on his path of showing off. Chapter 1. Soft and cute lolly cotton candy, damn you, you bitch. On the streets of the capital, the consistently outstanding Ming couldn't help but curse loudly. He had failed the college entrance examination. Just 15 minutes ago, he received the news that he had not been accepted. Ming, who had consistently ranked first in multiple mock exams, ended up with a score that could only be described as atrocious, falling several points short of even the third-tier college line. But he couldn't be blamed for this. The day before the exam, he jumped into the Huangpu River to save a drowning girl. Then, he developed a high fever. No one could possibly perform well with a brain burning at 39.5 C. Of course, this alone wouldn't cause the gentle and humble Ming to curse on the street. The more important reason was a phone call he made to his girlfriend 10 minutes ago. No, at this moment, she should be called his ex-girlfriend. Hello, who is this? Oh, really? But what does that have to do with me? I did really well, you know? I'm so happy right now. How can you do this? Ming, listen up from this second on. We are completely done. What was I like before? Do you think Lu Yadong agreed to be with you because she actually liked you? You should take a good look in the mirror. You have no money and smell of the countryside. You're just a farmer's son destined to plow the fields. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't look at you. Chapter 2. Standing up, Ming's body trembled. Brother Ming, I'm leaving now. I'll find you tomorrow. The little girl was satisfied, running off and leaving Ming with a lively back. Hey girl, I still don't know your name. My name is Mu Hongli. You can also call me Little Fish in the Sunset. Mu Hongli waved her hand without looking back. Little Fish? Ming couldn't help but smile. His heart, which was previously restless, suddenly calmed as he fixed his gaze on that adorable golden silhouette. Ding! Congratulations! You have unlocked the supreme Diamond Life super system for your bravery and willingness to help others. A mechanical voice suddenly appeared in his mind, and Ming thought someone was behind him. But the next second, an AR screen appeared in front of him. Diamond Life Unlock Reward. 51 shares of the world-renowned diamond company Tiffany, plus a cash reward of 3 billion Huaxia coins. Could it be a new kind of scam trying to get me to send money to claim a prize? Have scammers become so clever now, even using AI? Ding! Ming's old Nokia rang. It was a text message. Chapter 3. This works too. During the summer of his sophomore year, Ming got his driver's license. But he didn't expect his first experience behind the wheel would be in such a luxurious car. As night fell and the lights began to shine, the Bihai Lantian, the largest four-star hotel in Songshan, was bustling with activity. At the hotel entrance, Biaozi asked, "Do you really think Lao Yang will come tonight?" "I'm not sure. But when I called him this afternoon, he said he would definitely be here. What's the point? I really hope Lao Yang doesn't show up. That girl, Lu Yadong, is just too much. I heard she got together with that bald guy back in sophomore year. Isn't that just putting a green hat on Lao Yang?" A few boys gathered together, looking around. Although their grades weren't great, they were all Ming's close friends. Generally speaking, the relationship between good and bad students in high school is clearly defined. However, there is one exception: sports. Ming was good at academics, while they struggled. But everyone loved playing basketball. Ming's skills on the court often led this group of friends to victory, and that is how their bond was formed. Now, with Lu Yadong backstabbing Ming, his brothers naturally united against her. "Biaozi, look at that." Suddenly, one of the boys shouted. Chapter 4. He is my boyfriend in life. Even the smallest details can unlock achievements and rewards. This supreme system of Diamond Life is simply outrageous. However, compared to previous rewards, this one was rather small. The total valuation of Bihai Lantian was only around 20 to 30 million, and 70% of the shares were worth only 10 to 20 million, which was even less than a Hennessy Venom GT. "Mr. Ming, hello. I'm Lu Zhen, the vice chairman of the hotel. Are you here to inspect the work? Would you like me to show you around?" A chubby man in a suit ran over, sweating profusely. Lu Zhen was originally the manager of the hotel, but now he was just Ming's employee. "No need, you carry on with your work. The hotel will run as it should." I generally want to interfere with the management, Yang Ming said, waving his hand casually, leaving Lu with a stylish back view. Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Yang Ming, who was dressed in a total of less than 200 yuan worth of street vendor clothes, feeling a mix of emotions. Indeed, the wealthier people are, the more low-key they become. I need to learn more in the future. In fact, he had no idea that Yang Ming had just turned his fortunes around and hadn't had the time to buy proper clothes. Inside the banquet room, the lights were bright. Yang Ming hadn't even entered when he heard people discussing inside through the partition. Chapter 5. Simple and brutal, what a waste of good cabbage to let a pig root around. This was Shun Tsung's first reaction. Even a girl like Lu Shirtong, who wouldn't look at just any man, was so protective of this beauty. His jealousy made him hate Yang Ming before he even met him. The room fell silent. Yang Ming is Zhang Cici's boyfriend? Wasn't he with Lu Shirtong? When did he become Zhang Cici's boyfriend? Moreover, Zhang Cici's looks and figure were simply stunning. How had he never noticed before? Some were surprised, while others regretted not pursuing Zhang Cici earlier. Others lamented that Yang Ming was truly lucky to enjoy the best of both worlds. But no one knew the truth was far from this. Zhang Cici? Outside? Yang Ming was surprised to see the girl standing up for him. She was definitely not his girlfriend. They had just been neighbors since childhood. 6 years in elementary school, 3 years in middle school, and 3 years in high school. Yang Ming suddenly realized that this quiet neighbor girl had been in the same class with him for 12 years. Perhaps she had always been studious and quiet, leading to her low presence in his mind. Yang Ming only remembered that over the years, there was always a slender figure following him at a distance on the way to and from school. Chapter 6. Distinguished guests, what the hell? A girl who backstabbed her boyfriend during his toughest times and expected me to apologize? Hell no. What did you say? Shun Tsung was momentarily stunned. Was this little thing insulting him? He couldn't believe his ears. Didn't this brat know that Bihai Lantian was under his control now? I said hell no. Yang Ming enunciated clearly, and this time, everyone in the room heard him. They all looked at him in shock. It seemed that the usually polite and respectful Yang Ming cursing was a rare sight. You dare to insult me? Do you know what manners are? If it weren't for wanting to win Zhang Cici's heart, Shun Tsung would have charged at him long ago. But now, he had to hold back and maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. However, Yang Ming didn't care about that anymore. He had been too honest in the past, allowing Lu Shirtong to manipulate him. What manners? I'll treat you how you deserve. But speaking of which, you two really match well. Their essay saying, a bitch and a dog, forever together. I wish you a happy marriage, Yang Ming said with a grin. Chapter 7. Hennessy Venom GT Tong Tong. What is going on? Didn't you say your boyfriend was the boss here? Then who is this? Someone chimed in, exposing Lu Shirtong's earlier boastful lie. Lu Shirtong's face turned even uglier. The boss. Lu Zhun snorted coldly. Shun Tsung, you, a mere lobby manager, dare to call yourself a boss? Have you forgotten who pays your salary? You still dare to disrespect our esteemed guest? From now on, your contract is terminated, effective immediately. Pack your things and get lost. What? You're firing me? Shun Tsung exclaimed in shock. What? I don't have the right to fire you? Lu Zhun looked down at him. Mr. Lu, think carefully. I have a contract. Firing me without cause means you'll have to pay a penalty. Lu Zhun waved his hand dismissively. Penalty? This clueless fool actually dared to offend the big boss. Compared to the face of the big boss, we're a couple of months' salary and penalties. From now on, don't even think about working in the hotel industry in Songsan. Go to finance to collect your wages. Get lost. Since it had come to this, Shun Tsung decided not to respect Lu Zhun anymore. Fine. You think you're tough, huh? I'm not a soft persimmon either. Since you're willing to fire me for a loser today, don't regret it in the future. And you, little brat, we'll see about this. With that, Shun Tsung ran off. Lu Shirtong shot a complicated glance at Yang Ming before following suit. Seeing how respectful Chairman Lu was towards Yang Ming, she suddenly felt that he wasn't so annoying anymore, and even developed a slight curiosity about his identity. Could he be an invisible rich second generation? But she really couldn't bear to stay any longer. Good job, Mr. Lu. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Ming patted Lu Zhun on the shoulder. This surprised Lu. Oh no, Mr. Yang, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Working for boss, how could I dare to complain? Yang Ming didn't waste any time. CC, let's go. There's no point in staying any longer. He said goodbye to his classmates and pulled Zhang Cici outside. The classmates also felt there was no meaning in staying and the group made their way to the entrance. Suddenly, a BMW 5 Series drove up to the hotel entrance, stopping provocatively right in front of Yang Ming. The window rolled down, revealing Shun Tsung's cold face. "Kid, I'm not someone to mess with. This matter isn't over, we'll see." In the passenger seat, Lu Shutong sat in the BMW, feeling a bit more confident. If she remembered correctly, Yang Ming only had a second-hand bicycle. She also tried to sound tough. "I'll remember how you hit me today. One day, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. Watching Shin Song and Lu Shutong flaunting their BMW X5, which was worth less than 900,000, Yang Ming felt no waves of emotion. Not even a hint of laughter. He said nothing, merely took out the key to his Hennessy Venom hypercar and pressed a button lightly. With a crisp sound, the hypercar that everyone had noticed flashed its lights, and the door slowly opened. "Let's go, CC, let's get in the car." Zhang CC, whose eyes were glazed over in shock, was gently placed in the passenger seat by Yang Ming, who carefully fastened her seatbelt and closed the door. Then, the roar of the hypercar engine echoed through the air. On the streets of Wudu, Yang Ming drove the silver hypercar away, attracting the attention of countless young men and women, leading a trail of admiration. The onlookers were left in a daze, including Lu Shutong, Shun Tsung, Biaozi, and all the classmates. That was a Hennessy Venom, which they had previously discussed, limited to only 4 in the world and worth over 30 million. That car actually belonged to Yang Ming? Shun Tsung's face stiffened, and Lu Shutong's expression changed, feeling as if she had eaten something terrible. She glanced at Shun Tsung, then back at Yang Ming, who was speeding away, and suddenly the BMW didn't seem appealing anymore. After a long silence, Biaozi and his friends finally jumped up in excitement. "Damn, what Yang said before was actually true. That bastard, he must have rented it to show off." Shin Song's mouth twitched, even though he understood that a car like the Hennessy Venom, even if rented, was still impressive. After all, there were only 4 in the world who would rent out their beloved car for money. But he wanted to convince himself. In the passenger seat, Lu Shutong echoed, "Right? That jerk couldn't possibly afford such a good sports car. It must be rented or stolen." Deep down, she refused to accept Yang Ming's rise to success. How could a loser she dumped be better than the rich guy she struggled to find? This was the twisted logic of the shameless. Biaozi had long found Lu Shutong displeasing and walked over. "Ha, shocked, huh? Weren't you two quite impressive just now? CEO of a listed company? Big boss by Hylon Tion? I just want to ask, does your face hurt now? Even though one shouldn't kick someone when they're down." It felt good to beat a drowning dog. Li Wei-rin also came over, grinning. "Hey, Lu Shutong, my brother Yang's car is worth at least 40 million. And this broken BMW isn't even worth carrying his shoes. Do you regret it now?" The car stopped downstairs at Zheng Cici's home, and she almost ran out. The moment she got out, Yang Ming clearly saw her tears flowing like broken pearls. Watching Zheng Cici run away while wiping her tears, Yang Ming suddenly called out to her. "Wait, Cici." Startled, Zheng Cici didn't turn back. "Good night." Upon hearing this, Zheng Cici turned around sharply. But by then, Yang Ming had already turned to leave, leaving her with a waving back. "Have sweet dreams, silly girl," Yang Ming shouted. "I had no choice before, but now I want all." At that moment, Zheng Cici felt overwhelming joy. After more than 10 years of waiting, today she finally received a response. She covered her mouth tightly, her eyes misty, a smile blooming on her face. Even if it was just a little, she was satisfied. Back home, her parents and sister immediately surrounded her. "Son, you're finally back. You scared your mom. Brother, where have you been? You didn't answer your phone or WeChat. We thought you." Everyone in the family already knew about his poor performance in the college entrance exam, but no one blamed him. Looking at the concerned eyes of his family, Yang Ming suddenly felt like crying. "Mom, Dad, sister, I'm fine. Just needed to clear my mind. By the way, Mom, I've decided to repeat the year." This was the decision Yang Ming made on his way back. "Please come in, please come in. The place is simple. Just sit anywhere, don't mind it. My sister is at a tutoring class, and my parents are at work. It's just me at home during summer vacation." The little girl wasn't really angry. She looked around curiously, inspecting Yang Ming's living space like a curious baby. Soon, Yang Ming finished washing up. "Let's go." "Brother Yang Ming, are you going like this? Dressed in sportswear?" The little girl looked at Yang Ming, her eyes strange. "What's wrong?" Yang Ming looked at himself and didn't see any issue. "Although you are indeed handsome, you need to dress up a bit. We're going on a blind date today. Wearing sportswear will make you look down upon." He really hadn't thought of that. "But I only have these clothes." You see our family situation. Do you think I can afford Versace or Armani? Yang Ming was somewhat indifferent. Previously, he only had these clothes, and now, although he had money, he hadn't had the chance to buy new outfits. As it approached 11 o'clock, it was definitely too late to buy clothes now. Fortunately, I was prepared. Saying this, Mu Hongli took out a delicate little box from her bag. Although the daughter had mentioned yesterday that she would bring her boyfriend over, no one expected she was serious. Of course, regardless of whether it was real or not, this boy could never gain his approval. Dad, why are you being so fierce? I could just admit my boyfriend. Xiao Yu air pouted, not afraid of her father's anger. You are my daughter. You can't find a boyfriend without my consent. I used to let you do whatever you wanted, but this time you must listen to me. I thought you would understand and not act recklessly. But you actually brought a man to the blind date banquet. Tell him to get lost. Right now. I won't. I am your daughter, but I'm not an object. I have my own thoughts. Why should you make me marry someone I don't like? Because I am your father. Mu Jianzhou slammed the table. Yes, yes, yes. You are my father, so it's okay to sacrifice your own daughter for your business. Mu Hongli's tears flowed out instantly. Mu Jianzhou, poked at his sore spot, was enraged and raised his hand to hit someone. Go ahead. Hit me. Just kill me. I don't want to live anyway. The little girl tilted her neck back, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string, making people feel heartbroken. Chapter 12. It's you who stole Make an Offer? Seeing Mu Jianzhou looking at him as if he had seen through him completely, Yang Ming felt a bit like laughing. Then you make an offer too. Yang Ming said lightly. What do you mean? Now it was Mu Jianzhou's turn to be confused. Actually, I'm quite curious, uncle. Your daughter is obviously so beautiful. But why do you insist that what I covet is your money and not her looks? Yang Ming smiled playfully. What I covet is indeed her looks. Since she's going to be sold anyway, what's the difference who she is sold to? At least your daughter seems to like me a bit, right? You make an offer. How much for you to sell your daughter to me? Yang Ming could understand Mu Jianzhou's actions, but even a clay Buddha has a bit of temper. You brat. You're courting death. Mu Jianzhou was furious. He didn't need a marriage alliance for his career, but that was also for the family. Moreover, he believed the other party would treat his daughter well. It was certainly not just about selling her. This brat's words were simply an insult to him. And to make matters worse, this kid had obviously done his homework on him. This indicated that he had ulterior motives and must be guarded against. Chapter 13. Not for sale in comparison. That Patek Philippe full diamond watch wasn't worth mentioning. Yang Ming pulled out a chair and sat down, finally understanding what was going on. Is it important? Do you believe me when I say it's not? Yang Ming asked with a smile. He was not worried at all. Let me tell you, young man, you are committing a crime. You should turn yourself in and seek leniency. Turn myself in? Dream on. I've already called the police. He has no chance to turn himself in now. Shunlan shouted loudly. You reckless fool, stealing things right under our company's nose. You'll never get out of here in your life. Brother Yang Ming, you have to leave quickly. Mu Hongli cried sadly. She felt very guilty, thinking she had caused trouble for Yang Ming. Don't worry. I won't be in any trouble. Yang Ming comforted her. Pretentious. A toad wants to eat swan meat. A poor loser wants to chase a swan. Dream on in jail. Soon, little fish will be my wife. Looking at the little lowly's angelic face, imagining her being submissive under him, Shunlan felt a surge of heat in his heart. The more he looked at Yang Ming, the more he hated him. This bastard actually dared to compete with him for a woman. He didn't know if Mu Hongli had slept with him. If she had, once he was in jail, he would make him wish he were dead. Chapter 14. You are fired, officer. I can testify. Shun Songhai sneered. This jewelry was supposed to be on display, but this kid stole it to please a girl. He must be a thief. Hurry up and arrest him. What do you say? The police looked at Yang Ming again. Officer, it's still the same. I didn't steal this necklace. As for the rest, I have nothing to say. You say you didn't steal it, but do you have evidence? Of course. Where is it? On the road. Yang Ming had already sent a message to Owen. That guy should arrive soon. If he had known that guy would be so generous, he wouldn't have said anything about not being too shabby. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it can't prove your innocence. You're just a thief. Poor loser. Shunlan mocked. The police looked at Shunlan with some dissatisfaction. They were fairly impartial. In that case, you all need to come with us to the station to clarify the whole situation. Whether it was stolen, who stole it, will be determined. Officer, do we have to go too? Our time is very precious. It's millions every minute. Shun Sanhai and his son were somewhat displeased. You are the complainants. Of course you have to go. Even if you have money, there are no privileges. Chapter 15. Then let's not see each other. He knew Yang Ming was angry. So he had to show an attitude that would satisfy Yang Ming. Shin Songhai was terrified. He had been able to swim freely in the jewelry business all these years because of his status as the general dealer for Tiffany. Mr. Owen, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Can you let me explain? Explain what? Aren't you and your foolish son slandering Mr. Yang Ming as a thief? Owen wished he could kick this idiot to death. He had carefully selected the angel star to please the big boss, but it was completely ruined by this dog-eyed fool. Now, who knows what kind of bad impression this might leave in Mr. Yang Ming's mind. Owen felt hatred. He secretly glanced at Yang Ming's expression, which was emotionless. Owen felt a chill in his heart, hoping Mr. Yang Ming could forgive him. I'm sorry, officer. I'm the president of Tiffany's Asia-Pacific region. My name is Owen. The angel star is indeed our company's property, but this was a gift I gave to Mr. Yang Ming, so there is no question of theft. I strongly suspect that these two guys are slandering Mr. Yang Ming for some ulterior motive, so please take them back for investigation. Chapter 16. Convincing you seem to feel very wronged? Yang Ming sneered. Did you and your son think about leaving a line when you just sang and laughed to humiliate me? At that moment, did you think I was just a trivial ant, that stepping on me wouldn't cause any waves? Why can you bully me, but I can't humiliate you? How dare you feel angry or wronged? The saying one who acts as a dog must bear the consequences is just for scum like you. Let me tell you, Shun Songhai, today I will humiliate you. If you were in my position, you would probably humiliate me even more, right? So, you should thank me for my mercy. Yang Ming said with a smile. Are you still thinking about the cycles of 30 years? You have no chance, Shun Songhai. From now on, I will make it impossible for scum like you, who use industry resources for personal gain, to survive in the jewelry business. Owen, do you understand what I'm saying? Understood. Understood. Owen hurriedly nodded. This was the first time he had seen the ruthlessness of this young, major shareholder. Decisive and calculated. Indeed, heroes come from youth. Looking at Yang Ming's gentle and handsome face, Mu Jianzhou and Yang Hongying couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 17. Adorably innocent little lowly Yang Ming's performance today can be described in 8 words. Neither humble nor arrogant, decisive in actions. Most importantly, he gave him a great gift, effortlessly resolving the Mu family's family crisis. I'm doing this for the sake of little fish, so you don't need to thank me. Yang Ming waved his hand lightly. Speaking of which, being able to activate the Supreme System was because he saved Mu Hongli. This also corresponds to the old saying, misfortune may be a blessing, and blessings may be a misfortune. Right now, this could be considered a mutual return of favor. Moreover, the little lowly Mu Hongli is indeed very likable. Little fish Mu Hongli looked at Yang Ming with her big eyes. She didn't know that Yang Ming's identity was so powerful. Originally, she just hoped he could help her deal with today's blind date, but unexpectedly, he solved the biggest family trouble as well. Speaking of which, they met by chance, and she hadn't done anything for Yang Ming. On the contrary, not only did Yang Ming give her the invaluable angel star, but he was also her lifesaver. Comparatively, the Patek Philippe full diamond watch she gave was really insignificant. Sparkling and shimmering, with long eyelashes fluttering, Mu Hongli's eyes were filled with tears of gratitude. Looking at Yang Ming's sharp and handsome face, she felt very touched. Chapter 18. Enemies on a narrow road. Taking a deep breath to suppress the restlessness in his heart, Yang Ming became serious. That time I saved you. It wasn't an accident, was it? A hint of panic flashed in the little lowly's eyes. Are you thinking of committing suicide? Yang Ming asked seriously. After a long silence, Mu Hongli still admitted, lowering her head silently. Silly girl, why? Is there anything that can't be solved properly? Why must you think of suicide? Mu Hongli suddenly raised her head, her big eyes reddening. Brother Yang Ming, I have no choice. Daddy and Mommy are forcing me to marry that Shenlong. I don't like him, you know. That guy's a bad person. My friend told me that he has harmed many young girls in Hoodoo, and many of them are not even of legal age. No wonder that bastard had such hostility towards her. Even so, you can't think of dying. You don't know Shenlong. Several underage girls have been tortured to death by him. I'm scared. I'd rather keep my innocence and end it myself than end up like them. Yang Ming's pupils constricted, and his gaze became sharp. Scum, have you talked to your parents about this? Chapter 19. Are you not cheap? Mu Hongli turned her head and saw a man and a woman walking towards them with unfriendly expressions. Brother Yang Ming, do you know them? Of course he knows us. Shinsong said coldly. Last night at Bihai Lan Tian, Yang Ming made him lose face. Enemies meet, and they are particularly hostile. Why is it that every woman around this bastard is more beautiful than the last? Last night, there was a pure goddess Zhang Cece, and today it changed to a ridiculously cute lowly. As the saying goes, comparing people makes you die, and comparing goods makes you throw them away. Look at Lu Shutong beside him. It's like the difference between flowers and dog feces. Why does this kid get so many peach blossoms? Shin Song was not convinced. Staring at Mu Hongli for a long time, his eyes flashed with intense desire. So what if Lu Zhen is covering for you? I'm not the same as before. I have to get back what I lost yesterday. Brother Yang Ming, who are they? Although Mu Hongli was soft and cute, she was not all stupid. Shin Song's aggressive gaze made her very uncomfortable, and she instinctively leaned towards Yang Ming. According to her temper, if the other party didn't know Yang Ming, she would have probably already flipped out. Yang Ming was indifferent, his gaze not focused on the two people. Chapter 20. The jealous Lu Shutong. She didn't intend to stoop to her level, but this woman was too ungrateful. Even if I rely on others, what's it to you? Relying on others is better than you being a prostitute. You don't really think this guy next to you will marry you in the end, do you? No way. You're just a bus that can be boarded with money. Ask him if he thinks the same. I, Yang Ming, was blind to have liked you before. Don't think you're still that important to me now. After saying this, he took the well-behaved Mu Hongli's hand. Little fish, let's go, don't mind them. Yang Ming couldn't be bothered to look at her again. You bastard. How dare you call me a prostitute? I'm going to fight you. Lu Shutong was furious, about to rush over when she suddenly saw the lobby manager of Tiffany approaching Yang Ming with a polite expression. In a professional black suit, white inner lining, black stockings, and high heels, she was a classy career woman. Lu Shutong clearly remembered that just now this woman had a cold face and didn't even look at her, and Shun Kong hello. The lobby manager greeted Yang Ming politely. You know me? Yang Ming looked at the woman in her 30s in surprise. Mr. Owen instructed me not long ago, and your photo is now circulated in various stores. So I not only know who you are, but I also know that the angel star around this lady's neck was a gift from you. Chapter 21. Dog bites dog. Yang Ming's sister, Yang Mei, she had seen, and she thought that girl was not worthy of this necklace. She was the one who deserved it. Lu Shutong glanced at Shun Song beside her. Darling, buy me one too. Didn't I just buy you one? It's exactly the same. Can they be the same? Didn't you hear what the manager just said? That's a counterfeit. The style and quality are so different. This one is 28,000. The one you bought me was just over 1,000. Can they be the same? How can they not be the same? Besides, I just bought you a bag last month. How come you don't know how to be satisfied? Shin Song replied impatiently. Having seen the stunning pure school flower Zhang Cece and the cute lowly Mu Hongli, he was increasingly uninterested in this ordinary woman beside him. Forget about spending money. He really wanted to get back all the money he had spent before. How can you still mention that bag? You lied to me, saying it was over 30,000. But when I checked, it was just a 300 counterfeit. Yang Ming frowned and glanced at the two not far away, his eyes flashing with disgust. Two dogs. Sooner or later they will bite each other. But he also couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Brother Yang Ming, I'm back. Mu Hongli bounced over, looking very happy. Chapter 22. Let's sit for a while at this moment. Yang Ming and Mu Hongli were unaware that a dramatic scene of dog bites dog was playing out behind them. Mu Hongli sweetly linked her arm with Yang Ming's, coquettishly asking him where to take her to play. Little fish, why don't you come home with me? I can give the gift you bought me to my mom. No way. Little fish's face turned red, stammering. That's too fast. I'm not ready to meet the parents yet. What parents? What are you thinking, little fish? It's just a simple introduction as friends to my mom. Yang Ming was, of course, doing it on purpose. The shy Mu Hongli was like a slightly blushing little apple, making people unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Teasing her was very interesting. Ouch, little fish. Why are you biting me? It hurts, stop it. Just as Yang Ming was lost in teasing Mu Hongli, the little girl angrily bit him hard on the arm. Oomph. Bad brother, who told you to always bully me? I don't care, you have to take me to play. I haven't been to Disney in a long time. You have to take me today. But what about these things? Yang Ming rubbed his arm. This little girl bit pretty hard. Let's leave them at the hotel. We can come back to get them later. Chapter 23. Deep affection, but Yang Ming still heard it. No matter how proactive a girl is, she is still shy in the end. Looking at Mu Hongli, who would definitely succeed in getting on base with just a light wave of his hand. Yang Ming's throat moved, and he instinctively swallowed. Is it a question of whether beasts are worse than beasts? Don't misunderstand, brother Yang Ming. What I mean is that we haven't had dinner yet. So let's go eat in the room first. Is it dinner or you that we are talking about? Yang Ming almost blurted out. Mu Hongli's explanation was like covering one's ears while stealing a bell, making Yang Ming feel restless. As a beginner, there is nothing shameful about this. Ahem, then let's go eat, and after dinner, we'll go home. All right. Mu Hongli shyly lowered her head, and neither of them spoke again. The feelings were mutual, just a thin layer of window paper away. In the luxurious suite of a five-star hotel, there was a separate living room, a lavish bedroom, and that unmistakably large bed. The room was dimly lit, filled with red candles. It was vaguely visible that the rose petals on the bed formed a heart shape. When the two entered, the dining table in the living room was already set. Red wine, Western cuisine, steak foie gras. The atmosphere was just right. Yang Ming had reason to suspect that this little girl had planned all along. He didn't point it out. Instead, he cleared his throat a few times and pulled out a chair for her. Yang Ming had a vague feeling that something would definitely happen tonight, but he didn't dare to expect it. Thank you, brother Yang Ming, Mu Hongli said, holding up her glass of red wine and slowly walking towards him. Thank you for what? Yang Ming realized something and started to sweat in his palms. If it weren't for you, I might have died by now. If it weren't for you, maybe tomorrow I would have to marry that scumbag. Brother Yang Ming, do you know that I really like you? Such a bold confession. Who could withstand that? Mu Hongli's star-like eyes were fixed on Yang Ming. Her rosy little lips pursed, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her delicate neck tilted slightly. Yang Ming could even smell the faint fragrance of her hair. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became ambiguous. Yang Ming felt his throat was a bit dry and drank the red wine on the table in one gulp. Cough, 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 cough. Too rushed. He choked and looked quite embarrassed. Mu Hongli looked at the scene with tenderness, lightly biting her lips. She didn't dare to look any longer, hurriedly wiped her mouth. And Yang Ming felt his heart racing. Little fish, let's eat. Eat first. At this point, unlike Yang Ming's shyness, Mu Hongli became braver. She stared directly into Yang Ming's eyes. Brother Yang Ming, I don't want to eat. What do you want to eat? I want to eat you. Under the candlelight. Mu Hongli suddenly hugged Yang Ming. The red wine in the glass rippled, reflecting their silhouettes. She held on tightly, as if trying to merge herself into Yang Ming's body. Mu Hongli's eyes were misted with a layer of crystal-clear water, her breath fragrant. Brother Yang Ming, take me, okay? Roar, like the charge horn before battle. This sweet and dreamy voice almost made Yang Ming fall directly. Fortunately, the last trace of clarity as a man suppressed the inner fire. No, we can't do this. You're still young. I can't make a mistake. I'm not young anymore, brother Yang Ming. I turned 18 2 years ago, and actually, I'm a few months older than you. Saying this, she took out her ID card and waved it in front of Yang Ming. Sure enough, Yang Ming was shocked to find that this girl who looked like a high school student was indeed a few months older than him. Mu Hongli pouted and tilted her head. So, brother Yang Ming, take me, be gentle. It's my first time. Roar. Their eyes met, sparks flying. In that instant, the explosive hormones were like a meteor colliding with the earth. Yang Ming's eyes turned red, unable to hold back any longer. Chapter 24. Shy little lowly meanwhile. At Yang Ming's home. Su Qing, my wife. It's a huge joy, a huge joy. Yang Ming's father, Yang Jiangwo, pushed open the door and shouted excitedly. Yang Ming's mother, Lu Suqing, poked her head out from the kitchen with a spatula. What are you yelling about at this time of night? Did you find money on the road or see a ghost? Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner's ready. She shot her husband a glare and didn't pay much attention to him. Lu Suqing, in her 40s, still possessed charm. When she was younger, she was the belle of the factory, very beautiful. Her daughter Yang Mei and son Yang Ming inherited much of their good looks from her excellent genes. She often joked with her husband that it was a good thing their son and daughter didn't take after him, otherwise they would definitely have trouble finding partners. At this point, Yang Jiangwo would not be angry. Instead, he would proudly smile and say, "Who says I can't find a wife? Didn't I bring home this flower-like beauty? Plus, she helped me give birth to such excellent son and daughter. Mine must be just as good." Every time, Lu Suqing would roll her eyes at her husband, saying he was shameless, but in her heart, she was sweet. For the dull, straightforward worker Yang Jiangwo, this was the most romantic exchange between the old couple. Chapter 25. Watch me break your legs, not you, then who am I? I can't hear, I can't hear, I can't hear. Oomph. Bad guy. Yang Ming was dumbfounded, gently hugging the little fish, letting her soft fists pound on his chest. It felt quite pleasant. Brother Yang Ming, what time is it now? Mu Hongli suddenly pulled back the quilt. It's around 10:30. Look at the clock. Oh no. I promised Mom I'd go with her to an event today. And I didn't come home last night. I'm doomed. Saying this, the delicate and charming Mu Honglei sprang out of the quilt. She quickly dressed at a speed that left Yang Ming speechless. Brother Yang Ming, I'm going home now. Let's keep in touch by phone. Think of me, okay? Mua. After washing up, Mu Honglei kissed Yang Ming on the cheek like a newlywed wife and quickly ran out, disappearing in no time. Yang Ming lay back on the bed with his hands behind his head, looking at the empty room, reflecting on everything that had happened recently. From saving someone by diving to failing the college entrance exam, then being abandoned by Lu Shutong, and then by chance opening the Supreme System, leading to a completely different life. And now, he had gloriously bid farewell to his shameful virginity. All of this felt like a dream. Chapter 26. Daughter-in-law's gift. The two police officers exchanged glances, both feeling a bit frustrated. All right. Whatever family conflict you have, negotiate internally. Don't resort to violence. Lu Suqing put away the broom, forcing a smile on her tear-streaked face. Don't worry, officer, we definitely won't resort to violence. We definitely won't. Today, if it's not too much trouble for you, would you like to stay for lunch? No need. If there's nothing else, we won't disturb the citizens any longer. The two police officers probably felt they had said something inappropriate, so they quickly found an opportunity to leave. The door closed, and Yang Ming exclaimed that it was not good. You little brat, come here. How dare you stay out all night for a woman at your age? Just wait until I break your legs today. Mom, you said you wouldn't hit me. Sure enough, a woman's words are deceiving. You promised not to hit me. I'm so angry. This little rascal. I stayed up all night worrying about him, and look at him. You little brat, come out here. If you have the guts. Just hide in your sister's room for the rest of your life and never come out. In a careless moment, this kid slipped into his sister's room and locked the door. Lu Suqing stood with her hands on her hips, blocking Yang Ming's door. Chapter 27. Happy Yang made the couple exchange glances, and Yang Jiangwo clearly saw Lu Suqing's eyes light up. Wow, what a beautiful jade bracelet. Brother, it must be very expensive, right? Yang Mei, this clever little girl, was helping Yang Ming make up for his previous mistakes. Of course, it cost 3,000. Yang Ming initially wanted to say 300, but then thought better of it and said 3,000 instead. 3,000? Lu Suqing was taken aback and quickly stepped back. You little brat, how can you accept such an expensive gift? After dinner, you need to return it right away. Our family can't afford this. Mom, if I could return it, I would have done it already, but my sister-in-law said if you don't accept it, she won't feel comfortable visiting again. Lu Suqing looked troubled. But this is just too expensive. 3,000 yuan was indeed too much for Lu Suqing, who earned just over 5,000 a month. This was Yang Ming's test. If his mother found it hard to accept something worth 3,000, how would they react if he told them he had 3 billion? Would they go crazy or think he was crazy? There had to be a process. So during this year of repeating, he needed to do something to help them gradually accept the new, impressive him. Chapter 28. Do you have a girlfriend? A couple hundred? Just a couple of hundred makes you this happy? You really have no ambition. Once you get into a good university, I'll get you a necklace worth 1 or 2,000. Old Yang interjected. Then thank you, Dad. Yang Mei treasured the necklace, worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. She had never seen so much money at once in her life. Mom, I'm full. You all eat slowly. Wait. Lu Suqing stopped the escaping Yang Ming. I accept the gift. You need to say thank you for me. We can't just accept gifts without giving anything in return. Next time, let's find an opportunity to invite them over for a meal. If your dad and I are satisfied, then we'll return a red envelope. Our family may not be wealthy, but we still need to maintain basic etiquette. Also, remember this. Although you've grown up and I don't want to interfere too much in your freedom, you're still a student now. Dating is fine. And I'm not an unreasonable person, but you are not allowed to cross the line before you go to university. What happened last night must not happen again. If you dare to stay out all night without a word again, don't ever come back. I understand, Mom. Chapter 29, what are you? That girl Mu Honglei has already gotten close in the most intimate way. She must be his girlfriend. But Zheng Sisi has also confessed to him. Although their relationship was not clear, thinking about it made Yang Ming suddenly feel like a scumbag. Did getting played by that bitch Lu Shutong once turn me into a scumbag too? Actually, having feelings isn't a big deal. I went through that age too. It's normal to have thoughts when you're young and full of vigor, but I hope you can distinguish priorities and know what to do at what age. Right now, your studies are the most important. Get through this year, and when you get to university, you can do whatever you want. The teacher spoke earnestly, and his words were sincere. Yang Ming could feel his sincerity and politely replied, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I understand." The teacher probably sensed Yang Ming's perfunctory response, and shook his head helplessly. Just like he said, a mentor can guide you in, but the effort is up to the individual. I'm Lu Yuan. Unless something unexpected happens, I will be your homeroom teacher. If you have any questions about life or studies, feel free to come to me. My office is right over there. Saying this, old Lu pointed to the corner of the office building not far away. Chapter 30. My ambition is Tsinghua. Hey, what are you looking at? The other party was very arrogant and perhaps sensed the hostility in Yang Ming's gaze, pointing and threatening. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Yang Ming quickly turned his head. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that the guy's loud voice caught the attention of Zhang Sisi at the school gate. And he didn't want her to see him. Fortunately, these three fools blocked the view, and Zhang Sisi only glanced over before turning away in disgust, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Coward, get lost. Next time I see you, I'll hit you. Seeing that Yang Ming seemed to be backing down, the other party became even more arrogant. Yang Ming's eyes turned cold. Just because his academic performance was good didn't mean he would let others bully him. Just as he was about to confront them, old Lu's voice suddenly came. Sun Qing, on the first day of enrollment, you better behave yourself. It turned out that Lu Yuan had seen the situation early in the morning and quickly came over when he saw things were going south. The student named Sun Qing seemed to be a bit intimidated by him, immediately smiling. No way, Teacher Lu. I was just trying to help the new student bond. It's also for the future class collective honor, right? Don't you think so, classmate? Chapter 31. Let Chen Biao deal with Yang Ming at this point. You still have the heart to joke with me? Old Lu had a somewhat exasperated tone. Do you think you're Zhang Sisi? I'm not joking. Honestly, in terms of grades, Zhang Sisi is just a little better than me. Old Lu was completely speechless this time. He had never seen such an ungrateful student. Forget it. Forget it. You can brag all you want. I can't be bothered with you. Just be careful at school from now on. Try not to provoke that Sun Qing again. Yang Ming also felt helpless. What is wrong with this world? Why does no one ever believe the truth when you say it? Old Lu suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard you and Zhang Sisi were classmates before? We've been classmates since kindergarten, but how did you know? Did she say something? She didn't mention you were classmates in kindergarten. But when she signed up just now and saw your name, she specifically asked about it, and that is how I found out. I say, Yang Ming, how come you were in the same class? Yet her grades are so good. Well, you look like a failure in my eyes. Yang Ming smiled. No matter how good her grades are, aren't we still in the same class now? Chapter 32. Clever as I am, Chu. Why are so many people thinking about me lately? Yang Ming rubbed his nose, grumbling. He didn't take Sun Qing seriously at all. So what if he was the son of a pharmaceutical representative? Even if he were the son of a pharmaceutical group chairman, what could he do? In terms of worth, he had 30 billion in real cash, a major shareholder of Tiffany, and a major shareholder of by Hailan Tian. It's just a high school. What's he going to do if he follows the law? It's just the usual school gang stuff. Yang Ming is even less afraid. The biggest campus gangster in Songshan. Chen Biao is his close buddy. Yang Ming has a nickname on the court, Yang Madman. Only classmates who truly know him understand that he's not only crazy on the court, but also crazier when it comes to fighting. Even Chen Biao, who is usually fierce in fights, feels inferior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been subdued by Yang Ming in the second semester of their first year. Outside the gate of Qiji School, a stylish girl has been waiting for a long time. She is Lu Shetong, who sent Yang Ming a message last night. She is wearing a purple crop tank top and a bright blue denim miniskirt, exposing her fair abdomen and thighs. I have to say, although she's not as pretty as Zhang Sisi or Mu Hongli, her figure is really nice. Chapter 33. Flirting turns into collusion. Oh, it's you. I thought some fool was walking without looking. Yang Ming slowly turned around, as if he had just recognized Lu Shetong. In fact, he had seen her flaunting herself from a distance and knew what she was up to. Remembering the text from last night, this green tea gold digger must have seen him getting rich and wanted to come back. So, of course, he had acted deliberately just now. Upon feeling Yang Ming's indifferent gaze, Lu Shetong wilted. She finally realized that the guy in front of her was no longer the obedient dog she could summon at will. He had transformed into a wealthy son-in-law worth billions. Damn it, I'm fighting for my future glory and wealth, she thought. In front of everyone, Lu Shetong took an astonishing action. She suddenly rolled and crawled to hug Yang Ming's thigh. Please, dear, it was all my fault before. I should have treated you that way. Forgive me. Let us get back together. I swear, from now on I will only be good to you. Please forgive me. Let us reconcile. One can be shameless, and when they reach the lowest point, they become invincible. For the sake of wealth, and glory. Lu Shutong had thrown away her shame. Chapter 34. The school beauty Zhang Sisi, the two little brothers nearby, were stunned. They couldn't help but give Sun Qing a thumbs up. Awesome. Sleep with the brother, and all this money is yours. If you can make the brother comfortable, good things will come your way. Lu Shutong swallowed hard. This stack of money was at least 20,000. That bastard Shen Tsung looked flashy, but wasn't this generous. Although she still had Yang Ming's billions on her mind, she couldn't pass up meat served on a plate. Looking at Sun Qing, he seemed more pleasing than that 30-something Shinkan bro. Why didn't you say so? You scared her just now. Her face changed faster than flipping a book. She teased, poking Sun Qing hard in the chest. Bitches and dogs, they hit it off immediately. Ha ha. Sun Qing grabbed her and squeezed hard, laughing arrogantly and gleefully. In his dictionary, there was no woman that money couldn't handle. Clearly, Lu Shutong had added a bold stroke to her so-called great path of practice. Besides admiring Lu Shutong's figure and face, he also wanted to disgust Yang Ming. He even had an immature idea to use this woman against Yang Ming. Chapter 35. Not looking for trouble, not afraid of trouble. Yang Ming glanced back. These two guys did look somewhat familiar. No need to say, they must be from the first high school. Perhaps they had played ball together. He also recognized the school beauty Shan Peiyu, who was snatched away early by the student admissions office. In the first class, she had long been the perennial runner-up on the mock exam, rankings trailing right behind him. Biaozi often joked, "Old Yang, do you think Shan Peiyu will get emotional because of your pressure and suddenly confess her feelings one day?" But in the end, that perennial runner-up had finally won once. Yang Ming had lost, and the top student in the college entrance exam from Hudu became her. Looking back now, it really is fate playing tricks. Look, Zhang Sisi is coming. One guy shouted, and all eyes in the classroom turned to the door. Today, Zhang Sisi wore a light floral dress that had faded from washing. Her skin was snow white, and her features were picturesque. In her youthful, beautiful age, she looked stunning even without makeup. Once again, she performed her iconic hair-flipping move. Every frown and smile captivated the hearts of all the straight boys in the classroom. She was too beautiful, really too beautiful. A few restless ones even whistled. Zhang Sisi might have been startled by the scene. Her face slightly pale as she instinctively lowered her head. Chapter 36. Young Madman Bro, awesome. I support you. That is satisfying. Old brother, beautifully done. As the saying goes, those who watch the excitement, one team mind the trouble. They had always found Sun Qing displeasing. Before, no one dared to speak up out of fear of Sun Qing's fierce reputation. But now that Yang Ming had stepped up, they didn't team mind joining in the ruckus. This might be what they call a rocking war general. After all, with Yang Ming standing in front, Sun Qing couldn't possibly make trouble for everyone. Seeing himself suddenly standing opposite all his classmates, Sun Qing's face turned even uglier. He pointed at Yang Ming's nose. Yang Ming, you're so damn awesome. Just wait. One day I'll make you kneel and beg me. Yang Ming smiled. I remember you said the same thing a couple of days ago, but I'm still standing here. Anyone can brag, right? If I were you, I wouldn't say anything. I'd just come at you. You can choose not to stab someone, but you must have thorns on you. This is the principle Yang Ming has learned over 19 years. The world is like this. Good people can be bullied, and good horses can be ridden. For some people, retreating only makes them more arrogant. To deal with such a loser, being tough is the only way. Chapter 37. Would you die if you didn't brag? Moreover, although he is nicknamed Young Madman, he hardly interacts with those shady students except for few fixed basketball friends. In the past 2 years, Chun Biao had also been influenced by him and slowly reduced contact with problem students, turning toward the path of good students. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to score well enough to get into a second-tier university this time. How come you're not afraid at all? That is Chun Biao. Young Madman, what is there to be afraid of? Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with this guy, who was just talking nonsense. Holding the breakfast Zhang Sisi bought for him, Yang Ming threw it on her desk in annoyance. Explain, he said, pulling out a chair and sitting down in front of her. Huh? Zhang Sisi was startled, and when she looked up to see it was Yang Ming, her little face turned slightly red as she shyly lowered her head. Explain what? She stammered. Why are you repeating the year? I remember you scored over 70 or 80 points above the cutoff line, right? Fidgeting with her hands, it was clear that the girl felt a bit uneasy. After a long pause, she said, I want to go to Tsinghua. Really? Zhang Sisi didn't dare to look Yang Ming in the eyes, but still nodded. Chapter 38. If you fall, you must admit it, stand straight, and take the hit, hee. If you want to brag, just go ahead. Do you need me to copy for you? Yang Ming laughed. Forget it. I reckon your math is worse than mine. I'll just write it myself. That way, my score might be a bit higher. Yang Ming smiled faintly and didn't bother to argue. He was just waiting for the results of the mock exam to come out and slap everyone's face. By the way, Yang Ming, have you thought about what I told you before about squeezing into my dorm tonight? Looking at Sun Qing's expression, he might really be waiting for you outside the school gate. Whatever, a clean conscience fears no accusation. You have to believe that good will triumph over evil. Damn, I said, buddy, can we not act tough? Chen Yingguan said impatiently. It was obvious he considered Yang Ming to be a blustering type. Chen Yingguan, pay attention in class and listen carefully. And you, Yang Ming, what are you two doing? Old Lu threw a piece of chalk over. Yang Ming, Chen Yingguan, a day passed in the blink of an eye. As soon as the evening's self-study ended, Yang Ming was the first to slip out of the classroom. Trying to run? Not so easy. Sun Qing sneered and chased after him, with 2 followers closely behind. Chen Yingguan shook his head helplessly at this scene. I don't know if this guy is brave or foolish. He doesn't listen to good advice and is about to suffer. I hope to see him in class tomorrow. Chapter 39. The closest encounter with death. Chun Biao. How dare you touch me? If you have the guts, just kill me. As long as I have one breath left, I will make sure you won't have a good death in the future. And you, Yang Ming, just wait for me. Fuck you. Chun Biao directly kicked Sun Qing in the face, silencing him. Do you think I'm Chun Biao, someone to be trifled with? You think I'm like those scared students from your second high school? You were just trying to scare me. The leader of the first high school was not just a name. Chun Biao was indeed fierce when it came to fighting. If it weren't for Yang Ming helping him out in the first year, he would definitely have become a big thug after leaving school. Old Yang, you decide how to deal with this kid. Chun Biao looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled but did not answer. He turned to Sun Qing, whose face was already stamped with Chun Biao's mark, and said, Are you wondering why the Chun Biao you invited is on the same side as me? Sun Qing's eyes were filled with resentment. He was indeed very puzzled. Chun Biao sneered, Since you know my name, you should be clear about who I have the best relationship with in the first high school, right? Yang the Madman. Yang Ming, you are Yang the Madman. Sun Qing's face changed suddenly. Chapter 40. Creating your own aristocratic family, who says not? Chun Biao took another puff of his cigarette. Those thugs from the streets are truly ruthless, unlike us timid students who are afraid to act. They target lethal spots. If you hadn't carried me 3 or 4 streets to the hospital at 2 or 3 in the morning, I would have died in that godforsaken alley. I remember you had over 20 stitches in your head, right? 27 stitches. And you helped me pay the medical bills. I didn't dare to go home for half a month. If it weren't for you taking me in, I would probably have starved to death. Look, there's still a scar here. Saying this, Chun Biao lowered his head, and in the dim light, a long scar could be faintly seen. At that time, Li Weiran was useless, just crying nonstop beside me. I wasn't dead yet, and he was already mourning, making me feel even worse. Chun Biao laughed and scolded. By the way, I remember you broke a rib that time, right? You were tougher than me, carrying me that far without saying a word. If it weren't for later when I heard Yang Ming mention it, I wouldn't have known. Yang Ming smiled, but did not comment. Chapter 41. Brothers. Chun Biao was dumbfounded. An aristocratic family. What is an aristocratic family? Holding great wealth and power, commanding the wind and rain, and looking down on others. Those families that can be called aristocratic have a heritage of decades, or even centuries. Yang Ming actually said he wanted to create his own aristocratic family. If it weren't for Yang Ming driving away in a Hennessy Venom at the high school farewell party, Chun Biao would definitely think Yang Ming was just dreaming. After all, for grassroots like them, this was an existence that seemed unattainable. Creating one's own aristocratic family is easier said than done. Are you serious, old Yang? Chun Biao swallowed hard, contemplating the truth of Yang Ming's words. Do I look like I'm joking? Chun Biao didn't know that, from a financial perspective, with 51 of Tiffany's shares, plus absolute control over Blue Ocean and Sky and $3 billion in cash assets, Yang Ming alone was already an aristocrat. However, compared to a real aristocratic family, he still lacked the foundation, experience, and some accumulation to bear the fortune of an aristocratic family. But Yang Ming believed that these would come in due time. Looking at Yang Ming's serious face, Chun Biao swallowed again. Chapter 42. Good things. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement. Brothers united, their strength is unbreakable. Yang Ming, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. The system activated again? Brothers united? Was it because of what he did with Chun Biao? Just as Yang Ming was pondering, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Achievement unlocked reward. 65 shares of Angel Pharmaceuticals. Looking at the clock on the wall showing 3 in the morning, Yang Ming got up and found the equity document on his desk, just like the previous times. It was real, not a dream. He realized that whenever he faced life with a positive attitude and took action, this supreme system of a diamond life would activate. Is this what they call heaven helping those who help themselves? Indeed, the way you treat life would determine how life treats you. If you give up on yourself first, even divine beings can't save you. At this moment, Yang Ming was filled with confidence about his future. Wait a minute, Angel Pharmaceuticals? Yang Ming opened the equity document and skimmed through it. It turned out to be the pharmaceutical group where the miracle drug, Life Water, was located. Isn't that the group where Sun Qing's father works as a pharmaceutical representative? Chapter 43. Father-son bureau for a waste like him during exams. He just hoped to guess the answers to a few multiple-choice questions correctly. Now he even directly got the answers. He didn't care whether he was deceiving himself. But Brother Qing, what does this have to do with Yang Ming? Are you stupid? Sun Qing slapped Yang Wei on the head and said, "Don't you know that teachers like good students? Let us first get our grades up and make that Lu guy look at us favorably. We need to build a good relationship with the homeroom teacher. Why would we worry about not being able to make that Yang kid wear small shoes?" Sun Qing looked smug, saying, "I had my dad check Yang Ming's college entrance exam scores last night. He is far from even being in the 3rd tier. This kid is worse than me. Ha ha." Sun Qing's face twisted with a sense of superiority, as if he had finally found a way to vent his frustrations. He didn't know that behind him, Yang Ming was sneering at him from his seat. "You even got the answers?" Yang Ming laughed. "Even if you gave me both hands, if I can't write more than 200 points with my feet, I'll consider myself defeated." Yang Ming wasn't too afraid of a fight, but as the saying goes, "Old Yang, your academic performance is even more freakish than your fighting skills." The classmates gathered their things, as the morning self-study combined with my 2 math classes would be followed by an impromptu math test. Just then, Teacher Lu walked in with a stack of test papers. "The test scores will be included in the overall score for this preliminary assessment. So please take it seriously so I can get a comprehensive understanding of your true levels." Chapter 44. Got the last question right? Multiple choice questions, basically 1 question per minute. Yang Ming quickly read through the questions, spending no more than 20 seconds thinking before swiftly filling in the answers. In fact, he had already written down the answers for several questions while reading them. He hardly used any scratch paper. Those who knew Yang Ming understood that this freak was best at mental calculations, unless it was an exceptionally complex calculation. He could write out the answers just by glancing at the general questions. After 12 multiple-choice questions, Yang Ming took less than 10 minutes. His scratch paper remained pristine. Next came 4 fill-in-the-blank questions. After reading through the 4 questions, the answers were already clear on the paper, in less than a minute and a half. For the remaining 6 big questions, Yang Ming was even more fluid. The pen in his hand flowed like a dragon or a snake. Apart from occasional pauses while thinking through mental calculations, he didn't get stuck at all. He finished the first 5 questions in under half an hour. The most difficult big question, in fact, he had already calculated in his mind by the time Teacher Lu walked over. All that was left was to transcribe it from his mind to paper. 5 minutes later, Yang Ming put down his pen. He spent another 20 minutes checking all the answers he had just written in his mind. Chapter 45. Don't get cocky, stop pretending, you idiot. You didn't get full marks. Don't you know your own college entrance exam score? Sun Qing cursed. Taking advantage of the fact that Teacher Lu wasn't paying attention to him at the podium to furiously copy the answers hidden under his desk. Seeing Yang Ming and Teacher Lu's relationship deteriorate, he felt extremely pleased. If he could still get a high score and gain Teacher Lu's favor, how would Yang Ming survive in class? Thinking of this made Sun Qing feel even better. He didn't notice that at that moment, Teacher Lu's expression on the podium was becoming increasingly grim. How could it be so coincidental? Teacher Lu's heart jolted. He began to seriously look at Yang Ming's solution to the last question. Upon closer inspection, Teacher Lu's expression grew more serious. This was actually right. Since he had written the question himself, he had solved it before the exam. Especially this last question, all the numbers were carefully designed by him, and the answer was deeply imprinted in his memory. No mistake, that was the answer. The solving process was also correct, and it was completely different from his own solution approach, so there shouldn't be any possibility of cheating. Teacher Lu slowly raised his head, and when he looked at Yang Ming again, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 46. Investigation, you fool. Yang Ming couldn't be bothered to deal with him. The verbal sparring was really boring. If this kid kept this up, Yang Ming didn't want to cause trouble for him. But if he didn't know his place and played any tricks behind the scenes, well, Yang Ming's half stake in Angel Pharmaceuticals was not to be taken lightly. It could easily cut off his family's financial resources. Everyone wait a moment. Finally, the school day ended in the afternoon, but Teacher Liu walked into the classroom with a stack of exam papers. As expected, the results from the morning should be out. Sure enough, I have rushed out the evaluation papers from this morning's test. Now, let us take a few minutes to distribute the papers so everyone can take a look. I will spend a class during evening self-study to explain. Zhang Cici, please distribute the papers. Zhang Cici silently began handing out the papers. Teacher Liu stood at the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping across the faces of every student in the classroom. Overall, the results were quite good. The vast majority of students had achieved their true levels during the college entrance exam. Of course, there were also some students who exceeded expectations with stunning scores. Hearing this, Sun Qing, who had been slumped over his desk, immediately straightened up, perked his ears, and looked as if he was waiting to be praised. Chapter 47. 5 flowers, don't you slander me. I didn't cheat, and I'm not allowed to improve? But do you admit to cheating? Sun Qing coldly retorted. On the surface, he remained unperturbed, but inside he was panicking. He was worried that Yang Ming would call him to the blackboard to solve problems. If that happened, everything would be over. You get high scores, and that progress. But if someone else gets full marks, it's cheating? Just because you look a little better, you think you're so awesome? Chen Yanguan couldn't help but chime in. This comment was somewhat lowbrow humor, causing the classmates to laugh. With clear grudges, Chen Yanguan couldn't stand it any longer. I think you did quite well, since you say Yang Ming cheated. How about you both go up to the blackboard and compare? I think the last question is quite suitable. You both can explain your solving process to the classmates. He was the most aware of how long Yang Ming took to finish the test. Even if it was cheating, it couldn't have been that fast. It could only be that Yang Ming was already very familiar with the question and wrote it all at once. That is how people are. Once they believe something, they firmly believe it. At this moment, Chen Yanguan believed in Yang Ming's capability, just as he had previously doubted Yang Ming's boasting. Chen Yanguan, do you want to die? Shut up. Teacher Liu spoke up. Chapter 48. The height of admiration. She is quite the influential figure. So now, this Miss Yi is teaching English at our school? Listening to Chen Yanguan's animated recount, Yang Ming didn't feel much. She was indeed good-looking and on par with Zhang Cici in terms of looks, but so what? It had nothing to do with him. Not only that, she is also our English teacher. We have her class tomorrow, Chen Yanguan said, looking forward and enamored. If I could just sit in the passenger seat next to Miss Yi, I'd gladly die. Seeing Miss Yi get into a bright red convertible, a BMW M8, Yang Ming smiled lightly and said, You'd be willing to die just to sit in the passenger seat? Can't you aim a little higher? You understand what the ancients said. To die under the peony is to be a romantic ghost. Miss Yi is the dream lover of all the boys in our school. Yang Ming shook his head. He was a very practical person and wouldn't waste time and energy on unimportant people. Help me ask old Liu for leave tonight. Just say I have something at home and can't make it to evening study. Hey, do you dare not tell Teacher Liu that yourself? Besides, didn't you hear Teacher Liu say he would explain the test papers tonight? Chapter 49. The overbearing woman, is this your first step? In the quiet luxury box, Yang Ming leaned against the soft high-end sofa. In front of him was a delicate fruit platter and a pile of alcohol. Biaozi smiled wryly. Old Yang, if you give me 10 billion all at once, I'd be scared too. The first step I can think of is only this. Right now, the entire nightlife KTV and billiard halls in Songsan are in our business plan. You know, I used to be a slacker, so I can only choose the best way to infiltrate. The idea is correct, but you must remember that your goal is not to become a big slacker, but to turn your life around and become the master, a phoenix man who stands out is your goal. The small businesses at hand are fine to play with as a transition, but don't take them as a lifelong career. Yang Ming came tonight to see Biaozi's results. Overall, from Biaozi's perspective and position, the current results are quite standard. It's already good to dare to take the first bold step. I understand for now. I take all this as a springboard. I will slowly accumulate resources and connections, expanding step by step. As long as you understand, Yang Ming nodded. You didn't just call me over tonight to let me admire your power as the big brother, right? Is it because you're running out of money? Chapter 50. Encountering a female acquaintance in the men's bathroom, Biaozi was indignant. He complained, "What a load of nonsense, Dragon Map Queen. Does she really think she is the Empress? We bought it with real money and operate legally. And she says to close the door, then we close it? I don't believe in this evil." Yang Ming smiled, treating it as just a complaint. The procedures and contracts are all legal, right? Of course. Although I don't understand. Didn't you ask me to find the boss of Bihai Lantian to help? He helped me find a lawyer to draft the contract. All the procedures are complete. If it really comes to a dispute, we're not afraid. So that means this by Karen is also being taken advantage of. And she is taking her anger out on us, as if we're cash cows to make up for her own losses? Yang Ming laughed. To use empty hands to catch a wolf. This woman is quite calculating. That's about the gist of it, Biaozi said gloomily. Sorry, old Yang. You trust me so much, but I just started. It's fine. Yang Ming waved his hand to interrupt Biaozi. Doing things, how can you not encounter difficulties? If there are difficulties, just solve them. We want to shrink back. Besides, we barefoot people aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. Hearing this, Biaozi's eyes lit up. Old Yang, do you already have countermeasure? Chapter 51. Who is the rogue? Long eyelashes, thick eyeliner. With smoky makeup, it's still easy to see that this is an absolute beauty. The fiery red, deep V-long dress perfectly accentuates her curvy figure. With a large expanse of snow-white skin and a deep, bottomless cleavage. Hiss! Yang Ming gasped and quickly averted his gaze, forcefully pulling up the zipper. But when he looked down, he inevitably caught sight of her straight legs. The azure high-heeled ankles were spotless, and the silky skin was as pure as snow. This must be referring to those legs. This woman is none other than Miss Yi, the English teacher he saw at school just a few hours ago. She is rumored to be one of the 5 flowers of the Shanghai capital and the dream lover of all male students in the school. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her starry eyes were now squinting into a line, only showing a bit of faint light. She leaned against Yang Ming's shoulder, almost entirely pressed against his chest. The person so close to him had not only the pleasant scent of perfume and female body fragrance, but also the pungent smell of alcohol. Seeing her in a semi-conscious state, it was clear that, like Biaozi, she was drunk. What happened to the teacher's demeanor? Teacher Yi, wake up. Chapter 52. The goddess of nerves, get down. The person is gone. Don't worry, Yang Ming said helplessly. I don't know them. I don't know you either. They won't suspect my earlier performance. This woman, though not heavy, was still uncomfortable to carry around like this. Don't lie to me. If you do, I will bite you to death. Miss Yi pouted, and in her drunken state, she spoke like she was dreaming, which was quite cute. Bite me to death? How can you be a teacher and act like a child? So what if I'm a teacher? Can't I have my own personal space and private life? I'm off work now. I hate it when men look at me with colored glasses, thinking that women in any profession should remain unchanged. Women are human too. Okay? Can't they have a little private life? Yang Ming laughed. You're quite arrogant when you scold me. Then why did you ask me to save you just now? Go confront him directly? Or should I call him back in, and you can have a face-to-face showdown with him? Saying this, Yang Ming started to go outside. No. I was wrong. Missy hugged Yang Ming's back tightly. Hiss. He really wanted to curse. Chapter 53. The Enchantress half an hour later. Bro, if you don't come out soon, I'm worried this lady will wake up Mom and Dad. Oh, wait, I'll be right out. Bro, you usually take at most 5 minutes to shower. What's taking you so long today? Yang Mei glared at Yang Ming, but then noticed her brother's face suddenly turning red. Why are you blushing, bro? Hey, quick. Help me hold her. This lady is really going to fall. Yang Ming hurriedly stepped forward to help, and the 2 siblings helped Miss Yi into the bathroom. After more than an hour of fussing, the siblings finally got this lady settled. Once again lying on his comfortable big bed, Yang Ming felt completely exhausted. Damn, who did I offend today to deal with such a lady? As soon as he closed his eyes, the tired Yang Ming fell asleep immediately. That night, he was in turmoil, dreaming of Miss Yi. The next morning, Yang Ming had to change his underwear again. His parents and sister had already left, and breakfast, made by his mother, was on the table. From the looks of it, besides Yang Mei, everyone else still didn't know that there was an unexpected guest sleeping in the house. To avoid awkwardness, Yang Ming didn't linger. Chapter 54. Without a trace, if only last night. Yang Ming, what are you thinking? This kind of woman who looks like trouble is something you can handle? Hurry up and cut off your unrealistic thoughts. In his mind, another voice quickly interrupted Yang Ming's fantasies. This woman had indeed changed into a new outfit. completely different from the one he helped her wash last night. Hello, everyone. My name is Ruiwei E. Nice to meet you. With a smile as beautiful as a flower, she greeted all her classmates warmly. Hello, everyone. I'm Yi Wei, your English teacher for this senior year. You can call me Miss Yi, or Little Yi, or Sister Yi, or even just my full name if you prefer. I don't mind what you call me, and since we are around the same age, just call me whatever makes you happy. Friendly and cheerful, she was also quite beautiful. Yi Wei instantly won the hearts of all the students. The students responded enthusiastically, greeting Miss Yi, especially someone like Sun Qing, whose eyes seemed glued to Teacher Yi, unable to look away. Chapter 55. The Crying Girl. Is this what I'm talking about? Yang Ming, I warn you, stop dodging the issue and confusing people. Do you think I will let you off just because of this? Not this. Then what is it? Yang Ming was stunned. Besides that, I haven't done anything wrong to her, right? On the contrary, I've helped her a lot. And she still blamed me after all that hard work I put in last night. Act all you want. Don't you know what you've done? If you don't confess honestly, I'll have the school expel you directly, Yi Wei said coldly. Do you think I have something to remind you of? Yang Ming crossed his arms, looking like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. What is the worst that could happen? I, Yang, am upright and don't fear shadows. You are shameless. Stinky rogue. Yi Wei's face turned red as she pointed at Yang Ming, full of shame and anger. Yang Ming's nonchalance felt like a provocation in her eyes. I'm not talking about a spring dream. Then what is it? You, what about me? Teacher Yi, can you please clarify? Yang Ming was also anxious. Stop dragging this out. The students were not all innocent. They were really confused last night. How could they believe him just because he was wearing the school uniform? Chapter 56. Yang Ming, stop. Just now you were so high and mighty, wanted to expel me and report me for molestation and rape. Now is this it? Shut up. How old are you to call you mom? Are you not ashamed? Yang Ming was annoyed by this woman's crying. Fortunately, class had started by now, otherwise he would definitely be the center of attention like a giant panda. If that happened, it would be like yellow mud in his pants, neither shit nor not shit. Others would definitely think he did something to this beautiful teacher, and he wouldn't be able to wash it clean. Mom, he is still bullying me. Bad guy. Yi Wei, how old are you? You're still a teacher. Don't you have any semblance of being a role model? Yang Ming found it funny. Mind your own business. Bastard, rogue, shameless. Brother, what are you doing? A timid voice came from the door. Then the office door was pushed open, revealing a small head that looked surprised at Yang Ming and Miss Yi sitting on the floor. Yang Mei, what are you doing here? I brought you this. Yang Mei shook the bag in her hand. Inside were the clothes Yi Wei changed out of last night. Yang Ming remembered he helped her wash them and hung them on the balcony. Didn't this woman take them this morning? You really have guts to hang them on the balcony. Almost got caught by Mom regarding last night's incident. Luckily, I cleverly said they were my best friends. Oh, isn't this the girl from last night? Yang Mei recognized Miss Yi sitting on the floor as she had helped her take a bath last night. And this girl's figure was so good that the little girl had a deep impression of her. Brother, you liar. You said you picked her up on the street? So you're classmates. Yang Mei shot Yang Ming a resentful glance. Hello, miss. Why are you sitting on the floor? And why are you crying? Did my brother bully you? By the way, I'm Yang Mei. Do you remember me? Yang Mei? Who are you? Yi Wei was confused. How could she know that it was Yang Mei who helped her take a bath last night, not Yang Ming? Miss, did you forget? I'm the one who helped you take a bath and change clothes last night. You kept hugging my neck during the bath. It was hilarious. Yi Wei looked at the innocent and carefree Yang Mei, then at the sullen Yang Ming. Suddenly realizing something, her face flushed red. Yi Wei wasn't dumb. She had just backed herself into a dead end. She firmly believed Yang Ming was a despicable rogue who had violated her. So everything he said and did would be evidence of that, until Yang Mei's sudden appearance. Thinking back to that morning, she indeed woke up in a girl's room. She vaguely remembered a photo of this girl on the bedside table and a note and breakfast left on the desk. If he was really a despicable rogue, he wouldn't be so calm. Thinking about Yang Ming's reaction earlier, he must have been pushed to the edge and was deliberately saying the opposite to anger her. With his thought, Yi Wei's face turned even redder. Thank you, Yang Mei. Did you wash the clothes for me? Of course not. I'm so lazy at home that I sometimes let my mom help me wash. How could I help someone else wash clothes? It was my brother. He hand-washed them. Yang Ming felt nothing, but Yi Wei's face turned even redder. Besides the dress, there were also intimate personal items. Yang Ming was the first man to wash her clothes. She stole a glance at Yang Ming, and suddenly felt that the despicable face from before seemed much more handsome. And the more she looked, the more handsome he became. It was my brother. He made me get up in the middle of the night to give you a bath. But miss, your figure and skin are so good. How do you maintain them? Can you teach me? Sure. The two women hit it off immediately. The tense atmosphere dissipated. The two women, one older and one younger, engaged in endless conversation about maintenance, completely ignoring Yang Ming as though he didn't exist. Yang Ming, how ridiculous. Yang Ming turned to leave. Yang Ming, stop. Yi Weirui suddenly said. Chapter 57. The Dragon Map Queen by Karen. She had been secretly observing Yang Ming's movements. The reason she was chatting so enthusiastically with Yang Mei was that she didn't know how to ease the awkwardness with Yang Ming. What? Do you plan to report me to the police or have the school expel me? Yang Ming said mockingly. Yi Weirui was speechless. She was also a proud person. After gathering her courage to apologize and express her gratitude, how could this person be like this? Yang Ming, why are you like this? Well, my teacher Yi. You wanted the school to expel me and to report me to the police, and you still expect me to treat you nicely? Good intentions turned into donkey liver and lungs. Yang Ming was naturally angry. Besides, he was someone who responded better to softness than hardness. Teacher? Miss, aren't you not classmates with my brother? Are you a teacher? You look so young. Not all like a teacher. Yang Ming, is this girl really my sister? Shouldn't she be worried about being expelled and arrested by the police? But Sister Yi, why does the school want to expel my brother? What serious mistake has he made? Yang Mei realized it too late. Yi Weirui looked embarrassed. Sister Yang Mei, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. She looked at Yang Ming, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, I'm sorry, Yang Ming, I misunderstood you earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart. Chapter 58. Unyielding heart, shameless. Absolutely shameless. Shout out. How's your investigation into the behind-the-scenes seller of Dream Paris going these past 2 months? By Karen's expression was as cold as water. In front of her stood a lean young man in his 20s. He was in his early 20s, had a buzz cut, looked average, but his sharp eyes gave a strong sense of oppression. His temples pulsed rhythmically, indicating he was a deeply concealed expert. Sister, after checking, there's only one Chun Biao. Could it be that you're overthinking? This whole thing has been operated by this Chun Biao from start to finish? Impossible. By Karen said decisively. Chun Biao's information is clear. He's just an absolute grassroots fool, with a family background that doesn't even qualify as middle class, barely enough to make ends meet. How could someone like him swallow our Dream Paris in one go? Where did his money come from? Who's behind him pulling the strings? Look at the insidious tricks he's using against us. Could a fool come up with such strategies? I don't believe he doesn't have a master guiding him. Her pronunciation was smooth, and she spoke with a proper Beijing accent. This by Karen even had a pleasant speaking voice. Chapter 59. Flip-flopping old Yang. Aren't you going to the class of Goddess Yi later? Are you going to slack off again? I really don't understand you. Miss is such a top-notch goddess. Even if you don't pay attention in class, just watching her is a pleasure. Besides, Miss is considerate of us homebodies, changing outfits every day for us to enjoy. Yang Ming shrugged. Little Chun, you enjoy it well. I'm leaving now. Damn. P.S. Skipping class again. How could someone so carefree get over 700 points? It's outrageous. Chun Yin observed, cursing. However, he was used to it by now. After all, Yang Ming had skipped more classes than he attended in the past 2 months. In the senior year, there was probably no one else bold enough to do this openly without getting in trouble with the teachers. But who made his grades so good? Outside the corridor, Yang Ming bumped into Yi Weirui, who was holding her textbook for class. Yi Weirui hesitated, wondering whether she should greet him. Who knew that in the time she hesitated, Yang Ming had already walked past her as if he didn't see her. Bastard. It's been 2 months and he's still giving me the cold shoulder. What have I done to him? If he ignores me, then fine. He's just a student. If he ignores me, I can't be bothered with him. One day, I'll erase him from my memory. Chapter 60. Are you looking for trouble? Not really. His driver said something came up on their side, and by Karen can't make it a Dream Paris, so she wants us to meet at Loan 2. At Loan 2? That's right. Biaozi said worriedly. Old Yang, do you think this could be a trap? That woman suddenly changing plans could mean some conspiracy, right? Should we not go? Haha, Biaozi. Have you watched too many TV dramas? In a society governed by law, how could by Karen, no matter how powerful, just eliminate us? I think she really encountered something unexpected. It doesn't matter. Dream Paris is the same as Loan 2. Since she wants us to go to Loan 2, let's go meet her. 30 minutes later, The flashy Hennessy Viper stopped at the entrance of Long Tu, one of the most luxurious landmark buildings in the city. Yang Ming exclaimed in admiration, casually tossing the keys to the doorman. "We're here to see your chairman Bai. May I ask who you are?" "Chun Biao." "Oh, it's Mr. Chun. Please, this way." It seemed there was an arrangement in advance. Guided by the staff, the two arrived at the VIP reception room. With their backs turned, Yang Ming saw a stunning black silhouette from afar, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, dark and wild. Chapter 61. A person of importance shouted out. Bai Karen called out coldly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. "Step back." Xiao Dao gritted his teeth and shot a fierce glare at Sun Yuelen. Reluctantly stepping aside, Bai Karen, known as the Queen of Long Tu, displayed an extraordinary composure. Faced with Sun Yuelen's insulting demands, she showed no signs of anger. Instead, she smiled lightly, as if spring had arrived. "Mr. Sun, are you joking with me?" "Joking? No. Sun Yuelen disdainfully glanced at Xiao Dao, lewdly saying, "I'm not afraid of making you laugh, Miss Bai. In fact, I've admired you for a long time. I also know that you must have a man backing you. Women, especially those who rise to high positions, can't possibly do so without the support of a few men. But I don't mind. To be honest, Miss Bai, I'm just lusting after your body. If you're willing to give me what I want, I can guarantee you'll be satisfied. We can both get what we need. What do you think?" Yang Ming thought. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Sun Qing and his father Sun Yuelen are cut from the same cloth. I wonder how shameless someone has to be to express such embarrassing sentiments so casually. Chapter 62. Otherwise, called the police. Chun Biao was someone who had never seen much of the world. When faced with a woman like Bai Karen, who took the initiative to greet him, he was stunned for a long time, unable to recover. "Mr. Chun?" "Sorry, Miss Bai. Our Mr. Chun might be mesmerized by your stunning beauty, so he is a bit out of sorts. Please don't mind him," Yang Ming said with a smile. No woman dislikes being complimented on her beauty, and even someone like Bai Karen was no exception, especially when she saw Yang Ming's clean and handsome face. The cold guard in her eyes noticeably softened. "Who are you?" Bai Karen extended her hand to Yang Ming. Could this person be the one behind Chun Biao? But why does he look younger than Chun Biao? Is he from a wealthy family in the capital, or from some family? First courtesy, then attack? Yang Ming smiled and extended his hand to shake Bai Karen's. Her hand was cool and delicate. Any man would probably find it hard to let go of the hand of the Queen of Long Tu, but Yang Ming didn't linger. They parted after a brief touch, maintaining a smile, unfazed by praise or scorn. Yang Ming's reaction surprised Bai Karen. At such a young age, to be unaffected by her charm, this young man is extraordinary. Beside them, Biaozi formed a sharp contrast to Yang Ming. Chapter 63. Intimate cooperation. You're at a loss for words. If we could really call the police to arrest someone, why would we be sitting here talking nonsense? It's all because there's a traitor inside. Is this your sincerity? Bai Karen said coldly. She has already experienced how difficult Yang Ming can be, but she still can't pinpoint where this guy's confidence comes from. Could he really be someone from Yinjing? Since we're talking about sincerity, may I ask where your sincerity is? Miss Bai, the fact that you can sit here is not enough to show my sincerity? Yang Ming smiled. Miss Bai, what you have is not sincerity, it's disdain. Thinking you're superior to us. Please don't forget that today you took the initiative to meet me, so you're the one seeking me, not the other way around. If you still can't humble yourself at this point, then I think there's no need for our conversation to continue. Upon hearing this, the burly man standing nearby gasped in shock. This was Bai Kurun, the top woman in Hudo, and old Yang actually dared to speak to her like that. Poor him, facing this queen with an aura. He didn't even dare to breathe. You're seeking me? Yang boss, what a big tone. Do you think you deserve it? Bai Kurun was already a bit angry. Chapter 64. The queen softens up. Yang Ming was not afraid. He awkwardly touched his nose and said, cough, cough, cough. Wasn't that joke funny? Why isn't anyone laughing? I remember that bald old man laughed when he said it. Buddy, what kind of small knife are you trying to scare me with? It's small, but it's more than enough to deal with a loser like you, the knife wielder said. Yang Ming smiled faintly, not arguing, and looked at Bai Kurun. Miss Bai, is this how you treat your guests? Are you even a guest? Bai Kurun replied coldly. However, she still signaled for the knife wielder to take the dagger away from Yang Ming's neck. The burly man nearby finally breathed a sigh of relief, swallowed hard, and thought to himself that Yang was still young, always enjoying playing with danger. What do you really want? Bai Kurun seemed to realize that Yang Ming was just joking, because when he said those nonsensical words, His eyes were clear with a hint of mockery, unlike Sun Yuelin, who had a face full of disgusting lust and greed. Yang Ming touched his neck. Being threatened with a knife was indeed unpleasant. I want 10 equity in loan 2. What? Bai Kurin thought she misheard. What do you want? Chapter 65. How dare this bastard, Yang Ming chuckled. You thought you were so proud, huh? Smilingly turn around. Miss Bai really wants to know? Bai Kurin nodded expressionlessly. Then you need to beg me, Yang Ming said with a smirk. Bai Kurin, Chun Biao, knife wielder. Bai Kurin's gaze suddenly sharpened. Her eyes seemed to be on fire. You bastard, you're going too far. Knife wielder, take him out. No, Miss Bai, just a joke, just a joke. Please don't take it seriously. Don't get angry. Yang Ming immediately backed down. He jumped back quickly, having seen the knife wielder's terrifying combat power. He certainly wouldn't give him a chance to get close. If you don't want to die, say it clearly. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Seeing Yang Ming in a difficult position, Bai Kurun felt a bit better. She was also surprised why this shameless guy, who looked like he hadn't even grown hair, could always disturb her emotions. She glanced warily at the knife wielder. Seeing that he didn't come close, she felt a bit more at ease. Regaining her composure, she said seriously, Don't you want the secondary agency for Angel Pharmaceuticals Life Water? So what? Can you give it to me? Yang Ming shook his head. I won't give you the secondary agency for Life Water. Chapter 66. Really thinks of himself as a big deal. Yang Ming looked down from a height, expressionless, at the knife wielder lying on the ground. I'm not someone who holds grudges. I usually settle scores on spot. You threatened me with a dagger just now. So we're even now. Bai Kurun. Shameless, sneaky, thick-skinned, and vengeful. When it comes to a fight, however, he is ruthless and decisive. Even the knife wielder fell for his trick. Bai Kurun suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. This young man was probably not easy to deal with. Damn, old Yang. Why are you showing off in someone else's territory without running away? Are you waiting to die? The burly man shouted outside. Damn it, what's the rush? He can't get up for a while. Although he said that, Yang Ming turned around and ran. His speed was astonishing. They had already run off. The burly man led the way, with Yang Ming following behind. With just a glance, they understood each other's intentions. These two operated so skillfully that it was painful to watch. Bai Kurun, witnessing this scene, was dumbfounded. When he was making tough talk, she thought he was a ruthless king, but unexpectedly, he was just a cowardly thief. Indeed, those who are despicable are invincible. You shameless bastard. Old Yang, do you think he will chase us down and stab us? Chapter 67. Interesting talking to people with respect and to ghosts with disdain. Did someone like Sun Yuelin even need to be spoken to with decency? Humiliated by a woman, he wanted to find a sense of existence on a grassroots like me. Initially, I thought that although you, Sun, had poor character, at least you were somewhat capable. But now I need to apologize for my previous blindness because you were just a stinky fool. Now I understand why that idiot Sun Qing has so many stupid operations. It's all because he has a father like you. Go home and thank your wife properly. After all, she gave birth to a son for you. For someone like you, it's commendable that she didn't let you raise someone else's son. You little bastard, are you looking for death? Sun Yuelin's face turned ashen, his gaze cold as if he wanted to eat someone. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this, not even Bai Kurun. This bastard really didn't know how to write the word death. The same words have been said many times by your stupid son. And look at me now. I'm still living well. So, talking tough is meaningless, but seeing you so angry and frustrated yet unable to do anything about it is quite enjoyable. Don't you think you and your son both have a masochistic tendency? Do you want me, Yang, to speak flowery words to make you feel even better? Chapter 68. I miss you. There was no follow-up to the conflict with Sun Yuelin. Since that day when Sun Yuelin left in a huff after being retorted by Yang Ming, there had been no further action. During this time, Sun Qing also seemed particularly well-behaved, not causing trouble for Yang Ming like usual. This made Yang Ming sense a hint of danger. The storm is coming. When a barking wild dog suddenly goes quiet, you must be particularly careful because it might suddenly jump out from some unknown corner and bite you. Yang Ming? Yang Ming suddenly heard someone calling his name. He looked up and found a silly girl Zhang Cici standing in front of his desk. What's wrong, Cici? Is there something? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Earlier in the semester, Zhang Cici had brought him breakfast for a while, but then she suddenly stopped. Yang Ming didn't mind. After all, he had forced Zhang Cici to eat the breakfast herself in the end. During this time, Zhang Cici had been focused on studying and hadn't actively sought him out. What was going on today? There is something I want to ask you. Zhang Cece lowered her head, her face slightly flushed with shyness. She wore a blue checkered jacket, faded jeans, and canvas shoes, with a simple red string tying her hair into a ponytail. Chapter 69. You disappoint me. The boy's name is Chao Hang. He is fairly handsome and comes from a good family background. He is the type of tall and thin boy that girls tend to like. As a senior 1 year ahead of Mu Honglei, he was the class assistant during the military training period of Mu Honglei's class and fell in love at first sight with the very beautiful and cute little fish on the first day of school. He has been pursuing her for 2 months now, publicly confessing during freshman speeches, setting up heart-shaped candles downstairs in the dormitory, and bringing her a bouquet of roses every day. However, Mu Honglei has no feelings for him and is already quite fed up with his persistent pursuit. This led to the earlier scene where she called Yang Ming. I don't believe it, little Moo Moo. You just casually made a phone call and said he is your boyfriend? If he really is your boyfriend, why have I never seen him come to school to find you? You must be lying to me. I know, you are definitely testing me. And I want to give up. Mu Honglei felt a headache coming on. Chao Hang, I've told you many times, don't call me little Moo Moo. It's really disgusting. Do you know that? Yang Ming calling me, that makes me very happy, but hearing it from you is just gross. Chao Hang, I don't care whether you believe it or not, but I already have a boyfriend. I hope you won't bother me anymore. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand. Also, I have been rejecting you from the beginning, and it's not some self-righteous test in your mind. I didn't want to make it so clear to leave you some dignity, but your actions have made it unbearable. Chapter 70. You are free to do as you wish. Perhaps sensing Yi Werui's anger, the students in the classroom quickly quieted down. They were somewhat anxious. After all, they were still high school students, most of whom were well-behaved, and people like Yang Ming were always exceptions. Do you think you look cool right now? Do you feel a sense of achievement fighting against your teacher? Ask yourself, your parents worked hard to send you to repeat the year, yet you're thinking of ways to skip class and waste time with absurd excuses. Do you owe it to them? Do you owe it to the teachers who care for you and love you? Yi Weirui was very angry. However, she didn't understand whether she was angrier about Yang Ming's disrespect towards her or about her girlfriend's behavior. Or maybe it was both. In any case, she was extremely angry. Students should behave like students. Do you look like a student right now? You're just a hoodlum. What is the point of good grades? Just because you have good grades, you can do whatever you want? Yang Ming frowned. You're right. Good grades shouldn't allow one to do as they please. So, does being good-looking give you that, right? What do you mean? Yi Weirui picked up on Yang Ming's sarcasm. What do I mean? Have you ever thought about why I only skip your class? Chapter 71. I don't want that. Yang Ming certainly wasn't arrogant enough to slam the door. However, seeing Yang Ming's back without any hint of reluctance, a door in Yi Weirui's heart slammed shut. A flash of determination crossed her eyes, and she suddenly felt exhausted. Teacher Yi, are you okay? Teacher Yi, don't take it to heart with Yang Ming. He is just like that. He likes to act foolishly, but he is actually quite nice. When he comes back, we'll definitely make him apologize to you. Yeah, Teacher Yi, please don't be angry. Cut out. Teacher Yi, I think that guy is just doing it on purpose. You should report him to the principal and get him expelled. Zhao Yu said gleefully, adding insult to injury. Yi Weirui waved her hand wearily. I'm sorry, students. I'm a bit tired. You can self-study for a while. I'll come back for the 4th class. After saying that, she didn't care about the students' reactions and left. In the middle of the classroom, Zhang Cece watched Yang Ming leave, feeling a bit lost. Did Yang Ming get a girlfriend again? Zhang Cece's face turned pale, and her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, a flash of determination crossed her eyes. She took a deep breath, as if she had finally made a decision. Chapter 72. Retreat to advance. The 3 sisters exchanged glances. What kind of extraordinary boy could make the usually indifferent little Moo Moo so infatuated? The 4 quickly went downstairs. Little fish. From a distance, Yang Ming saw Mu Honglei waving at him. Little fish's star-like eyes suddenly brightened as she rushed into his arms. Yang Ming, I miss you so much. She hugged Yang Ming tightly, deeply inhaling his scent. Yang Ming embraced little fish, feeling nostalgic after not seeing her for a long time. Oh, I'm Su Yilis. I said, little Moo Moo, don't just hug, introduce us. Zhao Yu's teasing voice came from behind. Mu Honglei blushed deeply, feeling shy about her impulsive action. Yang Ming, let me introduce you. These are my dorm friends. This is my second sister, Zhao Yu. This is my eldest sister, Li Zixi. And this is my third sister, Chun Bao Bao. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, this is my boyfriend, Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and greeted the three beauties. Since you're little fish-s sisters, then you are also my sisters. Hello, beautiful sisters. Thank you for taking care of our little fish while I'm not around. Chapter 73. You're still too young to compete with me. Not only was Chao Hang caught off guard, but the several girls present were also very surprised. Yang Ming turned the tables and took on the role of family, making the entire dormitory feel like his own, while Chao Hang, the senior, seemed like an irrelevant outsider. In just a few words, he elegantly turned what was initially an awkward situation around, which made the three girls from Mu Hongli's dorm look at Yang Ming with new respect. Looking at it this way, the boy chosen by Little Moo Moo is definitely more than just good-looking. Hello, I'm Chao Hang. With the help of Little Moo Moo and her roommates, Yang Ming, you're being too polite. As a senior, it's my duty to take care of my junior sisters, so there's no need to thank me. Chao Hang pretended to shake hands with Yang Ming, but felt very aggrieved inside. Earlier, he had deliberately ignored Yang Ming, but now this guy was actively trying to be friendly, making him seem lacking in grace. But since he had extended his hand, it wouldn't be right to not shake it. Ha ha ha, Yang Ming, you're really magnanimous. Little Moo Moo, you don't have any objections now, right? Mu Honli actually didn't want Chao Hang to tag along, but since Yang Ming spoke up, she didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 74. Do you know Shin Peiyu? Meanwhile, on the 28th floor of Long 2, the door to the chairman's office was pushed open. A man in a black suit, lean and sharp, quickly walked to Bai Karen's desk. Sis, we just received news from a lobby downstairs that Yang Ming has arrived at our Long 2 and just entered Qingyage. Bai Karen, who was seriously handling documents, suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise flashing across her stunning face. Is the news true? I personally want to verify it. It's absolutely true. It really is that kid. The man said. One of the girls with him is the daughter of Mu Jianzhou, the general distributor of Tiffany in Greater China, and Yang Hongying. Is Mu Jianzhou's daughter Mu Hongli? That's right. Bai Karen fell silent. After a long time, it seems that the information we found earlier is mostly true. Mu Jianzhou was able to become the general distributor of Tiffany in Greater China in such a short time. And there is indeed a shadow of this Yang Ming behind him. It's possible that this young man is really a major shareholder of Tiffany. Daozi, go and tell the subordinates to treat Bai Karen well. Do not neglect her, Bai Karen said seriously. Understood. Chao Hang's overjoyed demeanor caught the attention of the three girls. Chapter 75. Shocked little Loli Chun Bao Bao frowned and did not respond. She looked firmly at Yang Ming. Do you know her? Shin Peiyu from Class 1 of Hudu No. 1 High School? Is she also at Hudan? Yang Ming smiled. I have heard of this academic goddess's name back in school, but I have never met her, so I can't say I know her. He naturally knew the perennial second place, Shin Peiyu, from the first year to the third year of high school, in the final college entrance examination ranking of the first, second, third, and fourth mock exams. Yang Ming was always first, and Shin Peiyu was always second. Of course, Yang Ming remembered Shin Peiyu not just because of this, but because there were once rumors in the class saying that Shin Peiyu from Class 1 had a crush on Yang Ming from Class 3. Although Yang Ming just smiled it off at the time, he remembered this name, but they never had any further interactions. Yang Ming performed poorly in the college entrance examination, while Shin Peiyu maintained a steady performance and became the top scorer, and who do logically, she had better options, such as Yinjing University or Qingbei University. Unexpectedly, she ultimately chose to stay at Hudan. Hudan's political science and law department? I wonder if she wants to become a lawyer or pursue a career in public service. You are indeed the Yang Ming from No. 1 High School. Shin Bao Bao's eyes lit up, staring at Yang Ming without blinking. Chapter 76. Shin Peiyu, the little girl's tears immediately flowed out. This matter, Yang Ming had never mentioned, and she had never known. Brother Yang Ming, why have you never told me? If it weren't for Chun Bao Bao mentioning it today, she probably would have never known. Mu Honli felt both guilty and annoyed, but more so heartbroken. Yang Ming rubbed the little girl's head and wiped away the tears on her face. Silly girl. It's just a college entrance examination failure. We can always try again next year. How can that compare to your life? Yang Ming was speaking from the heart. Compared to what he lost, he was more grateful for what he had gained, whether it was the system or Xiao Yuer. Woo-woo-woo. Big bad guy. Bad guy. Why are you so good to me? Why? Xiao Yuer could no longer hold back and threw herself into Yang Ming's arms, crying loudly. Li Zishi, Zhao Yuer Chen Bao Bao. and Chao Hang were all shocked. The girl who was bravely saving the drowning girl, was that Mu Hongli? The three sisters finally understood. No wonder Xiao Mu Mu was so devoted to this boyfriend. He had saved her life. Wow, love it. A hero saving a beauty, brother-in-law. How are you so romantic? Exactly, silently giving, you are so loving. Chapter 77. Dream Talk. I say, Chen, what kind of feeling should I have? Do you mean I should leave Xiao Yuer and look for her? I'm not. Chen Baobao denied. Then what do you mean? I don't even know why she likes me. What reaction do you want me to have? Chen Baobao looked at Yang Ming. Do you know what it means to love and kill each other? Peiyu is such a strong girl, and from childhood to now, you're the only one who has ever beaten her in grades, so that's because she has never seen a broader world and has not encountered more excellent people. Does that mean if she meets someone better than me in the future, this liking will shift? That is not called liking. That is obsession. Yang Ming hit the nail on the head, and Chen Baobao was left speechless. Perhaps Shen Peiyu is indeed a very good girl, but so what? One can't just take everything now because there were no options before. If that is the case, wouldn't that make oneself a scumbag? Sorry, I lost my composure. Chen Baobao apologized to Yang Ming. Chen Baobao was not wrong. She was just angry because she felt sorry for her best friend Shen Peiyu for silently giving her feelings for so many years. Chapter 78. Giving you face funny. Not afraid of boasting and getting tongue-tied. Yang Ming, I'm not saying you, but can you even afford the meal tonight if you casually pick any Tiffany jewelry? Chao Hang thought Yang Ming was just bragging, with a face full of disdain and contempt. Don't end up needing Xiao Mu Mu to pay for this meal. If that happens, I would really look down on you. You pathetic loser acting like a rich guy. Go back to your country girl. Don't embarrass Xiao Mu Mu. Yang Ming, we appreciate your kindness, but if you really want to give us such an expensive gift, we wouldn't dare to accept it, Li Zishi said sincerely. Yang Ming didn't look like a wealthy person at all, but she understood. After all, it was Chao Hang who kept instigating. Boys care about their face, especially in front of the girl they like. It's understandable to boast a little. Chen Baobao thought the same and hurriedly chimed in. Yes, academic genius. This meal is enough. No need for gifts. Just give something to Xiao Mu Mu and we'll pass. Everyone said so. Zhao Yuer felt a bit disappointed, but could only say, forget it, brother-in-law. We accept your good intentions. As for the jewelry, let it go. Just treat our Xiao Mu Mu well in the future. Chapter 79. Afraid I poison a brother-in-law. That's enough. It won't be good if someone gets hurt later. Zhao Yuer cautiously reminded. Yang Ming did not look back. Don't worry, I know how to control myself. If you don't believe it, ask Bao Bao, see if I am. The three sisters instinctively looked at Chen Baobao. Chen Baobao. Chen Baobao looked speechless. I don't know anything. I only know you have a nickname called Yang Madman, and you fight recklessly. But fortunately, Yang Ming really knew how to control himself. After giving Chao Hang a good beating, he didn't hit him again. Instead, dragging this guy to sit on a chair next to him. Finish this meal honestly, and from now on, stay away from my Xiao Yuer, got it? Understood. Chao Hang shrank back. This guy is just a bully with a tough exterior, resembling a teddy bear being held by his owner. Hand over your phone. Yang Ming snatched Xiao Hang's phone and immediately transferred 10,000 to him on WeChat. Yang Ming, always keep my word. If I say I'll give it back, I'll give it back. This is 10,000. If it's short, I'll make it up. If it's more, consider it your medical expenses. If you want revenge, I'm always up for it. But before you act, think carefully about whether you can handle the anger and revenge that will come afterward. Chapter 80. Familiar Faces by Karen. A captivating woman with an aura of 1.8 meters. She wore a fiery red long dress, her hair styled high, and her face adorned with exquisite makeup. She stood at the door, as if framed in a picture, with everything around her becoming mere embellishments. With a powerful aura and breathtaking beauty, her mere presence dimmed the surrounding women. Chen Baobao, Li Zishi, and Zhao Yuer almost instantly faded into the background, with only the little lowly Mu Hongli able to slightly compete with her natural cuteness. It wasn't that little fish was less beautiful than Bai Karen, but in terms of aura, she was indeed overshadowed. What a beautiful sister. Zhao Yuer was starry-eyed. Li Zishi and Chen Baobao were equally amazed. Such a woman evoked no jealousy in them at all. Why did she come in person? Glancing at the unfriendly knife-like gaze beside Bai Karen, Yang Ming felt a sinking feeling. Could these two be here for revenge? Is my exemption from the bill a prepayment for medical expenses? It must be. Damn it. The best strategy is to retreat. But what about little fish and these girls? Yang Ming felt a headache coming on. He had been worried about this issue all along. What if Karen suddenly came over to her territory? Chapter 81. The Story of the Queen. How could that be? Tiffany's national distributor. The little princess of the billionaire Mu Jianzhou family in Hudu. Of course I remember. But Sister Bai, you clearly didn't remember Chao Hang just now. If I'm not mistaken, I only met you once at that mid-autumn banquet with my parents. So I thought you didn't remember me, and I didn't dare to greet you. Bai Karen couldn't deny it, smiling at Yang Ming. Did you hear that, Yang Ming? You owe me a big favor. I offended the real estate tycoon, Chao Yueming's son for you. How are you going to repay me? Mu Hongli's big watery eyes blinked. Oh, I understand, Sister Bai. You know him, so you did that just to help brother Yang Ming? Little Mu is so smart. Bai Karen patted Mu Hongli's head, her face full of smiles. The nearby girls were shocked. This queen with an aura of 2 meters 8 actually risked offending a real estate tycoon's son for Yang Ming? Or was it out of regard for little Mu? Nonsense. Yang Ming scoffed. He finally understood where Bai Karen's inexplicable kindness came from. Since she knew Mu Jianzhou, it meant that Mu Jianzhou couldn't hide the news of getting the Tiffany distribution because of my relationship. Chapter 82. Choosing gifts. Some people appear glamorous and high above in others' eyes, but in reality, they might just be pretty puppets. Fate is not in one's own hands at all. The sadness in Bai Karen's phoenix eyes flashed away, quickly replaced by resolute determination. The stench of the wealthy elite had suffocated her, and she no longer wanted to be a tool. She wanted to try to overthrow it. Although hope was slim. So what? Even if it was fleeting, it was still the most beautiful bloom of the moment. Little knife, contact Yang Ming later. Set a time for tomorrow night. I need to have a good talk with him. In a dark corner outside Longtu Gate, Chao Hang was drenched in cold sweat watching this scene. The queen of Longtu, Bai Karen, actually personally sent the stinky loser Yang Ming off? He had heard from his father that Bai Karen was from a super wealthy family in Yanjing. In Hudu, even the leaders of the city government had to give her some face. Could it be that this Yang Ming was also a super rich kid from Yanjing? Thinking of this, beads of sweat rolled down Chao Hang's forehead like rain. Damn it, if you have that much power, why act like a grandson? I almost called someone to beat you up. Yang, you better watch out. I will definitely avoid you in the future. Chapter 83. You are so bad, Mr. Yang. Hello? I'm the manager of the counter. What can I help you with this time? Do you know me? Yang Ming asked in surprise. Of course. President Owen has circulated your photo among the staff, so we all remember your appearance. If I'm not mistaken, that angel star around this lady's neck was sent by you through President Owen, right? The lobby manager said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Mu Hongli was fine, but Chen Baobao, Li Zixi, and Zhao Yue all widened their eyes simultaneously. Yang Ming actually. The elegant lobby manager's words revealed 2 pieces of information. First, Yang Ming knew the president of Tiffany, and this Mr. Owen particularly cared about Yang Ming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the staff remember Yang Ming's photo. Second, the necklace around little Mu's neck was real and was indeed a gift from Yang Ming. My goodness, who on earth is Yang Ming? A powerful and influential, super rich second generation? They were all extremely shocked. So it turns out, Yang Ming smiled, thinking that Owen knew how to handle things. Where is Owen now? Mr. Owen is inspecting the flagship store today, of course, if you want to see him. I can call him now, and I believe he will return very quickly. Chapter 84. The spider cave. I'm bad? Who said to call me just now? I can't hear. I can't hear. You're bad. You're bad. Just you being bad. I'm not talking to you anymore. The little girl proudly turned her head, but the hand around Yang Ming's waist tightened even more. Is it now popular to lure dogs out to kill? Where's my knife? You two are about done, huh? I'm stuffed. The 3 girls looked at them with disdain, and the beautiful manager beside them was also quite jealous. Being older, she really couldn't stand the young people's flirtations. Jealousy. Meanwhile, Yang Ming and Mu Hongli exchanged smiles, enjoying themselves. How much for the 3 pieces? Yang Ming asked. Mr. Yang, Mr. Owen has long instructed that any jewelry you personally select at the store will not incur any charges, so there is no need to pay. Chen Baobao, Zhao Yue, Li Zixi. The 3 of them were once again stunned. The most luxurious Longtu hotel in Hudu, and yet it was free of charge. The 3 items worth over 10,000 in Tiffany also turned out to be free. This Yang Ming is truly a walking exemption machine. The more this happened, the more it indicated that Yang Ming's identity was extraordinary. At this moment, they no longer dared to look at Yang Ming as they had before. Chapter 85. The big liar under the Xingxiang building of the girls' dormitory at Hudan University. Chu. Yang Ming, what is wrong with you? Caught a cold? No way. It must be that dead girl Yang Mei talking bad about me behind my back. Yang Mei. Sister Yang Ming, we won't disturb you two lovebirds anymore. Thank you for the meal today, and for the gifts. Right, and thank you for your gifts. Chen Bao, Li Zishi, and Zhao Yuerer shook the Tiffany counters, packaging bags in their hands, smiling as they waved goodbye to Yang Ming and turned to walk towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, little fish Mu only hugged Yang Ming's neck, clinging to him like a sloth, unwilling to let go. The college girls' dormitory downstairs is quite touching. Young couples in the morning, I wait for you to come out, and in the evening, I can't bear to see you leave, all sweet and affectionate. Brother Yang Ming, don't go, okay? I miss you so much. We just met for a short while, and I can't bear to pout my lips. Little fish feels a bit wronged. I won't go. Can I go back to the dorm with you? Yang Ming joked. How can that be? The elder sister and the second sister will tear me apart. Little face looking anxious, Mu Hongli firmly rejected. Yang Ming was amused by this little girl. He made a joke, and she took it seriously. Chapter 86. Please don't disappoint me, little fish. I'm not lying to you. I really want to take you home tonight. Yang Ming shouted from behind. The little girl didn't turn back, but a happy smile appeared on her lips. She waved her hand. I know, Brother Yang Ming, you should go back quickly. Don't let Annie worry. Just give me a little more time, and when I'm mentally prepared, I'll go back with you to meet Uncle and Annie. Soon, the little girl disappeared into the night. Yang Ming stood still, gently sighing. He really wanted to take little fish home tonight, but he also knew that little fish definitely wouldn't agree. That's why he dared to bring it up, because tomorrow, he had to attend Zheng Cici's birthday party. If little fish really went with him tonight, how would he introduce Zheng Cici tomorrow night? Classmate? Little fish is so smart, she would definitely see through it. And Zheng Hanhai looked silly, but he was actually quite sensitive. In the past, he had no choice. Now Yang Ming wanted everything. Once a loyal dog, he ultimately became a scumbag. Ding ling ling. The phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Yang Ming? I'm Daozi. My sister wants to meet you tomorrow night. Is that convenient for you? If it is, I'll find a place. Chapter 87. Thunder on a clear day, Yang Ming returned home. It was still early. Even so, he couldn't avoid being interrogated by his mother, the Empress Dowager Lu. There was no evening study on Friday, so coming back so late must mean he was out having fun. Yang Ming didn't hide it and told her about having dinner with little fish. And the Empress Dowager Lu didn't say much. She just reminded Yang Ming to pay attention to moderation and to prioritize his studies at this stage. But she also brought up the topic of wanting Yang Ming to bring Mu Hongli back to see her. As Lu Suqing had been thinking about the bracelet she wanted to give her future daughter-in-law as a return gift. At this moment, Yang Mei was also teasing, saying she wanted to meet her future sister-in-law. Yang Ming shot her a fierce look, and Yang Mei stubbornly retaliated by threatening him with the Missy incident from not long ago. Then this little girl received Yang Ming's gentle rebuke. The sofa pillow hit Yang Mei, making her fall like a dog eating shit. Yang Ming, you're bullying me again. I'll kill you. Then, a long-lasting sibling chase began. In the end, it concluded with Yang Ming getting hit by a slipper from the Empress Dowager Lu. Yang Mei acted triumphantly, like a victorious general. Such little episodes often occurred in this ordinary family. Playing and causing trouble, the harmonious family relationship grew closer with each quarrel. Chapter 88. Just an old dog, old Yang. Are you okay? You look unwell. Biaozi parked the car by the roadside, looking worriedly at Yang Ming. I'm fine. Why did things turn out like this? Clenching his fists, Yang Ming felt a tightness in his chest. Sun Qing is engaged to Zheng Cici. How is that possible? If it weren't for the news coming from Li Weiran, he wouldn't have believed it at all. It was only at this moment that Yang Ming realized how much he cared about Zheng Cici. Focusing on the bowl while looking at the pot, he had no mood to consider whether he was a scumbag. He just wanted to rush into the blue sea and sky to ask Zheng Cici for clarification. Li Weiran didn't know the specific reasons either. He had asked Zheng Cici, but she wouldn't say anything, only that if he asked, Zheng Cici might tell him. Yang Ming suddenly remembered the unusual behavior when Zheng Cici invited him to her birthday party a few days ago. For nearly half a month, she had stopped bringing him breakfast, which she had always done before. Usually, when he passed by her desk, she would blush and shyly lower her head. But during this time, it seemed she had stopped looking at him altogether. It turned out that everything wasn't without warning. It was just that he hadn't noticed those subtle changes before. Chapter 89. Each with their own agenda, he just didn't know how the Sun father and son had coerced Zheng Hanhai. As long as you have confidence, I won't disturb you. Once you finish dealing with those matters, we'll continue discussing our cooperation. Click. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Karen hung up the phone decisively. By Karen? Biaozi asked. She told me to be careful of Lu Shutong. That woman is so kind-hearted. At the time, Biaozi wanted to mention Yang Ming's incident with her bodyguard. Yang Ming smiled faintly. In this bustling world, there is no such thing as unprovoked kindness. She does this only to gain more from me. But she's quite straightforward, compared to those who act one way in front of you and another behind your back. This woman can be considered a gentleman. Let us not worry about her. Let us go to the blue sea and sky. Hold on tight. Biaozi stepped on the gas, and the car sped off like a flash. The most luxurious banquet hall in the blue sea and sky. Tonight, it was booked by the Sun father and son. The lights were brilliant, and the crowd was bustling, creating a lively atmosphere. Cece, happy birthday. I really didn't expect you to be the first one in our class to get engaged. Yes, getting engaged while still repeating a year. It seems the groom really loves you. Chapter 90. Coming over without a care, Yang Ming is here. Someone shouted, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Those high school classmates knew that at the senior year farewell dinner, Zhang Cece had admitted in person that she was Yang Ming's girlfriend. But today it was her engagement party with another boy. Before coming, classmates were discussing whether Yang Ming would show up and what their relationship was like. They didn't expect Yang Ming to actually come. At the entrance, Yang Ming and Chun Biao walked quickly towards the main guest seat where Zhang Cece was sitting. Sun Qing's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He quickly walked over, wanting to reach Zhang Cece's slender shoulder before Yang Ming could. However, Zhang Cece dodged away. Although they were standing very close, there was still an invisible distance between them. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Sun Qing's eyes. Bitch, just wait until I get you. You'll see how I torment you every night. Pretending to calm the awkwardness, Sun Qing extended his hand to Yang Ming with a smug face, still wearing the triumphant expression of a small man who had succeeded. Yang Ming, welcome to the engagement party of me and my fiancée. Although I didn't let Sun Qing succeed, Zhang Cece's glance towards Yang Ming was fleeting, showing a bit of avoidance and guilt, but more of a helpless determination. Chapter 91. Come on. Biaozi, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, with a fierce demeanor developed from years of fighting and training, really intimidated the group of bodyguards. And me, if you want to touch Lao Yang, you have to ask me if I agree. This kid Li Weiran also stood up. However, his frail figure had little deterrent power, and he didn't have the confidence that Biaozi had, making him look somewhat comical. Yang Ming ignored the commotion around him. He looked at Zhang Cece and pleaded again. Cece, come with me, okay? We can think of a way together. Brother Yang Ming, please don't pressure me anymore. I have my own difficulties. You should leave. Zhang Cece was in tears, and although her heart was in agony, she stubbornly pulled her hand away from Yang Ming's grasp. Ming, please let our family go. I beg you, as a favor to Auntie. Zhang Cece's mother also pleaded. Auntie, I just want to help Cece, you all. Help? What can you do to help? Can you afford the over $1 million in medical expenses for Cece's father each year? Please, don't pressure Cece anymore. She's suffering inside. If you keep pushing her, our whole family will die. Chapter 92. I must take you away. The bodyguards, who had already been intimidated by Yang Ming and Chun Biao, began to stir again. Biaozi swept the broken bottle in his hand. Come on. Who's afraid of dying is a grandson. Grandson, are you guys willing to fight? His thunderous voice forced the well-dressed professional bodyguards back. They were there to get paid. While they could fight for their employer, the problem was that Sun Yuan wasn't offering them life or death money. Come on, a bunch of useless waste. Have I been raising you all for nothing? Sun Yuan was furious. Son, it's not that the brothers are afraid. It's just that this guy is clearly a madman who doesn't care about his life. If we act recklessly, we might hurt the young master. And you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? The bodyguards weren't stupid. Sun Yuan usually beat and scolded them, so no one was going to risk their lives for him. But Biaozi was different. He had a life and death friendship with Yang Ming, and even if he had to give his life today, he wouldn't blink. Sun Yuan gritted his teeth, his face dark and terrifying. Yang Ming, let my son go, or I'll make you unable to find a place to be buried today. Slap. Without saying a word, Yang Ming slapped Sun Qing's already swollen face, which looked like a pig's head. Chapter 93. Prepare for your funeral. Faced with such a scene, Yang Ming's expression didn't change at all. He calmly said, that's enough. Li Weiran should be back by now. Li Weiran? Biaozi was startled, looking around, and indeed did not find any trace of Li Weiran. Just a moment ago, this kid was standing in front, ready to advance and retreat together. Where'd he go? Lao Yang, what did you send Li Weiran to do? As soon as Biaozi asked this, the tightly closed door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The bodyguards at the door were directly pressed to the ground by the people rushing in. Then a rough voice coldly came. You have some nerve. How dare you cause trouble on my turf at Bihai Lantian? Do you not put me, Lu Zhen, in your eyes? Lu Zhen, vice chairman of Bihai Lantian Hotel. If it weren't for Yang Ming relying on the system's strength to obtain over half of the shares of Bihai Lantian, he would be the biggest boss here. Boss Lu? Sun Yuelin recognized Lu Zhen. He didn't take this hotel owner, whose assets barely exceeded 100 million, seriously. If it weren't for offending that woman by Corinne a couple of days ago, he definitely wouldn't have held today's banquet at the mere 4-star Bihai Lantian. Boss Lu, we are considered friends. What's the meaning of you coming in and taking my people? Chapter 94. Yang Ming's Power. The Zheng family, including Zheng Cece, turned pale in an instant. Zheng's father and mother huddled together, tears silently streaming down. As the lowest class of urban citizens, they had no capital to resist, even the right to choose, and could only be swept forward by fate. Zheng's father looked at his daughter. The old couple said nothing, but their eyes were clearly filled with expectation and hope. He didn't want to die. It's understandable. No one can blame her. Zheng Cece couldn't either. She looked at Yang Ming, her heart in agony. A glimmer of despair flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, Brother Yang Ming. Why do you think you're the only one who can provide life-saving water for Uncle Zheng? Yang Ming suddenly said. Sun Yuelin sneered. Perhaps you have a little money, but I'm the general agent for Angel Pharmaceuticals. I control the supply of all medicines in the Huaxia region. If I don't sell to you, what can you do? Dad, kill him. Kill him. And that bitch, let them die a terrible death. After catching her breath, Sun Qing screamed. Yang Ming glanced at the father and son with a hint of pity in his eyes. Is that so? Then from now on, you won't be. Not be. What do you mean not be? What is this guy talking about? Chapter 95. The Reverse Scale. Last time, at the breakup banquet, he drove a stunning supercar that slapped the face of Lu Shudong's gold-digging boyfriend. Could it be that this time, the once mighty Sun family would also be defeated at his hands? Unbeknownst to him, Yang Ming had already shrouded himself in a layer of mystery. His classmates increasingly found it difficult to see through him. Even Biaozi beside him and Vice Chairman Lu Zhen of Bihai Lantian looked shocked. They never expected that Yang Ming actually had the ability to take down Sun Yuelin. Are you scared? Yang Ming looked indifferently at Sun Yuelin. The once mighty Sun Yuelin now looked like a wilted pumpkin. Do you remember what I said? I said you would regret provoking me. How about it? Do you regret it now? Yang Ming sneered. Sun Yuelin's heart was like dead ash. It's really you. It's really you. Who exactly are you? He couldn't believe that this kid had such great power. He had previously investigated this kid's family background, coming from a humble background, clearly poor. Where did he get the means to move Lu Dong? Moreover, what did Lu Dong just say? If you want to die, don't drag me down. Who on earth is this kid? Chapter 96. Both ruthless and clever. Sun Yuelin didn't dare to speak anymore. The old lecher who could still be greasy and disgusting in front of the Dragon Map Queen by Kurun yesterday now didn't even dare to look Yang Ming in the eye. Once the pretentious person lost their original halo, they would become like a teddy bear without its owner's protection. The former snarling and howling would turn into a cowardly display of hiding and fleeing. In the banquet hall, whether it was the Sun family, the Zheng family, or those high school classmates, everyone watching this scene felt a shock that couldn't be described in words. Yes. How could this family dare to provoke you? They are simply courting death. This woman, Lu Shutong, is finding every opportunity to align herself with Yang Ming. She poured a glass of wine and sashayed over to Yang Ming, saying, Come on, Yang Ming, don't be angry, have a drink to calm down. And surprisingly, Yang Ming accepted it. He slowly raised the glass. The Sun family, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of hope reignite in their previously despondent hearts. If Yang Ming really drank this glass of wine, there might still be room for maneuver. At worst, they would perish together. Right, take your time, no rush. Lu Shutong thought, her heart racing, her scheming nature unable to contain itself. Chapter 97. By Karen Shock, don't worry, boss. I'll arrange a top-notch suite right away, ensuring you sleep comfortably tonight. The emphasis Lu Zhen placed on the word suite made it clear to Yang Ming that he understood his intentions. Dealing with smart people is indeed much easier. However, the guests present were somewhat confused. They didn't understand why the two opposing sides, who had been at each other's throats, were now arranging rooms for each other to rest. Some members of the Sun family might have understood, but none dared to speak up. Biaozi also understood, as he had been warned in advance by Karen. Moreover, having lived on the lower rungs, he had seen plenty of lowly tactics. He realized that a person who drank would naturally turn into a different persona, and he understood what was happening. The birthday engagement party turned into a farce. The Sun family lost all face. Furthermore, from now on, the Sun family, without the identity of Angel Pharmaceuticals' medical representative, would soon exit the historical stage of hoodoo. As for Lu Shudong's future, it would be filled with chaos. Yang Ming later heard from Lu Zhan that not long after that wild night, Lu Shudong was pregnant. But even she didn't know whose child it was. Chapter 98, Kiss Hoodoo, a city known as the Oriental Pearl, an international metropolis. Late at night, the city under the dark sky, with light rain falling, the cold cutting through like a knife. Ordinary people scurry through this neon-lit steel jungle like ants. The more they pretend to be busy, the more they dare not face the deep-seated loneliness of their mundane lives. After the haze of nightlife dissipated, what remained was only solitude. On an unnamed path, Yang Ming walked side by side with Zheng Sisi. Yang Ming held an umbrella over their heads, which he had just bought from convenience store. The sky was dim, and a layer of mist hung in the night. The atmosphere between them was somewhat heavy. Zheng Sisi didn't know where Yang Ming was taking her. They had been walking for half an hour. The umbrella kept tilting towards her side, and when she glanced at Yang Ming's soaked shoulder, her heart stirred. Her mother once told her that to judge whether a man loves you, don't listen to what he says, but observe what he does in life, especially those easily overlooked details. Sharing an umbrella with a tilting canopy, taking the initiative to hold hands while crossing the street, and subconsciously protecting you on the inner side of the road. Chapter 99. Winter break, a light touch felt electrifying. Zheng Sisi's body stiffened instantly. She instinctively wanted to push away, but when she realized who was gently kissing her, her hands, which had been pushed away, froze in the air before they fell limply. A blush instantly crept up her cheeks, and she closed her eyes, allowing Yang Ming to take advantage. Feeling his strong, heavy breath, Zheng Sisi felt her heart racing. Fortunately, Yang Ming stopped at the right moment and didn't go too far. He merely cleaned the cream from the corner of his mouth. Long eyelashes fluttering, Zheng Sisi shyly opened her eyes, only to find Yang Ming staring at her with a serious expression. Why don't you avoid it? Don't you avoid others when they kiss you? Have other boys done this to you? The soul-searching questions left Zheng Sisi at a loss. She hurriedly waved her hands. No, Brother Ming, how could I let other boys kiss me? It's because it's you that I didn't avoid. Is that so? Then why are you still engaged to Sun Qing? Seeing Yang Ming's face turn pale, Zheng Sisi's heart sank. Chapter 100. Little New Year's Eve on the 29th of the 12th lunar month. Little New Year's Eve. The gray sky of Hoodoo was lightly sprinkled with snowflakes. Although not much, it was still visible. This is a rare sight in Hoodoo, as in recent years. It has become increasingly difficult to see snowflakes here. Old Yang, why did it take you so long to come? I've been waiting for you at the entrance of Dream Paris for half a day. Chun Biao threw his arm around Yang Ming's shoulder. Now, Chun Biao was thriving in the Songzhan area. The billiard hall he previously managed, with Lu Zhan's help, had attracted a relatively high-quality clientele. It transformed from a gathering place for small-time thugs to a mid-range business negotiation venue. Although he hadn't yet engaged with the top business elites of Hoodoo, he had exhausted the resources in Songzhan. Additionally, before the new year, Dream Paris had already opened 3 branches. Chun Biao may not be as clever as Yang Ming, but he was diligent and unafraid of hard work, gaining a small reputation in the Songzhan circle. Businessmen recognized that there was someone like Chun Biao in the current Songzhan. As for his current status, aside from the investments Yang Ming provided, he had also amassed a fortune of several million through managing Dream Paris and the billiard hall over the past 6 months. Chapter 101. Unable to turn a blind, I do you know that last time because I helped you. Yi Werwei didn't talk to me for 2 months. I'm telling you, if you can't handle her this time, this friendship is over. Bitch, don't act like you value this friendship. You're just using her for money, right? The only thing you love is money and yourself. Yi Werwei is just a tool for you to make money. I admit I like money. At least I'm more sincere than you. Unlike you, looking good on the outside but having a heart of a beast, relying on such lowly tactics to get a woman. Do you even count as a man? In the dim light of the alley, a man and a woman were having a heated argument. while the woman seemed to be holding another woman in her arms, who appeared to be unconscious. Yi Weirui, Yang Ming, who was already quite close, frowned. Could it be that proud English teacher again? Could it be a coincidence? But could there be such a coincidence in the world? The same place, Dream Paris, and this woman mentioned the last time. Most importantly, the man's voice was vaguely familiar to Yang Ming. Could it really be that woman, Yi Weirui? Chapter 102. No turning back. Hello? This is the Songshan Public Security Bureau. The call has been connected, and a police operator's voice comes through. Someone is attempting to rape and molest a woman at Songshan Dream Paris. You need to dispatch officers quickly. Yang Ming shouted towards the phone. After saying this, he hung up immediately. Reporting to the police is one thing, but waiting for them to arrive is too late. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming made a second decision and quickly dialed Biaozi's number. Who? Yang Ming shouts startled Huang Mao, who turned to look at Yang Ming. Stop. Don't come any closer. Yang Ming certainly did not stop. I said to stop, did you hear me? Huang Mao was furious. Hello? Lao Yang, what are you doing? Why are you taking so long to come in? On the other end of the line, Biaozi's side was bustling with noise. To cut a long story short, I have a situation here. It's in the alley next door. Biaozi, you need to bring the security from Dream Paris over immediately. Hurry up. Before Yang Ming finished speaking. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A streak of light whizzed through the darkness, almost grazing Yang Ming's body. In that instant, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Yang Ming's pupils constricted sharply, and in an instant, the hair on his back stood on end, cold sweat bursting out on his forehead, dense like sesame seeds. Chapter 103. Martial Arts Master Ah? Zhou Mei was so frightened that she almost lost her mind. These bastards really dare to kill? In that moment of life and death, Yang Ming felt the hair on his back stand up. That feeling of being targeted by death was chilling to the bone. No, I can't just sit and wait. After working hard for a comeback, how could I let it end at the hands of a desperate criminal? If the outcome isn't what you want, then fight with all your might before it's too late. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and prepared to fight. Suddenly, he felt that Huang Mao in front of him seemed to have frozen. No, it wasn't frozen. His speed had slowed down. Yang Ming could clearly feel the finger on the trigger moving in slow motion, as if time had slowed down. What is happening? Ding. Achievement unlocked. Life and death. Achievement reward. Martial Arts Master. Master the ancient martial arts body tempering techniques and killing skills of Huaxia, thoroughly ingrained in mind. The long-lost system voice echoed in Yang Ming's mind, and immediately, a flood of information surged into his brain like a tidal wave. Taiji from Wudong. The three-section brocade from Taoism, Tan Leg from Shaolin, Hong Quan from the Northern Desert, and Wing Chun from Sichuan and Yunnan. Frames of images, snippets of videos, and lengthy, exquisite texts. The amalgamation of Huaxia's 5,000 years of martial arts culture seemed to pour into Yang Ming's mind at this moment. Chapter 104. What are you playing dead for, Yi? Weirui dare not move. But she spotted Yang Ming at a glance. How'd he end up here? Looking at Huang Mao lying on the ground. Could it be that he saved me again just now? It must be. There's no other explanation. But why is it him again? To be honest, ever since that time Yang Ming stormed out of her class, she harbored a deep resentment towards this student. It would be right to say she hated him, but she certainly didn't want to deal with him anymore. Yi Weirui couldn't understand what kind of emotion this was. Zhou Mei was also nearby. So it's this BTCH again. I'm such an idiot. Yang Ming was right before. I actually fell in the same place twice. Why did I still believe her? Feeling the blade against her neck, Yi Weirui was actually scared. How could she not be scared? But she didn't want to ask Yang Ming for help. The person who had been shouting for help was now silent. As for Zhou Mei, that woman definitely wouldn't save herself. Perhaps this is her so-called pride, wanting to maintain face even at the cost of suffering. Did you hear that? Stop. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Xia Xizha shouted angrily, startled and afraid. That bastard actually showed no fear of his own threat. You're acting like an idiot, Yang Ming said coldly. Chapter 105, Big Chest. No brains, so he caught the knife with his bare hands. Did he save me again? But why would he do that when he clearly dislikes me? Why would he catch a knife for me? Women's thinking can sometimes be very strange. Yi Weirui wasn't surprised by how Yang Ming managed to do it in such a short time. Instead, she was questioning his intentions for doing so. Zhou Mei was terrified. She had seen everything that happened. Yang Ming appeared before Xia Xizha like a ghost in the blink of an eye, and then Xia Xizha fell. A ghost. This woman turned and ran. Stop. Yang Ming didn't look back. If you run, I'll shoot. Crouch down. Ah, don't kill me. I'm not running. I'll crouch down. Zhou Mei screamed in panic, huddling down on the ground, holding her head, scared out of her wits. In reality, Yang Ming didn't have a gun. The gun was still on the ground, and even closer to her than to Yang Ming. It was just a guilty conscience. Yang Ming ignored the woman, knowing she wouldn't dare to run. Get up. He reached out his right hand to Yi Weirui. Yi Weirui stared blankly at Yang Ming's bleeding left hand and suddenly burst into tears. Why did you save me? Don't you hate me? You should just let me die. Why are you saving me? Yi Weirui didn't know what was wrong with her. Pushing Yang Ming's hand away and sitting on the ground, crying loudly. Chapter 106. I don't believe just because you didn't do it doesn't mean others won't secretly do it. Go now and find them all. All right. Although Biaozi didn't understand what Yang Ming meant, he still took his men there. Just as Biaozi entered Dream Paris, police sirens blared all around. In less than 10 minutes after Yang Ming made the call, the police arrived. An hour later, in the interrogation room of the Songshan City Public Security Bureau. Although he wasn't handcuffed, Yang Ming still felt that something was off sitting in the questioning seat. Young man, we've just emphasized our policy to you. Is there anything else you haven't disclosed? Hurry up and say it. The bright lamp shone on his face, making Yang Ming feel a sharp pain in his eyes. The two police officers in front of him weren't particularly harsh, but they had been questioning him for nearly 40 minutes. What is going on? I'm clearly the victim. Why are they treating me like a criminal? According to protocol, once Yi Weirui, the victim, testified, the truth should be clear. Why are they still fixated on me? Could it be Yang Ming thought of a terrifying hypothesis? That stupid woman Yi Weirui is repaying kindness with enmity. Really trying to get me locked up? Slap. What are you dazed for? I'm asking you a question. Answer honestly. One of the police officers said coldly. Chapter 107. Same sec. The fierce wind came rushing towards him. Yang Ming's body instantly tensed up. Wing Chun Xiaonyao. Yang Ming recognized the punching style of the middle-aged man. This is an authentic Wing Chun. It's just a heavy punch with a hint of Wing Chun influence. Free fighting. What does he want to do? Kill me to silence me? Countless thoughts flashed through Yang Ming's mind in an instant, and his body instinctively reacted. His torso shifted, his neck moved sideways. Damn it. Although I know how to dodge, my body's functional response is far from the speed I want. It's like the goddess Wang Yuyin from Jin Yang's martial arts novels. She knows all the martial arts in the world, but can't even tie a chicken. In other words, I'm just a paper tiger. The achievements of a martial arts master brought Yang Ming the exquisite martial arts of the ancient country, but his body couldn't quite keep up. Dealing with a weakling like Huang Mao was one thing, but this guy opposite is clearly a true king, stronger than a knife. So damn it. Hurry up. A little faster. I never felt this weak before. Now Yang Ming finally understands that the so-called Yang the madman he used to be is just a joke when facing a real expert. He watched helplessly as that fist grew larger from a point to a plane, ready to land on his face. Chapter 108. Beast on a small New Year's Eve night. The snow fell heavier. A brand new Mercedes Maybach drove through the streets of the capital, the road a bit slippery. Dad, where's Yang Ming? Why didn't I see him when I came out? In the back seat, the haggard Yi Weirui questioned a middle-aged man in a suit. The middle-aged man had a high nose and thick lips, slicked back hair, looking exceptionally heroic. I don't know. You don't know? How can you not know? You promised me that as long as I did what you said and talked to the police, you'd ensure Yang Ming would be fine. Yi Weirui panicked. Is Yang Ming still inside? Hasn't he come out yet? The innocent will clear themselves. If he is innocent, the police will definitely release him. You're talking nonsense. Don't you know whether he's innocent or not? I told you, he saved me. He saved me. Dad, either call the police now to release him, or I'll call the police myself and tell the truth to send Xia Xizha in. Feeling deceived, Yi Weirui was furious. What have I done? Why was I stupid enough to believe this man in front of me? When has he ever kept his word? Thinking that Yang Ming might be framed because of her, she felt a pang in her heart. Chapter 109. Get in the car, but soon, Yang Ming knew who this person was. Stepping out of the police station, he immediately saw a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked by the roadside. In the midst of the flying snow, the black luxury car was particularly eye-catching. Equally striking was the lean man half leaning against the hood in the heavy snow. My sister is waiting for you in the car, said the man. Compared to Biaozi's shock, Yang Ming's face only flashed with a hint of surprise before quickly calming down. You go wait in the car. I'll talk to her for a bit. Biaozi had no objections and turned to leave. The rear window of the Rolls-Royce rolled down, revealing Bai Karen's stunning face. This woman was wearing a white bathrobe, without makeup. She was naturally beautiful, breathtakingly so. With a high nose, bright phoenix eyes, and fair skin without any powder, she exuded a queenly aura that made her seem slightly approachable. Yang Ming's eyes lit up, feeling as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Once in the car, Bai Karen patted the seat beside her. No, I really didn't expect that the one who got me out would be you. Thank you. If there's anything else to say, let us say it here. I want to get in the car. Chapter 110. Meaningful Matters. Yang Ming sneered, using his daughter as a bargaining chip. Xia Xizha would certainly pin the blame on him, first to negotiate with Xia Junhong for maximum benefit. If Yi Weirui could change her statement, it meant that Yi Zhenghua had already obtained what he wanted most from Xia Junhong. The ridiculous part is that I, the scapegoat hero, ended up making a wedding dress for someone else and was thrown away like garbage. Although he knew Yang Ming would guess, Bai Karen was still shocked to hear him say it. You're really not like a high school student under 20, Bai Karen exclaimed. Learning from mistakes and growing from past experiences, I assume Miss Bai wasn't born a queen either? Bai Karen was momentarily taken aback, a hint of sadness flashing in her phoenix eyes, but she quickly smiled. Indeed, come to think of it, we are similar types of people? No. I'm just a poor loser. Nothing compared to your lofty status as the Dragon Map Queen. Look at me, stuck in this situation and still needing your help. Bai Karen shot Yang Ming a sideways glance. Her gaze was full of charm, 1,000 kinds of tenderness and allure. Chapter 111. The Enchantress. Yang Ming's sudden shift in tone caught Bai Karen off guard. However, the adaptability of the Dragon Map Queen was not something ordinary people could compare to. She smiled, captivatingly beautiful. I want the agency for Angel Pharmaceuticals. Isn't that what you initially offered me? And then? What's your ultimate goal? Does it matter? Bai Karen countered. Of course. The whole capital has been saying you're a kept woman of a powerful figure from a super family in Kyoto. So no man in the capital has dared to touch you these years. I don't want to step into a pitfall. Bai Karen's eyes narrowed. Over the years, there had been plenty of rumors outside, but they all discussed her behind her back. Yang Ming was the first to dare to say it to her face. Logically, Bai Karen should be angry, but she didn't feel much at that moment and even felt a bit playful. Bai Karen grinned, revealing her white teeth. So, do you want to give it a try? Try what? What the men in the capital want to do, but don't dare to do. Do you want to try it? Or rather, do you dare to touch me? Do you want to touch me? Bai Karen leaned in with a teasing smile. A faint scent of her hair wafted over, mixed with the unique elegance of a mature woman. Chapter 112. Keeping a distance. Is the show almost over, Miss Bai? It's getting late. And if you don't get to the point soon, I want to have time to keep playing with you. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Rather than being a beast, he didn't want to be a fool. Knowing that the other party had ulterior motives and that they were seducing him, it would be foolish to leap in blindly. Perhaps some men euphemistically call it playing along, but that's just a low excuse for not being able to control themselves. Moreover, who is Bai Karen? If you leap at her, will she really give in? Yang Ming was certain that if he really lunged at her, this woman would definitely turn hostile in an instant. Maybe even slap him and angrily call him a scoundrel. That's the way of an enchantress. Yang Ming had to admit, Bai Karen was indeed an enchantress. Her intuition told her that the woman in front of her had ulterior motives, far more dangerous than Yi Weirui. Keeping a respectful distance was the wise choice. Bai Karen stared in shock at Yang Ming, her hand resting on his shoulder, feeling somewhat stiff. This guy can actually see through my thoughts? Aside from feeling like she lost a step in strategy, as a proud woman, Bai Karen also felt a bit unwilling to accept it. This was the first time she felt a sense of defeat regarding her attraction to a man. Chapter 113. Trouble. What hurtful words? Bai Karen sneered. So Miss Bai's agreeing? Yang Ming replied nonchalantly. Come to my office tomorrow to sign the contract. Bai Karen said directly. Tomorrow might not work. Let's do it after the new year. Yang Ming smiled. Since we decided to cooperate, there's no need to rush, right, Miss Bai? A hint of sadness flashed in Bai Karen's eyes. Right, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, the most important reunion festival for the Huasha people. Unlike me, a lone ghost, they will be with their families. All right then, let's meet after the new year. Okay, see you then, Miss Bai. Yang Ming did not catch the subtle hint of Bai Karen's depression as he pushed the door open and got out of the car. In fact, ever since he met Bai Karen last time, Yang Ming had been somewhat resistant to collaborating with her. The only reason he agreed this time was because of his confidence stemming from his achievements as a martial arts master. For someone like Yang Ming, who had made a comeback from adversity, The sense of security brought by money and status was far less substantial than that from his own strength. After all, one could always find ways to regain lost money and status, but a person's life is only one. Chapter 114. Chun Winshan Biaozi had mingled outside during high school. At that time, his idol was Chun Winshan, the biggest thug in Hudu. The saying, if you have any issues after crossing the Huangpu River, look for Winshan, was once regarded as a guideline by these small-time thugs. Back then, Biaozi thought that making a name for himself meant being a big brother like Chun Winshan, who relied on a watermelon knife. If it weren't for Yang Ming, he might have really ended up as such trash. Fortunately, Biaozi now understood that in today's society, people like Chun Winshan couldn't stand out. For instance, in front of people like Xia Junhong and Yi Jinbong, he was essentially a dog. But it was precisely because he understood this that Biaozi recognized how terrifying such people could be once they got serious. Now that his son is in trouble, if he is determined to pin this on you, it could be very dangerous, Chen Biao said with concern. It's fine, but I'll be careful during this time. Yang Ming patted Biaozi's shoulder, noticing that he was genuinely worried about him. You have to believe that the Yang Ming of today is not what he used to be. No longer the lone fighter surrounded by a group of people. Don't forget, I now have resources that can help me deal with Bai Karen. Chapter 115. Don't be afraid the newcomers are not friendly. Bringing so many people here definitely isn't for a New Year's greeting. What do you want? What do I want? My son is suffering inside, and you're out here enjoying yourself. What do you think I want? Dressed in a suit. It was still obvious that Chun Winshan had a big belly, perhaps due to living too comfortably over the years. His figure had long since become unrecognizable, but the fat on his face still showed his past ruthlessness, especially his eyes, which were like a snake's. Your son is in there because he brought it on himself. Since he chose to be a dog for Xia Xija, he should be prepared to be abandoned. Besides, wasn't it you who nodded to make him a scapegoat? This matter shouldn't fall on my shoulders. Don't you dare talk back to me. If it weren't for your meddling, would my son have ended up inside? Looking at Chun Winshan in front of him, Yang Ming was too lazy to say another word. Talking to someone like him was pointless. It was clear that Chun Winshan was also a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He didn't dare to confront Xia Junhong, and could only come to find someone who looked weaker. But am I really a soft persimmon for you to squeeze? Chapter 116. I never speak empty words, Yang Ming charged out. Facing the desperate man wielding a steel baseball bat, Yang Ming didn't even furrow his brows. Though faced with thousands, I shall proceed. Behind him was his sister. He couldn't retreat. Yang Ming's courage had been honed in countless fights. And now, with a martial arts master by his side, he was not afraid. Kill him. Kill him. Damn it, kill this little bastard. Chen Winshan covered half of his face, furious. Being beaten up by a young punk was a great humiliation. Don't hold back. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Chen Winshan was driven mad. Crack. That was the sound of bones breaking. Ah, that was the sound of a scream. Good hit. Chen Winshan gritted his teeth, but soon realized something was wrong. His expression gradually froze as he stared in shock at the scene not far away. The one with broken bones was not Yang Ming, nor was the one screaming him. Instead, it was one subordinate after another falling down. One after another, they wailed on the ground. Yang Ming was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, and before long, he had a baseball bat in his hand. Chapter 117. Even more impressive if when Yang Ming struck the first blow, Chun Winshan was still thinking about revenge in the future by the time the second blow fell. He was already hesitant. This kid was young, but fiercer than himself. This was the first time Chun Winshan saw such ruthlessness in someone so young. It sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. Enduring the intense pain, Chun Winshan was drenched in cold sweat. Afraid? Yang Ming squatted down in front of him. He casually dropped the baseball bat, which clattered to the ground. Knowing fear is good, it means you're not too stupid. Chun Winshan, have you ever thought about why Xia Junhong and Yi Jinbong teamed up to throw me in, yet I can stand here as if nothing happened, even stepping on you? Chun Winshan remained silent. He had just realized this issue. Use your brain to think carefully. Do you still think I'm a soft persimmon that can be squeezed? Yang Ming looked at Chun Winshan. I'm actually quite curious. Does Xia Junhong and Yi Jinbong know about you coming to find me today? Not saying? Yang Ming grinned, his smile wicked. Chapter 118. Crazy Yang Ming Gij. Happy New Year. You know what? The happiest thing last year was meeting you in my life. As the clock struck midnight, Yang Ming received a voice message from Mu Hongli. Ding dong. Second, this is also the happiest and most joyful thing in my life. Brother Yang Ming, I really like you. Little Fish's soft and cute lowly voice almost melted Yang Ming's heart. He quickly replied, "Little Fish, Happy New Year. Meeting you is also my luck in this life. Mu Hongli, Muahi 0. Oh, Little Fish didn't know that the luck Yang Ming mentioned, besides liking her, also implied that Mu Hongli changed the trajectory of his life. Without Mu Hongli, Yang Ming might never have encountered the supreme system of a diamond life. However, this is something Yang Ming might never tell anyone in his life. Ding dong. Another WeChat message. Zheng Hanhen. Happy New Year, brother Yang Ming. This is a unique style of Zheng Cici. Yang Ming once asked her why everyone else says Happy New Year, but she says peace. Zheng Hanhen seriously told Yang Ming, "If happiness is too difficult, then I wish you peace. Nothing is more important than peace." Chapter 119. 30,000 children love the new year the most. Wearing new clothes, new hats, receiving red envelopes, and setting off firecrackers. But as they grow older, the new year becomes less and less meaningful. For young people like Yang Ming, visiting doors and houses is just the same old routine. Parents compare incomes, children compare grades, and the unmarried are urged to go on blind dates. In previous years, children of relatives the same age as Yang Ming didn't really like him because he was a freak when it came to studying. He was the typical other people's child, which made them feel quite frustrated. But this year was different. Yang Ming failed the college entrance exam. Those distant relatives who usually never came to the house all came along with their parents this year. "Old Yang, I heard your son Yang Ming failed the college entrance exam this year. What happened?" On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Suqing's little cousin came to visit. In terms of generation, Yang Ming and Yang Mei should call her cousin. The two families were chatting on the sofa in the living room. "Hey, cousin Yang Ming, weren't your grades usually pretty good? What happened this time? I heard you didn't even make it to the 3rd tier." A boy around Yang Ming's age gloatingly asked. Chapter 120. Who believes that? "Girl, are you joking with your aunt?" Cousin Aunt looked skeptical. "Yeah, cousin, what kind of person is your sister-in-law? She wouldn't just give such an expensive gift to your aunt, right? Who believes that? Believe it or not, my sister-in-law not only gave my mom a gift, but she also gave me one." Seeing this, Yang Mei imitated cousin Aunt and tugged at the Tiffany necklace around her neck. Tiffany's classic snowflake design. Isn't it pretty? It costs 18,000. And my sister-in-law gave it to me. Cousin Aunt's family fell silent because Yang Mei's necklace didn't look fake. Who believes that? Kids always brag, cousin Aunt muttered. Lu Suqing was also startled. She didn't know the real price and thought the child was just making things up to save face. "Mei Zi, don't talk nonsense in front of the elders." "Mom, I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, check online yourself. That bracelet of yours is a glass type. And there's an anti-counterfeiting code on the box that checks out." Yang Ming, damn, that girl sold me out just to save face for mom? Yang Ming rubbed his nose. Not really angry, but he couldn't stand it anymore even if Yang Mei didn't speak up. Chapter 121. Love you to death in a red down jacket. With a high ponytail and a little rabbit warm ear treasure on her head, the cute and charming soft little fish standing outside the door was none other than Mu Hongli. She was carrying a big pile of things, clearly well prepared. But Yang Ming didn't know anything about it beforehand. Could it be that she made an appointment with his sister Yang Mei to confront cousin Aunt's family? However, Yang Mei hadn't met Mu Hongli, and they didn't know each other at all. "Brother Yang Ming, Happy New Year." Surprised? Unexpected? Little Fish made a funny face at Yang Ming. "What kind of expression is that? Aren't you welcoming me? If so, I'll leave." No. How could that be?" "You're very welcome. I can't wait for you to come." Yang Ming quickly took the things and hugged her. "I missed you so much after not seeing you for a year." That is more like it." Mu Hongli blushed, feeling sweet inside. She had been building up courage for several days to come today and deliberately didn't tell Yang Ming because she wanted to give him a surprise. At that moment, Lu Suqing's voice came from the living room. "Daming, who is it?" Mu Hongli heard the voice and quietly asked, "Is it Annie?" Chapter 122. Just in time I said, "Annie, this ISNT an actor you hire for your family. Is it?" "Exactly. I said, sister, even if you're jealous that our Junzi is better than your son, you don't have to hire actors, right?" Cousin Aunt said sourly, looking displeased. "This girl looks like she's not even an adult yet. Your behavior is illegal." Lu Suqing's expression changed slightly, and Mu Hongli indeed looked a bit young. She instinctively looked at Yang Ming. "Auntie, cousin Aunt, I'm an adult. I'll be 21 after the new year. If you don't believe me, I can show you my ID." Saying that, Mu Hongli really took out her ID. Yang Ming next to her was desperately holding back his laughter. He suddenly thought of that night at the hotel when the little girl did the same thing before rolling in bed with him. Mu Hongli keenly caught Yang Ming's mischievous smile and shot him a glare with a flushed face. Yang Ming casually winked at her, making Mu Hongli's face turn even redder. Wow, you're really about to turn 21. Girl, you're a bit older than our Daming, but you look several years younger than him. Lu Suqing exclaimed in surprise. Auntie, people have always said I look younger than my age. When I was 18, someone even said I look like a middle school student. Chapter 123. Mixed doubles girls like Mu Hongli are hard not to cherish. Plus, her sudden arrival perfectly helped the Yang family gain face. So soon, she became the darling of Yang Ming's family. Lu Suqing called her daughter affectionately, and Yang Mei also called her sister-in-law. From morning until evening, they insisted that she stay for dinner before leaving. When it was time to leave, Yang Mei reluctantly said polite words about how her sister-in-law should come to her house more often. Mother Lu Suqing then took out a thick red envelope, estimating it to contain several thousand yuan, probably all the cash they had at home. At first, Mu Hongli was reluctant to accept it, but in the end, Yang Ming said, "It's for Mom, so just take it." Only then did Mu Hongli shyly accept it, leaving the couple feeling a bit emotional. How could such a precious girl be so tightly held by their dog of son? Lu Suqing didn't forget to give Yang Ming a fierce glare, because only today did she finally realize that the jade bracelet she had was indeed worth 30,000. Daughter, come often in the future, and he welcomes you anytime. Okay, Auntie. Goodbye, Uncle and Auntie. Goodbye, Yang Mei. Goodbye, sister-in-law. With cheerful farewells, Yang Ming escorted Mu Hongli down the stairs. Chapter 124. Definitely a trap. Knowing that Yang's father and mother were watching from above, Little Fish felt embarrassed to be intimate with Yang Ming below, no matter how thick-skinned she was. She pinched Yang Ming's waist hard and disappeared into the night. Yang Ming felt the lingering sweetness at the corner of his mouth. Still wanting more. Little Loli is always so adorable. Turning back, Yang Ming shouted, "Yang Mei, you're dead today." With a roar, he charged forward. Soon, a mixed brawl of two boys and one girl began, marking the first family battle of the Yang family's new year. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the sky was clear. The snow on the road had long melted, and the festive atmosphere along the streets was gradually fading. Yang Ming arrived alone at Tianji World Trade and stepped into the magnificent Long 2 Grand Hotel. "I'm looking for Director Bai." "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The front desk girl in black stockings was stunned by Yang Ming's handsomeness, but still adhered to company policy. "Well, sort of. Just tell Director Bai that Yang Ming is here for the meeting." Hearing Yang Ming's tone, the front desk girls were extremely shocked. After all, Yang Ming looked so young. Yet he seemed to be very familiar with the chairman. "Mr. Yang, are you sure?" "Of course, just say it." "Soon, Mr. Yang, please this way. The chairman is currently dealing with something very important. Please wait a moment. She will come over once she has done." Chapter 125. You got lucky. Another act of seduction. What does this woman want? Yang Ming didn't believe that this woman would actually like him, even though he was very confident in his looks. He knew that a woman like Bai Karen would never develop feelings for a man just because he was handsome. After all, in her position, she could have any handsome man she wanted if she wished. "Miss Bai, are you serious?" "Miss Bai, when we looked at the moon together before, you call me little sweetheart. Now a new generation replaces the old, and you call me Lady Nyo?" Yang Ming was speechless. "Miss Bai, did you mistake the person? When did I ever look at the moon with you?" Bai Karen chuckled. "Of course you did. That night it was snowing, and I was wearing a nightgown." She was referring to that night outside the Songshan police station. "Nonsense. There was clearly no moon that night." "Who said there wasn't? If you look up at the sky, you would see it. I saw it. There was..." This woman exhaled like orchids, her fragrant breath blowing directly on Yang Ming's face, making him feel like he was going crazy. "Miss Bai, I'm here to discuss cooperation. What are you trying to do?" Chapter 126. Why make things difficult for women? It's hard to imagine that the dazzling Longtu queen, who was so resourceful in the city, was still a virgin who had never kissed a man before Yang Ming. At this moment, Bai Karen, lying on the chair, was far from the calm demeanor she had just exhibited. Her chest, wrapped in a cream-colored sweater, rose and fell irregularly, and she felt her heart racing. Shy? Maybe. In fact, Bai Karen herself didn't understand whether she was doing this purely to use Yang Ming or if she had truly started to like him. Unexpectedly, the cold and proud Longtu queen also had a day when she actively approached a man. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the room, and Bai Karen's expression changed drastically. "Who?" She jumped up, and in the dark corners of the floor-to-ceiling window curtains, a figure gradually emerged. It was a strange woman dressed in black leather pants. She was tall with cold eyes like knives, smiling but giving off a chilling feeling, as if she were being targeted by a venomous snake. "Who are you?" Karen's face turned frosty. Although she remained calm on the surface, her heart was already in turmoil. There was a woman hidden in her private office, and she hadn't discovered it until now. Chapter 127. Hidden deep, originally a beautiful woman, yet a thief? Smiling, she grasped the shoulder of the woman in leather pants. Keeping the knife, she held just inches from Karen's throat, but unable to advance any further. Martial arts master, Ming had gained new insights these days. "It's you." Turning around, the woman in leather pants was shocked. It was the young man who had just been discussing business with Karen. She had originally planned to kill Karen and then go after him because the family had said that anyone coveting Loan 2 had to die. She didn't expect this kid to return. Moreover, he managed to stop her knife in such a situation. Is he a master? Looking at Ming's youthful appearance, the woman in leather pants was very suspicious. "Oh my, I'm sorry, I must have been blind just now. What a beautiful woman." Originally smiling, Ming changed his expression deliberately upon seeing the face of the woman in leather pants. "If you look ugly, don't scare people. If you come out, at least wear a mask, right? Looking like that, you're scaring the flowers and grass of our nation." Seeking death, the woman in leather pants' face instantly darkened. Though she wasn't as pretty as Karen, she was still considered beauty. How dare this guy say she looked scary? Even the strongest women couldn't completely disregard their appearance. Chapter 128. Doesn't look like it. Did you know I was hiding in the room from the start? The woman in leather pants held her dislocated left arm, cold sweat pouring down her face. "One could say that. Then why didn't you expose me?" The woman in leather pants said fiercely. This brat was clearly enjoying her misfortune. Was he pretending to be a victim to let Karen, that bitch, tease her? He could break my hand with one move. A surge of murderous hatred made her wish she could eat Ming alive. "Sorry at first. I thought you were Miss Bai's bodyguard. After all, I hadn't seen that guy with a knife since I walked in." "Then why did you come back?" "Because I don't think you look like a good person." Ming shrugged. The woman in leather pants wanted to curse Ming's ancestors. "You're the one who doesn't look like a good person. Your whole family doesn't look like good people. I was hiding behind the curtains, so well. How could you see if I look like a good person?" "You seem very angry." Ming smiled. "What do you want?" "That would depend on Miss Bai." "Miss Bai? How do you want to deal with her?" Ming smiled at Karen. "Do you listen to me?" Karen took a deep breath. She was indeed a woman who had seen her share of storms. Chapter 129. Ignorance is bliss. This bastard. He never intended to leave from the beginning and was eavesdropping on my monologue. Even with Karen's composure, she felt like she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing that he overheard that. "I thought you were such a queen, but it turns out you're just a paper tiger. Bai Dong, your face is a bit red." "Ah, Karen, are you crazy? Why are you pinching me?" It turns out women are all the same. Whether it's a lowly or a mature woman, even a queen, when they get angry, it's just the same old tricks. Among them, pinching the soft flesh at the waist is their specialty. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Hurry and let go." Ming begged repeatedly. "Humph." The queen had a proud look on her face. Ming, lifting up his sweater, there was already a small bruise on his waist. The corners of Ming's mouth twitched slightly. This woman really had a vicious grip. Fortunately, it was just his waist. If it were lower, he would be scared and hurriedly clamped his legs together, abandoning such an unrealistic and terrifying thought. Ming sat down on the sofa in the break area, with shards of glass scattered all over the coffee table. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the office were also shattered, and the howling cold wind outside sounded somewhat terrifying. With such a big commotion, don't you find it strange that your security department hasn't reacted at all? Chapter 130. Car accident. Ming smiled mockingly, not taking Karen's contempt seriously. The madman has always been a man of his word. Why would he need to explain to others? The fact that he could stand in front of Karen and converse with her as equals was a miracle for someone like Ming, who came from humble beginnings. "Who knows?" Ming said lightly. "Sister, are you okay?" The office door was suddenly pushed open. With a knife in hand, the personnel from Loan 2 Security finally arrived. "We must eradicate the root of the evil, Miss Bai. I hope when we meet next time, you'll still be intact. I don't want to lose a good partner." Ming waved his hand. This time he really left. Today's confrontation with Bai the Goblin was a back and forth, and being able to get a taste of her charm was worth the trip. Of course, Ming wouldn't take this matter too seriously. A woman like Karen is not a silly sweet girl. She's a man-eating demoness. "Sister, do you mean Ming is a master?" Inside the office, After listening to Bai Karen describe the scene, the knife-wielding man was quite shocked. That's right. I have no concept of how strong he really is. This isn't my specialty. But it's definitely not the level he showed when he ambushed you last time. This guy has been hiding his strength. Chapter 131, Supreme Medical Path Revenge? Impossible. How could it be so quick? They just retaliated against my family right after I left Long Tu. Investigating the information also takes time, but it can't be ruled out that they had already been targeting me. Yang Ming's mind was in chaos. Without having time to think more, he asked for the address and rushed to the accident scene. Dad, don't sleep, don't sleep. Dad, wake up. From a distance, Yang Ming could hear his sister's heart-wrenching screams. A motorcycle lay on the ground, and his father, Yang Jiangwo, was lying in a pool of blood. A woman in her 20s stood nearby, nervously holding a little girl just over 2 or 3 years old, looking helpless and full of guilt. The area was crowded with onlookers. Doctor, help! Why isn't the doctor coming yet? Tears had already blurred Yang Mei's vision. She tightly held her father, Yang Jiangwo, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. Miss, don't worry. I've already called 120. The city center hospital isn't far from here. They should be here soon. Someone tried to comfort her. At this point, Yang Ming had already squeezed into the crowd. His father, Yang Jiangwo, lay on the ground, the strong smell of blood hitting him hard. Blood was still oozing from his father's inner thigh, a shocking sight. Chapter 132, Burning Mountain Fire. Achievement Reward. Essence of Chinese civilization and medicine over 5,000 years. One needle brings life. One needle brings death. Punish evil and remove the wicked, skillful hands with benevolent hearts. Boom. Once again, a massive amount of information surged into Yang Ming's mind like a dam bursting. Tai Xian Needle. 13 Ghost Gate Needles. 13 blood-flowing absolute techniques, Song of Decoction, Huangdi, Neijing, Shenong, Binchao, Jing, Suin, acupuncture classics, countless traditional Chinese medicine texts, countless national essence medical skills, and many rare or even unheard of acupuncture techniques. At that moment, Yang Ming felt as if he had been enlightened. Supreme Medical Path. His eyes changed. Doctor, do you have silver needles on you? I do have silver needles, but what do you want to do? Although traditional Chinese acupuncture can have a certain degree of hemostatic effect when used properly, your father's condition is too severe, it won't help much. Unless that old man Qin Jiwang from Yanjing with the 13 Ghost Gate needles is here, maybe there would be hope. At this point, the doctor shook his head again. Generally, it's impossible to get him to take action, and besides, he's far away in Yanjing. Distant water can't quench a near thirst. Don't worry about that. Just let me use your silver needles. Yang Ming said seriously. Although the doctor was puzzled, he still agreed. Chapter 133, Let him get out. Just lucky, thanks to you. Doctor, I was just trying my luck, but I didn't expect it to really work. Yang Ming was covered in cold sweat. Others didn't know, but he was well aware that the needle he just inserted almost drained him completely. Tai Xian Needle's Burning Mountain Fire. Using the needle with qi. He didn't expect it would require such a large amount of qi. If it weren't for his achievement as a martial arts master, he might have collapsed on the spot. Of course, none of this mattered. What mattered was that his father was saved. Soon, the ambulance arrived at the scene, thanks to the timely hemostasis. The subsequent treatment went smoothly, and even when his mother, Lu Suqing, rushed to the hospital in a panic, his father, Yang Jiangwo, had already regained consciousness. In the single patient room, Mom, don't worry. It's just a bit of blood loss. When we get home, you can cook more chicken soup for Dad, and he'll recover quickly. Yang Ming comforted. He had already checked his father's pulse. It was just excessive blood loss, causing some deficiency, and there were no other injuries. You brat. What do you mean just a bit of blood? I heard the doctors say the situation was extremely dangerous at that time. Also, who told you to randomly stab needles into your dad? What if you hurt him? You're just lucky that the needle you inserted happened to work. If it hadn't, you would have killed Dad. Do you understand? Chapter 134. Can't take it for granted. Who are you? Lu Suqing stood up suddenly while talking intimately with her husband. Why should I let your husband out? Yang Ming and Yang Mei also stood up at the same time, sizing up this man. Just because I booked this hospital room for my dad first. The hospital improperly transferred the bed to him, so he should get out. The man's attitude was extremely arrogant. Soon, several doctors and nurses came in as well. Sir, could you please not make a scene? This is a hospital, and your actions will disturb the patient's rest. A nurse advised. The doctor also said, Mr. Qian, could you please discuss your matters in my office? Let's not disturb the normal operation of the hospital here. No way. Unless you let this man move out immediately and let my dad move in. When Yang Ming admitted Yang Jiangwo to the hospital, he requested a VIP single room to make the treatment process more comfortable for his father. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. This man actually asked his father to leave so that his father could move in. Yang Ming was particularly angry. Your father's life matters, but my father's life doesn't? There should be a sequence of who comes first. Looking at him, his father didn't seem to be seriously ill. We can't just back down because you shout louder. Chapter 135. Threat, what is going on? Soon, a middle-aged man in a white coat rushed to the scene. He had a hospital badge hanging from his chest. The title displayed was Deputy Director. Director Chun. The deputy director of the department hurried to greet him, and the head nurse followed with a look of panic. This Director Chun was in charge of the hospital's administrative attendance and was also responsible for the purchase of medical equipment, holding significant financial power in the hospital. The evaluation and performance bonuses for medical staff at the end of the year had to go through this Director Chun. They certainly didn't dare to be negligent. However, the doctors and nurses didn't completely side with the fat man. They objectively recounted the situation to Deputy Director Chun. Of course, they subtly covered up the fact that this fat man claimed he had an appointment without actually having one, providing cover for him. At the same time, they threw their inquiry desk nurse, Xiao Chui, under the bus. Sacrificing a few outliers for the greater good is a norm in the social ecosystem. Upon hearing this, the little nurse felt utterly disheartened. She knew her career in this hospital was undoubtedly coming to an end. However, she had no regrets. Chapter 136. Not worthy of carrying shoes. Watching the suddenly out-of-control scene, Director Chin became somewhat annoyed. Angel Medical Equipment had always been a very important partner for the hospital. What could have been resolved with an apology turned into an embarrassing situation for everyone. Director Chun, please think carefully. The fat man was still threatening. His name was Qian Qianda, a manager at Angel Medical Equipment under Angel Pharmaceutical. Over the years, he had made quite a bit of money thanks to the company's high-quality medical equipment at reasonable prices, and he had a long-term partnership with this hospital. For the hospital, Angel Medical Equipment was undoubtedly a very high-quality supplier. With years of relationship management, they could obtain many relatively advanced products at a relatively favorable price. Losing this supplier would be a significant loss for the hospital. Mr. Qian, please don't be impulsive. Our nurse was confused and said some nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. How about I help you resolve your father's admission issue first, and then we can discuss the rest in my office. Director Chin's low posture made Qian Qianda very pleased. He snorted coldly, his tail held high. Chapter 137. Nice to meet you, Brother Yang Ming. Well done. People like this should be beaten. A voice suddenly came from the door, and Mu Hongli, dressed in a red cotton jacket, unexpectedly appeared. Little fish, what are you doing here? Yang Ming was very surprised. I was just saying, I promised to go to my house for dinner, but I waited for a long time without you calling or replying to WeChat. If I hadn't called Sister Yang Mei, I wouldn't have known such a big thing happened. Uncle, are you okay? Is everything all right? Thank you for your concern, dear. Your uncle is fine. Mu Hongli's arrival made Lu Suqing and Yang Jiangwo very happy. However, the situation in front of them was somewhat awkward, fearing that the girl might feel embarrassed. Fortunately, seeing Mu Hongli's performance, she showed no such emotion. Her genuine concern for Yang Jiangwo's injury was evident. Yang Ming then remembered he had a dinner appointment with Little Fish tonight. Brother, don't look at me. Sister-in-law called me, but at that time, Dad was in danger. I was so worried that I couldn't care about anything else, and I forgot later. Miss Mu? Director Chin looked at Mu Hongli with some surprise, realizing he knew her. Chapter 138. A family of poor people. Deputy Director Chin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. If Mu Jianzhou was hospitalized, or if his father was hospitalized, it would be understandable for Director Lu to act like this. But this kid was just Mu Jianzhou's prospective son-in-law. Whether the two families would become in-laws was still uncertain, so Director Lu's attitude didn't need to be so polite, right? Lu Suqing and Yang Jiangwo were equally shocked. However, seeing the hospital director being so polite to their son, they naturally assumed it was all due to Mu Hongli's father's influence. They felt a sense of awe towards this man they had just met who might become their in-law. Hello, Director Lu. Nice to meet you. Yang Ming was not shy at all, although he was a bit surprised. He could understand the situation by looking at Mu Jianzhou beside him. Director Lu, it seems we haven't met before, right? We haven't seen each other. But now we have, right? Mr. Mu just told me quite a bit about your achievements on the way here. A young talent. Lu Yayan looked at Yang Ming with admiration, which shocked Deputy Director Chen even more. This was no longer the admiration of an elder towards a friend's younger generation. Could this kid have some other identity? It shouldn't be, as the person lying in bed and the one standing beside him didn't seem to be anyone of status. Chapter 139. Face is earned by oneself. Who are you? Lu Yayin looked at this arrogant middle-aged man. Poor guy. With Yang Ming's worth, how could he possibly be associated with poverty? Was this person out of his mind? Lu Yayin frowned. Director Lu, this is Qianda from Angel Medical Equipment. Oh, Lu Yayin suddenly realized. In charge of the hospital's affairs. Lu Yayin as principal had always been to let professionals handle their own matters. He would review and approve reports submitted by subordinates, but would never interfere too much in the specific affairs of each department, especially those handled by the respective deputy directors. Therefore, he knew that the hospital's good equipment mostly came from Angel Medical Equipment and was aware that Mr. Qian was the contact for cooperation with the hospital. But he had never met him and would never engage with him because that was Deputy Director Chen's responsibility. Knowing how to use people well was Lu Yayun's strategy. However, when this Mr. Qian suddenly jumped in front of him to threaten him, Lu Yayun was not a soft target. Having reached this position, who hadn't seen a bit of wind? Mr. Qian, I know you well. Your company has always been a very good and high-quality partner with our hospital. Lu Yayun understood the situation well, so he asked, so, are you going to agree to my previous request or not? Chapter 140. This time it's over. Lu Yayun's calm demeanor even made Yang Ming secretly applaud. Beautiful. Of course. Yang Ming also knew that this was by no means for himself. Moreover, the hospital could not be compromised. Once they gave in and made the other party think the hospital was a soft target, even worse things would definitely happen in the future. The cleverest part of Lu Yajun was that he made people mistakenly believe that this was entirely for Yang Ming, regardless of whether he accepted it or not. Yang Ming would still owe him this favor. An expert's skills are evident at a glance. Old ginger is spicier. Good. Very good. Lu, you really think Qianda is easy to bully? Huh? Fine. You'd better not regret it. I'm calling right now to completely sever your hospital's cooperation. From now on, your hospital will never expect any products from our Angel Group, including the cancer-fighting miracle drugs. Saying this, Qianda took out his phone and dialed the headquarters in front of everyone. Hello, President Lu, it's me, Qian. I have something to report to you. I think the Hoodoo Central Hospital is no longer suitable to be our partner. Their quotation is too low and does not meet our interests. Moreover, I heard that their hospital deliberately raised the price of the cancer-fighting miracle drugs to rip off patients. Today, when I came to investigate, their supervisory leaders had a very bad attitude and even threatened to kick me out, saying that as a small shareholder of a branch, I had no right to interface with them. Yes, that's how it is. Chapter 141. What's going on? Looking at everyone's expressions, is Lu Xingnan really that terrifying? Yang Ming asked lightly. It's not that he's terrifying, but this person's status is too special. He is a major shareholder of Angel Pharmaceutical and someone who can directly communicate with the National Health Department. The development of Angel Pharmaceutical's cancer-fighting miracle drugs has received favorable policies from the state, and their group's development has always been highly valued by the country. That's right. If Qianxina wants to cut off our hospital supply, we might still have ways to mediate or pressure through the health department. But we have no way to deal with Lu Xingnan at all. No way. Mu Jianzhou's words surprised him slightly, but that was all. He was not surprised that Lu Xingnan was a major shareholder with only 10% ownership. He was surprised that Angel Pharmaceutical received support and attention from the National Health Department. As the current largest shareholder of Angel Pharmaceutical, Yang Ming suddenly felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. How could someone like Qianda use the lives and health of cancer patients as a bargaining chip for personal revenge? Yang Ming didn't care about that. Even if it meant completely tearing his face with Lu Xingnan and showing his identity as a major shareholder. He had to kick such scum as Qianda out of the game. Chapter 142. You make me feel sick. Yang Ming was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. Nice to meet you, President Lu. The two exchanged smiles, and everything was unspoken. Yang Ming was somewhat surprised. Sometimes, a smart person's choices can be so ruthless. Qianda and his super major shareholder, who held more than half of the shares, were known to everyone to know how to choose. He had just assumed that everyone would treat subordinates as brothers and friends like he did. For example, Biaozi. Now it seemed he had overthought it. Lu Xingnan breathed a sigh of relief because Yang Ming did not seem intent on pursuing the matter relentlessly. That was quite considerate of him. So he had to show his own attitude. Qian, come here. His tone was cold and stern, completely opposite to Yang Ming's earlier politeness. Did you not hear me asking you to come over? Qian was completely blindsided. The group's major shareholder, his own support, was actually chatting and laughing with his small fry, and President Liu used a respectful title. You? Even a fool would understand that Yang Ming's identity was not simple. Although very reluctant, Qian still did not dare to defy him, trembling as he walked over. Even when being stepped on, he still managed to squeeze out a servile smile. Chapter 143. Why haven't you left? No matter how the head nurse tried to persuade her, Cui Xiaoya ultimately decided to leave. Even when the president, Liu Yajun, personally spoke, she remained firm. Learn from the pain. Perhaps she was truly disheartened. What are your plans for the future? I haven't figured it out yet. I'll take it step by step. Anyway, as long as I have hands and feet, I won't starve. Cui Xiaoya smiled nonchalantly. Actually, before this, my classmates for nursing school were very envious of me because not everyone can sign a contract with a big hospital like the Central Hospital before graduation. But they have no idea. Forget it. No need to say more, but really, thank you, Yang Ming. Thank you. No. Seeing Cui Xiaoya about to bow, Yang Ming quickly stopped her. I said it was only right for me to stand up for you because you were wrong for speaking up for my father. How about this? If you really haven't figured out where to go after leaving here, you can call this number and say I referred you. She'll arrange a job for you. Yang Ming handed Cui Xiaoya by Karen's business card. Is this also a hospital? No, but I can't do anything other than being a nurse. Chapter 144. Not a good death. Just now when I came in, I didn't see you. I thought you had left. Unable to resist, I went to the emergency exit to smoke a cigarette. Yang, let's talk. It's too late, President Liu. If you have anything else, let's make it quick. I don't want to delay my dad's rest, Yang Ming said seriously. All right, it's like this, Yang. Qian has already been fired by me. Just now, I had someone check the branch's accounts and found that this guy embezzled a lot of public funds during his tenure. I am prepared to prosecute him. What do you think about this? You can handle it. Just treat it as official business. I have already given instructions. Although I am the largest shareholder, I will try not to interfere in the company's specific affairs. Understood. After Qian is out, do you have a suitable candidate to recommend for his position? President Liu, you don't need to ask me about these trivial matters, right? Just do it as you did before. But I need to kindly remind you that this time, be more discerning in choosing people. Don't promote any useless individuals to important positions again. Lu Xingnan felt a chill in his heart. Yang Ming was warning him. Last time, it was Sun Yuelin, and this time, it was Qian. How could he keep producing such incompetent people under him? Chapter 145. No matter how awesome you are, you're still my son at you. Yang Ming sneezed as he pushed open the hospital room door. A gust of cold wind rushed towards him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Who is talking about me behind my back? Yang Ming mumbled. Is everyone gone? He looked up and met his mother Lu Suqing's gaze. Nodding, they've all left. Son, come here. I have something to ask you. Lu Suqing patted the edge of her husband's bed. Yang Jingwo was also not asleep, his slightly pale face staring intently at his son. Mom, what is it? Yang Ming asked calmly, but inside he was quite anxious. What to do? Honestly, it's not possible to be honest. It would scare them. By the way, Biaozi, just push everything onto Biaozi, bro. Sorry, but you are destined to be my tool for dealing with my parents sooner or later. What's wrong with those people? What do you mean what's wrong? Yang Ming looked innocent. Pretend. Keep pretending, and see if I don't make Lu Suqing lower her head and pick up her shoe sole. No, Mom. I'll tell you. Don't hit me. I'll say everything. That's more like it. Lu Suqing suddenly felt a bit proud. I don't care if you have those big shots flattering you. No matter how amazing you are, you're still my son. Chapter 146. Mother-in-law looks at son-in-law early the next morning. Lu Suqing took the initiative to call Biaozi. Since she had already given a heads up, she managed to temporarily fool her parents under their suspicious gazes. Although Lu Suqing and Yang Jingwo didn't understand why this unknown Chen Biao from a humble background suddenly became successful, they couldn't pinpoint anything wrong. Anyway, all signs now indicated that he had indeed become successful. Moreover, he didn't forget his old friends after hitting it big, which was very commendable. At this point, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was very reluctant to deceive his parents. But there was no other way. What was happening to him was too bizarre. If he told them everything honestly, it would not only scare them, but they might also think Yang Ming had gone crazy from studying too much. Some deeply ingrained thoughts of the older generation cannot be explained clearly with words. So he had to act. What Yang Ming needed to do now was to subtly influence them with his actions and gradually help them accept their son's success. Eventually, they would become part of Yang Ming's goal of building a wealthy family. I have never forgotten the ideal of being wealthy. As for his sister, the young generation's thoughts are trendy, and their ability to accept new things far exceeds that of older people. Chapter 147. Who can stand this? Because Mu Jianzhou had once been caught shopping at the mall with his mistress by his wife and daughter. Although the situation didn't escalate at that time, this topic had always been a family taboo. Since then, Mu Jianzhou had doubled his attentiveness to his wife, tacitly acknowledging this fact without mentioning a word. Today, when it was brought up, Mu Jianzhou was somewhat caught off guard. Originally meant to criticize his son-in-law, it unexpectedly backfired on him. Dear, aren't you talking about Yang Ming? Why does it come back to me? You men, once you have a bit of money and power, aren't you all the same? Are there any exceptions? I've seen through it long ago, so as long as you behave at home, I'll turn a blind eye if those flirtatious women don't come and cause trouble in front of me. I don't know if Yang Ming has other girls outside. Nor don't want to know. I only know that he really likes our daughter and treats her well, and that makes her happy, which is enough. I'll only say this once. I won't mention it again. Mu Jianzhou, you should take care of yourself. Mu Jianzhou was already sweating profusely. After decades of marriage, he surely loved his wife. Chapter 148. Good night, oh no. It just can't happen. It's that time. Little Fish blushed and pinched Yang Ming hard his waist. Yang Ming suddenly realized, and his previously elevated mood dropped significantly. A man who forces his girlfriend to do it during her period is no better than a beast. I'm sorry, babe, I didn't know. Since that's the case, let us go back and have a good rest. Given the situation, Yang Ming certainly didn't dare to keep Little Fish any longer. Otherwise, it would be even harder for her tonight. Seeing Yang Ming's sudden change, Little Fish was very touched. She could feel Yang Ming's care for her, which made her feel particularly warm. Well, Yang Ming, when school starts, can we secretly? Sure, that sounds like a great plan. Yang Ming sent Mu Hongli back to her building, and they reluctantly said goodbye. Hot milk with honey, drink it before sleeping, and you won't feel uncomfortable. Got it. Yang Ming brother, you should go back soon. Drink more hot water? That is too cliché. Yang Ming intentionally checked Mu Hongli's pulse while holding her hand. Hot milk with honey is the best remedy to relieve menstrual pain for her constitution. Perhaps the system didn't expect that giving Yang Ming a supreme medical achievement would be used to flirt with girls. Chapter 149. Even goddesses need to fart, time flies. And 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. There are only 30 days left until the college entrance examination. During this time, Yang Ming's daily routine consists of 3 points: school, Hudan, and home, shuttling between Mu Hongli and Zhang Sisi. He became a time manager, walking further and further down the path of a scumbag. Yang Ming, come to my office after the 8th period. I need to talk to you about something. Old Lu's hair had turned a bit whiter. Just over 50, there were hardly any black hairs left. He had devoted his entire first half of life to this podium. Okay, Teacher Lu. Yang Ming waved his hand. Behind the scenes, he called him Old Lu, but in front of people, he still addressed him as Teacher Lu. The results of the 4th mock exam had just come out, and Yang Ming was firmly in first place, with Zhang Sisi closely following. Almost everyone at Qiji knew about this academic couple, and it was no surprise. Even Lu Yuan was already certain that these 2 kids were probably going to enter the capital together. He sighed, feeling that he was about to produce 2 pillars of the country from his teaching. Without Goddess's English class, how boring it was. During the 7th and 8th periods, it was English class, and Chen Yingguan next to him was complaining again. Ever since he met Yi Weirui in the detention center before the new year, Yang Ming hadn't seen her again. Chapter 150. It's simply hilarious, Yang Ming. Teacher Lu wants you to go to the office. A female classmate who had just come out of the teacher's office walked to Yang Ming's desk. Right now? Yes. Didn't you just say after the 8th period? When Yang Ming arrived at the office, Old Lu was packing his things. You're here. Sit down. There were no other teachers in the office, so Yang Ming was not polite and directly sat down on the chair opposite Lu Yuan. What is the matter, Old Lu? You're acting all mysterious. Actually, I planned to tell you after the 8th period, but there is something urgent at home that I need to handle, so I can't wait. Yang Ming. After the 8th period, take a taxi to the Byway Fish restaurant next to Songzhan City Hall and go directly to box 606. I'll be waiting for you there. Byway Fish restaurant? ISNT at a restaurant? Old Lu, are you inviting me to dinner? Yang Ming was very surprised. Although they had gotten along pretty well these days. Old Lu, as an old scholar, shouldn't he be so friendly as to invite his student to dinner, right? Sort of. And I'll also introduce you to a former student. Seeing the doubtful look on Yang Ming's face, Old Lu chuckled. What's wrong? Afraid I'll sell you out? Chapter 151. Dead pervert Yang Ming was momentarily speechless. He simply wanted to ask for directions. A beauty? If we must call her a beauty, then this woman can barely qualify. She has an oval face that is somewhat symmetrical, and with her delicate light makeup, she might earn a 7 out of 10. Compared to super beauties like Zheng Hanhen and the little lowly Mu Hongli, who can score a 9.5 with no makeup, this woman simply doesn't measure up. Not to mention the queen-like by Kahui. The only commendable aspect is her relatively fair skin. The high-cut neckline reveals a large expanse of snow-white skin, although her chest is likely padded. The purple sheer dress from Gucci looks like a knockoff. The necklace around her neck resembles Tiffany's Tear Diamond series. But Yang Ming can tell at a glance that it's a high imitation. The strong fragrance of her perfume is classic for a straight man-ass taste. And the black stockings paired with red high heels reveal enough of her plump thighs to catch some eyes for a second look, but that's about it. Yang Ming then noticed that the Chanel bag she was carrying was also a fake. After spending so much time with Xiao Yuer, he hadn't learned much else. But he had picked up quite a bit of knowledge about identifying luxury goods, as that girl only owned top-quality items, and coincidentally, this woman had a fake version of the same bag that Xiao Yuer owned in real. It's better not to look closely. Once you do, you can see that this arrogant woman exudes a vibe of counterfeit quality from head to toe. What's frightening is that she seems blissfully unaware, acting as if she is the #1 goddess in the world. Chapter 152. You are suited to stand on the street to attract customers. The sudden situation made the atmosphere at the scene a bit stiff. Everyone exchanged glances. Lu Yuan's family and Gong Jiong were somewhat confused. A pervert? Flirting? What on earth is going on? Miss, you can eat anything carelessly, but don't speak recklessly. You need to take responsibility. Yang Ming said lightly. I don't mind how you misunderstand me when no one is around, but to slander me in public without distinction is a bit too much. This woman clearly hadn't heard Yang Ming's conversation with Lu Yuan and Gong Jiong when he entered. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Now, she was dead set on believing that he was just a lecherous man after her body. Talking nonsense? Officer Gong, you're a police officer. Hurry up and arrest this pervert. Since they were all sitting here, they naturally knew each other. Gong Jiantao looked puzzled. Yang Ming, what is going on? Why did Shen Biqi say you were stalking her? Shen Biqi? Biqi? Yang Ming chuckled. The name was quite fitting. Yang Ming? Officer Gong, do you know him? Shen Biqi was also taken aback. Biqi, what is going on here? Lu Yuan asked. Teacher Lu, you know him too? Shen Biqi looked shocked, as if she realized she had misunderstood. Chapter 153. Yang Ming's emotional intelligence who isn't a master of words. Not fighting back or cursing back. Being mild and kind is just Yang Ming's virtue when dealing with scum. You little brat, who are you cursing at? Were you pretending to be in front of me? Shen Biqi exploded. You're just pretending. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Old Lu, Officer Gong. You both saw it. I didn't make the first move, did I? What do you want? Shen Biqi asked warily. Are you going to make a move? Try touching even a strand of my hair. Officer Gong, old classmate, you have to protect me. Gong Jiong, make a move? You think you're worthy? Just looking at you makes me feel dirty. Yang Ming sneered. I just want to remind you not to be too beachy. If you're cheap, heaven will take care of you. I won't touch you. But be careful that heaven takes you. With a stern voice, Yang Ming's cold gaze made Shen Biqi shiver. Officer Gong, you have to protect me. She tried to hide behind Gong Jiong with a green tea demeanor. Little did she know, Gong Jiong was a straight man who would fall for that. Enough. Shen Biqi, what kind of behavior is this? You two stop here. This is in front of Teacher Lu. Can't you show a little courtesy? Chapter 154. Who are you? Old classmate. What are you chatting about so happily? When Shen Biqi re-entered the private room from the restroom, Yang Ming and Gong Jiong had already concluded most of their conversation. Gong Jiong patted Yang Ming on the shoulder. Meaningfully, to succeed, one needs friends. To achieve great success, one needs enemies. Often, if you don't seek them out, they will seek you out. Think carefully about my advice. Oh, so serious? You're not talking behind my back, are you? What is going on? Let me hear it. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Shen Biqi sat down, thick-skinned and leaned in. Gong Jiong politely smiled. How could that be? Old classmate, you're overthinking it. It's just some minor matters, nothing to do with you, not worth mentioning. Shinbichi awkwardly smiled. Is that so? Her gaze towards Yang Ming grew increasingly displeased. It must be that this brat asked Gong Jiong for a favor and even got ahead of me. How outrageous. Lu really isn't fair. He didn't tell me this much when I came to him. Together with Lu Yuan's family, Shinbichi found them displeasing. Thinking they looked poor and didn't understand why Gong Jiong was so polite to this impoverished teacher. Chapter 155. He is my boss. This is quite typical of Chun Biao. Ever since Yang Ming met Chun Biao, he hadn't seen him treat any girl kindly. A solitary steel straight man, Shinbichi had quite literally hit a brick wall. Chun Biao was puzzled. If he hadn't seen her just come from Yang Ming's side, he would have thought this woman was sick. Or flirty look. Who are you trying to attract? Old Yang. Is that woman your friend? Yang Ming shook his head. I told you. This kind of idiot shouldn't be your type. Yang Ming, Gong Jiong, Lu Yuan's family. Oh, Officer Gong, you're here too. Chun Biao saw Gong Jiong and clearly recognized him from previous encounters. Old Yang. Are you having dinner with Officer Gong tonight? Yang Ming wasn't surprised. Biao had taken over quite a bit recently, and safety matters always required interaction with the police. Hello, Mr. Chun. Gong Jiong shook hands with Biao. He knew Chun Biao. He was a newly risen wealthy figure in Songshan in recent months. Previously, Gong Jiong had instructed his subordinates to pay attention to him, worried that his sudden rise might involve illicit funds. However, later it was found that he was running a legitimate business and closely cooperating with Long Tu, speculating that it might be Bai Kahue who was starting something new. Chapter 156. A dragon transformed by wind and rain. The expression on Shinbichi's face became quite interesting. It was as if a piece of excrement was stuck in her throat, unable to swallow down or spit out. Mr. Chun, you must be joking. Didn't you just say Yang Ming is your classmate? How did he become your boss? Who told you classmates can't be bosses? You and Officer Gong are also classmates. Isn't your status vastly different, one in the sky and one underground? Also, are we that familiar? I'm not in a mood to joke with you. Shinbichi's smile froze on her face. A buzzing sound echoed in her head as she opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Yang Ming is Chun Biao's boss. That was like a bolt from the blue. If there were a pill for regret in this world, Shinbichi would definitely buy 10 boxes right away. Looking at Yang Ming again, she suddenly felt that his face had become extraordinarily handsome, and his whole image seemed much more noble and grand. This guy really looked like a super rich second generation. Filters are a terrifying thing, especially for someone like Shinbichi, who was a weathercock. Next to her, Gong Jiong and Lu Yuan's family were all very shocked. Yang Ming is Chun Biao's boss. Mr. Chun, were you serious just now? Gong Jiong asked. Director Gong, how could I dare to lie in front of you? It's absolutely true. Everything I have today is thanks to Yang Ming's support. To be honest, without him, I might already be sitting in your cell eating prison food. Chapter 157. Spider Spirit, what are you in such a hurry to find me for? I can't handle things over at Long Tu anymore. Why? Yang Ming, sitting in the passenger seat, furrowed his brow. What's going on? Biaozi smiled bitterly. Mr. Bai said that from now on, all cooperation negotiations must be personally handled by you. Otherwise, she won't sign anything. What does that mean? Has she forgotten I'm the major shareholder? What right does she have to not sign? But she's still the chairman of Long Tu. As long as I want, I can dismiss her at any time. Yang Ming shouted angrily. And then what? Are you going to take over, or am I going to take over? We all know that no one is more suitable for that position than Mr. Bai. Biaozi said helplessly. Don't look at me, old Yang. I'm really not capable. I can barely handle the things I have now. If you want to take over all of Long Tu, that's impossible. The total assets add up to nearly 10 billion. Such a massive operation is beyond what I can manage right now. Don't end up losing everything in the process. Biaozi's words made a lot of sense. Although Yang Ming is currently the largest shareholder, the position of chairman of Long Tu is only suitable for Bai Karen. Chapter 158. Stand still. The lobby of Long Tu was brightly lit. This time, Yang Ming didn't go through the front desk, but took the internal elevator straight to the 18th floor. Rules? He was afraid that the White Fairy would deliberately make him wait in the lounge for hours. Moreover, times had changed. Yang Ming was now the biggest boss of Long Tu. At the same time, at the moment Yang Ming walked into the Long Tu lobby, Bai Karen on the 18th floor already knew. She was dressed in a black suit, arms crossed, standing confidently by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Chun Biao drive away. The lights in the room were not very bright, and her stunning face reflected on the transparent glass, merging with the dazzling neon outside. What a breathtakingly beautiful face. She smiled. Bai Karen brushed her bangs aside, her white and flawless skin unblemished. You should be in the elevator by now. Walking to her desk, Bai Karen activated the speakerphone and pressed a 0 on the landline. This is the internal line for the CEO's assistant. A sweet voice quickly came from the phone. Ms. Bai, what can I do for you? Do you need me to come in? No need. When Yang Ming comes up, there's no need to announce him. Just let him come in directly. Understood, Ms. Bai. Chapter 159. One move to defeat Yang Ming turned around and saw a young man in a white suit walking towards him. Behind him were two burly men. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, the kid in the school uniform. The young man pointed at Yang Ming, shouting loudly. Soon, he stood in front of Yang Ming, scanning him from top to bottom. He thought to himself that he was quite handsome, but his outfit was too shabby. Originally feeling a sense of crisis, he suddenly relaxed. What do you want to do? He pointed at Yang Ming. You want to go in here? Don't you know your identity? I've been waiting here all afternoon and couldn't get in, and you just show up and want to go in. His arrogant demeanor made it seem like this was his home. Who is this idiot? Yang Ming looked speechlessly at Cui Xiaoya. Why do I keep running into these self-righteous lunatics everywhere? Who are you cursing at? Kid, are you looking for death? The young man in the white suit's face darkened. Yang Ming, I don't know this person's exact identity. I just know he's called Yi Jingyu and seems to be a young master from some wealthy family. He has been hanging around the office for the past half-month, trying to invite Ms. Bai to dinner. When she doesn't agree, he just won't leave. Chapter 160. Here he comes with just one move. Leveraging his strength, Yang Ming took down the two burly men. The power of a martial arts master was evident. Next to him, Cui Xiaoya covered her mouth, unable to react for a long time. This scene was so incredible. How did Yang Ming's small frame inexplicably take down two big men? Not only her, but also Yi Jingyu, as well as a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. We're all very shocked. Don't come any closer. Yi Jingyu looked at Yang Ming in horror, feigning calmness. He had realized that he had underestimated his opponent. Yang Ming actually hadn't moved, just standing there coldly watching Yi Jingyu. Your last name is Yi. What is Yi Jingyu to you? Yi Jingyu suddenly looked up at Yang Ming in shock. Who are you? Do you know my uncle? Uncle? No wonder. Sometimes when a person reaches a certain level, the circle really is that small. It always comes back to the same few people. Yi Jingyu, the head of Hudu's wealthy families, is the father of Yi Weirui. This guy calls Yi Jingyu uncle? No. Since his last name is Yi, it should be uncle or elder uncle. Why would it be uncle? Could it be that his father is a son-in-law? Yang Ming laughed. It seems he was nearly right. Chapter 161. Unable to endure, aren't you going to explain something to me? Explain what? Bai Karen smiled brightly, completely unconcerned by Yang Ming's cold face. Do you dare to say that Yi Jingyu isn't your doing? Yang Ming questioned. It was my doing, but so what? Bai Karen smiled sweetly at Yang Ming. Isn't it a man's duty to swat flies away from his woman? Yang Ming was taken aback. For a moment, he felt a bit pleased to hear this. A woman like Bai Karen, who exudes an irresistible allure, would make any man feel a sense of delight when she acknowledges him as her man. But soon, Yang Ming's strong sense of vigilance interrupted his unrealistic fantasies. This woman is very dangerous. Yang Ming was furious. When did I become your man? You want to take advantage of me without acknowledging it? Bai Karen raised her eyebrows and suddenly approached Yang Ming with a predatory glare. The red bodycon skirt accentuated her stunning figure to perfection, her steps elegant and noble as she approached Yang Ming. The high heels thudded against the carpet, each step like a heartbeat echoing in Yang Ming's chest. Chapter 162. All men are the same soon. The two were bare and honest, entwined like water snakes on the sofa in the office lounge. However, just as Bai Karen actively shed the last piece of her modesty, exposing herself completely to Yang Ming, he suddenly stopped at the critical moment. Faced with Bai Karen's flawless, snow-white skin, the desire in his eyes quickly diminished. Are you hesitating? The mist in Bai Karen's watery eyes gradually faded, and she was regaining her clarity. Are you scared? Bai Karen was somewhat surprised, but remained calm, though she felt a strong sense of defeat inside. A woman, especially a queen confident in her figure and beauty, lowering herself to actively embrace a man, only for him to hesitate at the last moment. He really doesn't like me after all. Nothing could make a woman feel more defeated than this. I'm sorry, Yang Ming said, lowering his head. Some things, once done, must be taken responsibility for, especially towards women. Reason ultimately restrained his desire, And this time, Yang Ming ended up being even worse than a beast. However, after this incident, they had seen and touched everything, and Yang Ming could no longer claim he hadn't done anything with Bai Karen. Chapter 163. This time, I'll take responsibility. Bai Karen was angry. Young, I know you look down on me, but there's no need to humiliate me like this. Scalding tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Get out. Just get out. Yang Ming looked at the suddenly frantic Bai Karen, who was shouting at him, and felt a pang of heartache. But he didn't comfort her. He directly went to remove her red dress. Slap. Bai Karen retaliated with a slap. You bastard. Yang Ming's actions paused slightly, but did not stop. Slap. Another slap from Bai Karen. Beast. You shameless. Get out. Yang Ming got angry too, directly picking up Bai Karen and throwing her onto the sofa. The elastic, plump body bounced on the soft sofa for a while before settling down completely. Yang Ming didn't explain. He simply sat on Bai Karen's ample backside, pinning her down on the sofa. With a rip, the zipper on her back was pulled down, exposing her fair back. Yang Ming, what do you want to do? If you continue to humiliate me like this, do you believe I will? Feeling a gentle touch on her back, Bai Karen suddenly gasped. Realizing something, she instinctively tried to struggle, but Yang Ming said, don't move. Chapter 164. Billion-level prophet. Listening to Bai Karen's curses, Yang Ming's mood suddenly improved. After bandaging her back wound, he gently pulled up the zipper of her dress that he had lowered. Don't touch water for 3 days. After 3 days, you can unwrap the bandage and see the effect. If your skin is really disfigured, I'll take full responsibility. As for the rest, let us talk about the results after 3 days. After saying that, Yang Ming didn't care whether Bai Karen understood or not and got up to leave. Bai Karen lay on the sofa, waiting for Yang Ming to leave for a long time without moving. Tears had already spread a large area, but she still had no intention of stopping. Mom, what should I do? I think I've completely fallen for this little bastard. With a sorrowful expression, Bai Karen cried out in grievance. That day, it seemed she shed all the tears she had accumulated over the past decade. 3 days later, still in Bai Karen's office. It was just Yang Ming and Bai Karen present. Where did you buy that scar removal product? Bai Karen was extremely shocked. She had never seen a scar removal product with such miraculous effects. This morning, when she unwrapped the bandage, the blood scab on the scar had already fallen off. The newly grown skin not only didn't have the disgusting protrusion like before, but it was also smooth and tender, like a newborn skin. Chapter 165. Deceived to the core, but isn't this deceiving consumers? Yang Ming questioned. Deceiving consumers? Yang Ming, your thinking is too naive. This is called business strategy. Look at Hongmao medicinal wine. It claims each bottle contains 15 g of leopard bone. But what era is this? Are there really that many leopards for them to kill? Hunting leopards is illegal. And look at Yunnan Baiyao. It touts itself as pure traditional Chinese medicine, but doesn't it actually mix in a bit of Western medicine? I don't know if you believe it, but I certainly don't. And you're just replacing one medicinal ingredient with your own prescription. How is that deceiving consumers? But I still think this is wrong. What's wrong with it? Isn't making money good? Compared to making money, I still think conscience is more important. I always feel uneasy about rashly changing the medicine. Yang Ming looked honest and straightforward. Then how about this? You sell me the prescription. I'll do the unscrupulous thing, and you can happily take the money without knowing anything about it. That won't do. I said I'm not selling the prescription. Yang Ming flatly refused, leaving Bai Karen speechless. She saw the potential huge profits from the prescription and still didn't give up negotiating. Chapter 166. Karen International. The cooperation was happily reached. Bai Karen guessed correctly. Yang Ming was indeed deliberate. From a moment he forcibly pinned Bai Karen down on the sofa to remove the scar, today's outcome was destined. He set a trap, one that Bai Karen knew could be dangerous but would still jump into without hesitation. Yang Ming was someone who repaid grudges. This was his revenge on Bai Karen for her involvement in the Yi Jingyu incident, and it also served as compensation to her. At this point, Yang Ming's feelings toward Bai Karen had become quite complicated. Bai Karen was not his woman, but she was certainly not one of those ordinary, trivial women. Otherwise, Yang Ming would never allow such a golden goose to cooperate with Bai Karen. I have one more condition. The development and sale of this product must be independent of Long Tu's operations, preferably with no ties to Long Tu at all. You understand what I mean, right? Of course, even if you didn't say it, I would take care of it. I'll register another company. On the surface, It will rely on Long Tu, but in reality, it won't have any connection to Long Tu. That's best. Yang Ming finally felt at ease. He didn't know how Karen had developed Long Tu to its current position, but one thing was certain. There were definitely unknown forces behind Long Tu. Chapter 167. Sister Karen International? Yang Ming laughed. This was clearly a personal vendetta, but Karen's operation was quite cute. What? You don't agree? Karen deliberately frowned and said, "You just said it yourself, you don't care what the company is called. So why are you backtracking so quickly?" "No. As long as you're happy, the name of the company doesn't matter. I'm okay with it," Yang Ming replied with a smile. "As long as I have absolute control, the name of the company really doesn't matter." Since Karen was so eager to leave her mark on the name, Yang Ming was happy to oblige. As he would need her for many things in the future, he planned to be a hands-off manager. Really? Karen was secretly pleased to see that Yang Ming didn't oppose her. "If he didn't mind naming the company after me, does that mean he still has feelings for me?" When a woman falls for someone, she often looks for signs in everyday life to confirm that he likes her too. Little does she know that most of the time, it turns out that she is just overthinking. Perhaps he does like you, but the thing you think confirms his feelings is merely a figment of your imagination. He simply didn't want to be troubled at that moment. Chapter 168. That woman I'll protect. I don't know you, nor do I want to, Mr. Yi said bluntly. Yang Ming truly didn't know Yi Zhenghua, but he could tell from his demeanor that he resembled Yi Weirui and guessed that he must be a Yi as well. Plus, with his haughty attitude, even if they weren't acquainted, it wasn't hard to guess. It had been a long time since a young person dared to speak to him like that, which intrigued Yi Zhenghua. Not many young people dare to speak to me like this knowing my identity, whether you're fearless or just try to show off. You do have qualities that make my daughter think twice about you. Do you know why I sought you out today? Speak plainly. I have little time. I believe, mister. Yi isn't the type to waste time chatting with unrelated strangers on the street, right? Yang Ming replied, feeling speechless. He was tired of the pretense of rich people trying to act wise and deep. Besides, why should I care if your daughter thinks highly of me? Young man, mind your attitude. While I have the patience to chat with you, I have little tolerance for impolite young people, Yi Zhenghua said coldly. Chapter 169. You've got the wrong person in the Longtu Hall. A woman sat on a sofa in the southeast corner. Guests couldn't help but pause their gazes on her as they passed by. She was too beautiful, her aura too captivating. The light blue trench coat and simple straight pencil pants gave her a unique flair. Her wine-red, long hair fell casually over her shoulders, and the light purple beret looked sexy and mature. Wearing deep blue high heels, her long legs naturally crossed. Unlike Karen's charming and grand demeanor, this woman was beautiful in a refined and delicate way. Her round face was plump and mature, with gently arched willow leaf eyebrows, and when she pursed her lips, a faint dimple appeared at the corners of her mouth, evoking a desire to hold and cherish her. She did nothing but sip coffee while casually flipping through a fashion magazine, yet she remained the most stunning sight in the Longtu Hall all afternoon. "Hello, miss. I'm Zhao Shiming from Xinhua Real Estate. I'd like to be friends with you. May I have the pleasure of your contact information?" A well-dressed man approached her. The receptionists at the Longtu front desk whispered among themselves, wondering if this man would succeed in getting her contact information. Chapter 170. Calm down, what is the difference? Whether you call yourself Qin Shiyu or Karen, one thing you can never deny is that we share the same blood. We are both surnamed Qin. Nonsense. Karen stood up. Listen well, Qin Shiqi, the Qin Shiyu you mentioned 10 years ago, is already dead along with that foolish woman. The person standing in front of you now is only Karen. If you can't recognize this, then please leave immediately. Well then, Karen, can we sit down and talk? Qin Shiqi smiled and sat down in front of Karen. Elegant and composed, she seemed unruffled. Karen sat back down and coldly stared at her. Speak. You didn't come all this way just to get close to me, did you? Grandpa wants to see you. Grandpa? Which grandpa? Of course, our grandpa. Sorry, Qin Shiqi. But everyone in the Bai family, except for me, has been dead for 10 years. Are you talking about a ghost? Qin Shiqi frowned slightly. Shiyu, why must you be like this? We are family. Why speak so venomously? Venomous? I say a couple of words, and I'm venomous? Then what you and your family did to that foolish woman, and to me should have already been punished by heaven, right? Chapter 171. Revenge Shiyu, get lost. This time, Karen showed no signs of goodwill. Qin Shiqi shook her head and sighed, knowing that there would be no progress today. The deadlock between Shiyu and the family couldn't be resolved for now. Shiyu, Let me say a couple more words, and then I'll leave. Loan 2 was founded by you. And if you say it's yours, that's fine, but I hope you 1T forget that we share the blood of the Qin family. You need to be clear about the internal conflicts within the family versus external ones. No matter how much we quarrel or fight, it's still family business behind closed doors. I hope you don't make impulsive decisions that could harm the family's interests and lead to future regrets. Qin Shichi stood up and placed her business card on by Karen's desk. Remember, we are still family. Here's my number. If you come to your senses, contact me anytime. I'll come see you again next time. Take care. Watching Qin Shichi leave the office, Bai Karen's face remained icy the entire time. In the end, the concern for family was a facade, while the worry for interests was genuine. The Qin family as high society was still as foul as ever, never failing to disappoint. Bai Karen would never forget the year her mother's body was still warm as she knelt in front of the Qin family, pleading desperately. Chapter 172. Just you wait, who is it? Claiming not to know how to appreciate a favor? Could be Yi Zhenghua. Yang Ming quickly locked onto the suspect. You, Yi Zhenghua, for someone who is considered a prominent figure in hoodoo, you put on airs in front of others but behave like a dirty, despicable person behind their backs. You want to mess with me? Just you wait. Yang Ming was furious. A dragon has its reverse scale. Family is Yang Ming's reverse scale. If you were to confront me openly, Yang Ming might not be so angry, but now, this Yi has completely provoked him. Little sister, don't tell mom and dad about this. I don't want them to worry more. Okay, I know. But brother, be careful. Even though I don't know what you've been secretly doing lately, make sure to protect yourself. Don't worry, little sister. I know what I'm doing. Just take care of yourself. Compared to the parents' paranoid love that constantly wants to pry into their children's privacy, the trust and love between siblings is more tolerant. I may not know what you're doing, but I choose to believe in you, and you are my brother. I know you will never harm me. This is Yang Mei's attitude towards Yang Ming. So even though she has witnessed Yang Ming's unusual behavior several times, she has never asked anything. Chapter 173. Exposed faced with Yang Mei's teasing, Biaozi shyly scratched his head. Maisie, please don't make fun of me. I don't have any money, and this car isn't mine. It's a client's. I just happened to drive it over. Biaozi, were you just discussing business? Wouldn't that disturb you? If so, we can go on our own. We don't want to delay your work. No, uncle. My lousy business is nothing compared to you. Maisie, Aunt Lu, please get in. Biaozi hurriedly said. Yang Ming was unceremonious, opening the passenger door and sitting down. Many men like this big black box, but Yang Ming's impression of the Range Rover was average. However, to be fair, it was quite comfortable to sit in. You child, how can you be so rude? Lu Suqing glared at her son. Yang Ming didn't care, Mom. Didn't this guy eat our family's food enough? What's wrong with him being our driver for once? Yes. Auntie, what old Yang said is right. Don't be polite. Get in the car. The family finally got in. Unaware of the situation, Yang Zhengwo and his wife had a much better impression of Biaozi. It's rare to find someone who has money yet doesn't forget their roots. Chapter 174. You made the first move at the entrance of Long 2 from a distance. A graceful figure could be seen standing there. In a red trench coat, Bai Karen personally came to greet them. Yang Ming was very surprised. I didn't expect you to be here in person. I thought you'd send someone else to pick me up. The boss gave the order. How could I not take the initiative as a runner? Right, General Chun? Bai Karen smiled playfully, glancing at the silent Chun Biao beside her. Biaozi awkwardly touched his nose. He was unclear about Yang Ming and Bai Karen's relationship and felt it inappropriate to speak in front of Yang Ming's parents. His attitude also led Lu Suqing and Yang Zhengwo to misunderstand that the boss Bai Karen referred to as Biaozi. Ahem, these are my parents and my sister. Could you please take them up for now? I have something to handle. No problem. Uncle, Annie, little sister, this way please. Bai Karen had no airs about her and took the lead. If the big shots of Hoodoo's upper class saw this, they would probably be shocked. When did Bai Karen ever do welcoming work? During the meetings at Long 2 with the top brass, the big boss brought over, she never personally welcomed them, let alone acted like a waitress leading the way. Chapter 175. It's time to settle accounts at the entrance of the Long 2 hall. Watching Lu Suqing and her family disappear into the elevator, Biaozi pushed Yang Ming. Old Yang, how far have you and Bai Dong developed? What development? We have a purely ordinary cooperative relationship. Cut. Who believes that? Biaozi scoffed. With Miss Bai's status and identity, she personally came to greet Aunt Lu and Uncle Yang. You tell us you two are just in a simple cooperative relationship? Do you think I'm stupid? This is clearly the behavior of a daughter-in-law. Old Yang, be honest. You too. Hiv. I'll hit you in the face. Yang Ming kicked Biaozi's calf. I haven't settled the score with you about my sister yet. Honestly, when did you two get together? Old Yang, don't speak so harshly. What do you mean together? My relationship with Maisie is as pure as white paper. Fine. Yang Ming sneered. Still trying to play coy with me at this point? Let me tell you, Chun Biao, as long as I'm Yang Ming, you and Maisie can never be together. I consider you a brother, but you want to be my sister's husband? Get lost. Yang Ming spat angrily. Don't. Old Yang, let's talk nicely. I confess. Biaozi panicked, his face turning red. Chapter 176. Pregnant Lu Suqing thought the decorations she saw in the lobby were already very luxurious. Like a palace. But until Bai Karen led their family into the room, she realized what true luxury meant. Italian genuine leather sofas, bright crystal chandeliers. Just the sight of a single hall was 2 to 3 times larger than the house she currently lived in. The brown cotton and plush carpet felt soft underfoot, making Lu Suqing even doubt that the blankets her family made were inferior to this one on the floor. Moreover, the furniture was all marble, with exquisite patterns and various intricate decorations, illuminated by bright indoor lights, as if they had truly stepped into a palace. At the entrance, there was a wine rack filled with high-end red wines whose names she couldn't even pronounce. 4 rooms and 1 living room, each room equipped with its own bathroom and small balcony. The main bedroom's bed was shockingly large. Looking out from the balcony window, there was a beautiful riverside view of Huangpu. The entire best night view of Hudu was laid out before their eyes. Yang Zhengwo, Lu Suqing, and Yang Mei's family were left dumbfounded. Daughter, is this really for us to sleep in? For free? Lu Suqing swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed by the strong impact on her heart. Chapter 177. Late night warmth. Late at night, Bai Karen was slumped over her desk. 10 minutes ago, she had taken 2 ibuprofen, and she was feeling much better now, but it still hurt. Previously, the pain was a tearing sharpness. Now it had turned into a dull ache that came and went. It was still uncomfortable, but bearable. Actually, she had rarely experienced menstrual pain before. Today, because she had met Qin Shiqi, her mood was extremely poor, combined with not having dinner and overexertion. A series of things had come together to cause such severe discomfort. On her desk lay many scattered folders. These were important documents needed for registering a company tomorrow, so they had to be finished tonight. After drinking a couple more sips of water, Bai Karen forced herself to start organizing. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. After receiving permission, Assistant Chui Xiao walked in. Bai Dong, just now and Aunt Lu came by. What did she say? Was she looking for me? She didn't look for you. After she knew you were here, she just asked me where the kitchen is. Asked about the kitchen? Was she hungry? Just let the kitchen send something up. I said the same thing, but Aunt Lu insisted she didn't want the hotel as pre-prepared meals and insisted on going to cook herself. She wanted me to tell her where the kitchen is, so. Chapter 178. Collecting interest. By Karen was a remarkably intelligent woman. When she connected the previous events, she immediately understood the key to the whole situation. Aunt Lu had misunderstood, but this misunderstanding was quite significant. I'm pregnant with Yang Ming's child. Indeed, if that layer of paper had been pierced that day, there might have been a chance of getting pregnant. But now, Lu Suqing's eager and warm gaze made Bai Karen feel a bit reluctant. For so many years, Lu Suqing was the only elder who made her feel warmth. That pure sense of being moved hadn't been felt for many years. If Annie knew that she had no relationship with Yang Ming, would she still treat her so well? Did Yang Ming tell you? Bai Karen asked ambiguously, with a hint of selfishness. Does he need to say? That scoundrel, don't worry. My girl, when he comes back, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. No, Auntie, this isn't his fault. Bai Karen suddenly became playful. Looking at Lu Suqing's attitude, it seemed she had Yang Ming wrapped around her finger at home. She had never seen that guy in a vulnerable position. How could it not be his fault? In such matters, if a man doesn't agree, can you still force him? Just knows how to take off his pants, but not take responsibility. That scoundrel. Lu Suqing exclaimed, Don't worry about it, my girl. In any case, our Yang family will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Just take good care of your health, and don't tire yourself out. Chapter 179. I remembered something. With the information that Biaozi had found beforehand, Yang Ming quickly located Chun Wenshan's room. This guy should know he has too many enemies, as his room was in the most secure core area. Unfortunately, no matter how tight the security is, he is just a street boss, all show and no substance. For someone like Yang Ming, who possessed the achievements of a martial arts master, The patrolling security and surveillance were virtually useless. It was so late, yet this guy was still not asleep. As he got closer, Yang Ming noticed that the lights in the room were still on, and there were indistinct sounds of breathing coming from inside. Yang Ming chuckled. It seemed that Chun Wen-shan's legs, which he had broken, had healed, and he had started working overtime in the middle of the night. Inside the room, on a large bed, Chun Wen-shan had a woman pinned beneath him, both of them sweating profusely and flushed, fully immersed in the moment. Just as Chun Wen-shan was lowly growling and about to launch an assault on the woman's belly, the door behind him suddenly opened. Chun, the boss, really is vigorous. But isn't he afraid of bursting a blood vessel from working so hard in the middle of the night? Who? Chun Wen-shan trembled in fear, excessive tension causing him to lose control. The woman, currently in a peak moment, had a look of dissatisfaction on her face, but she quickly realized something was off. Chapter 180. Using their own methods against them. Remember something? A bodyguard by Yi Zhengguo's side called me tonight, offering me 30,000 a deal with a little punk who didn't know his place. Yang Ming smiled coldly. And then? That person said to teach that little punk a lesson, sent a few people to his house to smash a door, smash a TV or something, but not to hurt anyone for now. It really is that old bastard Yi Zhengguo. And then? Then you just let people do it? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes, a cold light bursting forth. No. Chun Wen-shan instinctively denied it, but then he immediately realized something. Brother Yang, that little punk they mentioned wouldn't be. He only spoke half of it, not daring to continue, because Yang Ming's expression already said it all. That's right, those people smashed my house tonight. I want to know if it was you. No. Chun Wen-shan was so scared he nearly knelt on the ground. That bastard Yi Zhengguo. Last time he almost cost him his life, and this time he actually made him do such a reckless job. Can this devil be provoked? Brother Yang, it really wasn't me. After you warned me last time, I really kept my distance from that surname. Besides, I also looked down on this 20 or 30,000. I refused it right away, even if it wasn't you. It definitely has something to do with the people around you. You might not look down on this 20 or 30,000, but the people under you surely do, right? I don't believe you can hide this kind of thing and who do. Chun Wen-shan, Yang Ming had also been a bit of a thug in the past. Although he only passively mediated fights, he knew Chun Wen-shan's reputation and strength in the underworld of Hoodoo, although he couldn't make it to the surface. In the dirty business underground, he was definitely the boss. Brother Yang, this matter is definitely not me, but if you insist on saying so, I did hear some things tonight while catching the wind. But according to the rules of the road, if I sell someone out, my reputation will be gone, and it will be hard to survive in the future. If your reputation is gone, you can still live. If your life is gone, what do you have left? Wait, what's more important? In a word, Chun Wen-shan trembled. Those who are ruthless don't say much. He really didn't dare to provoke him. 5 minutes later, Yang Ming swaggered out of the front door of Wen-shan Security Company. Lao Yang, why did it take you so long? I've already called the police. Biaozi's heart, which was hanging in the air, finally landed. Didn't we agree on half an hour? It hasn't even been 20 minutes yet. Yang Ming was puzzled. I was worried something would happen to you. After more than 10 minutes, I called the police. Yang Ming smiled and patted Biaozi's shoulder. You've got a conscience. But it's okay. I was planning to call the police anyway, and just right, you can call the police to tell them there's someone using drugs here. Chun Wen-shan thought that as long as he told Yang Ming what he wanted to know, the syringe matter would be overlooked. But Yang Ming didn't think so. Drug users are as despicable as drug dealers. So many families are ruined by drugs every year, and so many anti-drug police are bleeding and sweating on the front lines. Yang Ming couldn't just turn a blind eye. Moreover, Yang Ming had a deeper reason for choosing to call the police. This was to protect Chun Wen-shan. It was related to the agreement he made with Public Security Bureau Director Gong Zhiyong at a dinner party. If Yang Ming agreed to cooperate with Gong Zhiyong, then Chun Wen-shan still had great use. Now throwing him in would be the right choice. However, all of this was for later. Yang Ming was just going with the flow and hadn't thought that far. Using drugs? What's going on? Biaozi was surprised. Don't ask so much. Just do as I say. Let the police hurry. I'm afraid that surname Chun will hear the wind and hide first. Biaozi didn't ask any more questions. 5 minutes later, they heard police sirens nearby, and soon Yang Ming saw Chun Wen-shan and that woman being escorted out of the building. Chun Wen-shan might hold a grudge against him, but so what? Those anti-drug police fighting on the front lines, were they afraid? Let us go, Biaozi. Where to? Prepare 30,000 in cash. Tonight, I'm going to use their own methods against them and give that bastard Yi a taste of his own medicine. Yang Ming said coldly. Chapter 181. Disgusting to the core. Lao Yang, if you really want to do this, 30,000 might not be enough. Biaozi suggested after hearing Yang Ming's plan. Indeed, that surname Yes Villa in Jiang'an is not like our broken little neighborhood. Those profit-driven scum aren't fools. They want to do anything without some sweet benefits. Yang Ming thought for a moment and said, then let us make it 60,000. Isn't that surname, you relying on his wealth to look down on me? Then, Yang Ming, will raise the stakes and give him a taste of his own medicine, and let us see who ultimately plays better. Yang Ming generally doesn't hold grudges because he usually takes revenge on the same day. I don't have that much cash on me, Lao Yang. We need to make a trip back to Dream Paris. It doesn't matter, it's still early before dawn, we have plenty of time. Yang Ming isn't bothered at all. He doesn't know what's wrong, but at this hour tonight, he has no sleepiness at all. His mind is filled with many things. The collaboration with Bai Karen, the cooperation proposal from Gong Zhiyong, and his own plans for the wealthy elite, all flashing through his mind one by one. Yang Ming isn't someone who likes to stir up trouble, but sometimes trouble finds you even when you're not looking for it, especially when your identity and status change. Some things you can't avoid no matter what. Chapter 182. Don't be cowardly. Just do it. The Land Rover really isn't suitable for racing. Even though Biaozi is already driving fast, he's still left several hundred meters behind by Yi Jingyu's red Ferrari. If I had known, I would have switched to the Hennessy Venom earlier. The Land Rover can handle a little bumping with a Ferrari, but racing is definitely out of the question. Safety is the most important thing. It's not like I have to catch up to him, and anyway, the police are on their way. Yang Ming doesn't mind. At this point, it has already been 15 minutes since he called the police. According to the consistently high efficiency of the Songshan Public Security Bureau, they should have set up checkpoints along the road by now. Lao Yang, look, that bastard is stopped at the traffic light. Biaozi excitedly shouted. Yang Ming looked over, and it was indeed true. At the traffic light ahead, Yi Jingyu's Ferrari was actually stopped. He had run through several red lights before. Who would have thought he would stop now? This guy is also afraid of dying. Yang Ming teased. This traffic light is notorious for being a deadly red light. It has claimed many lives in car accidents. No wonder. Biaozi stepped on the gas, and the car stopped right in the lane next to the Ferrari. The window rolled down, and Biaozi looked down at Yi Jingyu from above, saying, friend, you know you shouldn't drink and drive, right? Be careful not to get caught and educated for 15 days. Chapter 183. Let's get out of here, bang. With a loud crash. Chun Biao in the car was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with excitement. Lao Yang, the good show is starting. Boom. Another loud crash. And it was unclear what had been smashed to pieces. To facilitate those guys' work, Yang Ming had instructed Biaozi to provide them with the internal layout of Yi Jingua's villa beforehand. He even outlined how to avoid surveillance, where to enter, and where to escape after smashing things, laying out a whole series of plans clearly. These money-hungry guys didn't even consider whether this was a trap. Instead, they thought their employer was really generous. It seems that everything is going according to plan. Just wait, the best part is still to come. Yang Ming stretched comfortably. Then a series of crashing sounds echoed, and the originally dark villa area of Jiang'an started lighting up one by one. What's going on? What sound is that? Is there an earthquake? I don't know. It shouldn't be an earthquake, and the sound seems to be coming from the direction of old Ye's house. Could it be that they were robbed? What kind of stupid thief would make such a loud commotion while stealing? Isn't that asking for death? Chapter 184. Very satisfying at 4 in the morning, in Yi Jingua's home in the Jiang'an Villa area. The once luxuriously decorated interior now looked as messy as a garbage dump. Broken glass, splinters of wood, and shattered appliance parts were everywhere. The ground was in disarray. The snow dragon fish that Yi Jinghua loved the most lay dead in a corner of the dining table. In the living room. What did you say? Yi Jinghua rolled up his sleeves, his face ashen, looking extremely bad. Boss, I went to the police station and confirmed that the people who smashed your house were indeed the ones who worked for us earlier this night. Bastards. Are these idiots out of their minds? They took my money to smash my house. In a fit of rage, Yi Jinghua picked up the only intact glass on the dining table and smashed it to pieces. They had already reported the incident twice, took money twice, and claimed they were acting under the orders of the same boss. Yi Jinghua suddenly looked up and stared hard at the bodyguard in front of him. The bodyguard trembled in fear. Boss, there must be some misunderstanding. Think about it. How could I do such a stupid thing? Yi Jinghua didn't step in. Everything was being handled by this trusted bodyguard in front of him. After all, he had been with him for so many years. he wouldn't do something so foolish. Chapter 185. Collect some interest, it's exploding, it's exploding. Lao Yang, the video we uploaded went viral online. The heat is skyrocketing, and several official media outlets have shared it. This time Yi Jingyu is probably going to be in big trouble, Biaozi shouted excitedly. He had only heard about it before, but now he truly understood what a media explosion meant. Across a screen, whether people or ghosts, everyone is showing off. Normally, the rich second generation, arrogant, ignoring rules and laws. When these things combine, they easily ignite the anger of the grassroots behind the screen. And there are more grassroots like us in this world. But they don't have our luck or opportunities to rise. They have suffered too much unfair pressure in their daily lives, or are bound by paranoia, complaining about fate's injustice, which makes them hate the privileged class even more. Once this kind of incident is posted online, the empathy of these people will unite them like a sharp knife, easily cutting through everything. This is an excellent way for them to vent their pressure from a difficult life without any burden. These people often don't care about the truth. They only care about the appearance that can trigger their empathetic anger, enjoying the process of self-release. Chapter 186. Modify the contract. After the incident with Yi Zhenghua, Yang Ming had an epiphany. Some troubles are not something you can avoid just by wanting to. Instead of being passively defensive, it's better to take the initiative. Life is short. We only live about 100 years. So what if the Dragon Queen is involved? If there are flowers to be picked, one must pick them right away. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to regret. At first, Bai Karen was desperately trying to push Yang Ming away. But in just 3 seconds, she turned around and hugged his neck. Finally, they met again with honesty. There's nothing more frustrating than when you're urgently preparing to get down to business with your girlfriend after some foreplay, only to suddenly find out that her period has come. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yang Ming looked speechless. It's okay, Bai Karen said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Are you crazy? Haven't you taken a physiology class? Don't you know how harmful this is to your body? Although it was uncomfortable, he wouldn't force it at this moment. That would be no different than being an animal. Bai Karen stared blankly at Yang Ming, her eyes swirling for a moment without speaking. What are you looking at? Hurry up and put your clothes on. Don't catch a cold. Yang Ming glared at her fiercely. What bad luck. How did I end up with a female demon like you? Cursing under his breath, Yang Ming began to dress himself. Watching this scene, Bai Kurun stared at him, her eyes sparkling. A strange warmth surged in her heart. She knew how great her body's allure was to men. In a situation where she was so proactive, any other man would likely have gone along with it, regardless of whether it was a physiological period or not, as long as he was satisfied. But Yang Ming did not. Although it was absurd, after all these years, it seemed he was the first man who truly cared about whether she would be hurt. Feeling inexplicably moved, she suddenly hugged Yang Ming. Demon, what are you doing? Ouch. You crazy woman. Why are you biting me? Bai Kurun left 2 rows of bloody teeth marks on Yang Ming's chest. Are you a dog? Yang Ming was speechless. Stop playing around. Female demon. You're playing with fire. Yang Ming remained still, and Bai Kurun took the initiative. I love you. Yang Ming trembled suddenly, as if he had misheard. Half an hour later, Yang Ming was dressed neatly again, and a hint of romance filled the air. The sound of water could be heard from the washroom as Bai Kurun brushed her teeth. Soon, she came out, wiping her mouth with a towel. Seeing Yang Ming staring at her, her face turned red, and Bai Kurun glared back fiercely, her gaze charming and full of allure. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. If those upper-class men in the city knew what the Dragon Queen had just done for him, he would probably be torn to pieces. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly felt very proud. So what? Come here, I have something to discuss with you. Bai Kurin's cold voice rang out. Unlike her previous flirtatious demeanor, Bai Kurin seemed to have regained her queenly posture at that moment, cold, distant, and official, keeping people at arm's length. Yang Ming didn't mind at all because he knew this was Bai Kurin's usual way of relieving her own embarrassment after he left. Wasn't it the same in the past, when she shyly revealed her feelings alone in the office after he had gone? Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt a bit smug. What is it? There are some changes needed regarding the new company. I plan to change the name from Kurin International to Ming Yang International. Additionally, I've also modified the equity distribution, changing it from 70 to 30 split to an 80 to 20 split. You're 80, I'm 20. This is the modified contract. Take a look and sign if there are no issues. Why? Yang Ming was confused. Chapter 187. Not wanting to be a burden, what does this demon mean? Changing Kurin International to Ming Yang International? Ming Yang? Yang Ming? Is she trying to be nice to me? Even more absurd, is the reallocation of equity. She had fought hard for 30 yesterday, yet just one day later, she voluntarily gives up 10 of her profits? Bai Kuren's series of mysterious operations left Yang Ming baffled. No reason. Bai Kuren said lightly, "You can't tell me you did all this without any conditions, right? I'm not a 3-year-old. Cutting off someone's financial road is akin to killing their parents. The business world is all about profit-seeking. Suddenly giving up such a large profit, I can't understand it. You need to give me a reasonable explanation. Of course, there are conditions." Bai Kuren looked at Yang Ming. "I don't intend to fund the initial capital for the company from Loan 2's accounts, so you'll need to lend me 300 million. Of course, I will write an IOU. That's the only condition. As long as you agree, the contract can be signed immediately." Yang Ming was shocked. "So you want to pull a fast one? Using my money to start a company and still take a share of my profits? Bai Dong, your plan is too good." Chapter 188. Yang Ming is a sea king as long as you want it any time. When the Diamond Life Supreme system was first obtained, it rewarded him with 3 billion. Last time he gave Biaozi 1 billion for his career, leaving him with 2 billion. Plus, last year's year-end bonuses from Tiffany and Angel Pharmaceuticals totaled over 900 million, along with some dividends from Bihailan Tian, adding up to around 3 billion, which he hadn't touched at all. So taking out 500 million now put no pressure on Yang Ming. Then let's do it quickly, the sooner the better. I'll register the company as soon as it gets light. Bai Kuren had no doubts. Knowing Yang Ming was a major shareholder in Tiffany and Angel Pharmaceuticals, which together generated at least 10 billion in net profit annually, especially since Angel Pharmaceuticals thrived in various aspects of the pharmaceutical field. The dividends received each year were at least in the hundreds of millions. It was precisely because she knew Yang Ming wasn't short on money that she dared to make this request. Without hesitation, Yang Ming agreed, and an hour later, 500 million appeared in Bai Kuren's private account. As for the guarantee, Bai Kuren symbolically wrote Yang Ming an IOU, but he tossed it out as soon as he left. Yang Ming knew that without even a notary, if Bai Kuren really wanted to cheat him, that thing would be worthless. Chapter 189. A difficult situation. Yang Ming, get up quickly. Look at what time it is, and you're still sleeping. At 3:30 p.m., Yang Ming, who was dreaming, was pulled out of bed by his mother. Lu Suqing pinched his ear, waking him painfully. "Mom, I didn't sleep at all last night. Let me rest a bit longer." Yang Ming wriggled free from his mother's grip, turned over, and pressed the blanket down, wanting to continue sleeping. Smack! Lu Suqing raised her hand and gave Yang Ming a slap on the butt. "Get up, you little brat." Yang Ming jumped up as if he were a spring, shivering in pain. "Mom, why are you hitting me again? Shouldn't I hit you? Honestly, has the matter been resolved or not?" "What matter? Are you still pretending?" "About the 2 girls. Mom, I've explained it to you many times. Bai Kuren is not pregnant. She wasn't pregnant. The reason she was holding her stomach yesterday was that her period came." Lu Suqing glared at him, her expression clearly saying, "You little brat, keep lying. I want to see your performance." Yang Ming felt helpless. "Mom, why don't you believe me?" "Believe you?" Lu Suqing scoffed. "Even if that girl Bai isn't pregnant, do you dare say you have nothing to do with her?" Chapter 190. Storing up a belly full of trouble. "Hello, uncle and aunt. Are you here to see the house?" When Lu Suqing's family walked into the sales building, a girl in a professional suit quickly approached them. She looked to be about the same age as Yang Ming, with a relatively innocent appearance. She seemed to be a newcomer, standing there in a black silk suit. She looked a bit thin. "Yes, we were introduced by the relatives of your developer's boss and heard there would be a discount. By the way, how much is the price per square meter here?" As soon as Lu Suqing finished speaking, a group of salesgirls at the front desk burst into laughter. "You see, I guess right. This family looks so poor and shabby. I could tell they were brought in by that poor relative of Deputy Supervisor Chi. They must just be here to look without buying anything, being all high and mighty, and still wanting a discount. A fracture would be more like it. They couldn't even afford one discount. Only this new little flirt is stupid enough to go up and greet them. Of course, she has to perform well. Otherwise, how can she show off in front of Deputy General Manager Xia? Oh, don't be jealous. Just because she's young, our Deputy General Manager Xia likes these inexperienced little girls. Easy to train to show off a man's prowess. Unlike us, who just know to change positions after a pat on the back. How can that give a man a sense of achievement? Chapter 191. What are you doing? As soon as Yang Ming said this, the woman's face instantly turned sour. Yang Ming burst into laughter. Bro, how come I never noticed you could retort like this? So satisfying. Lu Suqing and Yang Zhengwo also felt a sense of relief. Even the new salesgirl who had first approached them couldn't help but smirk. You. The woman pointed at Yang Ming, too angry to speak. Meanwhile, the little girl had already guided Yang Ming's family towards the model of the housing project. Uncle, my colleagues here like to make some outrageous jokes. Please don't mind them. I apologize on their behalf. Also, our housing project is priced at $9,500 per square meter, typically 80 to 120 square meters for families like yours. We have 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 3-bedroom with 2 living room layouts available, depending on your needs. The little girl's attitude was angelic compared to those other women. She patiently explained every question Lu Suqing raised. This made Lu Suqing, who had originally planned to turn and leave, look much better. On the other hand, the group of women who had been retorted by Yang Ming were grinding their teeth in anger. Chapter 192. Why are you hitting me? The change came too suddenly, and Yang Ming's family was momentarily shocked. Even the little girl, Chun Yin, didn't immediately react. Mr. Xiao, what did I just say? I wasn't lying to you, was I? This little girl, Chun Yin, is so ungrateful, completely disregarding you. The group of older women was ecstatic. Originally, they were just casually looking for a slanderous reason, saying that Chun Yin was having an affair with Yang Ming. If it came to a confrontation afterward, it would be hard to cover up the lie, but unexpectedly, just as they had dug the pit, this little flirt jumped right in. It was as if the heavens were helping them. Exactly. Mr. Xia, I see Chun Yin is out of control, relying on your favoritism to trample on the company's dignity and harm its interests by introducing her clients to other projects. Such a person should be blacklisted from the industry and banned. That's right, Mr. Xia. This kind of troublemaker cannot be allowed to stay in the company. The group of older women was eager to take advantage of the situation, their mouths moving in haste. Chun Yin looked at the business card being held by Mr. Xia. Her face pale, with a bright red handprint on the left side of her face. Chapter 193. The queen arrives when still, it is to be expected, when moved. It surprises. Yang Ming swiftly grabbed Xia Xija's wrist, preventing his fist from moving even an inch from Chun Yin's face. How dare you? Xia Xija opened his mouth to curse and try to shake free. To his surprise, not only did he not escape, but he also received a slap from Yang Ming. With a loud smack, it was even more resounding than Chun Yin's earlier slap. Young Master Xia, I'm giving you another chance to reorganize your words. Why? It's you. Only then did Xia Xija see Yang Ming's face clearly, as he had not paid attention to this young man before. He never expected it to be him. The last time he targeted Yi Weirui, it was this bastard who suddenly intervened, and even with Chun Xing pointing a gun at him, he ended up losing a hand. Thinking back to that day's experience, the originally flawless plan had been ruined by this bastard, and his combat power was astonishing. A hint of fear flashed in Xia Xija's eyes, but it was soon replaced by arrogance. This was his territory, and today was different. He hadn't committed any crimes today. How dare you hit me? Security, come here. Xia Xija shouted fiercely, his eyes cold and sinister. Chapter 194. Expulsion. Summer Xija had the same doubts. He had seen Bai Karen before. At a high-profile banquet in Hudou, he and his father Xia Junong were fortunate to attend due to their connection with the Yi family, and he had seen Bai Karen from distance. Just that one glance he could never forget in his life. At that time, Bai Karen was surrounded by business elites in Hudou who were 100 times stronger than the Xia family. She was the queen, the center of attention, and just one look was enough to awaken a man's fantasies and desires for conquest. At that time, he even mentioned this to his father, Xia Junong, but was met with a harsh slap and warned not to involve the Xia family if he wanted to die. He then understood that this woman was far beyond his reach. He heard that even the big bosses in Hudou treated her with deference. How could she come to our small Xia family's housing project today? Director Bai, what brings you here today? It was their basic quality to take advantage of the wind and bully the weak. Upon seeing the queen, Xia Xija naturally adopted a low profile, because outside, even his father Xia Junhong didn't have the qualification to meet Bai Karen. Chapter 195. An olive branch. Lu Suqing was still immersed in Bai Karen's powerful aura when the sudden smile left the couple stunned. The Jiangnan Villa is nice, in a good location with a beautiful view. How about I gift a set to your uncle and aunt? Bai Karen said seriously. The group of older women was directly stunned upon hearing this. Jiangnan Villa? I heard the starting price, there is one. 5 million. And there are no small units under 100 square meters. They're all big houses with 2 or 3 floors. A single house can easily cost tens of millions. with the most expensive Xiangshan residence reportedly reaching 300 million. It is the high-end residential area in Hudou, second only to Tangchuniping, where residents are either rich or noble. This woman casually offers to gift a Jiangnan villa, as if it were just going out for a meal. What is her background? Indeed, who could make the young master's son too scared to say a word when hit? Her identity must be extraordinary, but they couldn't understand. Wasn't she a kept woman? Do wealthy women nowadays really buy houses for their little boyfriend's parents? Especially in Jiangnan, a place that ordinary people can only dream of. Lu Suqing was also bewildered. Darling, don't joke with Annie. How could we afford to live in such a place? She couldn't believe it. Thinking by Karen was just joking. Chapter 196. Incompatible, these greedy women. Aren't they just slapping me in the face? But the knife is right in front of me, glaring at me. The principle that the situation is stronger than the individual makes Xia Xija completely unable to resist. Bai Karen glanced at the hesitant Chen Yinyan. Chen Yinyan's face suddenly turned pale. She actually wanted to agree but didn't react in time. When she met Bai Karen's gaze, she thought Bai Karen had taken a liking to those former colleagues, and her mood instantly plummeted. But unexpectedly, people are recruited, but my place is a beauty salon, not a brothel. Miss Chun can go, but you all. Bai Karen glanced at the group of women and said, not quite appropriate. Yang Mei burst out laughing. The comedic player is online. Sister-in-law. Do you mean they all look like chickens and only Sister Yin is a human? I never said that. Bai Karen said seriously, but your understanding is not wrong. Yang Mei was stunned for a moment, then laughed so hard she bent over. Ha ha, sister-in-law. Now I understand why you like my brother. A strong girl like you must enjoy the feeling of being evenly matched, right? Talking smack. You and my brother are both kings. Chapter 197. By Karen's expectations, Yang Jiangwo and his wife, along with their daughter Yang Mei, were in one bodyguard car, while Yang Ming and Bai Karen were in a separate car. Why are you here? Yang Ming's expression was blank. Just happened to be working nearby. Finished up and came over to take a look. How did you know my parents were going to see a house? Bai Karen glanced at him and said in Dandal, Annie mentioned it when she brought me chicken soup at noon. I remembered. Yang Ming suddenly turned to look at Bai Karen and said, How could you let my mom make you chicken soup? You're not really pregnant. I didn't ask for it. Annie wanted to make it herself. Then you wouldn't refuse? It's not my fault you made my mom misunderstand. If you had clarified earlier, there wouldn't be any problems. Bai Karen raised an eyebrow. When I bowed my head for you this morning, did you refuse? Yang Ming's mind immediately flashed to the seductive scene of Bai Karen squatting in front of him this morning. He was momentarily speechless and very embarrassed. Not proactive, not refusing, not responsible. Yang Ming want to be a playboy, I can't control that, but what do you think of me, Bai Karen? Bai Karen looked at Yang Ming, her phoenix eyes flickering with cold light. Chapter 198. It was me who reported at the same time. Yi Zhenghua also arrived at the inquiry room under the lead of the police. Pushing the door open and seeing Yang Ming for the first time, Yi Zhenghua was taken aback, but he quickly snorted disdainfully and turned his head aside, as if even looking at Yang Ming would dirty his eyes. Yang Ming smiled. Mr. Yi, you seem not at all surprised to see me. Did you already know someone smashed our house? Yi Zhenghua's brow twitched, and he was suspicious. What does this kid mean? Does he know I did it? Impossible. Even if Bai Karen is helping this kid. Chen Wenshan was arrested for drug use. They have no way of getting information. How could they know? Realizing this, Yi Zhenghua remained calm. Who are you? I don't understand a word of your nonsense. Do we know each other? Yi Zhenghua was arrogant, looking completely disdainful. Police comrades, are these the suspects I want to identify? Yi Zhenghua deliberately accused Yang Ming's family. Who do you say is the criminal? Lu Suqing was immediately displeased. The police quickly stepped forward. No, they are victims of this case. How do you know them? Of course we know. We don't know. Yang Ming and Yi Zhenghua spoke simultaneously, but gave conflicting answers. Chapter 199. Brother, I was joking, how about it? The filming skills are not bad, right? The faces are clearly visible. To be honest, your nephew is quite photogenic. Yang Ming said cheerfully. Nonsense. Yi Zhenghua gritted his teeth and rushed towards Yang Ming. Police comrades, look. He is retaliating against a good citizen who reported the incident in front of you. Shouldn't drunk driving be reported? Luckily, nothing serious happened last night. What if something had happened and endangered the safety of the people's lives and property? Yang Ming pretended to be scared while speaking righteously. Mr. Yi, what do you want to do? The police blocked Yi Zhenghua's path. This police officer clearly did not expect that the person causing a stir online about drunk driving last night was actually a victim of another case. Although the methods were not very honorable, it ultimately did not violate the principles of the law, and it was also a good deed. Mr. Yi, please behave yourself. Your nephew indeed violated the road traffic safety law, and the drunk driving situation is serious. This is undeniable, the police said sternly. Yi Zhenghua's face turned blue and red. It took a long time for him to calm down. If looks could kill, Yang Ming would already be dead. Chapter 200. Every step is a calculation. By Karen stood at the door of the inquiry room. She observed everything that had just happened. The corner of her mouth slightly lifted, a beautiful arc flashing by. Just as she expected. When it comes to being a trickster, Yang Ming never disappoints. No one in this room should understand Yang Ming's careful calculations better than she does. From the moment Yi Zhenghua walked in, he had already fallen into Yang Ming's trap. Yang Ming deliberately mentioned that they had met before, bringing up their past grievances, letting everyone in the room know that he and Yi Zhenghua had a disagreement. When Yi Zhenghua vehemently denied, threatening him, Yang Ming threw out the recording. This was Yang Ming's first slap in the face of Yi Zhenghua and also an important foreshadowing for his next move. Then the naive Aunt Lu unknowingly played the role of a foil, pointing out that Yi Zhenghua was retaliating against his own family for grievances with his son. Next, Yang Ming unabashedly pointed out that Yi Zhenghua was the one who smashed his own house. This seemingly unreasonable accusation made everyone think Yang Ming was childish, but in reality, this was exactly Yang Ming's intention and a double-edged sword. Firstly, to make Yi Zhenghua believe that Yang Ming had long known he was the one who smashed his house. Chapter 201. Police-civilian cooperation. Yang Ming was very familiar with this voice. It was Gong Zhiyong. You take my parents home first, and I'll take a taxi back later. Yang Ming knocked on the car window. Is everything all right? The glass rolled down, revealing Bai Karen's stunning face. She recognized Gong Zhiyong. In the upper echelons of hoodoo, Bai Karen had interacted with most of them, and this director Gong should be the most difficult one to deal with. The reason he's difficult is that this person is upright, stubborn, and doesn't understand how to be flexible or smooth, famously known as the black-faced Bao Gong. It's fine. If there were really something wrong, how could I walk out the front door? Yang Ming smiled, signaling Bai Karen to relax. Director Gong, long time no see. Why are you at the substation today? Yang Ming waved at Gong Zhiyong, smiling as he greeted him. Gong Zhiyong looked at Yang Ming with a blank expression. I came specifically to find you? Then I'm relieved. Just now. I thought you were here to catch me with that momentum. I almost had to catch you. Gong Zhiyong stared at Yang Ming with burning eyes and said, Yang Ming, you're playing with fire. Director Gong, don't scare me. I'm timid. You're timid? You dared to let someone smash Yi Zhen's country, and you're still timid? He started first. Chapter 202. A self-fulfilling prophecy. Gong Zhiyong fell silent. Thinking carefully, Yang Ming did have a point, but it was just too radical. As an experienced veteran police officer, Gong Zhiyong still felt it was a bit too risky. There was too much gambling involved, but it must be admitted that Yang Ming was right. Because just last night, the police monitoring the Xia father and son made a breakthrough. Gong Zhiyong didn't expect this kid could even guess this. This guy has a nose for police work. I say, Yang Ming, are you interested? No. Yang Ming interrupted before Gong Zhiyong could finish. I haven't finished speaking, Gong Zhiyong said unhappily. Aren't you just asking if I'm interested in becoming a police officer? Although I have a sense of justice, I'm also greedy for money and lustful. I can't be as upright and selfless as you, dedicated to the people. If I really became a police officer, I'm afraid I would make mistakes due to temptations of beauty and money. So I'd rather just be an ordinary person. So you're not planning to cooperate with me? Why not? Yang Ming smiled and said, I don't want to be a police officer, but I've always had a dream of being a hero. Helping police comrades eliminate drug lords and protect the people from harm. Sound impressive, right? If I say this while trying to pick up girls later, wouldn't that mesmerize a whole bunch of girls? Hey, hey, hey. Chapter 203. Charge. The car was hit so hard that all four wheels left the ground and slid sideways for 7 or 8 meters. When it landed, the tires screeched loudly against the ground. Fortunately, the car was specially reinforced and had a stable chassis, so it didn't roll over. However, the left front and rear doors were dented significantly, a shocking sight. Sis, are you okay? The driver, Daozi, had a large bump on his forehead that had broken open. Although it wasn't serious, blood was still trickling down from the corner of his eye, making him look a bit gruesome. I'm fine. Bai Karen's voice came from the back seat. Yang Ming, wake up. Yang Ming, are you okay? The two of them didn't know why they rolled to the bottom of the seat with Karen on top and Yang Ming as the human cushion underneath. He kept his eyes tightly closed, unresponsive for a long time. Karen's face turned pale. Yang Ming, wake up. She only remembered that in a critical moment, Yang Ming suddenly rushed over to protect her, and then there was a violent crash. The time was too short, and the incident was sudden. She wasn't injured, but she had no idea if Yang Ming was. Don't scare me, Yang Ming. Speak. Sis, what's wrong with him? Daozi looked out the window. The unlicensed Toyota Land Cruiser didn't seem to have any intention of letting up. Chapter 204. Come on, you bastard outside the car. The roar of motorcycle engines filled the air. The Maybach shot out like an arrow. Damn it. What are you all standing around for? Chase them. The voice from the Toyota Land Cruiser that first crashed into the Maybach was frantic. Half of them took a shortcut, while the other half stayed on their tail. Determined to take that bastard's life today. A man with a big beard in the car looked fierce, with yellowed teeth, cursing loudly. He slammed the ignition-less Toyota Land Cruiser. Damn it. Why can't this piece of junk catch fire after just one hit? If I had known, I would have rented a Hummer. And that bastard would have been dead. Give me a motorcycle. You two stay behind and deal with this Toyota. Soon, the bearded man rode a powerful motorcycle, following the convoy that was tailing the Maybach. Meanwhile, inside the Mercedes Maybach. Sis, this is bad. They've split up. With the mobility of the motorcycles, they should be taking a shortcut to block us ahead. Our people will take some time to arrive. Can we delay? Karen said coldly. Or should we just drive straight to the hospital? It's difficult. Given how ruthless these guys were earlier, they definitely won't stop until they get blood. And from the current situation, they likely have firearms. If they start shooting. Chapter 205. I'll go with you ever since achieving the titles of martial arts master and medical sage. Yang Ming hadn't been idle for the past 3 months. His understanding of martial arts and medicine was no longer comparable to that of 3 months ago. The saying, high skill brings boldness, fits Yang Ming's current state. When he first met Gong Jiong, he was completely defenseless against his probing. If the current Yang Ming were to encounter the Gong Jiong from back then, Gong Jiong would definitely be the one without the power to resist. Of course, being injured would definitely affect his combat power. But who doesn't want to show off in front of beautiful women? Don't say you don't want to. Those who say they don't either lack the ability or are being hypocritical. Yang Ming was very sincere. Who doesn't want to be a hero saving the beauty? He dares to admit it. Of course, there's one more important point. He likes to settle scores on the spot. You hit me? Then sorry. You have to leave something behind, like bleeding a little. Brother Leopard, it looks like the bastard we're after got out of the car. Do you think I'm blind? I saw it. Black Panther, the one who had previously driven the Toyota Land Cruiser and crashed into Karen's Maybach, was also Chun Wenshan's top henchman. He had followed Chun Wenshan since he was a small-time thug, and now he was the vice president of Wenshan Security Company. Chapter 206. Are you still going to kill me? Quiet. Black Panther stopped the car, playing with a dagger in his hand, swaggering towards Yang Ming with a swaggering gait. This kid still has some self-awareness. Knowing he can't escape, he voluntarily came down to surrender. But does he think that means I'll let him go? You sent my brother to prison. If I don't take your life today, I won't be surnamed Wong. Are you Chun Wenshan's dog? Yang Ming said expressionlessly. You are the dog. Brother Wen is my brother, my big brother. Black Panther glared. You treat him as a big brother, but he may not treat you as a brother. In his eyes, you're not even as good as a dog. You should know this well. Otherwise, you wouldn't be colluding with that guy Xia Junhong behind his back. If I'm not mistaken, all this commotion today is at Xia Junhong's behest, right? You're startling the snake. Since you've startled the snake, there will definitely be a reaction, but Yang Ming didn't expect that the Xia family would react so quickly and violently. Perhaps it had something to do with the slaps he gave Xia Xija earlier today. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm here to take revenge for Brother Wen. Black Panther's face flashed with a hint of shadow. Clearly, Yang Ming guessed correctly. What are you going to do for revenge? Yang Ming teased. Of course, I'm going to kill you. Kill me? Then what? Why are you talking so much nonsense? The Black Panther held a dagger. Its tip pointed at Yang Ming's neck. I understand. You want to buy time for someone to come and save you? Don't dream. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save you. You scum, I'm going to kill you for sure. Is that so? A strange smile appeared on Yang Ming's lips. I am indeed buying time, but not to wait for someone to save me. Rather to think about how to take you down. Is this bastard talking nonsense? With so many of us surrounding you, do you think you can fly, or something? Take me down? Why don't you go to heaven? Be careful, Leopard. The sudden warning made Black Panther's brow twitch. Upon closer inspection, Yang Ming had moved. This guy, despite being heavily injured and surrounded by my men, still dared to make the first move. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Black Panther moved too. The distance between them was short, and they accelerated towards each other, facing off in an instant. Black Panther was tall and strong, like an iron tower, gripping the dagger as he lunged directly at Yang Ming's heart. I had planned to let you live a few more minutes, but since you want to die so badly, I'll give you a quick end now. Swish. The blade pressed fiercely towards Yang Ming's heart. Black Panther's eyes grew hotter, and his blood seemed to boil. Deep bustat. Crack. The dagger's advance abruptly halted, just a hair's breadth from Yang Ming's heart, the blade nearly touching his clothing, yet it could not advance an inch further. Black Panther suddenly looked up, his expression changing dramatically. His wrist was gripped by Yang Ming, as if it were caught in an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Ha ha, you little ant, dare to play with a knife in front of me? Crack. Yang Ming closed his tiger mouth, and the sound of bone shattering echoed. Black Panther's face instantly contorted as his wrist bone was crushed by Yang Ming's grip. The excruciating pain hit him before the sensation reached his nervous system, and Yang Ming had already snatched the dagger from his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the blade into Black Panther's already shattered wrist. The scream was like a pig being slaughtered, blood gushing everywhere. The pain, like 1,000 insects gnawing at his heart, made Black Panther tremble all over. Yang Ming held the dagger calmly, moving slowly towards Black Panther's ear. Now, do you still want to kill me? Chapter 207. Just don't like you, fuck you. If you have the guts, kill me now. Black Panther still had some spirit left. This stab didn't make him submit. Instead, it ignited the ruthlessness deep within him. Otherwise, once I catch my breath, I'll kill your whole family. Is that so? Puff. The sound of the knife scraping against bone and flesh echoed. Yang Ming yanked the dagger out violently, then plunged it back into the same wound, without a moment's hesitation. Yang Ming's technique was steady, precise, and ruthless. It was the same wrist, the same spot. Stabbing the same wound a second time was like pouring oil on a fire. The pain was 10 times worse than stabbing a different place. Yang Ming knew this well, so he acted without delay. Now, still want to kill my whole family? Elegant and easygoing, Yang Ming remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. The blood covering his back added a layer of murderous intent to him, as if a god of death had descended. Black Panther trembled all over, his yellowed teeth chattering like they were in the dead of winter. His face pale as he was in so much pain he couldn't even scream. After a long while, it seems that's not enough. Should I give you another stab? Chapter 208. The gun fired sis. The Maybach stopped by the roadside, and the knife grabber held back by Karen, who was about to push the door open. They had just arrived and happened to witness the scene of Yang Ming fighting Black Panther. One stab after another. Yang Ming's ruthless nature was fully visible to the siblings. Bai Karen still wore a cold expression, showing no signs of inner turmoil, but the knife's face had completely changed. If seeing Yang Ming easily deal with Yi Jingyu's 2 bodyguards outside Bai Karen's office last time was just a glimpse, then witnessing him fight Black Panther in person was truly shocking. He thought he had given Yang Ming's strength a high estimation, but the moment Yang Ming made his move, he realized he had still underestimated him. One stab after another, the angles, positions, and force were all the same. This level of mastery left the knife in the dust. It was like shooting 3 bullets in succession at the same target, hitting the same spot through the same hole. The most terrifying part was that this kid was ruthless. He dared to strike. Are you still going to stop me? Bai Karen's icy gaze fell on the knife's face. Chapter 209, playing it quite flowerly looking at Yang Ming, who lay still on the ground. Black Panther finally breathed a sigh of relief. So close, he was barely able to pull the trigger. Killing this bastard with one shot would have been too easy. Black Panther grimaced in pain. Beads of sweat as small as sesame seeds covered his face. His injured hand was still bleeding, and the hand holding the gun was trembling. Damn it, Leopard, why didn't you pull out the gun sooner? My brothers wouldn't have suffered so much. You think I didn't want to? This bastard is too wicked. I didn't even have the chance to draw my gun. Black Panther spat angrily. You guys, hurry up and deal with that bastard, and that woman too. Since we've given them a way out, let us kill them together to avoid future troubles. A biker glanced at Bai Karen, his eyes lighting up as he lewdly licked his lips. Leopard, how about we keep the woman? This chick is stunning. Let the brothers have some fun? Fuck you. At a time like this, You're still thinking about that? Do you believe I'll shoot your balls off? Black Panther cursed loudly. Kill first, then have fun. The knife was furious. These bastards were so ruthless. They didn't even want to leave a living soul. What the hell, do you think I'm dead? Yang Ming's fall had greatly shocked him. The opponent indeed had a gun. But even so, if they wanted to kill me, they would have to pay a painful price. Sis, get in the car. You drive away. I'll handle this. The knife shouted. Karen stood there in a daze, as if in a nightmare, oblivious and unmoving. Dead? How can you die? You can't die. You want to die. Muttering to herself, her eyes were blank. She looked like a soulless walking corpse. The once valiant and powerful dragon map, Queen, completely gone. Sis, get in the car. The knife was burning with anxiety. The opponent found a flaw, and the incoming stick had already struck. Although he dodged quickly and stabbed that son of a bitch, bringing him down, he also took a hit to his shoulder. The sharp sound of the impact and the intense pain instantly made the knife realize that his bone was broken. Damn, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The knife's expression became incredibly dark. Sister, wake up. He is already dead. Do you also want to leave your life here? What is the point of his sacrifice then? Have you forgotten your grudge? If you die, who will take revenge? If you die, Yang Ming dies. Who will take revenge for him? Bai Ku-ren felt as if struck by lightning. Yes, I can't die. In that instant, the Dragon Queen regained her senses. Her phoenix eyes were as cold as frost, her sharp gaze like a dagger. She glanced at Black Panther and, without any hesitation, turned and ran towards the car. Run! Where the hell are you running to? Black Panther shakily raised his gun, aiming at Bai Ku-ren's back of the head, ready to repeat his trick. Sister, be careful. The knife's eyes turned red. Aren't you tough? No matter how tough you are, can you outfight a bullet? Don't be anxious. Once I deal with this woman, you're next. Black Panther's face was filled with resentment, the immense torment bringing out the darkness within him, and he didn't care about a few lives at all. He pressed the trigger, click. Huh. The gunfire didn't sound as it did before. Unbeknownst to Black Panther, a shadow had appeared beside him, gripping his finger that was about to pull the trigger. No matter how hard Black Panther tried, he couldn't fire. Kill him while it's hot? You really play it well. A mocking voice echoed in Black Panther's ear, sending chills down his spine. Black Panther suddenly looked up, and the face he met was Yang Ming's wild and handsome visage. His half-smiling face looked like a devil in Black Panther's eyes at that moment. Weren't you dead? Surprised? Unexpected? Crack. Black Panther's finger was directly broken and torn off by Yang Ming. That scene sent shivers down the spines of those motorcycle riders lying on the ground. Chapter 210. Absolutely reliable ever since nearly dying under Chun, when Shan's son, Chun Xine's black gun, Yang Ming had become particularly sensitive to such things. With the achievement of a martial arts master and a few months of training, Yang Ming's skills and alertness far surpassed the past. Moreover, the knife had reminded him on the car that these bastards were very likely carrying guns. So how could Yang Ming easily fall into their trap? Relying on his strange movements, he had avoided danger, merely playing tricks on this son of a bitch. How does it feel? Yang Ming teased, looking at Black Panther, who was in so much pain he couldn't speak. Breaking one of his fingers was no less than any of the previous 4 cuts he received. Hearing Yang Ming's voice, Bai Ku-ren suddenly turned around. The moment her gaze fell on Yang Ming's lively figure, she couldn't help but chuckle, biting her red lip. Her phoenix eyes shining like stars. You bastard. You scare me to death. The knife felt relieved as well. Yang Ming, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. You protect my sister. I'll take care of these bastards. All right, if you take another hit, you'll almost be dead, so don't be stubborn. Leave it to me. Before he finished speaking, Yang Ming had already vanished from his spot. Chapter 211. Where you can continue. The knife's injury was a fracture, but without displacement. After being corrected and plastered in the hospital, a few months of good rest would be enough. As for Yang Ming, his back was covered in superficial abrasions. It looked alarming, but wasn't too serious. The main concern was stopping the bleeding and waiting for the wounds to heal naturally, before engaging with those motorcycle riders. Yang Ming had already stopped the bleeding himself. As for anti-inflammation, he couldn't be bothered to do it himself. So he listened to Bai Ku-ren and left it to the hospital. Will there be any trouble later? No, but we may need your help later. Director Gong will contact you, so try to cooperate. Yang Ming comfortably lay on the emergency room bed, exposing his back while a nurse was applying medicine. Bai Ku-ren stood at the doorway, leaning against the frame with her arms crossed, her eyes fixed on Yang Ming, filled with tenderness. Do you have some cooperation with Director Gong? Bai Corinne suddenly asked. Guess. The cool sensation on his back made Yang Ming let out a comfortable moan. The nurse occasionally stole glances at Bai Corinne at the door, her small eyes filled with amazement and shock. Perhaps she was also wondering how such a beautiful woman could exist in the world. Chapter 212. Dreaming Fool. Meanwhile, far away in the northern suburbs of the capital, in a grand, ancient mansion, an old man with a white beard was raging in his study. Useless. I asked you to investigate, and 3 months have passed. And this is the ambiguous result you give me? What do you mean it might be him or might not be him? A bunch of useless idiots. Am I feeding you for nothing? This was the Lei family of Yanbei, Master Lei Xingji. It had been over 3 months since his granddaughter was dismembered in the capital. Yet until now, the people he sent out had not returned with a single definite message. The only ambiguous answer was that the person who harmed his granddaughter was a 20-year-old high school student named Yang Ming. It might be him, head of the family. Please calm down. The main problem is that we don't have any roots in the capital, and those old bastards in the local Hongmen are particularly exclusive. Our people face restrictions everywhere, making it very inconvenient to act. Plus, the Qin family's ambiguous attitude has shown no intention to help. So what? So you're a bunch of stupid pigs. Boom. The furious Lei Xingji slammed down his palm, and the four-cornered redwood table beside the armchair instantly shattered into pieces. Dust flying everywhere. Fonsun Lei, with a knife in hand, can also wield it like a blade. Chapter 213. Shy Queen on the road back to Longtu from the hospital. The atmosphere in the car was slightly awkward. The knife, with its arm in a cast, sat in the passenger seat, while Yang Ming and Bai Corinne were in the back seat. Bai Corinne's expression was somewhat unnatural, although she tried hard to conceal it with a cold demeanor. Her fair cheeks still showed a hint of blush. It was strange. The bold and unrestrained Bai Yao Jing, when alone with Yang Ming, had turned incredibly shy after the doctor and nurse burst into the room, like an 18-year-old girl experiencing her first love. Yang Ming understood, now, that on the surface, Bai Yao Jing was hot and flamboyant, but deep down, she was a very conservative woman. Only in a situation where it was just the two of them would she reveal that unknown side. And once there were others present, she would absolutely maintain her regal demeanor. Since that was the case, Yang Ming knew how to deal with this female demon next time. Dingling. Bai Corinne's phone rang without warning. It took about 2 minutes before she hung up. Her expression turned somewhat cold as she said, "It's someone with the surname Xia." "What surname Xia?" Yang Ming momentarily didn't react. Today's assassination was carried out by the father-son duo of Xia Junhong and Xia Xija. The person behind this is his usual tactic. In the past 2 years, Chun Wenshan has been in a superficial relationship with Black Panther. But Xia Junhong had long turned Black Panther into his dog. This time, it should be for revenge for the attack on his son this afternoon at the property, as well as the previous incident with the Yi family, which is why he targeted you. I also bear some responsibility in this matter, so I don't agree that it's entirely aimed at you. Chapter 214. The tool person plan. I just went to her office, and I saw this bag on the display case that looked really nice, so I looked at it a bit longer. Then Sister Corinne said if I liked it, I could take it. So, a bag made you call me sister-in-law. Yang Mei. Oh, Yang Mei, you really are a thankless wolf, only caring for milk. Yang Ming looked speechless. How can you still have a nerve to ask me? Brother, honestly, what is your relationship with Sister Corinne? You're already calling her sister-in-law. So why are you asking me? What about Sister Mu? That as someone who has been brought home to meet the parents, what do you think? Ugh. Yang Mei exclaimed, brother. No. Phew. You scumbag. You're not my brother. Yang Ming, you are the scumbag itself. Am I being proud? Yang Ming sneered coldly. Just one sentence left Yang Mei dumbfounded. She gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. People without shame are invincible. Brother, you've won. But speaking of which, brother, do you plan to keep dragging this out? There has to be a choice, right? Why should there be a choice? Do you want to have them both? Yang Mei widened her eyes. Can scumbags be this brazen nowadays? Am I being proud? Yang Ming sneered again. Chapter 215. Exploding the market. Yang Mei finally got to live in the big house she had longed for. Rather than making her parents and sister work hard to find a house and suffer from others, it would be better to just handle it all at once. Through Bai Corinne's connections, Yang Ming invested $150 million to purchase a 434 square meter, 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in Hudu Tang Pin. However, this house absolutely cannot be given in Bai Corinne's name, as Yang Ming knew that with this title, his parents would definitely not agree to move in. So, he called in Chun Biao to stage a play. Chun Biao pretended to be the boss and signed a fake employment contract with Yang Ming, hiring Yang Ming to work for him, and that apartment would be one of the salary benefits. As long as Yang Ming does not change jobs after graduating from university and continues to work under Chun Biao, he could keep living in that apartment. Of course, this was just a pretext. As long as his parents agreed to move in, they would never be able to move out again. And how long they stayed would be decided by Yang Ming. This is somewhat similar to a unit welfare housing, as his family previously acquired a unit welfare housing at a low price. So, emotionally speaking, this reason was something Lu Suqing and Yang Jiangwo could reluctantly accept. However, they still had many doubts, such as how could their son, still in high school, provide any value to Chun Biao in return for such a nice house as a benefit? Chapter 216. Chicken Rib Mingyang International was thriving, but Yang Ming was burning the midnight oil at school. There were only 5 days left until the college entrance examination. The self-study classroom was quiet. Occasionally, the sound of pages turning or the rustling of pens on paper could be heard. The air was somewhat hot, filled with a sense of tension. The students were like soldiers about to go to battle, tightly wound up. Not everyone has the courage to fight again next year, especially since these students were already in their second battle this year. Old Yang, do you have any pens left? Get one. Chen Yingguan, sitting next to Yang Ming, suddenly whispered, use your own. Yang Ming didn't even look up. He was focused on tackling the last question of the Huanggong mock math exam. Yang Ming has been doing a set of math and science comprehensive exercises every day recently to maintain his best condition for the college entrance examination. The human brain is actually like a machine. No matter how smart one is, it needs to be used regularly to maintain its activity. The pencil case was on the table, and Chun Yingguan casually took one, clearly not the first time he had done so. There are only 5 days left, and no one will lend you a pen in the examination room. You don't want to fight again next year, right? Yang Ming suddenly said. Chun Yingguan's face turned red, and he stammered, got it. Old Yang, this is the last time. Chapter 217. Self-made mock exam. The voice was strangely familiar. But what is this reward? A copy of this year's science exam and answers? A college entrance examination paper with answers? Are you kidding me? This was too chicken rib for Yang Ming, because even without the answers, he was determined to become this year's science champion. After all, the exam result from the first, second, third, and fourth mocks were there, which was hard power. Was this some sort of compensation for last year? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. A set of exam papers appeared in his mind. Language, math, English, and science comprehensive. He quickly skimmed through it. Sure enough, it was chicken rib. Aside from the last question of science comprehensive and math needing a bit of effort, the rest was a piece of cake for Yang Ming. System, is this some kind of joke you're playing on me? Yang Ming certainly wouldn't doubt the authenticity of this exam paper. After all, the real money in his bank account, and those shares were tangible things. He had reaped the system's benefits before. Aren't you leaving? A timid voice came. Yang Ming abruptly looked up. Huh? Why are you still here? I was waiting for you. Zheng Sisi said softly, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Right? Looking at Zheng Sisi, Yang Ming suddenly slammed the table. Chapter 218. Familiar exam paper. Old Yang. Your set of papers covers a lot of knowledge points. Where did you get them? At first, Chen Yingguan was somewhat resistant, as there were only 3 days left until the college entrance examination. He had his own review plan, and Yang Ming's appearance disrupted his schedule. However, as he worked through the questions, he felt that familiar feeling from last year's college entrance examination. It was hard to describe that specific feeling. It just felt very comfortable to do. I compiled these questions myself. If you can grasp the math and science comprehensive, it should be very helpful for your college entrance examination in 3 days. Oh, Chun Yingguan replied, showing no major reaction, continuing to focus on the questions. Aren't you surprised at all? I'm the one who made these questions. You just writing away without a second thought? What if it's useless? Yang Ming was puzzled. He had prepared a lot of excuses to deflect, but didn't he expect this guy to ask not a single question? What is there to be surprised about? I want to mention the math and science comprehensive. But you, a freak who could possibly score full marks in language, who else would I believe if not you? You don't know, when it comes to studying, your reputation in our class is even higher than Teacher Lu. Yang Ming was speechless. He didn't expect that having good grades would have this effect, saving him a lot of trouble. Chapter 219. Something happened. When did I ever review? When did I ever do similar questions? He couldn't remember. It was as if a person wanted to do something a second ago, but suddenly got stuck a second later, unable to recall what they were supposed to do just a moment ago. At this moment, Chun Yingguan was in such a state. He couldn't recall where he had encountered similar knowledge points. And after all, it was Chinese, where the same characters could have different meanings, let alone just similar knowledge points. No matter how hard Chen Yingguan tried to remember, he simply couldn't. In this anxious and fleeting state, Chen Yingguan completed the Chinese exam with unprecedented efficiency and completeness. At that moment, he didn't know that his classmates felt the same way. They were scattered across various examination halls in the city, all sharing similar feelings. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the math exam began on time. As the math paper was handed out, Chen Yingguan filled in his personal information and started answering questions. Suddenly, as he scanned through a row of multiple-choice questions, a light bulb went off in his mind. The doubts and unease that had lingered in his heart all afternoon finally found answers. This type of question, these cover knowledge points. Wasn't it from Chapter 220? The Virgin Mary, the bitch, Yang? I don't know, just now I was looking here and there, and he got into a taxi outside the examination hall. Chen Yingguan chased after a classmate who was also in the same room. They happened to see Yang Ming getting into a taxi and leaving. Damn, the exam is over. Where is he rushing off to? Chen Yingguan said somewhat frustrated, I want to give old Yang a kiss. The set of papers he had us do over the past few days hit at least 70% of the key points. It's so damn impressive, isn't it? The classmate next to him, clutching his pencil case, looked in the direction Yang Ming had left with a face full of excitement. Although the questions were different, the key difficult points in math and comprehensive science were at least 90% accurate. If it weren't for knowing that Yang Ming's learning ability was already abnormal, I would suspect he had advanced knowledge of the college entrance exam questions. Yingguan, I feel like I can score 130 in math this time. And my comprehensive science is also quite good. I originally thought that I would be satisfied with hitting a second-tier university, but now I feel like a first tier is secure. A first tier? Chen Yingguan scoffed. Don't mess with me. I'm unilaterally declaring that I've already been admitted to Qingbei. Chapter 221. Dimensionality Reduction Attack Virgin Mary? Is there really someone who can stab 4 knives in the same wound? Maybe. Yang Ming smiled wryly. Let me finish. I know you're focused on the high-end market of the entire Huaxia, so you think these low-end markets that have been poisoned by piracy are dispensable. From your perspective, taking the elite route is not wrong. After all, 98 of the world's wealth is controlled by 2 of the people. But don't forget, the 2 that you look down upon actually account for 98 of the total population. The most common people in this world are grassroots like me. There's a saying that a golden cup and a silver cup are not as good as the common people's reputation, as long as the number is large enough. Even ant can shake a big tree. Do you know who makes up the terrifying hundreds of billions in transaction volume during Double 11 on Alibaba? 90% of them are from the grassroots market of the young generation you are ready to give up. Their long-term purchasing power may not compare with the elite class. But don't underestimate their explosive power, and don't forget that there is something called advanced consumption now. The most important thing is that this world has never been static. Just like a grassroots person like me, now I can have an equal dialogue with you. The Dragon Map Queen? Chapter 222. Ask him how he wants to die. 5 minutes later, a man in his 40s walked into Bai Karuna's office. He had a square face, was dressed in a suit, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. At first glance, he seemed like a gentleman, but upon closer inspection, one would notice his hooked nose, puffy eyes, and the uncontrollable lust in his eyes when he saw Bai Karuan. He was clearly a short-lived man, with a character of impotence and meanness. You are Yang Ming's boss, Bai Karuan? His mouth revealed uneven, yellowed teeth, resembling an upright walking porcupine. Previously, people said the Dragon Map Queen was the most charming woman in the entire city. I thought they were just bragging. But seeing you today, it's indeed a beauty beyond compare. The man looked Bai Karuan up and down, his gaze unabashed and without any sense of propriety. Very arrogant. I am Bai Karuan, and you are? Bai Karuan raised an eyebrow. She had seen many people like him before. But someone so reckless was either a brainless bumpkin or overly arrogant because they had support behind them. Ms. Bai, let us be straightforward. Since you allow me to come in, it means you've already guessed my identity. So, can we be a bit more honest? Is the pirated product red face and ice skin circulating in the market your handiwork? Bai Karuan said coldly. Chapter 223. Hongmin half an hour later. You guessed correctly. After hanging up the phone with a knife, Bai Karuan said to Yang Ming. He indeed went to the Jiangnan villa of Yi Zhenghua. The methods of the Yi family are always so low profile, and the people they send out are as foolish as pigs. The most terrifying thing is that they still think they are very clever and act without being detected. What do you plan to do? You don't need to worry about Yi Jingwa's matters. Leave it to me. Yang Ming said with a fierce expression. If I don't give that old dog a hard time, he will really think that I, Yang Ming, only know how to talk and not act. He glanced at Bai Karuan. As for the red face and ice skin product, I'll leave it to you. Just follow the plan we discussed earlier, implement a dimensionality reduction attack on the piracy, and introduce a second-generation product with better effects at the same price. As for the first generation, let us lower the price to expand the ordinary market and win reputation. Additionally, have a Ming Yang, our D department, accelerate the anti-counterfeiting work on the product. Don't be afraid to spend money on this. Even achieving a level of anti-counterfeiting identification comparable to the Huaxia coin is not excessive. However, how to operate specifically is still up to you. I'm just a talkative king, and practical coordination is your strength. Don't worry, within a month at most, what you said will basically take shape. Bai Karuan looked at Yang Ming, her dark eyes sparkling with bright light. Chapter 224. One middle school Iverson leaving Loan 2. Yang Ming did not go directly to the graduation dinner. Instead, he called a taxi and told the driver to go to Hudi. Hudi Sports Academy is the university that Chun Biao attends. Compared to Daozi, Yang Ming was clearly more willing to trust his childhood friend Biaozi, and many things would be handed over to him. After making a call in advance when he arrived, Yang Ming gave a signal and headed straight for the Hudi Sports Hall. Biaozi told him over the phone to wait at the entrance for a moment. He would be out shortly. Biaozi has really become cocky now, daring to make me wait for him, Yang Ming thought jokingly, waiting obediently at the entrance. At that moment, four tall guys over 6 feet tall walked out of the sports hall. They were wearing basketball jerseys and shorts, all flushed and covered in sweat. The four of them had long faces, as if someone owed them money. They were probably students from Hudi, clearly in a bad mood after losing a 4-on-4 game. Something Yang Ming had seen too many times on the basketball court. Not wanting to run into their bad vibe, he consciously moved aside to avoid blocking their way. Even though Yang Ming was determined, his height of 1.8 meters still made him look short compared to those nearly 2 meters tall. Perhaps they were just looking for trouble. One of them shoved him aside with a shoulder. Chapter 225. Misdirection step. What the heck? Is this for real? He actually made it? Luck. That shot must have been pure luck. The students from Huti gradually regained their senses and began to stir. Fang Hongyu's expression was not good, and the athletes from the Huti school team under the hoop also looked grim. Anyone who knows a bit about basketball can tell whether someone can play just by their dribbling stance and shooting form. Was Yang Ming really just relying on luck? Perhaps not. Even if a student from a physical education college came off the bench to attempt a one-handed wrist shot from mid-range, there would be a 98% chance that it would miss entirely. Yet Yang Ming not only made it, but did so with a clean swish. This was a clear indication of his skill. Fang's team, be careful, this kid is not simple. A teammate warned. I say you guys are making too much of fuss. Don't boost his ego at the expense of your own. That shot was purely a stroke of luck. I don't believe he can make another one. The guy who said Yang Ming would eat 10 tons of shit if he made that shot was yelling from the sidelines. Don't forget, you still owe 10 tons of shit. Yang Ming teased, turning his head. You better not get cocky. That shot was just luck. If you make another one, I'll eat 20 tons. Chapter 226. Taking a puff to calm down under the hoop. The Huti school team members were equally astonished. It was like Iverson's crossover. The essence of the shoulder shake was almost like AI had possessed him. Awareness, technique, and jumping ability were all top-notch. This kid is playing dumb. Fang's team is definitely going to lose. Yang Ming walked over and extended his hand to Fang Hongyu. How about we just let it go? Smack! Fang Hongyu brushed aside Yang Ming's friendly gesture and rolled up to his feet. Who are you trying to humiliate? You promised 5 shots. It's not over yet. Who wins or loses is still uncertain. His face was ashen. In fact, Fang Hongyu had already realized he was losing, but in sports, one never concedes until the last moment. Yang Ming nodded. Then let us continue. It's not me humiliating you. You came at me first. But since you mentioned humiliation, let me be a bit more thorough. Once again receiving the ball, Yang Ming dribbled. Fang Hongyu was fully alert now, lowering his center of gravity. Arms spread wide like an eagle, blocking Yang Ming's path firmly. Yang Ming smiled. Now you're finally getting serious? Too late. With a quick dribble through his legs, he suddenly changed direction and accelerated forward. 2 steps for a run-up, 3 steps to take off. Chapter 227. Then you can roll Yang Ming. Get lost. It's been a month, and you can't even speak properly? This guy knows I don't smoke, and has always called himself Old Yang. What did I ever call him, bro? Biaozi seemed to be acting, hurriedly nodding and bowing. Yes, yes, yes. Yanggu is right. I'll change next time. I 1T dare again. Get lost. Yang Ming rolled his eyes and kicked this guy on the thigh. Of course, it was a real kick, just expressing his dissatisfaction. But others didn't know that. Back and forth, including Fong Hongyu, the Hu students were dumbfounded. They looked in shock at Chairman Shun, who was bowing and scraping in front of Yang Ming, thinking, who the heck is this guy? Hey, come on, just a joke, old Yang. Have you missed me after all this time? Come on, give me a hug. Saying this, Biaozi came up and gave Yang Ming a bear hug. Yang Ming's face was full of disdain. Get lost. Get lost, get lost. Everyone get lost together. Saying this, Biaozi, without a care, threw an arm around Yang Ming's shoulder and walked out of the gym, leaving behind the confused Hu students, who were left with endless speculation. Chapter 228. Let us all go together face ISNT given by others. It's earned by oneself. The method of winning people over with virtue and charisma takes time. Yang Ming, with limited time and heavy tasks, could only use the simplest and most brutal methods to deal with such a tough nut. Being polite would only make him look down on you even more, so you have to be even more arrogant. Plus, if you want him to submit, your fists need to be harder than his. What did you say? The man thought he heard wrong. You didn't hear wrong. I told you to roll. After all, I don't accept waste under me. Kid, watch your mouth. Who are you calling waste? The man shouted angrily. Calling you waste? Sorry, I really didn't. Waste is my honest and objective evaluation of you. What? You don't accept it? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. Then let me give you a chance to prove you're not waste. Fight me. Fight you? The man was taken aback. Are you serious? He looked Yang Ming up and down, his face full of ridicule. This kid actually wants to fight Steel Brother? He must be crazy. Our Steel Brother was the third place in a military competition. 100 weaklings like him wouldn't even be able to take him on. Chapter 229. One strength overcomes 10 skills. The middle-aged man who had been knocked back by Yang Ming stood up, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Yang Ming. Let us all go together. There was shock but no fear. He dismissed his previous underestimation and quickly rallied his group around him to launch a fierce attack on Yang Ming. Biaozi's heart was in his throat. He had seen how single-minded these guys could be. If they got worked up, they wouldn't care who they were hitting. Although Yang Ming's earlier display of combat power had shocked him, Biaozi didn't believe Yang Ming could withstand so many attacks at once. Old Yang, don't act recklessly. Before Biaozi could finish his sentence, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He stared blankly at the scene before him. One by one, those tall guys were going down. Yang Ming moved through them like a tiger in a flock of sheep, effortlessly taking down one with one punch, or at most two. In less than 30 seconds, none of them were still standing. They were all lying on the ground. When did old Yang become this freakishly strong? He had fought alongside Yang Ming in street brawls before, so he was most aware of Yang Ming's previous strength. Against those street thugs, Yang Ming might have been a reckless madman, but these were hardened veterans, and in the past, Yang Ming would never have dared to act like this against them. Chapter 230. Uprooting completely. Check tonight's movements of Yi Zhenghua. We must ensure we can find him at all times. No problem. But old Yang, are you really planning to take lethal action against the Yi family? What is the problem? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. The driver, Biaozi, had a serious expression as he glanced at Yang Ming and said, I didn't understand before. But over the past 6 months, I've learned a bit about the situation in Hudo. Although the Yi family is a declining noble family, a centipede that dies still doesn't go stiff. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. With our current strength, we might still be able to annoy them like last time, but if we really face them head-on, their power in Hudo is deeply rooted. Are you afraid? Or don't you believe me? I'm not afraid, nor do I not believe you. I just want to ask you if you've thought it through. As long as you're sure, even if there's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire ahead, I, Chun Biao, will charge with you. Yang Ming smiled and patted Biaozi on the shoulder. Don't worry. Whether it's a centipede that dies still doesn't go stiff or a dead camel being bigger than a horse, no matter how deeply rooted they are, if they annoy me, I'll uproot them completely. Biaozi took a deep breath, somewhat shocked. But when he thought about Yang Ming single-handedly taking on a group of perverts in a security room and winning, he suddenly felt amused. Chapter 231. A change is coming. Biaozi looked at the startled Chen Yingguan. Old Yang, who is this guy? Why do I feel like he resembles someone? Bro, how are you talking? What do you mean I resemble someone? I'm a person, okay. Yang Ming chuckled. His personality is indeed a bit similar to Li Weiron's. This should also be one of the reasons why I was willing to be friends with Chen Yingguan back then. Li Weiran is quite the coward. Could this guy also be? I say, buddy, why are you cursing when we first meet? Who is a coward? Ask old Yang. Am I a coward? I'm the #1 man in the world. You're the #1 man in the world, but why are you stuttering in front of Yi Weirui? Yang Ming teased. That's different, old Yang. You don't hit the face when fighting or expose the shortfalls when cursing. That's my goddess. Chen Yingguan's face immediately turned red. The three gathered together, and the atmosphere was lively. Biaozi and Chen Yingguan hit it off, exchanging witty banter back and forth. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Lu Yuan, only to be pulled aside immediately for various questioning about the overlapping topics of mock exams and college entrance exam knowledge points. Yang Ming had already planned ahead and calmly responded to the prepared excuses one by one. Chapter 232. Self-help in the Jiang'an Villa area at the Yi residence. Yi Jinghua was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. It was tea because he discovered Yang Ming's plan to deal with him. But because half an hour ago, he suddenly received news that the elders of the third branch of the Yi family had suddenly sold all their shares in the Huangpu industrial family business to the same person, totaling over half, reaching as high as 55. This made Yi Jinghua feel extremely tense. Excluding the 15 held by small shareholders, he, as the chairman of Huangpu Industrial, actually only held 30 of the shares. In other words, he had already lost the dominant voice in the Yi family business. If that person who acquired the shares suddenly stood up now, he would lose the title of chairman of Huangpu Industrial. The family business that had been passed down for nearly 100 years could very likely change hands. And if that person came with malicious intent, he could even be swept out. Panicked, Yi Jinghua immediately called the elders of each branch. Is there no sense of propriety? Why are you calling so late? Don't you know older people go to bed early? A grumpy, old man's dissatisfied voice came from the other end of the line. Uncle, it's me, I'm Jinghua. Chapter 233. To take your life, a knife. Zhao Gang, Biaozi, and the 20 retired Special Forces brothers stood straight behind Yang Ming. Outside on the lawn lay more than 10 of Yi Jinghua's bodyguards, none of whom could stand up. They had taken them down without making a sound inside the house. This was definitely a one-sided crushing. It's you. Yi Jinghua's face turned dark instantly. Even though Yang Ming had brought so many people, he was not afraid of Yang Ming at this moment. Deep down, he felt that Yang Ming was just a grassroots loser, not someone on the same level as himself. Even if he had a white coup in the background helping him, a loser was still a loser, and he could never become an upper-class person like himself. Of course, he was definitely angry. Not to mention what Yang Ming did last time by ruining his family with that yin yang scheme and leaving him in a situation where he couldn't speak of his grievances. That alone made Yi Jinghua grit his teeth in hatred. Moreover, sending his most beloved nephew, Yi Jingyu, inside had disrupted his daughter Yi Weirui's marriage plan. These were all irreconcilable grievances. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Yang Ming, you have some nerve to trespass into my home and injure my bodyguards. You're done for. I tell you, you're finished. This time, I'll make you spend your life in prison. Chapter 234. Disaster approaches. The remaining 10 or so bodyguards in the room tried to protect Yi Jinghua. Zhao Gang and his brothers took them down in one go. The combat power of both sides was simply not on the same level. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to end this matter so simply and violently. But that old dog Yi Jinghua was brainless. A clever person's way of warning him was always not as effective as directly punching him in the face. You dare hit me. Yi Jinghua's face was already swollen on one side. He had broken 2 teeth in his hand, covering his face while sitting on the ground, staring at Yang Ming in disbelief. This little punk actually dared to lay hands on me? How dare he? On what basis? Even at this moment, Yi Jinghua still considered himself superior and felt ridiculous. I dare to take your life, Yang Ming said fiercely. Take my life. Try it. Grassroots loser. On what basis? You brought so many people into my home. Who do you think you are? A gangster? A loser is still a loser, the lowest existence. Don't think you're so impressive now. Believe it or not, if you dare to touch a hair on me today, I'll make your entire family completely disappear from the earth tomorrow. Don't think that Bai Cook can protect you. The waters in Hudo are deep. Chapter 235. A headless rat looking at Yang Ming. Yi Jinghua felt an unrealistic sense of dreaming. How could this grassroots person have come this far? How could this loser make me feel a sense of crisis? No, this must be a dream. It's impossible. How could I, the chairman of Huangpu Industrial, a member of Hudo's noble families, be restrained by a grassroots person? Yi Jinghua still refused to accept reality until Yang Ming took the shareholding document and violently slapped it on his face. Now I hold 70 of Huangpu Industrial S shares. As long as I want, that 30 in your hands can become worthless. The Yi family is finished, and so are you. Yi Jinghua, let us settle the new and old accounts together. Tell me, how do you want to die? WH, what do you want? Looking at Yang Ming's cold gaze up close, Yi Jinghua finally felt a hint of fear. All of this was real, no matter how unwilling he was to believe it. This bastard actually did acquire the shares of the third branch, and he even acquired the 15 held by small shareholders. Hold onto your own 7 inches tightly. Lu Xingnan, are you a pig? We are on the same side. Why are you helping this stinky loser? Yi Jinghua scolded Lu Xingnan furiously. Chapter 236. What are you worth? He is even less principled than Zhao Gang. I was wrong. Yang Ming, I didn't recognize the mountain before. Please spare me. For the sake of my daughter. I beg you to let me go this once. I promise there won't be a next time. Haven't I given you a chance? I warned you about Yi Jingyu. You smashed my house, and I lightly reminded you. It didn't hurt you a bit, did it? You want me to let you go? But have you ever let me go? This time, you dragged innocent people down with you and buried me with a bomb? You deserve to die. Yang Ming kicked him again, knocking him to the ground once more. They say trouble doesn't come in threes. I gave you a chance, since you don't cherish it. Sorry, something has to be done to make you remember well. After all, people like you are cheap to the bone. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Yang Ming, I'm a public figure in Hudo. You. Don't worry. I won't really kill you. It's not worth it to dirty my hands for someone like you. Yang Ming mocked. Hearing that Yang Ming wouldn't take his life, Yi Jinghua breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, Yang Ming's next words plunged him into despair again. Chapter 237. Uninvited guest with one swing. Yi Jinghua screamed like a slaughtered pig. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Everyone stared at Yang Ming. Even Chun Biao and the others hadn't anticipated he would be so decisive. After all, Yi Jinghua was a member of the Hudo elite. To break his legs just like that. Truly ruthless. Kicking the unconscious Yi Jinghua aside, Yang Ming looked up at Chilean Bao. How is it? A faint smile played on his lips, his face calm as if nothing had happened. Chilean Bao's face was as dark as water. His murky old eyes narrowed into a line. Good. With his old cane in hand, he said 3 times, good. Chilean Bao laughed in anger. What a son of a tiger and wolf. I admire your courage, but pity your ignorance. To act against some of my Hongmen is protecting in front of me. You are seeking death. Many people have told me to seek death, but in the end, they're the ones who fall. So it's better to act than to talk. Too much nonsense only makes others think you are a soft persimmon that only talks and doesn't act. So, are you a soft persimmon, old man? Yang Ming sneered. Avoiding trouble is one thing, but you can't help but be provoked when trouble comes knocking. Don't look for trouble when there's none, but don't be afraid when there is. Yet you can't always let trouble chase you. Chapter 238. Jade-faced flood dragon. After a few seconds, the visitor was finally clear. It was also an old man. His age should be similar to Chilean Bao's, but his condition was 100 times better than that of the 7th master. Dressed in a dark blue long robe, with white hair and a youthful face, he had an ethereal presence, his long eyebrows and calm eyes, his robe fluttering, giving off an aura of a reclusive master. The thugs from the execution hall turned pale upon seeing him, all stepping aside respectfully to bow. Master, the visitor snorted coldly. All of you, step back. Master? The leader of Hongmen? Yang Ming's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself that he, Yang Ming, has quite a status. The leader of the hidden door actually came personally. Is this to bully the weak? Big brother, why are you here? For some reason, Chilean Bao's expression was not good. The visitor raised an eyebrow, his calm gaze turning sharp in an instant. You flaunt the name of Hongmen outside. 7th master, if I didn't come, would you turn the world upside down? Big brother. Shut up. Step back. The old man shouted loudly, and just a moment ago, the arrogant Chilean Bao seemed like a mouse seeing a cat. No longer daring to make a sound, obediently stepping aside. Jade-faced flood dragon, Hongmen's leader Fong Tianlong. It really is him. Chapter 239. Sharpening the knife. After leaving the Yi family, Fong Tianlong, Chilean Bao, and the Hongmen group walked along the riverbank like ghosts in the dark night. Chilean Bao followed behind Fong Tianlong, silent, his face very ugly the entire time. Looking at Fong Tianlong's back, he hesitated several times to speak. Finally, big brother, you know my character, just ask if you have something to say. Fong Tianlong replied without turning his head. I don't understand. Why do you want to help that young kid? Chilean Bao said in a muffled voice. I admit that the kid has good skills. And it seems he has some foundation now, but in our Hong Min, isn't he just a piece of shit? Is there a need to be afraid of him? Afraid? Fong Tianlong laughed. Seventh Master, which of your eyes saw that I am afraid of him? You say you don't understand why I want to help him. But I also don't understand why you insist on sticking to a useless Yi Zhenghua, and why you are fixated on Yang Ming and must deal with him. I'm just repaying the favor that Yi Lauer did for us in the past. I didn't know you, Chilean Bao, were such a sentimental person. Fong Tianlong turned back, his eyes indifferent. Moreover, the Yi family's lineage was repaid the day Yi Lauer died. Where's the favor to repay? Chapter 240. Rooting out Yang Ming certainly did not chase after them. He understood the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. He firmly believed that there is no love or hatred without reason in this world, and the olive branch others extend may hide a deadly trap. Although Fong Tianlong gave a good overall impression, Yang Ming disliked the feeling of having eyes watching him from behind. It is wise to be cautious when the reasons are completely unclear. How do you plan to deal with Yi Zhenghua? Daozi asked. No need to deal with him anymore. With that one hit, I not only broke Yi Zhenghua's legs, but also shattered the entire Yi family's foundation. Plus, with Hong Min abandoning him. Someone like him, who is all bark, but no bite, and values face more than life, absolutely cannot withstand it. And he will roll out of Hudo by tomorrow, without me pushing him. As for the other branches of the Yi family, with the information I've revealed now, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to act against me. Since they haven't provoked me, letting them off and allowing them to be idle rich is no big deal. From now on, the Yi family in Hudo will exist in name only. Daozi said solemnly. The Yi family in Hudo, destroyed overnight, was actually accomplished by this young man in his 20s. Chapter 241. Changes after leaving the Yi family. Yang Ming instructed Biaozi to take Lu Xingnan back first. Although tonight's arrest of Xia Junhong was the main event, Gong Xiong had specifically instructed that Yang Ming, a rookie, cannot be allowed to go up. The frontline anti-drug special police were already on standby, and Yang Ming going over was mostly just to watch the excitement. Of course, having Daozi and Zhao Gang with him might help in some way. Yang Ming played a significant role in exposing Xia Junhong's true colors so quickly. It was his initial plan to stir up trouble that allowed the police to make significant breakthroughs in a short time, clarifying the profit transfer chain, the supply channels, and the money laundering network of Xia Junhong over the years. A complete evidence chain had been established after more than a month of deployment, leading to tonight's operation to catch both the person and the evidence. Yi Zhenghua and Xia Junhong were once Yang Ming's most trusted aides in Hudu, which is one of the reasons why Yang Ming chose to take action against Yi Zhenghua tonight. He wanted a 2-for-1 deal to please the public. However, when Yang Ming arrived at the Hudu Municipal Public Security Bureau, he found that the atmosphere seemed different from what he had imagined. He did not see Gong Xiong, but happened to encounter all the police officers being dispatched. Police cars were leaving one after another, and whether in uniform or not, everyone was hurried and had an unusually serious expression. Chapter 242. The unspoken understanding between men, bro. What is going on? I just took a shower. After several missed calls, Yang Ming finally heard his sister's voice on the other end, and his anxious heart settled a bit. Where are Mom and Dad? He asked impatiently. They're watching TV in the living room. Are you sure they're really in the living room? Yang Ming reiterated. I just called, and they didn't answer. Let me check. Hold on. 5 seconds later, they're here. They're watching TV. They're looking at me right now. You know, Mom and Dad usually don't play with their phones at home. They're probably charging them in the bedroom. Our house is so big now. It's normal if they can't hear the phone ringing. Yang Ming. Who is it, Yang Mei? I'm your son, Yang Ming, the young master. You little rascal. Tell him not to stay out too late. After the college entrance exam, he disappears and doesn't answer my calls. I thought he had a fever again and was too scared to come home. Yang Ming. Hearing his mother's voice from the phone, his heart finally settled completely. Did you hear that? It's Mom's voice, Yang Mei playfully said. I heard. Yang Mei, listen to me. Go close the doors and windows properly. No matter who comes knocking before I get back tonight, don't respond, understand? Chapter 243. It's not like we haven't kissed before, Zhao Gang. You two don't leave tonight. Divide the 20-plus brothers into 2 groups and take turns guarding my family tonight. I have something to take care of outside. Call me if anything happens. Don't worry. Zhao Gang replied seriously. Just a Xia Xija, I don't take him seriously at all. After settling things at home, Yang Ming headed straight to Bihai Lan Tian. Box 666 was the luxury room that Yang Ming had asked Lu Zhen to reserve earlier, so it was hard to find. When he arrived, the classic graduation song Days on Beijing East Road was playing. Students each say the distance from the first floor to the fourth floor was only 3 years. It represents the security guard and the cafeteria aunt, who look like a couple. Various monsoon currents are hard to understand, and there are new horizons. Various once passionate posters and photos sell for a few cents. We put on suits pretending to grow up, and the smiling face is accustomed to wasting film. Sadness breaks out. Loneliness sighs, and the first experience of pain. The words graduation and adulthood are particularly touching. Various inexplicable feelings just say he 8-bit. Although many are off-key, for some reason, Yang Ming, standing at the door, inadvertently listened for 2 more lines. The slight sorrow of graduation enveloped Yang Ming's heart, and he suddenly realized that he had just graduated from high school. Chapter 244. Dead End Hey. It's not like we haven't kissed before. Such wolfish words and actions instantly ignited the classmates. Yang Ming, when did you two kiss? We didn't know. Do you think they need to notify us for a kiss? But I guess it must have been in the school grove. I think so too. These two must have been secretly together for a long time. Old Yang, how can you be so unkind? Such a big deal, and you didn't even let your brothers know. Honestly, how far have you and the school beauty Zhen gone? Have you made it to the bases? Chun Yin, the big mouth, shouted with a microphone, always the most boisterous. Yang Ming, drunk Zheng Hanhai had no skills. Nibbling on Yang Ming's lips like a popsicle. Honestly, even if it's warm and soft, Yang Ming's experience wasn't great. Are drunk girls this scary? Yang Ming felt a bit helpless. After a great effort, he finally pried the drunken Zheng Hanhai off him, lifting her in a princess carry. Sorry, classmates. You all keep having fun. I'll take Cece home. Regardless of gender, the classmates shared a knowing look of ambiguity. Your home or her home. The haunting that feels like home? Chapter 245. Supreme Martial Arts. What's worse was that at this moment, Zhang Cece woke up, rubbing her eyes in confusion. She asked, Yang Minga, why are you holding me? Put me down. She was really awake now. Her little face was innocent, very shy and fidgety. She was no longer the drunken fool, Zheng Hanhai. This fool got drunk quickly and woke up quickly too. But Yang Ming had no mood to explain to her at that moment. Shoo! He made a shushing gesture. Bang! Another jarring gunshot rang out, seemingly to intimidate. Completely unaware of what was happening, Zhang Cece was startled, her small mouth opening in shock. In a reflex action, Yang Ming quickly covered her mouth. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Yang Ming's unusually serious gaze made Zhang Cece a bit dazed. But she shrank her neck and instinctively nodded. She wasn't foolish. She already had a rough idea of the surroundings. This was near home, and the sound just now seemed like gunfire. Danger! Zhang Cece's flushed face turned pale instantly. Yang Ming go. If there's danger later, don't worry about me. You go first. Shut up. I told you not to speak. Yang Ming lowered his voice and snapped. Zhang Cece's eyes turned red at once, biting her thin lips. She decided that no matter what danger came, she would stand in front of Yang Ming. Chapter 246. This kid is a bit eerie. The alley was pitch black. Zhang Cece clenched her fists, her lips almost bleeding from biting. The continuous gunfire and flashes had completely sobered her up, and she trembled all over. When she realized what was happening, tears streamed down her face. Yang Ming had protected her once again. The sudden silence of the world made her even more frightened, because it meant that it was over. Her heart was anxious, praying that the answer was not one that could shatter her beliefs. She wanted to rush out and see, but reason told her she could not do that. She wasn't afraid of death. She was willing to die for Yang Ming. She had already prepared for this before Yang Ming rushed out. But some things had already been decided, and Yang Ming's fate was uncertain. When you can't help a man, what you can do is not become his burden. Zhang Cece was naive, but at that moment, she was frighteningly smart and calm. If she couldn't make Yang Ming's sacrifice meaningful, then she absolutely could not go out now. When that familiar silhouette appeared at the entrance of the alley, slowly walking towards her, Zhang Cece, who was tightly covering her lips, could no longer hold back. Tears blurred her vision like a torrent, unable to suppress herself any longer. She cried out loudly and desperately ran into Yang Ming's embrace. Chapter 247. Oh no, the Yi family is destroyed and the Xia family has fallen. After a night of brewing, These two events ignited the upper circles of who do the next day. Although the Yi family had become increasingly transparent over the years, they were still an old established family rooted in who do for many years, with deep roots and considerable influence. The Xia family, although previously not prominent, had been thriving in the real estate industry over the past decade, and their marriage with the Yi family had allowed them to step into that circle. Who would have thought that overnight, everything would change? In just one night, both families vanished simultaneously, erased from the who do circle. Along with this explosive news, a name that felt very unfamiliar to the upper circles of who do also spread: Yang Ming. Rumor had it that the downfall of the Yi and Xia families was orchestrated by him. Some claimed to have seen him break Yi Jinggua's legs, almost shattering the foundation of the Yi family, forcing Yi Jinggua to flee who do in disgrace. Others said he didn't even regard the seventh master of the Hongmen as important, directly defeating Qilian Bao on the spot and forcing the long-hidden contemporary leader of the Hongmen, Fang Tianlong, to appear. Later, news spread that Xia Junhong's son, Xia Xizha, had died at his hands. For a time, rumors and gossip about Yang Ming circulated wildly in the circle. Chapter 248. Little Mumu can't escape Yang Ming's grasp. Little Fish is really angry. Yang Mei had a look in her eyes that seemed to say she had seen through everything. Brother, you sent Sister Cece home last night, right? How did you know? Yang Ming, already annoyed, had no good tone. Didn't you tell me to get along well with Sister Cece? Yang Mei sneered. I mean, brother, with your skills, you still want to be a player? I think you should stop raising fish. Your time management is lacking. Shut up. If you don't talk, no one will treat you as a mute. I just want to say, after your poor time management set off a fire in your backyard, you blame me? I tell you, Sister Fish is very angry, and the consequences are serious. Be careful. Brother, let's talk nicely. I'm your little sister. Don't get physical. Mom, my brother is trying to murder his little sister. The moment Yang Ming picked up his slipper, Yang Mei ran away in a flash. Yang Ming couldn't be bothered with her and quickly called Little Fish. Beep. The phone rang once and then hung up. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. Call again. This time it hung up immediately. Call again. The number you dialed is out of service area. Chapter 249. Stubborn Little Fish. Yang Ming bought Little Fish's favorite tiramisu and milk tea from Hu. He even specially went to the riverside to pack the pickled vegetables and borscht that Little Fish praised during their last date. When he arrived at the girls' dormitory, Xingxiang building, the sky was already gray. Although the angry Little Fish hadn't replied to any messages since then, Yang Ming had to show his attitude of admitting his mistake. Hey, delivery person, I'm talking about you. Don't you see this is a girls' dormitory? Delivery people aren't allowed in. Yang Ming, Auntie, I'm not a delivery person. I bought this for my girlfriend. Can I take it up? I'll come down right after. Bringing food for your girlfriend is still considered delivery? And saying you'll come down right after? I don't believe you. Boys aren't allowed in the girls' dormitory. If I let you in, what will happen to my job as dorm manager? The dorm manager, Auntie, stared at Yang Ming with a sharp gaze, as if she had seen through everything. The old sparrow in the bamboo grove had seen the wind. The dorm manager, Annie, clearly had experience dealing with someone like Yang Ming. Adjusting her old gold-rimmed glasses, she said, you can either leave or call someone to come down. If you're calling, don't block the door. Go squat somewhere else. Chapter 250. Our brother-in-law is a tough guy. Anyway, I'm not going. Little Fish remained stubborn, but her tone was clearly different from before. Zhao Yuer immediately brightened up upon hearing this. I'll go. This kind of thing is better left to the sisters. We have no grievances with the food, right? Big sister and third sister? Zhao Yuer put on her pants and walked outside. Wait, second sister, taking food is fine, but you must not tell that bad guy Yang Ming about my matters. Don't worry, dear. We are on the same side as sisters. You could trust us. We will definitely stand by you. Zhao Yuer smiled and made an okay gesture before disappearing in a flash. 2 minutes later, downstairs at Xingxiang building. Ahem. Yang Ming suddenly looked up. Sister Yuet. Yang Ming, who looked troubled, was incredibly excited to finally see someone. Little Fish, hey. I don't know anything. Don't ask me. I'm just here under little Moo-Moo-S orders to get food. Zhao Yuer deliberately put on a serious face and glanced at the things next to Yang Ming, then added, Is this all? Did you only buy for little Moo-Moo? Of course not, Sister Yuer. I bought for the big sister, second sister, third sister, and Little Fish too. The influence of a close friend should not be underestimated. Yang Ming would not make such a basic mistake. Chapter 251. I love you. Meanwhile, the entire girls' dormitory, Xingxiang building, no, the whole Hu campus was in an uproar. Almost all the girls rushed to the balcony at the first moment, looking up at the dazzling fireworks in the sky with envy. Girls' dormitory. Fish? Is someone confessing? How romantic. This girl named Fish must be so happy. Damn, which dog man is showing off his love again? I'm so jealous. Look, that guy setting off fireworks downstairs is so handsome. Why am I not named Fish? Why isn't there a handsome guy doing such a romantic thing for me? So sour. Boys' dormitory. The single dogs who loved to watch the excitement went wild. Bro, you're amazing. Couples strolling on the playground. Look at them. The girls pointed at the sky, feeling envious. The boys beside the girls had awkward smiles, thinking to themselves, damn it, it's one thing to set up a heart-shaped candle and give flowers downstairs in the girls' dormitory. But to make such a big scene, how are we supposed to live with that? Downstairs at Xingxiang building, watching the fireworks rise into the sky, the door manager auntie's porcelain cup fell to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. Chapter 252. Humble Apology. Seeing this scene, the crowd's cheers reached a climax. They had no idea about the relationship between Yang Ming and Little Fish and naively thought they had a part in bringing them together. This sense of participation led to everything from envy to heartfelt emotions. The single dogs were envious. Zhao Mingyue leaned over the balcony, cupping her face as she watched the two kissing downstairs, looking like a lovesick fool. Sister, what did I say before? Our little Moo will never escape from the grasp of that guy Yang Ming in this lifetime. It turns out I was right, huh? But why do I feel so jealous and envious? Slap. Li Zishi gave her sister's perky bottom a hard slap. Of course you should be envious. If a dogman confessed to you like that, wouldn't you be happy? Not necessarily. Chun Baobao's face was as pale as snow, her eyes sparkling. She had a mix of joy and envy on her face, but her personality made her more composed than the other girls. If the boy confessing was someone she liked, she would be very touched and happy, just like what was happening now. But if it was a boy she had no feelings for doing that, besides feeling awkward, there would only be embarrassment left. Very few girls would feel touched, right? Chapter 253. It turns out to be him half an hour later, in the interrogation room of the Pudong Public Security Bureau. This is ridiculous. 7 private entrepreneurs worth tens of millions, or even over $1 billion, accompanying 2 young people to set off fireworks on campus? They did it to cheer up their girlfriends, but what about you? You're all older. Playing around at your age, what is going on? Are you tired of your current lives and looking for excitement with the young ones to reminisce about your youth? Gong Zhiyong's face was ashen, and he was furious. The 7 bosses lined up like school children who had made a mistake. Chun Biao and Yang Ming stood at the front, heads down, looking like they were eager to learn. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline shrank his neck. Director Gong, we really can't be blamed for this. You know, nowadays, older people can't necessarily be fathers. But the client is definitely a father. President Shun, this client father asked us for help. How could we dare to refuse? The other 6 bosses nodded in agreement like little chicks pecking at rice. What a good excuse for not daring to refuse. You dare to help the client break the law for a little profit today. Does that mean that one day, when the profit is big enough, you would dare to satisfy the client's illegal conditions for murder and arson? Gong Zhiyong slammed the table, his sharp gaze burning. Chapter 254. Together in the bath 10 minutes later, outside the police station. Mu Hongli rushed up as soon as she saw Yang Ming come out. Are you okay? Brother Yang Ming? Did you get hit? Are you hurt? She anxiously searched Yang Ming's body. What are you thinking? Yang Ming affectionately pinched her little face and smiled. The police uncle doesn't hit people, silly. Little Fish pouted. Her face flushed. She was just too cute, and Yang Ming couldn't help but give her a kiss. Oh. Little Fish suddenly became a bit shy and retreated. Ahem. Are you really okay, brother-in-law? Zhao Mingyue walked over. Li Zishi, Chun Baobao, and the other 3 sisters from the dormitory were present. The students who had stirred up the most trouble at the university dispersed after watching the excitement. No one cared about what would happen to Yang Ming, the one who brought them joy. At most, they would ask each other about the gossip the next day, treating it as a topic for casual conversation, which is understandable. Li Zishi, Zhao Mingyue, and Chun Baobao were genuinely worried about Little Fish, so they came along with her. Really, it's fine, Sister Dajia, you can relax. I just came out without a hitch. It's just a bit troublesome to attend a week of safety legal education classes. Everything else is fine. Chapter 255. Is it okay? Oh, it's so ticklish. Brother Ming, don't mess around, giggle giggle. They're already in love. It was just a matter of breaking through the last barrier. Mu Hongli's little pride and modesty disappeared under Yang Ming's passionate assault. Soon, the two were stuck together. In the bathroom, it was all misty. Under the shower, there was tenderness and affection, just you and me. As the rain stopped, the two wrapped themselves in a blanket to sleep. Little Fish nestled in Yang Ming's arms. Her snow-white neck exposed, a faint blush on her skin. Her damp hair gave this cute little goddess a hint of lazy maturity. Thinking of the crazy moments they had just had from the bathroom to the big bed, a faint smile of happiness appeared on Little Fish's lips. Her little face was flushed, still a bit shy, but more of it was sweetness. Suddenly, a noise behind her made her tense up. Brother Ming, what else do you want to do? Didn't you want to tightly hold the blanket? Little Fish shrank nervously at the head of the bed, watching Yang Ming warily. They had already been wild enough. The mingling of their bodies should stop at a comfortable point. To continue would be torment. What are you thinking? Yang Ming reached out and gave her a playful bump on the head. Chapter 256, passing the exam, but on the surface, he was not the least bit flustered. This was the time to show the self-cultivation of a qualified scoundrel. Without any hesitation, Yang Ming said seriously, "Of course I can. When the time comes, my first choice will be Hudan." Little Fish smiled very happily, but she shook her head. Brother Yang Ming, I feel so happy. But I can't be so selfish. You have already sacrificed for me once last year. I can't let you sacrifice for me again. You should go to Yinjing, to the best place to study at the best school. I believe in you. No matter where you are, you will think of me, and we will always be together. Right? Of course. Yang Ming sighed in relief. In such matters, the more anxious you are, the more likely you're to go against yourself. Yang Ming knew Little Fish's personality, so this strategy of retreating to advance would be effective. Little Fish, a little fish, forever caught in Yang Ming's schemes. Indeed, Yang Ming would think of her no matter where he was, but whether he would only think of her is another matter. Besides being devoted, Yang Ming could truly provide everything Little Fish wanted. Brother Yang Ming, you are so nice. She tightly hugged Yang Ming, and the two fell asleep in each other's embrace. That night, Mu Honli felt exceptionally at ease. Chapter 257, Not Bragging You Brat. You really can't hide anything from you. In this situation, how can we not look for it? With such good grades, even I doubt myself. The leaders from the key city schools must be envious, and reports are inevitable, Lu Yuan said with a bitter smile. The ambition is not here. It's not that I can't do it. Although old Lu was focused on teaching, it didn't mean he was completely unaware of these things. Your achievements are too dazzling. There will definitely be people who are jealous. Yang Ming smiled faintly, realizing that leaving a 5-point buffer was indeed wise. This would alleviate some of old Lu's pressure. Otherwise, having a student with a perfect score in the college entrance exam, no matter how good that student was before, would inevitably attract gossip. Teacher Lu, please don't doubt yourself. You absolutely deserve this honor. Since the Education Bureau wants to investigate, let them do it. They're just doing their jobs. We have nothing to worry about. Yang Ming's words were very strong. Those malicious rats behind the scenes reporting out of jealousy. What is the matter? Can they still know that I have system assistants? They can only be envious. Yang Ming's cleverness lies in the fact that he did not simply hand out the college entrance examination papers to his classmates, but instead summarized the knowledge points based on his own abilities and created a set of mock exam questions. Chapter 258, Wish Fulfillment. A reporter wrote the dialogue between Yang Ming and others outside the examination room into a humorous piece for the interview article. The next day, Yang Ming, as the top science student in the city, smoothly made it to the front page of the Shanghai Daily's livelihood section. This made Lu Suqing and Yang Jiangwo extremely happy. With both the title of top student and the honor of being featured in the newspaper, even before filling out application forms. The couple had already started planning a graduation banquet for Yang Ming. Last year, when their son did poorly in the college entrance exam, they had to endure some snide remarks from their snobbish relatives. This year, they could finally hold their heads high. Yang Ming himself did not take it too seriously. But since his parents were happy, he just let it be. He took advantage of the summer vacation to quickly consolidate the resources he had already acquired in Shanghai. He could not afford to stop his steps towards building his own prestigious family. The property of Xia Junhong and his son was successfully acquired by Yang Ming at a public auction without any hesitation, and he merged it into the Huangpu Industrial, which originally belonged to the Yi family, but was now his. The ambition of Yi Zhenghua to rely on the Xia family to enter the real estate market. which had not materialized during his glory days, was easily realized by Yang Ming within less than 20 days after he was expelled from Shanghai. Yang Ming then quickly integrated the two, rebranding it as Ming Yang Real Estate, and incorporated it under Ming Yang International, which Yang Ming had absolute control over. Chapter 259, Entering Beijing. On August 25th, to avoid the peak period of entering Beijing during the school opening, Yang Ming planned to go to school a week in advance. He first wanted to familiarize himself with the school environment and also check on his villa in the sky courtyard of Panga Grandview. Of course, there was another very important reason for choosing August 25th, which was that Xiao Yuer was unavailable today. Yang Ming was with Zheng Hanhai. As Zheng Hanhai had previously stated, wherever Yang Ming went, she would follow, and she had also chosen Huada in the same major. Huada School of Psychology and Cognitive Science, abbreviated as Huaxin. If they did not avoid it, Xiao Yuer would definitely come to the station to send him off. When the two met, the outcome would be unimaginable. Yang Ming would not allow such a thing to happen, at least not now. So even when his parents wanted to come to see him off, he firmly refused, claiming he was already grown up, only allowing Yang Mei, who served as a helper, to help carry luggage. Because if Lu Suqing found out that Yang Ming was flirting with Bai Karen while talking to Xiao Yuer and had Zheng Sisi by his side, she would definitely explode. At that time, she would surely grab Yang Ming by the ear and scold him for being an ungrateful dog, saying that the Yang family had no such unfilial son, forcing Yang Ming to sever ties with any romantic interests. Chapter 260, Kindred Spirits. After nearly 5 hours, the two got off at the Yinjing high-speed railway station. Brother Yang Ming, aren't we going to school? The navigation is showing the route doesn't go this way. What school? The freshman dormitory at school only opens for check-in on the 27th. Are we going to sleep on the playground now? Then where are we going now? Zheng Sisi looked at Yang Ming innocently, looking a bit silly. In fact, she didn't quite understand why Yang Ming wanted to come early. But since he told her to follow, she packed her luggage without thinking much. Out of absolute trust, she believed that Yang Ming would not harm her. Indeed, Yang Ming would not harm her, but he might take advantage of her. Home! Home! Zheng Sisi looked puzzled. In the unfamiliar Yinjing, where would home be? Yang Ming did not hide it from her and said straightforwardly, I have a courtyard in Yinjing, and we're going there now. That'll be our home from now on. Zheng Sisi was taken aback for a moment. This silly girl did not refute him. Instead, she shyly lowered her head, subconsciously agreeing with Yang Ming's words. In her subconscious, she had already regarded Yang Ming as her future husband. In the past, where her parents were, there was home. In the future, wherever he was, there would be home. Chapter 261, Meeting the King of Hell. Just as the driver was shocked that Yang Ming could enter smoothly, not far from the roadside, a black Santana also stopped. The driver was a middle-aged man in a suit wearing sunglasses. His bald head shone, with not a single hair, and a black spider tattoo was inked behind his ear, looking disgusting and fierce. Seeing Yang Ming enter, he quickly took out his phone. Master Lei, that kid entered the Pangu Grandview International apartment. Should I find an opportunity to sneak in? Pangu Grandview. The voice on the other end of the line was somewhat shocked and quickly said, Do not act rashly. The residents inside are either rich or noble, especially those tenants in the top floor's 12 sky courtyards, none of whom are easy to deal with. Unless absolutely necessary, do not cause trouble there. Come back first. I will send someone else to investigate. Understood. After hanging up, the bald man Santana quickly disappeared into the traffic. Meanwhile, Yang Ming and Zheng Sisi were already waiting for the elevator. The Pangu International Apartments decoration was far beyond what could be described as luxurious. Everywhere was designed with dragons as the totem. The dragon head looked down on the east, where the dragon's head was located, creating a leading visual shock with dual visual and technological impact. Chapter 262, I'll joke with you too. Zheng Sisi was shocked to see this scene, feeling a bit lucky to have survived, but her eyes suddenly dimmed. Brother Yang Ming saved me again. He doesn't need my self-righteous, silly sacrifices and help at all. My instinctive contributions will only become his burden, a stumbling block. No, I can't continue like this. Zheng Sisi's fair and delicate hand suddenly clenched into a fist. At that moment, she silently vowed in her heart, Zheng Sisi, you must work hard, you must improve, you cannot always be his burden. You must make yourself strong enough to help him, even to be able to protect him. Only then can you repay the care he has given you since childhood. And only then can you truly be worthy of him. Zheng Sisi was actually very excellent. It was just that she didn't have a family background like Xiao Yuer or the experience led by Karen, so beside the overly dazzling Yang Ming, she looked more like a vase, and this greatly stimulated her self-esteem. Although she usually appeared to be easygoing and gentle, she also had her own pride. "You dare hit me." The fat man in floral pants raised his head, his eyes fierce and violent. Chapter 263. Mansion. "Brother Yang Ming, is everything okay? Leaving like this?" Zheng Sisi was still a bit worried. Of course, she wasn't worried about that Han Tong. She was worried that Yang Ming's actions would attract trouble. After all, that guy clearly did not look like a good person. Having killed someone and still being beaten, would he just let it go? "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." Yang Ming smiled faintly, confident. He had already thought about how to deal with the aftermath at the moment he acted. It was no longer the same as before. He would no longer be the fool waiting for others to come to his door and hastily respond. Zheng Sisi felt somewhat reassured. Yang Ming said it was fine, so it must be fine. Zheng Sisi firmly believed this. On the top floor of the Pangu Grandview International Apartment, despite having enough expectations for the luxury of Pangu Grandview, Yang Ming was still pleasantly surprised when he actually entered his luxury apartment. It was his first time witnessing what true nobility meant. The north room at the entrance served as a hall, complete with a screen, a table, calligraphy and paintings, and even a pair of Grandmaster chairs. Although the architecture was Chinese style, the interior furnishings did not merely consist of traditional antique furniture. Hanging from the ceiling was a crystal chandelier called Blossom, designed by Tord Bunch for Swarovski. Chapter 264. Isn't it better to live a few more days? Sisi, I'll go down for a bit and be back soon. You can look around first. After greeting Zheng Sisi, Yang Ming stepped out. There shouldn't be many fools living in this building. If Han had figured it out, he would definitely be wary of Yang Ming. One should not harbor malicious intentions, but one must also be cautious of others. In the matter with Han Tong, Yang Ming held the moral high ground. He wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation. He was more worried about that kid playing dirty tricks. So he had to take the initiative. The person surnamed Han was already nowhere to be seen in the elevator. The dead dog was also gone, and even the bloodstains on the floor had been cleaned up thoroughly. Yang Ming went straight down to the security monitoring room. The security guards were very surprised to see him. They recognized him as the one who had beaten Han Tong in the elevator. "Mr. Yang, what can we do for you? Please provide me with the surveillance footage from Elevator 1 for the last half hour. I need to take a copy." The security guards looked troubled. "What's the problem?" Yang Ming glanced calmly at the leading property manager, his expression indifferent. The property manager swallowed hard, and the security guards exchanged worried glances. Chapter 265. Help me. After leaving the security monitoring room, Yang Ming entered the elevator again. As the elevator doors were about to close and ascend, a similar scene occurred again. Wait! Two people were approaching, one helping the other, rushing for the elevator. The younger one was a very cute little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, wearing a white princess pleated skirt, black knee-high socks, and Mary Jane black lace-up shoes. With big watery eyes that seemed to speak, and her round little head was adorned with 2 pigtails. She waved desperately at Yang Ming in the elevator. "Big brother, wait. Please stop." The elder was dressed in a blue printed tang suit, tall and lean, with the demeanor of a wealthy man, seemingly in his 60s. Yang Ming decided to wait. It was unlikely to encounter 2 fools in a single day. "Thank you, big brother," the little girl said as she helped the elder into the elevator. "My grandpa's legs aren't very nimble, and if you hadn't waited, we would have had to stand outside for a long time." The elder also expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young man. You're welcome, it's nothing." They made eye contact, nodded to each other, and smiled. Interacting with cultured people really felt comfortable. Chapter 266. A difficult situation. Tears and rain, I feel pity. Yang Ming instinctively tensed up. "What's wrong, Xiao Xiang? What happened?" "Don't worry, take your time. It was fine just now." "How did it change in the blink of an eye? Did the elder hit her?" "That couldn't be it." Although the old man seemed prudent, he appeared very kind and amiable towards his family. Moreover, it was clear that he genuinely spoiled Xiao Xiang. He wouldn't hit her for being a lively little girl, right? Grandpa suddenly fainted. "I'm so scared." "Fainted?" Yang Ming suddenly recalled when he had seen the old man earlier. He had been in good spirits. Since he was a stranger, Yang Ming hadn't looked closely. At that moment, he had only thought the old man looked healthy, but now he realized otherwise. Young people being rosy-cheeked generally indicated vitality, but for an old man, it might not be a good sign. "Don't panic. Have you called for an ambulance?" "We did. The aunt at home called. The doctor said he would arrive soon, but I'm still so scared. Big brother, can you help me? The little girl was already in a panic, frequently glancing back at her home's entrance, then turning to Yang Ming with a pleading look. Yang Ming didn't quite understand why this little girl, whom he had just met, trusted him so much. Chapter 267. Are you human or a ghost? It was a difficult situation. The only way to mitigate the risk was to pull the old man back from the brink of death. Step aside. Yang Ming couldn't think any longer and pushed the nanny aside. He bent down to feel the old man's pulse. At the same time, his other hand quickly unfastened the old man's tang suit and pressed on an acupoint with his thumb. You stop. The nanny, who had just been frightened, finally reacted and tried to rush over to stop Yang Ming. Annie, Big brother is really not a fraud. Please trust him just this once. I believe in him. Xiaoxiang blocked her. Miss Xiaoxiang, you're being foolish. Look at his face. He is so young. How could he possibly be a doctor? He is just a fraud. You'll get the old man killed like this. I believe in Big brother. He wouldn't lie to me. He is not a fraud. The nanny was about to break down, not knowing what kind of nonsense this fraud had fed the girl to make her trust him so much. No, I must stop this bastard. Suddenly, the nanny's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? She saw that the young fraud had pulled out a needle, a long one, longer than a finger, and was about to stab it into the old man. Chapter 268. Childish Words. Meanwhile, in the tea room, let me help you, little sister. Watching Xiaoxiang clumsily at the sink, Zheng Sisi shook her head. She took the red grapes from her hand and began washing them skillfully. Yang Ming had accepted the old man's invitation to stay for dinner, and the aunt was already cooking. Xiaoxiang had volunteered to wash the fruit. And since Zheng Sisi didn't like the oppressive atmosphere in the old man's bedroom, she followed the little girl out. Thankfully, they had come out. Otherwise, those fresh red grapes would probably have ended up in the drain. The adorable little Xiaoxiang was happily enjoying herself, quietly leaning beside them. She cupped her chubby face with her hands, her big eyes curiously observing Zheng Sisi. Pretty sister, are you Big brother's girlfriend? Yes, Zheng Sisi nodded gently. Oh, will you marry Big brother in the future? Zheng Sisi glanced at Xiaoxiang, seemingly puzzled, but she still nodded seriously, yes. There was no other answer to this question for Zheng Sisi. Xiaoxiang's little face immediately drooped, and she pouted in dissatisfaction, muttering, what about me? Zheng Sisi didn't react for a moment. What do you mean? Chapter 269. The devil is among us. So, pretty sister, do you mind if I marry Big brother in the future? Zheng Sisi looked at Xiaoxiang's soft and serious expression, and the smile at the corner of her mouth blossomed again. Indeed, when she was as small as Xiaoxiang, she had already developed a vague attachment to Yang Ming. But how could that be the same? Her feelings for Yang Ming had accumulated over more than a decade, day by day, like water dripping on stone, building up and settling down. It had transformed from quantity to quality. But this little girl was clearly just caught up in the moment. Today she met gentle Yang Ming and said she wanted to marry him. Tomorrow she might meet an even gentler boy and probably wouldn't say no to marrying him either. The adorably naive little girl, even when she was seriously trying to compete with her for a boyfriend, was still endearing. Since she was just a child, why not just indulge her? Oh, pretty sister, don't always smile, just answer me. How about this, little sister? Pretty sister, don't keep calling me little sister. Just call me Xiaoxiang like Big brother does. Han Xiaoxiang pouted. Well, Xiaoxiang, it's like this. You said you want to marry Big brother. I have no objections. And I don't mind. Han Xiaoxiang's eyes suddenly brightened. Really? Chapter 270. Strike First. In old Master Han's bedroom, after realizing what was happening, Han Tong rushed towards Yang Ming like a madman. The grandfather clock at the door had already been kicked over, leaving a mess on the floor. Fortunately, old Master Han's private doctor stopped him in time. Young Master Han, is there some misunderstanding between you and this young man? If there's a misunderstanding, let's sit down and talk it out. It will be fine. Don't let it hurt the feelings. Misunderstanding? Screw your misunderstanding. Look at this injury on my face. Look, this bastard did it. Are you telling me this is a misunderstanding? Brat, I was just worried I wouldn't find you. And here you come to provoke me? Fine. You're so arrogant. Let's see if I don't kill you. Yang Ming looked indifferent, coldly watching this scene. He found it strange. How could the same family have such a severe dichotomy in character? Old Master Han, although worldly, was at least someone who could reason and was knowledgeable and understanding, while the naive Xiaoxiang didn't seem to be cut from the same cloth as Han Tong. Yang Ming just stood there, calm and motionless. Dr. Chun, don't stop him. Let him come. Han Tong was stunned. Is this a provocation? Chapter 271. I refuse. Bang! The sound of the bed frame hitting was deafening. Old Master Han was furious after watching the video. You beast, so full of evil yet still turning the tables on me. Kneel down. Han Tong looked at Old Master Han in disbelief. Grandpa, you are my grandpa. I'm your biological grandson. This bastard beat me up like this. And you still stand by his side? You deserved it. If I had done it myself, I would have hit harder. Old Master Han was furious. His words sharp. Kneel down. Han Tong's face turned very ugly. Grandpa, this bastard killed my Yuan Ba. Good kill. The vicious dog harms people. It should have been killed long ago. Why are you so biased towards him? Han Tong questioned loudly, looking defiant. Because he just saved my life. Old Master Han's voice was like thunder, shocking everyone. This bastard just saved the old man's life? How could that be? Han Tong's mood plummeted. It's over. This beating might have been in vain. Old Master, let's talk nicely. Your health has just recovered a bit. Don't get angry again, Private Dr. Ming quickly advised. But Old Master Han ignored him completely. Kneel down. Chapter 272, Gaining Insight. Sigh. Yang Ming sighed lightly as if nothing had happened. Confucius said, Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. Why have you all started to act like bullies? Why should I accept your apology after you have done wrong? Yet when I just tried to make a joke and sincerely apologized, you can't accept it. Looking at his grandson rolling on the ground in pain, Han Yaohua's face was as dark as water. No matter how reckless or despicable he was still his grandson. He looked at Yang Ming, silent, his face filled with unspeakable anxiety. Is the old man angry? Yang Ming met Han Yaohua's gaze, wearing a harmless smile. That shouldn't be. Getting angry so quickly? I feel like the one who should be wronged and angry is me. You people, on the surface are approachable, but deep down you still feel superior, thinking others are beneath you. Clearly, you are in the wrong. And you want to make it a favor when you apologize. What's that about? Do you want me to be grateful to you? Old Master, the show is over. Yang Ming looked at Han Yaohua, his gaze gradually turning cold. He pointed at Han Tong, still rolling on the ground, and continued. This kind of thing, this animal, must have done this many times in this building. The dog that bit someone must not be just one or two. Can you say you never knew about it before this? But why did you pretend to be deaf and mute, keep silent, and even secretly help clean up the mess? Yet when it came to me, you exploded in anger, looking all righteous, wanting to clean up the house. Oh, I remember now. Yang Ming pretended to be enlightened. Because I saved your life. A minor punishment, a light kneel. A half-hearted apology can help you repay a huge favor and even earn gratitude from others. Old Master, they say the older you get, the more cunning you become. Today you have really taught me a lesson. Silence. All the younger generation in the bedroom looked at Yang Ming in shock. No one dared to breathe. Han Yaohua was finally angry, his murky eyes coldly fixed on Yang Ming. Shut up. Did I hit a nerve? Yang Ming teased. In fact, before Han Tong appeared, Yang Ming had a good impression of Han Yaohua. Even though the old man was a bit worldly, at least he was kind and sincere. Until Han Tong showed up. The old man had overplayed his hand and revealed his true colors. What he said sounded good. Previously he said that as long as he was alive, any demands could be made. And Yang Ming actually foolishly believed he was a grateful person. But in reality, he was just a cunning old thief. This is understandable. But one must not associate with him, as one might easily be sold out and even help count the money. And most importantly, Yang Ming's discovery was far from over. He walked back to Han Tong. What do you want? Don't mess around. This time Han Tong was completely cowed. Rest assured, someone like you is not worth me making a move. I just want to ask you, do you know Wu Tao? Who is Wu Tao? Han Tong looked puzzled. If you don't know Wu Tao, you must know Spider, right? Han Tong's face stiffened, and a hint of panic suddenly flashed in his eyes. But soon, what Spider? I'm still an earthworm. What are you talking about? Han Tong's micro-expressions were fully visible, and Yang Ming laughed. He stood up and kicked him hard in the stomach, causing Han Tong to curl up like a shrimp, taking a while to recover. Damn, didn't you say you wouldn't lay a hand on me? Han Tong roared angrily. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Yang Ming shrugged with a smile, showing no sign of apology on his face. The bizarre scene in the elevator was too strange, and looking back, it felt absurd and inexplicable, yet he couldn't figure out where the problem lay. But just now, everything became clear. This bastard Han Tong is a person of Lei Xingji. Chapter 273. No meeting, yet a meeting Yang. Don't go too far. Han Tong shouted. Go too far? I see your Han family should be considered a prominent family in Yinjing. Isn't it better to be liked than to be treated like a dog? I don't understand what you're saying, Han Tong said in a gloomy voice. I don't care if you truly don't understand or are just pretending. I know in my heart. Bang! Yang Ming kicked again, sending Han Tong rolling on the ground once more. The room fell into dead silence. Yang Ming didn't speak, leaving only Han Tong's wails. On the bed, Han Yaohua's forehead was bulging with veins, his withered palm clenched into a fist. How dare this kid hit my grandson in front of me? Old man, I want to eat anymore. Yang Ming slowly turned around, mockingly glancing at Han Yaohua. Perhaps a lowly person like me doesn't deserve to be in the same room as a noble person like you. Oh, by the way, Yang Ming pointed at the Han Tong on the ground. You'd better discipline him well. If he insists on being a dog for someone, I can't guarantee I won't deal with him like I would with that dog next time. Yang Ming spoke lightly, even wearing a breezy, cheerful smile. Chapter 274. Little Aunt Dr. Chun, you should go out too. After Yang Ming left, Han Yaohua dismissed the private doctor. Only the grandfather and grandson were left in the bedroom. Kneel. Thunderous rage. Previously it was an act, but this time it was real. In agony, Han Tong crawled and rolled, not daring to slack off as he knelt by the bed. Han Yaohua's old eyes were like hawks, coldly staring at Han Tong. Are you still working for that woman from the Qin family? He knew some things in advance, like his grandson's notorious behavior in this building. He had always turned a blind eye and even sometimes helped him clean up, as Yang Ming said. But there were things he didn't know, like those two unfamiliar names, Wu Tao and Spider. Han Tong's overweight body trembled, his head lowered, not daring to breathe. You wretched thing. You are confused. You think they will treat you like a person? That Lei Xingji is just a lowly brute. And you, as the eldest grandson of the Han family, actually willingly go to be his cannon fodder? You've completely disgraced the Han family. Han Yaohua smacked the bed angrily. As long as I'm alive, the Han family will have a place in Kyoto. How could you go and be a dog for someone? You demean yourself. You deserve to die. Chapter 275. Slurp back home. Zhang Cixi, who had hardly spoken in the Han family, frowned as if she had something on her mind. Yang Ming keenly sensed her emotional fluctuations. What's wrong? Zhang Cixi didn't speak, staring at Yang Ming with wide eyes, her delicate face looking a bit silly, as if she was pondering something. Yang Ming couldn't help but pinch her a bit, casually wrapping his arm around her shoulder from behind. What's wrong? Unhappy? Resting his head on Zhang Cixi's shoulder, lightly inhaling the fragrance of her hair. You're not feeling sorry for Xiao Xiang, are you? As their heads brushed against each other, Zhang Cixi's small face turned slightly red. Yang Ming's sudden move made her a bit unaccustomed to this level of intimacy, feeling a bit shy. She shook her head gently and said softly, No, I just feel that Xiao Xiang's relationship with that family is a bit off. What is off? Isn't she that old man's granddaughter, Han Tong's sister? No, listen to me, Yang Ming Ge. Thus, Zhang Cixi told Yang Ming everything about the conversations between her and Han Youxiang in the tea room, including Han Youxiang saying she wanted to marry Yang Ming when she grew up. There's such a thing? Yang Ming was dumbfounded. Chapter 276. Surprised nothing much. Maybe I ate too many chili peppers at lunch and got a bit of heartburn. He tilted his head to hide the embarrassment on his face. Yang Ming. Oh, Yang Ming, why are you so disappointing? This is just the beginning? You can't handle a nosebleed already? Is that so? Zhang Cixi was still a bit worried. At the same time, she was puzzled. Clearly, they had eaten business meals on the high-speed train at noon, with no chili at all. Once a person's composure is disrupted, mistakes are easy to make. Right now, Yang Ming deeply felt this. Facing such a clever Zheng Hanwei, he clearly felt that his self-cultivation as a scumbag still needed improvement. Otherwise, a chaotic scene would definitely erupt early. At that time, with little fish Zheng Hanwei, if you had a white fairy who loves to stir up trouble, hiss. Just thinking of that scene made his scalp tingle. Yang Ming shivered, thinking he must not let such a thing happen. But sometimes it's like this. The more you fear something, the more it comes. Buzz, buzz. Buzz. Yang Ming's phone on the table vibrated. A call came in. Caller ID. Sister. Is it Mei Zi? Because it was so close. Zhang Cixi saw at a glance. Yang Ming's throat moved, and he said calmly, Yes. Chapter 277. Time Manager. Thunder roared. Surprise? More like a shock. What was Yang Mei doing? In just one day, such a big thing, and she hadn't passed any news beforehand. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Yang Ming Ge, why aren't you speaking? Are you unhappy? Do you not want to come over? Or do you just not want to spend the Qixi festival with me? No, not at all. Yang Ming quickly replied. I thought you agreed. Little fish instantly became very happy. Then I want to disturb you while you eat. Yang Ming, see you tomorrow. Think of me more, bye. Bye. After hanging up, Yang Ming felt a bit anxious, but his face remained calm. There was a lot to deal with today. After arriving, he forgot to call home. Yang Ming just said that my mom seems a bit unhappy. Cece, you sit first. I'll go to the bathroom and call my mom to let her know I'm safe. Oh, Zhang Cece nodded obediently, although she was also quite curious. But according to her nature, she definitely wouldn't ask. Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to talk to her, Han Hui felt very happy. Don't wait for me. If the dishes come, you can eat first, Yang Ming said again, then stood up and headed toward the bathroom. Chapter 278 Vivi, when Yang Ming returned to his seat. The appetizers were already served. However, Zhang Cece hadn't touched her food at all. Her chopsticks were neatly placed, and she was resting her chin on her hands. Lost in thought. Why don't you eat first? Waiting for you. Zhang Cece casually looked up, and her gentle eyes, which had no focus before, instantly brightened upon seeing Yang Ming. They were captivating eyes, pure and clear, like a spring of fresh water. When the wind blew, she smiled, the water rippling, and Yang Ming was entranced. Zhang Cece touched her stomach, her cheeks showing two faint dimples as she shyly said, Actually, I'm not that hungry. I was just waiting for you. Yang Ming felt as though the softest part of his heart had been gently caressed. Unable to help himself, he pinched her chubby cheeks and shook them gently, saying, Silly, look at your face. It's almost getting skinny from hunger, and you still say you're not hungry. Next time, don't wait for me, or I might get angry. Oh, Zhang Cece's little face turned slightly red. She had basically adapted to Yang Ming's sudden intimate gestures by now. Actually, I didn't eat nothing. I secretly had a sip of orange juice just now, but just a sip, a tiny sip, hee. Chapter 279, a familiar scene. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream started spamming beautiful, 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 even forgetting to praise the host. Zhang Cece's stunning side profile was too breathtaking. It was like holding a pipa while partially veiled. Seeing the flower through the mist was far more enchanting than seeing it directly. Viewer 1. Wow, what did I just see? Was that a fairy? Viewer 2. I think so too. And she seems to be without makeup. Vivi never uses beauty filters in her streams. That girl is so beautiful even without makeup. If she puts on a little, it will be something else. Viewer 3. Vivi, go check it out. See what that beautiful girl looks like. Even LV Boss personally chimed in. Vivi, why not flirt a bit in your live stream and ask that beautiful girl for her WeChat? The noble comments from the Emperor stood out like a crane among chickens, and the female streamer, Shun Vivi, noticed them immediately. After all, which girl doesn't have a competitive spirit? If all her viewers were praising a random girl, a different female streamer would probably have been unhappy long ago. Even if she didn't show it on her face, she would still feel a bit jealous inside. But Shun Vivi remained calm. She genuinely didn't mind. Her good upbringing allowed her to maintain a sweet smile as she cheerfully replied, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to ask for a beautiful girl's WeChat? But if it's that handsome guy next to her, I might consider it. Chapter 280, playing in the water. The distance from the Panga Grand View commercial building to the international apartment was only a short 50-meter straight line. Yang Ming pulled Zhang Cece and jogged all the way. Bang! At the moment they closed the door upon arriving home, Zhang Cece, her face flushed and slightly out of breath, looked confused. Yang Ming, is someone chasing us? Is it dangerous? Yang Ming shook his head. Then why do we walk so fast? Because I'm hungry, Yang Ming replied seriously. Huh? Didn't we just finish eating? Not full. Zhang Cece asked innocently. Wait, Yang Ming, I have some bear-shaped cookies and Oreos in my suitcase, along with milk. Let me get them for you. Before Zhang Cece could turn around, Yang Ming suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace, burying his head in her dark hair. He greedily inhaled the intoxicating scent before suddenly biting her ear. I don't want to eat. I want to eat you, silly. Zhang Cece trembled at his hot breath against her neck, her body stiffening. Feeling Yang Ming's intense emotions, even she, with her innocence, understood what he meant at that moment. Yang Ming, don't you agree? Yang Ming whispered in her ear. Zhang Cece shook her head. Then that means you agree? Zhang Cece's body gradually relaxed, and she wrapped her arms around the back of Yang Ming's head, gently caressing it. Her clear eyes became misty with emotion, and she murmured like a dream, For Yang Ming, this was like the call to charge. He bent down to lift Zhang Cece by her knees, and Princess carried her to the big bed in the master bedroom. Zhang Cici's starry eyes were slightly closed. Her cheeks flushed, and her mouth curved into a smile, nervous, shy, but more than anything, expectant. She was a very traditional girl, placing great importance on rituals. Right now, she was very clear-headed. She was utterly certain that Yang Ming would one day be her husband. So whether or not to save this moment for their wedding night became less important. Wherever he was, that was home, as long as it was him. Tonight was their wedding chamber. Once they entered the room, Yang Ming was surprisingly not in a hurry. He gently placed Zhang Cici on the soft bed and helped her take off her shoes and socks. At that moment, Zhang Cici suddenly curled her delicate, snow-white feet. Yang Ming Ge. Can we take a shower first? She shyly nodded, not daring to look at Yang Ming's face. Of course, but you have to let me help you wash. Huh? Zhang Cici's face turned completely red, her eyes shimmering with softness as she pleaded, Can I wash by myself? No way. Yang Ming flatly rejected. Isn't it nice to play in the water together? If this were Xiao Yu, she wouldn't care about Yang Ming's permission. She would just sneak into the bathroom, lock the door, and see how he would act. But Zhang Cici wasn't like that. Her little face turned bright red. And after a fierce internal struggle, she closed her big eyes and stretched out her hands, taking on a generous and sacrificing look. Come on, Yang Ming Ge. You can carry me. Yang Ming was taken aback and burst into laughter. Silly, how can you be this cute? His heart was filled with love. With a bear hug, he was about to scoop her up. He was filled with thoughts of the playful scene of them splashing in the water together. However, before he could act further, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang at the most inopportune moment. In such a romantic atmosphere, the phone call felt particularly jarring and annoying. You should answer the call. Yang Ming Ge. I won't answer. Yang Ming felt a surge of inexplicable anger. He pulled out his phone and tossed it aside, not even wanting to look at it, holding Zhang Cici and heading towards the bathroom. No matter if it was a call from the king, he wouldn't answer at this moment. Chapter 281-2 enthralled. The bathtub was filling with water. Outside, the phone rang one after another, and the ringtone showed no signs of stopping. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Zhang Cici glanced at Yang Ming and cautiously said, Yang Ming Ge, maybe you should answer it. What if it's something urgent from home? Yang Ming was indeed feeling a bit flustered, looking at the silly girl without saying a word. I'm not afraid of anything else, just afraid of Xiao Yu. Just go answer it. It's fine, I won't run away. Zhang Cici said shyly. Yang Ming chuckled. You said it. If you dare to run, I want to let you off. Yang Ming pretended to be fierce as he rubbed some oil on Zhang Cici's hips through the bathrobe. And only then did he reluctantly walk out of the bathroom. Zhao Gang, seeing the caller ID on his phone, Yang Ming's expression turned gloomy. Old Zhao wasn't the kind of person to call without reason. This urgent series of calls must mean there was something very important to report. Hello, Yang Ge. You finally answered. Old Zhao on the other end seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Get to the point. I don't want to hear any nonsense. Even though he had an idea of what was going on, Yang Ming's tone was still a bit harsh. After all, any man would feel a bit upset in such a situation. Chapter 282. Happy? Old Zhao, what's the situation now? The 2 security guards outside have been taken down by them, and of the 3 guards at the main entrance, 2 have been lured away. Judging by the situation, they plan to force their way through the remaining 1. Yang Ming put on his Bluetooth headset while waiting for the elevator. Force their way in? That's right. Yang Ge. I think these guys definitely have an insider. Their methods show they are very familiar with both the external environment and internal structure of Pangadagwang. Without an insider, they couldn't operate so smoothly. Insider. Yang Ming's expression was impassive. Han Tong, if that guy had any brains, he would know not to provoke me again. Does he really want to die? No, could it be? A possibility flashed through Yang Ming's mind. At that moment, Zhao Gang's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Yang Ge, the guard at the entrance has been controlled by them, including Wu Tao. There are 7 people waiting for the elevator. Where are you? At least 2 of those 7 definitely have guns. The others are uncertain, so be careful. Got it. Yang Ming replied calmly. Old Zhao, how many people do you have with you? 4 in total, including me. That's fine. You take those 3 brothers and block their escape route. If they try to run, use your brains. Don't let a single one get away. Can you do that? Chapter 283. Quenching thirst. 20 minutes later, at the exit of Yanjing International Airport. Waiting at the last intersection for the traffic light, Yang Ming spotted by Karen not far away. Her hair was elegantly styled up, and a noble and elegant purple long dress accentuated her devilishly attractive figure. With bright red high heels and a limited edition Chanel bag of the same color as her dress in hand, she looked like a stunning beauty, independent and captivating. Her gaze occasionally searched the bustling street, and her casual hair-flipping action was enchanting. Standing there, she didn't even need to look for attention. At 8 meters tall, her queen-like aura made her the focal point of the crowd. In the busy airport exit, she was undoubtedly the most stunning sight. No one passing by, regardless of gender, could resist glancing at her more than once. Women were amazed by her aura, while men were captivated by her beauty. However, almost no man dared to approach her. Ordinary men didn't dare, while a few knowledgeable ones were intimidated and didn't have the confidence to approach her. With Tiffany's collectible necklace, Van Cleef Arpels classic women's watch, Chanel's limited edition long dress heels, and that exclusive limited edition handbag that countless women coveted, combined with her 8-meter aura, everything reminded these men that this woman was a queen they could never possess. Chapter 284. Is this request too much? By Karen. What's wrong? Do you want to touch me? Come on, I'm ready. Yang Ming's face turned red. Touch you? No way. Yang Ming slapped by Karen's thigh. The Yanjing Transportation Committee reminds you that driving improperly leads to tears for loved ones. Focus on the road and don't think about nonsense. With a soft gasp, By Karen bit her lip and gave Yang Ming a charming glare. Coward, you dare to think but not act. If you have the guts, touch my chest. If you dare to touch me, you should be able to withstand it, right? Touching my thigh is nothing. Yang Ming gritted his teeth, realizing he was completely defeated. Bai Karen was a professional at playing tricks. When a seductress starts teasing, there's no place for a sea king. He decided to ignore this little vixen completely. Seeing Yang Ming's distressed expression, Bai Karen burst into laughter. Her silver bell-like laughter echoed in the car, making her giggle. On the way to Yanjing, her mood had been bad, but now she felt very happy. It was strange. It seemed every time she saw Yang Ming, she could relax completely. With this little man, she could speak her mind and tease without holding back. Chapter 285, Sleeping Beauty Yang Ming. Honestly, it's not too much to ask, but it's life-threatening. It's okay. You don't need to rush to answer me. You can take your time to think about it until the movie ends tomorrow. Whether you come or not is up to you. But if you don't come, you will bear the consequences. The little vixen was out for blood. Yang Ming opened his mouth, wondering if he could negotiate further, but ultimately decided against it. Bai Karen had already put it out there. If he tried to haggle, it would really be excessive. After all, she was a woman who had lowered her head for him. What could he do? He could only improve his time management. So, you need me to manage your schedule while you're in Yanjing, right? Yang Ming asked. Of course Bai Karen, keep my word. I only need the duration of one movie. I know you can't sit still anymore. You can leave now. Yang Ming didn't hold back and stood up to leave. He really couldn't sit still anymore. The silly one was still waiting at home. However, halfway through, Yang Ming turned back. Bye, Vixen. Don't think you can fool me with this excuse of celebrating Qixi. Although I don't know your exact purpose for coming to Yanjing this time, I still want to remind you to think carefully before making any decisions. You are no longer alone. Chapter 286. I am very clear now. Yang Ming couldn't help but lean down and kiss her forehead gently. Silly, if you're tired, just sleep. Don't leave your hair wet. It's easy to catch a cold. He laid Zheng Sisi on the bed, resting her head at the edge so her hair could fall naturally. Yang Ming quickly found a hairdryer. The warm air blew on her head, and Zheng Sisi, who had already been somewhat awake, quickly felt drowsy again. So comfortable. Yang, what should I do if I fall asleep? If you want to sleep, then sleep. But we haven't that yet. With her eyes half closed, even in a half-dream state, Zheng Sisi's fair cheeks flushed slightly at the mention of that. Yang Ming smiled. Silly girl, you really are a fool. It's not about completing a task. We have plenty of time ahead of us. We could do it tonight, but it's not necessary. Love should come naturally, and being in a state of mutual affection is the most pleasant, especially since this is your first time. I don't want to leave you with an unpleasant memory in such an extremely sleepy state. Just sleep peacefully, little fool. I'll help you sit up and cover you with a blanket after I dry your hair. Yang Ming leaned down again and kissed Han's silly face, whispering softly in her ear. Chapter 287. I don't. A year's plan lies in spring. A day's plan lies in the morning. In this pleasant moment of waking from a dream in the early morning, the two were like dry wood and fire, ready to ignite at any moment. Although Yang Ming was very gentle, the initially dominant Zheng Han was still retreating step by step. Her voice was like a dream, soft and weak, passive and inexperienced. Soon, snow-white skin, a head full of beautiful hair. Pink grapes, red agate. Creamy jade dew, unparalleled beauty. The two intertwined their wrists, fingers tightly clasped, shoulders leaning against each other. A line of clear tears, a touch of rosy red. The sound of a jade flute stirred, the fragrant grass rippled slightly red. Everything fell into place, and the room was filled with sweetness. For a long time, as the sudden rain began to subside, the two embraced tightly. Zhang Cixi nestled in Yang Ming's arms, her hands wrapped around his waist like an octopus. Her eyes were red, but her lips wore a sweet and happy smile. Does it hurt? Yang Ming gently stroked her hair. Han Han shook her head lightly. You're talking nonsense. Your eyes are all red, and you say it doesn't hurt. Yang Ming suddenly held her face, his thumb gently caressing her cheek, and said tenderly, Han Han, I'm sorry. Before he could finish, Zhang Cixi pecked at his lips like a chick pecking at rice. No apologies allowed. Although it hurt a lot at first, I still feel very happy. And it didn't hurt as much later. Her rosy face sparkled, and her watery eyes gleamed brightly. Chapter 288, Being Single is Hard. Half an hour later, even when Yang Ming carried Zhang Cixi out of the bathroom, she was too shy to open her eyes. Her little face was flushed and hot, and her entire snow-white skin was covered with a faint blush. No matter how Yang Ming helped her dry off, the moment her body touched the bed, she quickly burrowed under the covers. In extreme embarrassment, she called out, Yang Ming, you can go out now, please, you've already helped me wash. Can you let me get dressed by myself? No. Yang Ming leaned against the doorframe with a half-smile. Han Han, it's almost 10:30. If you keep dawdling, the whole morning will be gone. After struggling for a while, a little head finally peeked out from the corner of the quilt. Covering her chest tightly with the blanket like a thief, her little face was full of grievance. Don't look at me like that. Did you come over on your own, or did I come to you? You chose. Yang Ming teased with a bad smile. Han Han's eyes looked even more mournful. All right then, Yang Ming, you come and help me get dressed. Zhang Cixi finally compromised. That's more like it. Yang Ming strutted over, ready to make mischief. Suddenly, Zhang Cixi stood up from the blanket. Chapter 289, Being Young is Great. Huh, why has the server changed? When the dishes were served, the young waitress who took the order was gone, replaced by an older lady. Excuse me, where did that young lady go? Zhang Cixi asked curiously. Are you asking about Xiaoxi? She suddenly said she wasn't feeling well and went to ask for leave from the boss. She probably won't be back for the next couple of days. If you feel my service isn't as good as Xiaoxi's, I can go get her to serve your table before she leaves. No, that's all right. Zhang Cixi quickly replied. You're doing fine? I was just asking. Han Han stuck her tongue out, feeling a bit curious. That young lady seemed familiar, and she had served them twice, which felt friendly, but unfortunately, she might not think the same way. Soon, Zhang Cixi forgot about it. Yang Ming, I checked. This movie The 800 is a good theme. Let's go watch that later. Yang Ming silently took out his phone and looked at the ticket information Bai Corinne sent him yesterday. Cixi, a movie about celebrating Qixi isn't quite fitting. This type of film is more suitable for heavy holidays like National Day or Armed Forces Day. Let's pick another one. Chapter 290, Nouveau Riche. They opened the door to the luxury beauty store to do business for performance-based commissions, not to eat dog food. So their initial enthusiasm was greatly reduced. What can I help you with? I don't know much about makeup. Could you recommend some good cosmetics for my girlfriend? Like lipstick, lip balm, eyebrow pencil, blush, etc. Ideally, a complete set of products to start with. Yang Ming's way of speaking exposed him further. Who asked like that? It's too amateurish and uncool. Just to take a look? Do you think we're a roadside stall where it's okay to not buy anything? Plus, with Zhang Cixi beside him looking somewhat shy and reserved, the disdain in the eyes of the staff became even more apparent. I'm sorry, sir, but we at Dior likely don't have any beauty products suitable for your girlfriend. How about you try looking for something at the shops outside the mall? The staff smiled, but had a somewhat sarcastic tone. Yang Ming frowned immediately, and before he could speak again, a stern voice came from his side. What are you all doing? Didn't you hear the customer ask you to bring the products over to have a look? A middle-aged woman in a black silk suit with a beautiful face walked in from the door, looking severe. Chapter 291, Guess Who I Am? Coming out of Dior. It was already 12:45. There was only a quarter of an hour left until the movie started. Want some milk tea, Han Han? How about kumquat lemon? What about popcorn? Zhang Cixi shook her head. Having just eaten, she really couldn't eat popcorn. 2 cups of kumquat lemon, both with double servings of coconut jelly. All right. Handsome. That'll be 78 in total. Please pay here. Wow, 78? 39 a cup. This should be the most expensive kumquat lemon Yang Ming has ever had. In high school. Because Lu Shu Tong loved sweet drinks. Most of his limited pocket money back then was spent on buying her various milk teas. But Yang Ming himself only liked kumquat lemon. He remembered that outside the school, a small cup of kumquat lemon was 6 yuan, a large cup was 8. And even with double servings of coconut jelly, the most expensive was only 10. This was 4 times that price. Yang Ming, who didn't blink when spending 80 or 90,000 on cosmetics for Zheng Cici at Dior, felt a sting in his heart when faced with 2 cups of milk tea totaling 78. Even in a mall like Pangadawang, the markup was a bit excessive. Yang Ming's commoner mindset exploded. He began to miss the highly cost-effective anti-Shanghai outside the school. Chapter 292. Oh, this. Yang Ming relaxed immediately, a smile spreading across his face as he laughed happily. This little clever girl, was there any need to guess? But oh dear, my little cutie, who exactly are you? He. Guess quickly. Guess right, and there's a mysterious reward. There's a mysterious reward? Then I really have to guess well. Are you Xiao Hong? Who is Xiao Hong? The little fish behind him, tiptoeing and covering Yang Ming's eyes, immediately frowned. No one has ever called me Xiao Hong. Guess wrong. Guess again. Then you must be Xiao Li. Yang Ming laughed. Who is Xiao Li? Xiao Yu pouted, raising her voice. Brother Yang Ming. It's only been a few days since we last met. How did you get to know so many girls? No, that's not right. Guess again. This is your last chance. If you can't guess it, you're doomed. Yang Ming was amused but pretended to be serious. None of these are correct? That shouldn't be the case. These are the only girls I know. Then who are you? Xiao Yuer's pretty face began to frost over, about to explode when she suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I remember now. You are. Chapter 293. Heartbeat, what's wrong, Brother Yang Ming? Why do you have that expression? Sister-in-law. Yanga might be worried that it's almost rush hour and you know the traffic in Yanjing, especially since Pangadawang is a financial and trade center. If we go there, we might get stuck in traffic. Lao Zhao, as a background character for the day, knew exactly what Yang Ming was worried about. He had seen Yang Ming drop Zheng Cici off at Pangadawang International Apartment just a few dozen minutes ago, and Yang Ming hadn't hidden anything from him from the start. As someone valued by Yang Ming, he wouldn't dare to poke into his boss's private matters. Xiao Yue looked at the time. But it's not even 4:30 yet. Usually the earliest quitting time is still an hour away. It shouldn't take us more than 30 minutes to get there from here, right? Lao Zhao looked at Yang Ming. He was good at gathering intelligence in security work, but handling this kind of situation left him speechless. Xiao Yue had left him without a comeback. Lao Zhao, let's listen to Xiao Yue. We should head over now. As he spoke, Yang Ming affectionately glanced at Mu Hongli and continued. Xiao Yue came all the way from HUD to accompany me, of course. I have to agree to any request she makes. Let us go over and stroll around. Maybe we can get back to the hotel before rush hour. Chapter 294. Such a beautiful young lady with every step Mu Hongli took toward the Hunan restaurant. Yang Ming's heartbeat quickened. The worst thing about time management is unexpected events. It's said that human plans cannot keep up with changes. A person who should never have appeared at this moment was here. Yang Ming had never dreamed of this. Closer, the distance between the two girls was narrowing. Yang Ming held his breath, the suffocating feeling creeping in. Meanwhile, inside the Hunan restaurant. Hello, I had lunch here today and lost a hairpin. It might have fallen here. Can I check the table where I sat during lunch? I remember you, miss. You came with Mr. Yang at noon, right? Yes. Zheng Cici nodded. The waitress who was serving her was the one who had come after lunch. She took a small item from the front desk and handed it to Zheng Cici. Is this the hairpin you mentioned? Yes. Zheng Cici excitedly took the already faded Q version of the hairpin resembling an anime character, bowing repeatedly in thanks. This is the one I lost. Thank you so much. Chapter 295. Technical work, huh? Where is everyone? Xiao Yue turned around and found that Yang Ming was gone. He was clearly just there a moment ago. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Did I walk too fast and lose Brother Yang Ming? At this moment, the mall was indeed crowded. So it was no wonder Xiao Yue thought that way. She quickly took out her phone to call Yang Ming, and by the time she looked back, Zheng Cici was already in the unseen waiting area outside, guided by the waitress. Hey cutie, why are you calling me? Yang Ming suddenly appeared from nowhere, before she could even connect the call. Oh, Brother Yang Ming, where did you go? I thought I lost you because I walked too fast. Xiao Yue exclaimed in surprise. Yang Ming shook the bottle of water in his hand. How could that be? I was just worried you might be thirsty, so I went to buy you some water. Oh, that is too bad. I just saw a really beautiful young lady who looked like a fairy. I wanted to call you to admire her with me, but who knew you were gone? What's so regrettable about that? I saw her too. Brother Ming, you saw her too? Where did you see her? Xiao Yuer asked in surprise. Ming smiled playfully at her, far away in the sky, but close at hand. Chapter 296. Ming, you dog soft jazz played in the restaurant. The environment was serene and the ambience was classy. Coupled with a well-cooked steak and red wine, it was worth the hefty price. Brother Ming, what time are we watching the movie later? Xiao Yuer chewed on a piece of steak, her chubby cheeks adorably puffing up. Ming, staring at his phone with a serious expression, absent-mindedly replied without looking up, "Whatever you decide." What's wrong, Brother Ming? Is something bothering you? Ming finally looked up, smiling brightly. What's wrong? Nothing at all. He discreetly put his phone down. Xiao Yuner's brows furrowed. Really? Then why do I feel like your mood wasn't quite right just now? You seemed a bit unhappy. Did I misread it? That must be your imagination, cutie. How could I be unhappy when I'm with you? Ming gently pinched her delicate little nose. Hey, bad guy, I'm eating. Let go. Xiao Yuer playfully glared at Ming and then said, Then I'll buy tickets for the 7 o'clock movie. Okay, sure. Ming intentionally responded in a cutesy tone to prove his happiness, earning several eye rolls from Xiao Yuer. Chapter 297. Mo Xiaoxi. Ming returned to his seat. Noticing Xiao Yuer's eyes were red, and he asked with concern, Cutie, why are your eyes red? Did black pepper get in your eyes? Oof. Xiao Yuer swatted away Ming's hand that was trying to wipe her eyes, pouting. Brother Ming, you big liar. Why didn't you tell me? What are you talking about? Ming feigned confusion. The play wasn't over yet, so he had to keep acting. Keep pretending. You clearly have something very important to do tonight. Why didn't you tell me? Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly feigned realization. Xiao Yu, did you peek at my phone? How did you know my password? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer felt a mix of sweetness and guilt. I admit peeking your phone was wrong, but who told you to set the password to my birthday? No, that is not important. Brother Ming, you big liar. It's such an important matter, yet you lied to me that it was nothing. Why didn't you tell me? If you had, I would have let you go. As she spoke, Xiao Yuer's tears began to fall. Woo, I'm not the kind of girl who doesn't know what is important or unreasonable. Chapter 298. Going to take care of something big. Don't you have those figurines to keep you company? Figurines can only be appreciated and collected. I like them a lot, but they can't replace the warmth of a person. But I have to work overtime until 10 o'clock at least. It's not a solution for you to just wait here. How about this, Xiao Shi? I'll treat you to a movie. We could just make it in time to buy tickets now. And by the time you're done watching, I'll be about ready to get off work too. I don't want to watch a movie alone. I've already been bombarded with dog food at work these past few days. Now you want me. A single dog, radiating with fragrance, to blend in with a bunch of couples watching a movie? I refuse. Mo Xiaoxi's face was filled with resistance. Unless you. Xin Yin, accompany me to watch. No way, I'm still on the clock. The ticket inspector named Chun Xin Yin found it difficult. Then let's stop talking nonsense. You focus on your work, and I'll just sit here and wait for you to get off. Chun Xin Yin smiled wryly. I'm telling you, Xiaoxi, you say you don't want to eat dog food, but you're sitting here, and most of the people coming and going are couples. Aren't you just asking for punishment? Who said that? Didn't you see me wearing a hat? Mo Xiaoxi tugged at her duckbill cap. Do you think I'm wearing this for fun? To look cool. I'm wearing this to block my view. Why can't see won't hurt me? Chapter 299. New Century. Mo Xiao. She found Zhang Ci's phone number through the handwritten membership registration form before entering the system. At this point, the waitress named Chun had intermittently learned the whole story from her. Just as Mo Xiao she was about to call Zhang Cici to blow up Ming, Sister Chun suddenly pressed down on her hand. Xiao Shi, listen to Sister Chun's advice. You can't do this. Huh? Mo Xiao she looked up in shock. Sister, don't you think this scumbag deserves a lesson to remember? He does. But you can't do this. Sister Chun firmly pressed Mo Xiaoxi's hand, very seriously stopping her from making the call. Mo Xiaoxi's face was full of confusion. In her impression, Sister Chun had always been a good sister with a proper perspective. Why would she stop her from confronting that scumbag? But why Sister Chun? Because Sister Chun said a long paragraph, and after listening, Mo Xiao, she was dumbfounded. Is this true? You're not lying to me. Are you, Sister Chun? Absolutely true, if I'm lying. I'll be hit by a car when I get off work tonight. Mo Xiao, she was completely confused. What is this all about? 20 minutes later, she returned to the cinema dejectedly. Chapter 300. Let Me Cry Alone for a while. Yang Ming successfully entered the cinema 5 minutes before the movie started. He immediately spotted Bai Kuran in the most comfortable middle back position for viewing. She wore a stunning qipao with a high slit featuring a beautiful ink wash painting. Her graceful figure fully on display. Her legs were elegantly crossed. The skin peeking out from the slit was a touch of snow white, just enough to not reveal anything inappropriate. It was precisely this misty, alluring state that could ignite a man's endless curiosity about the hidden depths. Her long wine-red hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, and her breathtaking beauty was partially obscured by a black mask, leaving only her captivating eyes visible. However, this did not diminish her charm. Instead, it added a hint of mystery to her noble demeanor. Bai Kuran could simply sit there nonchalantly, and she was the queen who captivated the entire room. You're quite punctual. It seems your time management is quite successful tonight, Bai Kuran said with a half-smile. Yang Ming shot her a displeased glance and sat down beside her. Since it was a late-night screening, there weren't many people in the hall. There was no one behind them, only a couple of pairs scattered in the front row. Just 30 seconds before the movie was about to start, two girls hurriedly walked in at the entrance. Xian, hurry up, it's about to go dark. Just now, you were the one who was in a rush to eat spicy hot pot, and now you're panting and rushing too. I said, Xiaoxi, what exactly do you want? They both collapsed here. Are you afraid you want to find C? No doubt, these two girls were Mo Xiaoxi and Chen Xian. The pair of best friends. One was pulling the other, and they finally found their seats before the lights went out. Coincidentally, they were right behind Yang Ming and Bai Kuran. Hurry, it's starting. Mo Xiao, placed her drinks and popcorn beside her, excitedly rubbing her hands, completely unaware that an old acquaintance was sitting in front of her. I heard that girl from a Mu family is here in Yanjing today. How did you manage to handle her? Bai Kuran asked nonchalantly. How did you know? Once the question came out, Yang Ming felt a bit foolish. The whereabouts of Xiao Yuer was not a big secret. For a woman like Bai Kuran, if she wanted to know, it would be a matter of minutes. Hearing Yang Ming's voice, Mo Xiaoxi, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly spaced out. Why does this voice sound so familiar? It seems like I've heard it somewhere. I don't know how I know. What is important is that I'm quite curious about how you managed to get that Mu girl to agree to let you out. As far as I know, she is a proud little princess. Initially, Mu Jianzhou just wanted her to meet the son of Shun Songhai, and she jumped into the Huangpu River in anger. Aren't you afraid? By Yao Jing, why do you have so much nonsense? Can't you just watch your movie properly? Mo Xiao, she jolted, suddenly realizing, my God, it's this scumbag again. The people you least want to meet are the ones you encounter the most. The girl beside him has changed again. 3 movies in a day, and he has 3 different girls beside him. The first 2 were outstanding in both figure and looks. And even though she couldn't see the girl in front clearly, her back and aura were certainly not ordinary. What is wrong with these girls? Are they blind? How could they all flock to such a scumbag? Here I am, a single dog who has been single for 20 years, and I have never tasted sweet love. Yet this scumbag has fed me dog food 3 times in one day. And what's even more infuriating is that all 3 times it was with different girls. Oh heavens, open your eyes. Are you not going to strike down such a super scumbag with a lightning bolt? Confused, jealous, bitter, and angry, Mo Xiao, she was overwhelmed with emotions. She felt her worldview was about to collapse. Finally, unable to hold back, she cried, Xiaoxi, what is wrong with you? Chen Xian Yin looked confused, shocked by her best friend's inexplicable sobbing. Don't mind me, darling, I'm feeling down. Let me cry alone for a bit. Mo Xiao, she gritted her teeth, lowering her voice. Chapter 301. Rare tenderness. Yang Ming heard the crying, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, the movie's plot was intense and emotional. It was normal for girls to cry. However, the crying seemed a bit early since the first wave of emotional scenes hadn't even arrived yet. I've already seen this movie. I just want to take a good look at you, Bai Kuran said. The flickering light from the screen reflecting in her captivating eyes, her profile stunning. Mo Xiao, she asked, you've seen it? Yang Ming was surprised. Then why did you still ask me to come and watch with you? I said, I want to take a good look at you. Besides, if I can watch it multiple times with other women, why can't I watch it multiple times with you? Bai Kuran raised an eyebrow. Yang Ming, this woman's logic is so infuriating that Yang Ming can't even argue back. Mo Xiao, this woman actually knows that this man is a scumbag. How does she know? Oh my God, what is wrong with this world? Just kill me already. Mo Xiao, she has completely lost her mood for watching the movie. She just wants to leave. Why did she have to embarrass herself by coming to the cinema? It would have been so much better to watch at Panga Grandview. She never wants to eat this dirty dog food again. It's too painful. YISN, Tishi speaking. Bai Run is staring at Yangming. Chapter 302. I'm waiting for you. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and a hint of bone-chilling coldness signals the approaching autumn. In the northern suburbs of Yen, at the Lei family estate, the old house is brightly lit but eerily quiet, exuding a sense of grimness. Inside a secluded woodshed of the Lei family, more than 10 men lie on a simple wooden bed. They are not dead, but all of them have broken legs and limbs, barely clinging to life. One of them, a tall guy, is the worst off. Not only are his limbs broken, but his waist is also fractured. What on earth happened? Seeing this scene, Lei Xingji's forehead veins bulge as he teeters on the edge of fury. Wu Tao and this group of men were cultivated with a lot of effort and resources. How did they end up like this? Lei Yi. Spider must have been set up. A middle-aged man next to him cautiously said. Set up? Lei Xingji glared. When did this happen? Just last night. During the time you weren't here, Spider got word that Wu Tao had entered Panga Grandview without my permission to deal with that kid. Before the middle-aged man could finish, Lei Xingji exploded in anger. Didn't I tell you before I left to just keep an eye on that kid until I return? Did you all just ignore me? Why didn't you stop him? Chapter 303. No one will come to save you after leaving New Century. Yang Ming didn't rush to the hotel, but first returned to Panga Grandview. He definitely has to go to the hotel to accompany Xiao Yu'er tonight. But he feels a bit uneasy leaving Zheng Cc alone at home, so he must check on her safety. Sneaking into the house. There's no light in the living room this time, but Yang Ming smells a hint of spicy catfish eggplant. At the same time, in the living room's trash can, he sees a takeout box from a Hunan restaurant. Yang Ming then understands why Zheng Cc was there at that time this afternoon. The master bedroom door is ajar. Turning on the soft lampshade on the nightstand, Yang Ming sees the adorable Zheng Cc sleeping soundly. Although he had told her he wouldn't be back tonight before he left, she still kindly left the door open. Yang Ming doesn't intend to wake her. He just wants to confirm her safety before leaving, but at that moment, Zheng Cc wakes up on her own. Yang Ming, is it you? Didn't you say you wouldn't come home tonight? Am I dreaming? Zheng Cc rubs her eyes, her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue. Seeing this, Yang Ming squats down by the bed again, gently touching her face. Silly girl, it's not a dream. I was a bit worried about your safety, so I came back to take a look. I'll be leaving soon. Chapter 304. A tight situation more than an hour later. The breakfast on the coffee table in the suite is untouched, but the bedroom sofa sheets are in complete disarray. Initially shy and resistant, Xiao Yu'er gradually warms up under Yang Ming's flirtation. The atmosphere is passionate, intense as fire. They are intertwined, each absorbed in the other. Xiao Yu'er transitions from being shy and passive to passionately taking the initiative, leading to a wild climax for both. The sofa, the big bed, the lounge chair, the bathtub. This compact hour is filled with sweetness and fulfillment. What are you hiding under the blanket for, little cutie? We're already like an old married couple. Why be shy? Yang Ming playfully pats the small figure lying on his chest, but hiding her head under the blanket. You bad guy. Yang Ming, always bullying me. Who's your old wife? Yes, I'm a bad guy. But isn't it legal to be a bad guy to your own girlfriend? Besides, if I don't bully you, do you want me to bully someone else? You dare. The little cutie under the blanket bites Yang Ming's chest hard, making him gasp in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Little cutie, I was wrong. Spare me. Yang Ming pleads repeatedly. She pokes her head out from under the blanket, her face rosy after their intimate moments, radiating a unique charm. Chapter 305. Who do you look down on? After Yang Ming leaves, the little cutie giggles under the blanket. Girls in a relationship often exhibit this behavior. It's their right to be coy, and it's a form of flirtation. They playfully bicker, and by the time they leave the hotel, it's already 11 o'clock. Yang Ming, it's all your fault. You always bully me. I have a flight at 3 this afternoon, and now half a day is gone. Xiao Yu'er pouts her lips high. Okay, it's all my fault, but I'll still do it next time. Admitting fault but refusing to change. Not doing so would be foolish. Ouch. Xiao Yu'er, you bit me again. Yang Ming grins in pain. I bit you on purpose. Bad guy. Rogue. While Xiao Yu'er claims he is a rogue, she secretly revels in it. Of course, she enjoys Yang Ming's teasing. Girls are just a bit shy. With only 3 or 4 hours left to spend together, they can't go far, and the hot weather isn't suitable for outdoor activities. Thus, places like the animation city and shopping mall become their first choice. Yang Ming, with his mastery of martial arts and perfect control over strength details, successfully overcomes the rigged claw machine at the animation city. 3 coins for 1 try. And whatever Xiao Yu air points at, he grabs. With dozens of attempts, he catches one after another, leaving the couples next to them, who had thrown in dozens of coins without catching a single toy, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 306. Let me secretly tell you a secret, goose. Yang Ming Go. You're too bad. That boss must hate you to death. Xiao Yu'er laughs like a goose, holding a pile of toys, quite satisfied. Although these things aren't expensive, the joy they bring is priceless. Especially watching Yang Ming catch each toy she likes. The sense of satisfaction is something other forms of entertainment can't replace. Who said that? If he were a smart person, he should thank me. Yang Ming laughs. Just watching the fish drink water without seeing the cheeks flow? Shearing the sheep comes from the sheep. Even if I took 500 directly today, that boss would still make a profit. Yang Ming thinks that the boss is quite smart, knowing when to cut losses and being generous. He gives him face by leaving 400 to save face, preventing him from looking too bad. If the boss were ungrateful and insisted on resisting, then sorry, Yang Ming would definitely clear out all 20 machines. If such a large anime city has a boss who can't even handle this normal business loss and can't even appreciate this bit of goodwill, then he will eventually have to close down. In fact, Yang Ming's judgment is very accurate, because shortly after he left, the boss chased after him, wanting to befriend him. Chapter 307. Do you know me, Junior? Little fish returned just like that, leaving Yang Ming with endless imagination about their next meeting. After returning to Panga Grandview, Yang Ming made up for the half-day he promised Zheng Cece yesterday. His Qixi festival passed in such a plain and unadorned way. In the blink of an eye, it was the day school started. Huada welcomed its busiest day of the year. A large influx of fresh blood made this prestigious institution, rich in academic heritage, even more vibrant. The young and innocent smiling faces added infinite vitality to this campus that had been quiet for 2 months. Hello, we're meeting again. I'm everyone's favorite Vivi. Today is the day Huada starts school, and the long-awaited outdoor live broadcast of the Huada Campus Special is starting now, on the shaded path of the Huada campus. Sophomore beauty anchor Shin Weiwei is live-streaming with a selfie stick, wearing a cherry blossom pink strap t-shirt and a plaid gradient pleated skirt. With elegant burgundy long hair cascading over her shoulders, she is dressed in clean and tidy white shoes, with fair and slender legs, tall and graceful. With delicate features and striking looks, she exudes a pure and charming campus vibe. Although she may not be as stunning as Little Fish and Zheng Cece, she is definitely a standard beauty. Chapter 308. Rhythm. This guy actually doesn't know Weiwei. Is he really a freshman at Huada? It can't be fake, right? Yes, Weiwei. Aren't you the Huada school flower and one of the top 10 campus hosts? I heard your beautiful photos were even printed on Huada's admission notices this year. This guy doesn't recognize you. You must not be a Huada freshman. In an instant, the bullet screen questioned Yang Ming's identity as a Huada student. Hearing Yang Ming say he didn't know her, a hint of disappointment flashed in Shun Weiwei's eyes. However, she still wore a smile. Everyone, please don't be anxious. Once I leave this live broadcast room, I'm just an ordinary girl. It's normal not to be recognized, especially since this junior is a freshman. Then she actively reached out to Yang Ming. Hello, Junior, I'm Shin Weiwei, a sophomore from Huada's broadcasting department. Nice to meet you. With a gentle and light smile, she resembled a fragrant lily swaying in the wind. Shin Weiwei looked at Yang Ming. I wonder what your name is and which college you are from. Hello, Senior. I am Yang Ming, a freshman from Huada's College of Psychology and Cognitive Science. Nice to meet you. Yang Ming extended his hand to shake hands with Shin Weiwei, responding politely. In the College of Psychology? Shin Weiwei was taken aback. Chapter 309. Character Explosion. Sending bullet screen messages with a keyboard and a phone doesn't have the same deterrent power as directly confronting the camera. Yang Ming's response directly crushed the wealthy LV who was cursing him. After a while, LV, sitting in front of the screen, finally reacted fuming. You dare to curse at me, you stinky loser? When he saw this Duke's bullet screen message pop up, Yang Ming smiled faintly. If speaking the truth is called cursing, then you really should be cursed. All right, you dog. You think you're tough, huh? I know you're a Huada student, and I know your name in college. Dare to insult me? Just wait. I will deal with you offline. Yang Ming laughed. Sure, I'll be waiting for you, Huada. If you don't come, you're my grandson. Generally speaking, in such online confrontations, the party whose real identity and specific address are known would be somewhat cautious. However, Yang Ming's toughness surprised everyone. How could a freshman at Huada be so bold? After all, he is a wealthy boss who has spent hundreds of thousands. He should have some social connections. Is he really not afraid at all? Or is it that a young calf is not afraid of tigers, and this dead duck is just stubborn and unaware of fear? Chapter 310, Humble Mr. Chun. At this moment, in Vivi's live broadcast room. Wow, super hot. The boss is generous. The boss has a presence. The boss is amazing. Shen Weiwei felt indifferent. Under such circumstances, being super hot didn't improve her mood. She forced a smile. Thank you to the one whose ID I haven't read out yet. Shen Weiwei's eyes suddenly brightened. The viewers in the live stream also noticed something. Yang Ming's real identity? Weiwei, that ID. ISNT at the junior you just met? Shen Weiwei. She moved her lips but didn't make any sound. Her previously low mood suddenly became a bit excited. It doesn't matter what gifts are received. Who sends them is very important. Could it be him? LV in front of the screen was stunned for a moment, then started cursing. You mother f... I'm Yang Ming. I'm still the second generation of fishmen. You stinky loser. Use the tuition your dad gave you to send gifts to the female anchor? Do you think you're worthy of your farmer dad's hard work to support you through school? If you have the guts, send another one. Swish. Before this idiot-esque bullet screen was fully sent out, Yang Ming's super hot gift had already shot out. And not just one, but three. Chapter 311. Just call me Xiao Chun. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly froze. All the viewers felt a shiver run down their spines. What kind of big shot could make the chairman of Tiger Fish, Mr. Chun, so humble? Mr. Yang Ming? Could it be that Weiwei, the one Mr. Chun asked about? Is this Junior who just sent you gifts? No wonder he cleared the Super Emperor in one go without a breath. It turns out he is also a hidden big shot. Shen Weiwei was also very confused. She knew the name of the chairman of Tiger Fish. And even someone like Mr. Chun addressed Yang Ming as Mr. Yang. Moreover, his tone and attitude were so humble. This. Yang Ming's real identity. Looking for me? Tiger Fish Xiao Chun. Yes, Mr. Yang Ming, you're really here. Chen Wenjie was extremely excited. Yang Ming's real identity. You are? Tiger Fish Xiao Chun. I am Chen Wenjie, the current chairman of Tiger Fish. You could just call me Xiao Chun. Mr. Yang, could you leave a contact method? I have something important to discuss with you. Chen Wenjie tried to make his attitude as polite as possible, fearing to offend this fierce dragon crossing the river. The bullet screen exchange between the two left the viewers in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. The chairman of Tiger Fish, Mr. Chun, was actually so humble toward a freshman. Chapter 312, Pattern. Oh my, LV was really banned. The speed of the super admin is too fast, right? The viewers were shocked. The boss personally spoke. How could the super admins not act quickly? Don't think that just because you have an account that spent 60 to 70,000 and is under level 80, even if you have a full level account that spent 600,000, the boss can say ban and just ban, without any mercy. He deserves it. Spending some money to think he is on top of the world and still daring to show off in front of Mr. Chun. This kind of person deserves to be banned. It's just that, with such harsh words, calling someone a farmer and a loser, how noble can he be? He was still struck down by a single word from President Chun. Of course, there are also many comments stirring the pot. So, President Chun, as a manager, doesn't protect consumer rights at all? A major client who has spent over $1 million, and you say to ban him just like that, without even a reason? Is this how you treat your gods at Huyu? Exactly. That LV boss only said a couple of fair words. Who knows if you are the real President Chun or a fake one through the screen? You can't even talk after spending money? Trash Huyu. Spending money without a consumer experience, and the management is mindless in banning for no reason. It's a garbage platform. Everyone should uninstall it. Don't watch it anymore. Chapter 313. Surprised the live broadcast room was discussing this topic, but President Chun and Yang Ming had not sent any messages anymore. The two had already exited the live broadcast room and were on a private call. Yang Ming expressed to Chen Wenjie that he had no intention of getting too involved in platform management. And Chen Wenjie was secretly relieved while marveling at how young Yang Ming's voice sounded. When he learned that Yang Ming was actually a freshman at Huada, Chen Wenjie was stunned into silence for a while. A freshman, 21 or 22? The position of chairman was secured, and such a young talent made Chun Wenjie even more determined to build a good relationship with this young man in the future. Mr. Yang, mid-October is our HuYu's annual grand event, where major headline streamers and company executives will be present. The evening gala will feature first-line stars performing, and there are many highlights. Would you like to come and take a look? President Chun, just call me Yang Ming. As for the annual gala, I'd rather not go. Yang Ming was not very interested. Watching the live broadcast through the screen was fine, but going offline would probably be meaningless. Ha ha, brother Yang Ming. Don't be so quick to refuse. Vivi will definitely attend, and there will be many beautiful streamers in the beauty and gaming zones. It's good to come and enjoy the view. Chun Wenjie was good at socializing, and calling him brother Yang Ming felt quite natural. At least Yang Ming didn't find it annoying. Let's talk about it then. Yang Ming was uninterested. Vivi? Not to mention that Yang Ming currently had no thoughts about her. Even if he did, since they were in the same campus, was there a need to seek out HuYu's annual meeting? As for those so-called popular, beautiful streamers, they didn't pique Yang Ming's interest at all. Forget about whether they would be a disappointment in person. No matter how beautiful you are, can you compare to my little cutie and Zheng Hanin's? Even if you were charming, in front of the white fairy, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying her shoes. With that in mind, why bother? After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming's refusal left Chun Wenjie somewhat disappointed, but he was not prepared to give up. This brother Yang Ming would definitely need to find an opportunity for offline contact to build a good relationship. The annual gala was undoubtedly the best chance. He also realized Yang Ming had little interest in female streamers, which made sense considering his young success and wealth. What kind of woman wouldn't he have seen? Ordinary female streamers would surely not catch his eye. So, he could only focus on Vivi, hoping to ask her or the leadership of the publicity department of Huada, who was behind her, for help. In any case, Chun Wenjie was determined to invite Yang Ming to the event on the annual day. Under the guidance of Shun Weiwei, Yang Ming quickly found the location of the boys' dormitory. Building 2, Unit 3, Room 210. Although it was an elevator building, Yang Ming preferred lower floors. The second floor was just fine. Upon arriving at the dorm, the door was already open. He saw a guy in blue short-sleeve shirts and floral shorts organizing the desk under the first bed by the small balcony. Just as Yang Ming was about to greet this new roommate, suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from behind. A hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder, seemingly intending to choke him. Instinctively, Yang Ming bent his knees and arched his back, quickly using his hands to bridge and lock the wrist, responding swiftly with force and intention. A quick shoulder throw sent the person behind him flying. That person landed and skidded on the floor, crossing the dorm and crashing into the washstand on the small balcony before finally coming to a stop, rolling on the ground in pain. The roommate who was organizing the desk looked up abruptly, staring at Yang Ming, then at the guy rolling on the ground, dumbfounded. At that moment, the guy on the ground, feeling wrong, cried out, "Damn, Lao Yang, is it necessary? I just wanted to give you a surprise, but you almost took my life." Hearing that voice, Yang Ming was shocked. What the hell? How is it you? Chapter 314. The good guy, why can't it be me? Chen Yingguan said through gritted teeth, sitting up unsteadily and looking at Yang Ming with resentful eyes. Yang Ming never expected it to be this live wire, his desk mate from the past year. "What are you doing here?" he asked with a laugh. "Because I'm a freshman at Huada. How else do you think I got here? You also applied to Huada?" Yang Ming was surprised. "Old Yang, that's not a fair question." "What? Just because you and Zheng Banhua got into Huada, I can't? Even if my score isn't as high as yours. Don't forget, I was the third place in this year's Huadu College entrance examination. Is it embarrassing for Huada to admit me?" Yang Ming's surprise wasn't about Chen Yingguan being admitted to Huada. He was amazed that this guy had applied to the same school as him and had kept it a secret all summer. This guy really had a lot of patience. "Are you okay?" Yang Ming walked over to help him up. "And you say, does a brother need to be so ruthless? You almost took my life." Chapter 315. Unusual thank you, Li Chun. You worked hard. Yang Ming and Chen Yingguan quickly expressed their gratitude. No, it's no trouble. But the supplies cart from the General Affairs office can only reach the first floor, so we might need to go down together to move some of it. Oh, there's more. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Yang Ming and Chen Yingguan quickly set off, and with that, Jiangbo couldn't remain in the dorm alone. The three of them went downstairs and found out that Li Chun, a somewhat insecure short guy, was actually quite tough. He hadn't just moved the books from their dorm, but had brought back the entire class's books. They were piled up by the elevator on the first floor, towering like a small mountain. Even with a cart, it would take several trips to move them all. And as Yang Ming knew, the distance between the General Affairs office and the dormitory wasn't short. There are quite a few. We might need everyone's help, Li Chun said, scratching his head awkwardly. The three looked at each other, and even Zhang Bo, who had previously had a lot of complaints about Li Chun, had nothing to say about this matter. All these books are going to our dorm? Are we letting the classmates come and collect them? They have all moved back, and it can only be like this now. Stop talking and hurry up and move. If left for too long, we'll block others' way. Chapter 3:16 Minefield. That person didn't come today. I'm afraid I might be. Yang Ming understood immediately. Pregnant? Yang Ming looked at his phone screen and smiled bitterly. Thankfully, he thought it was something serious that made her so anxious. Silly, you're overthinking it. No, Yang Ming go. I've always been very regular every month. According to the schedule, it should have come last night, but it hasn't shown up until now. I'm scared. Silly girl, even if I, Yang Ming go, am capable, it's not that immediate. You're just too nervous and anxious, which caused a delay. Trust me. Relax and check again tonight. Even if it doesn't come today, it will definitely come in the next couple of days. Just pay attention and avoid spicy and cold food recently. Zheng Cece. Really? Nervous expression. Yang Ming. I wouldn't lie to you. Besides, even if you really are pregnant, it's not a big deal. I, Yang Ming go, am not the kind of scumbag who would deny responsibility after getting someone pregnant. We'll have our little treasure, and I'll take care of both of you. Winking expression. Zheng Cece. Joking aside, we still need to be careful. At least we can't let any accidents happen at this stage. Chapter 3:17 Disruption. Around 6 in the evening, Yang Ming received a WeChat message from Zheng Cece. Yang Ming, it really came just now? Hee hee. Sneaky smile expression, seeing the message. Yang Ming smiled. That's really too bad. Our little baby is gone. Crying expression. In front of the screen, Zheng Cece sniffed. Her little face flushed as she quickly comforted. Well, Yang Ming, there will be more in the future. We are still students now. Lao Yang. What are you laughing about? Jiang Bo saw Yang Ming laughing to himself and curiously asked. Just as Yang Ming was about to speak, Chen Yingguan poked his head out from the bathroom. What else could he be laughing about? It's definitely about flirting with Zheng, the school beauty. Lao Yang, be careful. Showing off your love will get you killed fast. Yang Ming, I'm just quietly making the silly girl laugh. Is that also showing off love? The glass heart of a single dog is too fragile. What's the matter, dog? Not convinced. If you have the ability, find someone and show off your love in front of me. Yang Ming retorted directly. Chen Yingguan silently shut his mouth and turned back to the bathroom. Then they quickly heard his howling from the toilet. Come back quickly. I can't handle alone. Come back quickly. Life is wonderful because of you. Come back quickly. Bring my longing back. Don't let my heart be as empty as the ocean. Chapter 3:18 I've decided you're my brother. In the evening, there was a new student assembly in the whole college, and it was said that the dean would also be present. Speaking of our college's Iron Lady, she is not simple. Zhang Bo was like a walking encyclopedia. From internet celebrity beauties to beautiful sword fairies to high-level deans, there was nothing he didn't know. Li Chen stayed silently at his desk listening, glancing at Lao Jiang, who was talking nonstop in front of Chen Yingguan and Yang Ming. He felt envious. Unlike him, he couldn't be so active in front of others. When there were a few more people, he would even stutter while speaking. He wondered if there would be self-introductions at the class meeting tonight. If so, it would be torture for him. Iron Lady? Is our college headed by a woman? Yang Ming asked curiously. This major was not chosen by Yang Ming himself. It was Zheng Cece who helped him select it in the exam system. To him, it didn't matter what major it was, so he hadn't looked into the background of the college. But isn't she just a female dean? Don't underestimate our old lady. Huada's psychology department is the best in the country and ranks internationally. And half of the achievements are supported by our college's Iron Lady. Chapter 3:19, let us get the bad words out first. Lao Yang, why are you so serious? I was joking. I was joking too. Yang Ming laughed. Jiang Bo didn't care. Lao Yang, share some info. How did you manage to pursue such a beautiful girlfriend? He could already sense that the gazes of male classmates in the whole college were lingering on Zheng Cece to varying degrees. This means that Zheng Cece's beauty is recognized. He even saw that the senior brothers controlling the crowd in front were staring, which shows her charm. This year's school beauty must be Zheng Cece without a doubt. You don't need to ask Lao Yang about this. Just ask me. I witnessed their entire dating process. Chen Yingguan said smugly. Lao Jiang. It's not that I'm blowing up for Lao Yang. It's really not he who pursued Zheng Cece. It's Zhang Cece who pursued him. Really? Jiang Bo looked shocked, channeling Lu Yu. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. If you don't believe it, find an opportunity to ask Zhang Cece and see what she says. In Chen Yingguan's view, Zhang Cece not only pursued Yang Ming, she practically stuck to him. He didn't know if Lao Yang saved the galaxy in his last life to have such a good girl love him so deeply. Actually, I was the one who pursued her. Yang Ming said seriously. Chapter 320 Focus. You are indeed very excellent, but you were only excellent in the past. In our Huada, what we lack the least is students who were excellent in the past. Look around you, ask your seniors. Which one of them isn't an elite in their respective regions? The old lady's eyes suddenly became sharp, her scorching gaze sweeping across the crowd. So, from this moment on, please completely let go of your past pride. Huada is just a platform that proves your past efforts. It is not a capital for you to show off your abilities. In the first class of the semester, I hope you understand that you must never mistake a platform for ability. If you want to stand out, first bury your head. Here, no one is really worse than you. If you want to continue your pride, you must work 10 times harder than before. I can responsibly tell you that a fulfilling 4 years of college will never be easier than your long high school life. Of course, if you prefer to take it easy and seek comfort, then just pretend I never said any of this, because you will find that when you choose comfort, the next 4 years will be the most comfortable years of your life. Someone will carry the burden for you, so you don't have to worry about making a living, and you'll have plenty of time to squander. But Chapter 321 Yanggu is awesome. Dean Fong's gaze instantly locked onto Yang Ming. That male student, please stand up. The old lady thought this brat actually looks quite good with Zhang. But that's not enough. In just a moment, because of her fondness for Zhang Cece, the old lady now had the mindset of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Yang Ming helplessly touched his nose. Great. He was already somewhat familiar in class, and now all the new students in the entire college were familiar with him. There was nowhere to hide. He could only stand up under everyone's gaze. Class leader? The class leader is Cece's boyfriend? Tong Lu and Wang Xinyao were instantly shocked and covered their mouths. Xin. When they looked at Zhou Curson beside them, they found that her face had already turned very ugly. She remained silent, her face alternating between pale and flushed, unintentionally glancing at Zhang Cece standing beside her. Zhou Curson clenched her fists tightly. It's clearly your boyfriend, and yet you're cheering me on to pursue him? Now, in front of so many people, you openly declare your love and assert your dominance to humiliate me? Zhou Curson felt like a clown, thoroughly played with. Chapter 322. Sweet troubles. This sudden burst of dog food left everyone present choking. The boys' jealous gazes were especially intense. Their previously calm attitudes flared up again. If looks could kill, Yang Ming would have undoubtedly been torn apart by this group of male classmates. As for the girls, they were enjoying the spectacle, many of them teasing and calling out with ambiguous voices. Under everyone's gaze, it was as if Yang Ming was being roasted over a fire. You silly girl. Why can't you understand good intentions? I'm helping you. If you keep indulging him, this brat will never take you seriously in the future. Dean Fong felt a mix of frustration and pity. No, Zhang Cece replied earnestly. Yang Ming has always treated me well, in the past, now, and definitely in the future. Dean Fong was completely speechless. How could such a precious girl have such a romantic mindset? She didn't know what kind of charm Yang Ming had cast on this girl, making her so devoted. The boys present watched and listened, feeling nothing but envy and jealousy towards Yang Ming. Chapter 323. I'm here. The new student meeting for the entire college concluded successfully. During the event, the college leaders took turns to speak, all sounding the same, and the new students only remembered the charismatic Dean Fong. The senior student speeches came one after another, but none were memorable. Under the sweet love wash of Zhang Cece and Yang Ming, their sharing of study experiences and expectations for the juniors failed to capture any interest. Everyone here is from China. Who among us lacks some self-discipline or unique study methods? Mediocre people are generally similar, while outstanding individuals each have their own shining points. Dressed sharply and youthful, even though you are seniors, you're only a little ahead of us in school. Respect is given, but admiration is not guaranteed. In contrast, Yang Ming and Zhang Cece were truly remembered by all students. Their story and this experience at the meeting left a mix of envy, jealousy, and heartfelt admiration. Additionally, the news of Li Chun and Zhang Cece being taken as disciples by Dean Fong would surely spread throughout the entire college. After all, it had been many years since Dean Fong personally mentored students. He hadn't even taken on doctoral students in recent years, and here he was starting with undergraduates, and two at that. Chapter 324. How do you plan to repay me? Her? Yang Ming remembered. They had chatted a bit when collecting books, and he had a good impression of her. His silly roommate, whose parents had treated everyone to lunch that noon. Out of the blue, Zhou Kersen had appeared, catching Yang Ming off guard. If it were Chun Yingguan, he could easily pass the class monitor's duties on to him without any psychological burden, given their friendship. But this Zhou classmate was not someone he knew well, and being a girl made it harder. If she became the Youth League branch secretary, it would be unkind of him to shirk his responsibilities. What to do? Oppose her? Yang Ming looked troubled. That wouldn't be good. She just supported me as class monitor. And now I would trip her? Moreover, she was my silly roommate, and everyone in the freshman year knew about our relationship, making it necessary to think of her. Opposing her at this moment wouldn't be beneficial for the internal unity among girls. So what can I do? A public company didn't trap me, yet a mere class monitor has me bound. Yang Ming felt helpless. Ultimately, I have to bear it all alone. Does anyone have any objections to Zhou Kersen as the Youth League branch secretary? Liang Song asked. He appreciated such self-confident girls. Chapter 325. Sisters to scratch her? Yang Ming initially felt guilty, but now was much easier. As long as it wasn't an outrageous request, he would try to accommodate. What kind of repayment does Zhou want? I haven't thought it through yet. How about this? You agree to help me with 3 things, and I'll tell you when I've figured it out. Yang Ming frowned, feeling this sounded very familiar. Don't worry. The 3 things I ask you to do will definitely not violate laws or ethics, nor will they harm the reputation of Huada or you, the class monitor. Moreover, they want to obstruct your future career or love life. How about it? Can you agree? This sounded even more familiar. Yang Ming suddenly realized. Wasn't this similar to the 3 rules Zhang Wuji and Zhao Min made in Jin Yang's The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? This Zhou Kersen was quirky and had a hint of mischief, somewhat resembling Zhao Min, but he wasn't the indecisive Zhang Wuji. 3 things is too much. 1 is negotiable, but if you insist on 3 more after I agree to 1, I can directly refuse. 1 is too few, make it 2. Zhou Kersen stepped back. Chapter 326. Causing trouble old Yang. What did you just say to Zhang? Making her so happy? From a distance, Jiang Bo couldn't help but tease. Yang Ming glanced at him, smiling but not saying anything. Jiang Bo didn't mind. I'm rushing to a meeting. Didn't he have enough to eat for dinner? And I was just discussing with old Chun about grabbing some skewers. Want to join? Sure. Yang Ming replied readily. But indoor places aren't that interesting. Are there any street stalls near Huada? I think so too. Chun Yingguan agreed. Hey, this won't be a problem for me. The all-knowing of Huada. Just follow me. Yang Ming smiled and turned to Li Chun beside him. Let's go together. You guys go ahead. I'm not hungry. I want to go back to the dorm and prep for tomorrow's classes. Forget it, old Yang. Now that he is Dean Fong as prize disciple, he wants to mix with us. If he wants to go, let him. If not, it's fine. Let us go. Li Chen's words were indeed a bit disappointing. But Jiang Bo's voice was also harsh. One was blushing, the other disdainful. Did these two really have a grudge from a past life? Li Chun, if there is a next time, I want to force you, but this time you must go. Tonight, our dorm should be all together. Jiang Bo, you agree, right? Chapter 327. What nonsense about reservations? I've never heard of reservations for street stalls before. These guys obviously want to take advantage of the good spot under the fan, bullying others to get a good deal. As for the spot they mentioned, it was the only vacant one in the alley directly facing the boss's barbecue stall. No one wanted to sit there. Not only was it hot, but it also reeked of smoke from the barbecue. Are you just booking because you say so? What evidence do you have? Jiang Bo's expression darkened. The other party was numerous and aggressive, making him a bit nervous. But he couldn't just let them walk away. That would be too embarrassing. Yes, we made a reservation yesterday, even earlier than you. Chen Yingguan also said with a stiff face. Li Chen didn't speak, but his face had already turned pale. His fear was written all over his face. Do you think I'm lying to you? I'll count to 3, and you better scram, or I'll make you crawl over. Gun, why waste words with them? They're just asking for trouble. Didn't you hear what our seniors said? These guys from Huada are useless except for studying. They can't do anything else, and just talk big. A good beating will do. Exactly. I've always hated these good-for-nothings who only know how to study. So what if they can read? A slap across the face, and they wet their pants out of fear. A bunch of cowards. Chapter 328. Misunderstanding the other diners were screaming and fleeing. Even the boss hid away, not daring to intervene when things escalated. Just as several beer bottles were about to hit Jiang Bo's head, Yang Ming pulled him back. "Old Yang, why did you pull me?" Jiang Bo shouted, completely unaware he had just dodged a bullet. Yang Ming, uninterested in explaining, said, "Take care of Yingguan. Leave them to me." Crack! Just as he finished speaking, a beer bottle shattered on the shoulder of a guy in camouflage. Yang Ming moved like a wolf into a flock of sheep, and in the blink of an eye, all 6 of the opposing group were sprawled at his feet, howling. Jiang Bo was so stunned, he didn't even have time to blink. These guys were all down. He stared at Yang Ming in disbelief. Besides the first exploding beer bottle, he hadn't even seen how Yang Ming made his moves. Is old Yang a human or a ghost? How can he be so strong? He suddenly remembered the shoulder throw Yang Ming had used on Chun Yingguan that morning. Could it be that those who practiced judo were all this impressive? The speed was just too fast. Chun Yingguan, sitting on the ground, was also dumbfounded. He suddenly recalled a time in high school when Sun Qing said he would confront Yang Ming after school, but the next day, Yang Ming came to school unscathed while Sun Qing and his crew showed up with bruised faces. Chapter 329. Stay alert at midnight. Outside the emergency department of the Huadong Medical College Hospital, Jiang Bo paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, anxious. Li Chen had been inside for almost an hour, and there was still no news. "Old Jiang, can you stop pacing? You're making my head spin. I'm just worried." "Who isn't worried? Does pacing back and forth help? Come sit down." Chun Yingguan replied irritably. It was frustrating. He just wanted to have a simple meal. And who would have thought it would turn into this mess? "Old Yang, aren't you worried about Li Chen at all?" Chun Yingguan looked at Yang Ming, who was leisurely chatting on WeChat, quite surprised. "He's fine. No need to worry." Yang Ming replied without looking up, typing a message. "Senior sister, I have some things to take care of here, so I won't chat for now. Let's talk about the Tiger Fish annual event later. I don't know if I'll have time then, and it's getting late, so you should rest early." Shin Wei Wei. "Okay, also rest early. Don't stay up too late." By good night emoji. Yang Ming didn't reply again and put away his phone. Chapter 330. Feeling comfortable. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Who am I?" "I'm the head of the security department at XXXX Vocational Technical College. I am fully responsible for this incident where our student was beaten to disability by your Huada students." "Tell me, beautiful, what kind of explanation are you going to give me?" Li Shooting's eyes widened, seeing the other party's brazen attitude. If she hadn't already learned the details about the situation from security staff and police on the way, she might have doubted whether her own students had really done something heinous to their students. The twisting of right and wrong was shocking to her. Seeing the scene, Yang Ming subtly waved to Jiang Bo and Chun Yingguan behind him. "Old Yang, what is up? You two, follow my instructions and go outside immediately." Yang Ming whispered in their ears. After hearing Yang Ming's instructions, their eyes lit up, excitedly glancing at the security head nearby who was still arguing and distorting the truth, and quietly left the scene. "Chief Chi, as far as I know, it was your school students who provoked first. Our students were just forced to defend themselves. While there were indeed injuries on both sides during the scuffle, there was absolutely no situation of your Huada students ganging up and causing disability to our students. On the contrary, some of your students even intentionally used beer bottles to injure others when things calmed down, nearly causing serious injury or even endangering lives. Such intentional harm is quite serious." Chapter 331. Playing dirty. Chi Shushin's face turned ashen. Although he didn't have a deep foundation, he had mingled on Yinjing Road for a long time and had encountered countless students. Moreover, with the school backing him, no student had ever dared to challenge him. Not even the Huada students. After all these years, this was the first time a freshman had gotten in his face. "Are you looking for trouble?" He opened his mouth to yell, but Yang Ming slapped him again, breaking the words he hadn't finished saying. This time, both sides of his face bore matching handprints. "Still want to curse?" Yang Ming, towering at over 8 meters, looked down at him with cold eyes. "I'll F you up." Chi Shushin, not believing in evil, was met with a knee strike from Yang Ming that lifted him off the ground. The pain left this guy hunched over on the ground, unable to make a sound for a long time. The students present exchanged glances with Li Shooting. They hadn't expected such a scene. Zhang Sisi was fine, but the 3 girls, Zhou Kersin, Wang Xinyao, and Tong Lu, were all stunned. Was this the same kind and cultured class leader they knew? But to be fair, watching that arrogant and greasy man lying on the ground in pain, everyone felt a bit of satisfaction, just like Li Shooting. Chapter 332. Blowing hot air. I should have let those guys follow. However, Chi Shushin suddenly thought of something and sneered. "Kid, Trying to play dirty with me? You're still too young. If you touch me, you think you can wash your hands clean? Dream on. Don't forget, this is a hospital. There are monitors in the hospital corridor. If you have the guts, go ahead and have the hospital delete the footage. Oh, really? Yang Ming said mockingly. At that moment, a nurse at the triage desk at the end of the left side of the corridor suddenly popped her head out and asked, "Whose balloon is this?" "It's blocking the monitor. There are two more over there. How come they're all blocking the monitors? Are they all yours? Hurry up and remove them so they don't interfere with the normal order of the hospital." Chen Yingguan and Jiang Bo exchanged glances, both wearing sly smiles. What do you think Yang Ming had them do after they left? "Sorry, nurse, I was planning to take it back for my sister to play with, but it accidentally flew away. I'll take it off right away." Li Shooting suddenly realized this. She looked at Yang Ming in shock. This guy wasn't just acting on a whim. He had a premeditated plan. It turned out he had long been determined to bind everyone together and sway public opinion. Is this kind of scheming really something a boy his age should have? Chapter 333. Honest person Li Shooting Yang Ming had this Q surname guy stunned. Just before leaving, that guy was still bowing and scraping, asking Yang Ming if he could negotiate to reduce the 1 million compensation. Yang Ming simply said one word, "Get lost." The Q surname guy didn't dare to utter another sound and left in disgrace. This scene left several girls dumbfounded, especially Li Shooting, who looked at Yang Ming's back, feeling a mix of emotions and complexity. A troublesome issue that had her at her wit's end just moments ago was resolved in the blink of an eye. It felt like watching a play or a dream. The key was that Yang Ming had even beaten the guy up, although he didn't let the other side find a handle. If they really wanted to pursue it, it could withstand scrutiny. Did he really just back down like that? He really did back down. This matter had to be handled by Yang Ming. No one else could do it. Dealing with a rogue required rogue methods. Yang Ming went up and slapped him, fierce and bold, which was a clear warning to the Q surname guy that he wasn't afraid and not to talk nonsense. Without saying another word, he gave him a thorough beating. At this point, Qi Shuxin definitely wasn't satisfied and wanted to take revenge afterward. But as soon as the balloon incident came up, he was completely stunned. Chapter 334. Honest person, did you ask for it? The old lady changed the subject and no longer entangled herself in the topic of hitting people. I also heard you announce that you want the entire law school of our university to back you up in the lawsuit. Dean, I wasn't joking to scare anyone. I had to say it like that to intimidate those people at that school. You're not going to criticize me for boasting, are you? But I'm serious. The old lady had a serious expression. Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? I don't care if you were joking, but on your way back, I already spoke with several key leaders from the law school and one of our university's vice presidents over the phone. And we unanimously decided that the law school will back you up with our Heart Institute cooperating closely and the whole university working together to file a lawsuit against the other school. Let your boastful words come true, suing them until they go bankrupt, suing them to the point of closure. Yang Ming, Li Shooting, Jiang Bo, Chen Yingguan, Li Chun. The five of them looked at each other in surprise. Dean, I don't have that much influence, do I? Yang Ming asked cautiously. If he brought out his identity as the big boss of several listed companies, he would definitely have that influence. Chapter 335. Go for it. Shin Weiwei the next day during the lunch break. Jiang Bo excitedly shoved his phone in front of Yang Ming. Old Yang, look, our university really sued that lousy school. It's in the news now, and the campus forum and Tieba are all discussing it. Last night, Dean Fong's words were clearly not a joke. This situation is quite normal. However, I have to say our school's efficiency is impressive. Yang Ming didn't feel surprised. That being said, I still think it's unlikely that Dean Fong could really sue them to the point of closure. Chen Yingguan chimed in. Besides, these kinds of lawsuits usually take a long time, right? You underestimate our university too much. Li Chun, still bandaged up, suddenly said. Even if the other side is on the Ministry of Education's recognized list for general colleges and universities, a lawsuit involving defamation and malicious harm to student safety has a good chance of getting them delisted and shut down, let alone the current situation where they aren't even on the list and are just a private training institution that doesn't qualify for a degree. The confrontation between a lion and a wild dog has no suspense. Our university just didn't want to stoop to their level before, but now that we're serious, it's a complete downgrade attack. They won't have any chance. Chapter 336. Unaware of her beauty, old Yang. Do you know what the two most anticipated highlights of this year's welcome party are? At 7:40 p.m., on the way to the gym, Jiang Bo, The all-knowing student of our university began his performance again. Looking at the three of them, he had an eager expression as if saying, "Quick, ask me. I want to show off. I don't care about the highlights. I just want to enjoy the evening with Shang Cici." Yang Ming was not buying it at all. "I say, old Yang, you're really no fun." Jiang Bo rolled his eyes. "Do you know that this year's welcome party at our university is being live-streamed on Tigerfish through Senior Sister Vivi's channel?" "Oh, and then?" Jiang Bo. "Then Shen Weiwei should be the biggest highlight this year, right?" Chen Yingguan, the honest person, could no longer hold back and played the role of the straight man for Jiang Bo. "Yes, yes, yes. Senior Chen gets it. Senior Weiwei is beautiful and has a sweet voice. Old Yang, aren't you looking forward to it all? How beautiful can she be? Can she compare to Cici? Sweet? How sweet can she be? Can she be sweeter than Xiaoyu?" Jiang Bo. "Damn it. Old Yang, I've realized you're just a contrarian. The kind that is particularly annoying." Chapter 337. Provocation after the lengthy routine speeches from the school leaders amidst the stage fireworks. The art college seniors performed the current hit opening dance Priceless Sister, igniting the entire venue once again. Zhang Cici's voice was drowned out by the roar of the students and the surrounding background music, and Yang Ming didn't hear clearly. "Cici, what did you just say? Who is she?" "It's nothing. Yang Ming, go. Let us watch the show first. I'll tell you after the party ends." Zhang Cici leaned into Yang Ming's ear and said loudly. Her soft voice and warm breath tickled Yang Ming's ear. After hearing this, he also leaned into her ear. "Okay." Then, without a moment's hesitation, he quickly pecked her on the cheek. "Oh." Zhang Cici covered her face, startled like a shy little deer, her heart sweet. But her face was already flushed. "Ha ha." Yang Ming laughed triumphantly. "Damn." On either side, Jiang Bo and Chen Yingguan cursed. They were unlucky to witness this scene and inadvertently got a mouthful of dog food. "I'll go. Look, the lead dancer in the center is actually a senior. A cross-dressing big shot." Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on that point. Chapter 338. Stunning, but why did she provoke me when there were no grievances in the past and none now? Is it for the Lei family of Yanbei? No. The rumors in the martial arts world say that the Lei and Li families of Yanbei and Yan'an have always been at odds. Would the Li family provoke me for the Lei family? The more Yang Ming thought about it, the more confused he became. I hope it's just my illusion. At this moment, Jiang Bo suddenly pointed at Yi Qingyan on stage and said to Yang Ming, "What do you think, old Yang? Isn't senior sister Yi beautiful? Her looks are on par with your classmate, Zhang Cici." Yang Ming replied, "Indeed, when it comes to looks, Yi Qingyan can definitely compete with little fish Zhang Cici. It's not about who is more beautiful. They each have their own charm. Little fish is a red rose, passionate and lovely with a hint of shy allure. Zhang Cici is a white rose, gentle and graceful, hiding a magic of tranquility in the passage of time. And this Yi Qingyan is more like a night blooming Sirius. Very beautiful, but her beauty is too cold and desolate. What does that have to do with me?" Yang Ming shook a small hand, soft like a panda's, in front of Lao Jiang. "If you want to show off, wait until you can hold the hand of that ice-faced woman on stage like I hold Cici's hand. Although I definitely won't be jealous, at least others will envy you." Chapter 339. I must be honest with you, in the gymnasium, all the students were stunned. Confessing to someone you've liked for a long time? The comments in the live stream suddenly increased. Is Wei Wei going to confess to someone? No way. No way. No way. Is the goddess going to confess to someone? I don't believe it. The venue also became noisy as students began to whisper and discuss. Shen Weiwei is quite well known at Huada, with many secret admirers. What she just said was enough to spark everyone's curiosity. But just as everyone was waiting for her to continue, the instrumental music started playing. It was Eason's Don't Speak, which is also Shen Weiwei's favorite and most classic cover. Don't Speak, dedicated to all the freshmen and all the students present, and to that special person in my heart. Don't speak, please listen with your heart. The soothing prelude of the electronic piano, accompanied by the deep drumbeat, Shen Weiwei began to sing softly. The dark sea is covered with white moonlight. I gaze at the sea, not knowing where my heart flies. Hearing her tell you that he really likes you, I don't know where to hide. Shouldn't loving someone be about understanding? I thought you understood every time I look at you, the secrets I hide in every morning. Chapter 340. Starting with your name, okay. The gymnasium erupted in cheers. In this situation, no one would say no. Weiwei, go ahead and confess boldly. We support you. Yes, we support you. Such voices were mostly from girls. With Shun Weiwei's popularity at Huada and Huyo, even those sour boys would hold onto a glimmer of hope that perhaps she was confessing to them. No way. Unless the person you're confessing to is me. A boy with a loud voice joked. Laughter erupted in the crowd, and Shun Weiwei also chuckled, seemingly gaining courage from the support of many. She playfully said, I don't care. Anyway, in front of so many leaders, teachers, and classmates, I'm going for it. Even if you don't agree, I will confess. The students below showed kind smiles. I really don't know whose luck is so good. Jiangbo complained. It might just be you, Lao Jiang. Chen Yingguan chimed in. Damn. Lao Chen, why are you mocking me too? This isn't mocking. I'm speaking from the heart. Get lost. If you said Lao Yang might have a little chance, I still have that much self-awareness. Chapter 341. It's okay. You don't have to give me a chance, Shun Weiwei, the flower of the broadcasting department. One of the strongest contenders for the title of Huada's Campus Belle. A top 10 singer among college students nationwide, an excellent host, and a beautiful streamer with millions of fans. The goddess in countless boys' dreams of Huada. But this girl, who clearly has countless halos that should make her shine and be cherished, is now standing on stage, looking eagerly at the audience. Humbly asking a guy named Yang Ming if he can be her boyfriend? Damn, who is Yang Ming? What are you waiting for? Such a great girl. You should hurry up and tell her you're willing. Some boys were angry. Yang Ming, I don't care who you are. If you're a man, get up there right now. Otherwise, all the teachers and students in our school will look down on you. Yes, Yang Ming, go on stage. Yang Ming, go on stage. This kind of scene naturally drew a chorus of support. After all, after hearing Shun Weiwei's story, no one would be indifferent. Who hasn't had a secret crush in their youth? Regardless of gender, they might empathize with Shun Weiwei's experience or see their past self who is secretly in love with someone in her. Can you? Shun Weiwei's voice trembled. I know you are here. If you can agree, can you come on stage and give me a hug? Chapter 342. You decide in the whose city, in the girls' dormitory of Hudan, the four of Li Zishi, Zhang Chun Baobao, and even Mu Hongli were gathered around a table staring at the same computer screen. The content on the screen was none other than the live broadcast of Shun Weiwei's stream from Huyu, showing the real-time footage of the welcoming party at Yanjing Huada's main stage. Little Mumu, are you okay? Chun Baobao noticed that Little Fish's face didn't look good and felt a bit anxious. She exchanged glances with the other two roommates, both of whom saw the worry from Mu Hongli in each other's eyes. What is the most feared thing in a long-distance relationship? Isn't it this kind of situation? You're not by the other person's side, but there is an excellent pursuer beside them, separated by thousands of miles. How can you not worry? And for couples in a long-distance relationship, once a trust crisis arises, it is definitely fatal. Did I do something wrong? Yang Ming didn't go on stage. Enough to prove his loyalty to Little Fish, but now that Little Fish knew about this, she was unhappy. Did I overstep? Chun Baobao felt a bit depressed. But she really didn't want to keep hiding this from Little Moo Moo. Otherwise, her conscience wouldn't allow it. She was also afraid that if she waited too long and Little Fish found out herself, she would be like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror, feeling stuck both inside and out. Chapter 343. They make a good match even with everyone's cheers. Yang Ming did not go on stage. The welcoming party ended with Shun Weiwei's last stubborn and sorrowful song. After offering verbal care and encouragement, the students left one by one, feeling regretful. At this point, Yang Ming, who was originally only known in the School of Heart, became a celebrity throughout Huada. At the welcoming party, Goddess' senior sister Shun Weiwei actually confessed to him on stage, and the most frustrating part was that this guy didn't even show his face, not giving any response, making Goddess Weiwei cry so sadly on stage. This made countless boys who secretly admired Shun Weiwei hate him to the bone. Many people started to inquire about which college this guy was from, and some hot-headed boys were planning to confront Yang Ming to show him some colors and vent for the goddess. For a time, aside from having a decent reputation in the School of Psychology, Yang Ming had almost become a public enemy on campus. After stepping off the stage, Shun Weiwei took over the mobile live streaming room from the photography teacher. The screen was filled with comforting messages for her. But at this moment, Shun Weiwei had no mood for live streaming. Thank you all for your concern. I'm fine. I'm a bit tired today, so I won't chat with everyone. See you next time, bye. Chapter 344. So you were Yang Ming? Impossible. Peiyu hadn't gone home over the summer and had been staying in Yanjing. So how could she have seen Xiaoyer? Standing in the small corridor, she instinctively looked back at Xiaoyer, who was still sulking over Yang Ming. Could it be that there were other pretty girls around Yang Ming in Yanjing? Chen Baobao was suddenly startled. Pei Yu, when did you see her? About 20 days ago. I think it was the day before Qixi. I ran into them in a large shopping mall. He seemed to be with that Xiaoyer you mentioned, and I remember it was in front of a Hunan restaurant. But I didn't see Yang Ming's face clearly at the time, so I didn't recognize him. I just thought that girl was really beautiful, much prettier than me. The day before Qixi? Right. Chen Baobao suddenly remembered that Xiaomu went to Yinjing to find Yang Ming during those days. Only then did she feel relieved, her previously anxious heart quietly calming down. She had almost thought Yang Ming was a scumbag playing both sides. The mall you mentioned was Pango Plaza, right? Chen Baobao asked. She remembered that when Xiaomu came back, she was very happy and chattered a lot, saying that she initially wanted to try Hunan cuisine at Pango Plaza, but ultimately decided to eat Western food. Chapter 345. Be My Wife. Yang Ming had been quietly following behind Shen Peiyu. She didn't return to the dormitory, but went to the playground, took off her jacket, and began to run laps. The party had ended around 11 o'clock, and besides Shen Peiyu, there were almost no other people on the playground. Under the dim street lights, Yang Ming quietly watched her. On the 400-meter track, he observed Shen Peiyu's shadow on the ground change from short to long and then back again. As she silently ran lap after lap, Yang Ming knew she needed to vent, and sweating was a good outlet. This girl was stronger than he had imagined, but she wasn't exactly strong either. Yang Ming watched as she ran 8 laps, showing no signs of stopping, and her speed was not slow. 3,200 meters was a terrifying distance for most female college students who would struggle with even 800 meters. Continuing to run could be dangerous due to excessive exercise. This silly girl didn't want to exhaust herself, did she? Yang Ming decided that he would let her run a maximum of 10 laps, and if she still showed no intention of stopping by then, he would step in to stop her. Fortunately, after 10 laps, Shen Peiyu finally stopped. Chapter 346. Accept your fate as a tool. Yang Ming returned to the dormitory, panting. Hearing the noise, Chen Yingguan poked his head out from the top bunk. Old Yang, didn't you secretly send Senior Wei off? Why do you look like this? Did you run into a ghost on the way? Yes, I really ran into a ghost, and it was a female ghost. Yang Ming's face was ashen, full of frustration. That Yi girl actually wants me to be her husband? What does that mean? Does she think I look cool and strong and wants me to marry into the Yi family? No matter which one it is, I scoff at it. Girl, you're already beautiful enough, so don't think too highly of yourself. I, Yang Ming, am a man you will never get. For someone with a cold, robotic face, he had to keep his distance. Yang Ming was someone who only responded to soft approaches. If you dared to stab him with a knife, he would retaliate without blinking an eye, just like with Lei Jiaojiao. But if you came on too strong, he would be at a loss and run away, just like Bai Karen had exploited that to tease him several times. Chapter 347. Give me a child. The plane landed in Hudu at 5 in the morning. Based on the normal flight time of about 2 hours between Hudu and Yinjing, Yang Ming should have arrived even earlier. It was just that the air traffic control required private aircraft flight paths to be reported in advance. Although Yang Ming hadn't gotten a private jet yet, it was easy for Owen and Lu Xinnan to arrange one for him temporarily. However, even with the connections he had with Tiffany and Angel Pharmaceuticals, he still had to wait several hours for them to sort things out. This was not entirely for Mu Hongli, but Yang Ming wanted to take the opportunity to test the resources he had. Although the request was rude and reckless, the words of a major shareholder still held weight. Overall, Yang Ming was satisfied with the efficiency. Mr. Yang, where are we going? After exiting the airport, Lu Xinnan had already prepared the pickup. The vehicle was a low-key yet tasteful Audi A8, and the driver was a middle-aged man who looked honest and kind. No need, driver. Give me the car keys and go rest. I'll let Lu Xinnan know that you're on paid leave while I'm using the car. Chapter 348. Don't want to be a burden. I want to drink the chicken soup that Annie makes. If you want chicken soup, just say so. What else with the child thing? Yang Ming just remembered that last time, this female demon deliberately let her mother misunderstand that she was pregnant with a child, and she had been mooching off chicken soup for half a month. So, tomorrow won't work. The day after tomorrow, I'll have my mom make it for you. Just as Yang Ming was saying this, he suddenly noticed that Bai Karen's expression was off. White demon, you can't be serious about wanting a child, right? Yang Ming asked cautiously. You don't want to? Or do you think I'm unworthy? Bai Karen asked seriously. That is not what I mean. Then what do you mean? Yang Ming's head suddenly felt heavy, just as he was racking his brain on how to avoid explaining. Bai Karen suddenly grinned, her smile charming. Gotcha. I was just joking. Damn. Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't T that he didn't want to. It was more that he didn't think by Karen was unworthy. It was just that having a child was no small matter. He needed to be responsible to the woman and even more so to the child. Yang Ming hadn't figured his own life out yet. How could he think about having kids? Was he supposed to say, "I'm sorry for bringing you into this world"? Chapter 349. No reason to discuss at 7:20 a.m. In the dormitory of Shanghai University, under the fragrant building, Mu Hongli felt dejected with dark circles under her eyes. "Did your brother-in-law not contact you at all last night?" she was asked, receiving concerned glances from her dorm sisters. She knew her feelings were somewhat inexplicable, but seeing other girls confess to the boyfriend she deeply loved still made her uncomfortable. This had nothing to do with confidence or being petty. Those who said they wouldn't be angry if it were them either didn't really like that boy or were just talking nonsense without experiencing the situation. There was no true empathy in this world. Unless something happened to you, you could never really understand the feelings of those involved, no matter how much you tried to put yourself in their shoes. The so-called empathy was merely a hypothesis. No way, even if there was no phone or WeChat. There should be some communication, right? It's impossible not to contact at all. Not to mention yesterday's situation, it wouldn't be like this even on a regular day. Li Zishi, Zhao Yuer, and Chun Baobao were all very surprised. What was going on with Yang Ming? Chapter 350. A photo. Hey ladies, do you have time tonight? I want to treat you and Yuer to dinner. In the second cafeteria of Shanghai University, four girls sat around a table, happily enjoying the dim some Yang Ming had bought. Zhao Yuer, with a steamed dumpling in her mouth, excitedly raised her hand. Of course. Brother-in-law, you don't know how poor I've been lately. This little carnivorous fairy has been eating vegetarian in the cafeteria every day, almost turning into a rabbit. I've been waiting for someone to improve my dining experience, so I must have time. Yang Ming smiled, long accustomed to Zhao Yuer's straightforward nature. That's good. I'll make a reservation and come pick you up later. Why not at noon? Do you have other things to do? Little Yuer sipped her soy milk, her eyes still a bit red from crying. She tightly grasped Yang Ming's hand, not wanting to let go for a moment. I do have some things to handle during the day. So, brother-in-law, you didn't come back just for our little moo-moo, but because you had things to do and happened to stop by, right? Li Zishi teased. No. Sister Zishi, you've got it wrong. I specifically brought little Yuer back and then happened to take care of a few small matters. The order of importance can't be mixed up. Chapter 351. A chill at 7 p.m. in a nice barbecue restaurant in the commercial district of Shanghai. Li Zishi, Zhao Yuer, Chun Baobao, and little Yuer were happily eating with Yang Ming. The food was good and not expensive, and Yang Ming had made the reservation. But the place was chosen by the four girls. According to little Yuer, it was Zhao Yuer who made the decision. This girl appeared somewhat snobbish, but was actually straightforward and genuine. She didn't choose an expensive place just because she knew Yang Ming was wealthy. Instead, she opted for this well-reviewed and affordable restaurant. In this regard, the three girls in little Yu's dormitory were quite nice, which was also an important reason why Yang Ming was eager to bond with them. You guys eat first. I'm going to the restroom. Little Moo Moo, wait for me. I'll go with you, Zhao Yuer said as she and little Yuer stood up together. Taking advantage of the moment when little Yuer walked away, Chun Baobao glanced at Yang Ming and suddenly asked, "Scholar, do you know Zhang Sisi?" Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat while grilling pork belly for the girls. Who? He remained calm on the surface, but inside he was already in turmoil. Why did Chun Baobao suddenly mention Zhang Sisi? Did she know something? Chapter 352. Let us not go back to the dorm tonight. I must think of a way to make these two sisters keep quiet. Threatening or bribing them would be self-destructive. That's not an option. Moreover, I can't show any intention regarding this matter. I must do it subtly, preferably making one of them bring it up first and ask the other not to mention it. Making them speak up? Yang Ming had a sudden inspiration. Got it. While flipping the pork belly on the electric grill, he casually asked, Sister Baobao, how do you have a solo photo of Zhang Sisi? As her classmate for so many years, I only have a few group photos from graduation. He wasn't lying. The photo from last night was indeed sent by the silly girl herself as a spontaneous selfie. Speaking of this, Chun Baobao's expression became visibly awkward. Stammering, she said, a friend sent it to me, asking if I recognized her. I vaguely remembered she seemed to be in your class, so I asked you. So that's how it is. Yang Ming thought, but maintained an expression of understanding. At this point, Chun Baobao had already taken the initiative to say to Li Zishi, sister, when little Yuer comes back. Don't mention this. Not a word about Zheng Sisi or the photo. Why not? Li Zishi clearly seemed a bit reluctant. Chapter 353. The real culprit Yang Ming took out his phone and called Biao again. How's the investigation going? Okay, then I'll wait for you at the usual place. The so-called usual place was an outdoor barbecue stall by the Bund that Yang Ming and Biao often visited during their school days, aptly named Old Place. When he drove over, Biao hadn't arrived yet. Unlike Yang Ming, who was a laid-back type, Biao was now a rising star in the Shanghai business scene, busy with endless social engagements. Dream Paris had completely separated from Longtu, and under Biao's diligent management, it had expanded into a powerful upper-class network. Originally, Chen Wenshan's low-level operation had already been integrated under Biao's management long before Zhao Gang went to Yanjing, and besides the improved security, it also became an intelligence agency composed of grassroots personnel. Although the small thugs who once lived under Chen Wenshan weren't impressive, they had a strong network for information. Like flies, they infiltrated the streets, and now everything was under control. Any wind or grass movement in Shanghai will be known to Chen Biao first. Chapter 354. It's not too late, little brother. I still don't know your name, Dammy said sweetly. Yang Ming put a piece of tofu skin in his mouth and replied, just call me Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming? Brother, your name sounds so nice. Xiao Ming Ji. Do you watch live streams? Not really, why? Are you a streamer? Yang Ming asked knowingly. Yes, Xiao Ming Ji, you're so clever. But can you help me with something? Dammy suddenly looked pitiful. I'm doing an outdoor survival show, and I haven't eaten for a day. If I don't receive enough gifts before 10 o'clock, my salary for this month will be deducted. I still need one rocket. Can you help me? Sure, Yang Ming replied readily. Really? Dammy was delighted, thinking it was that simple. She initially thought of taking advantage of how handsome he was, but didn't expect that a little charm would do the trick. Sure enough, these rich second-generation kids are all show and no substance. When they see a beautiful woman, they act spoiled and can't move on, lacking any brains. Of course it's true. Look at all the cold dishes I have here. Didn't you say you haven't eaten all day? That's quite pitiful, so just eat them all. Chapter 355. We are not compatible. The tiger fish female streamer named Ami was very stiff at that moment. The one driving the Hennessy Viper. Friends with that stinky poor loser? Wow, this guy is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The tone of the insulting barrage suddenly changed. Not necessarily. Didn't that guy call the Viper boss? Maybe that later big brother is really his boss, and the previous guy is just a poor loser driving. Are you stupid? Can't you tell he's teasing? It was obvious he was just playing with our Demi. He's a Real tiger. Have you ever seen such a young driver? Demi, you were too anxious just now. If you could have held on a bit longer, even if you promised to treat him to a late-night snack, made the big brother feel comfortable, I think not only a rocket, but even an annual award wouldn't be a problem. What should I do? Didn't my words just offend him terribly? Demi regretted it deeply, but there is still a way to remedy this. Now it depends on whether you want to save face or want the big brother. I estimate that a rich second generation who likes to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger like this, if you take the initiative to apologize, saying it was just a joke, satisfying his sense of superiority, and then say a few nice flattering words, he probably won't hold a grudge about what just happened. As for how to get him to help you with the annual award, that depends on your own skills. Those who understand will understand. I shouldn't have to teach everyone, right? Chapter 356. Big Trouble Biaozi was already having a blast. He gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. 6,666. Demi's face turned red and pale, and she didn't speak for a long time. Half an hour ago, she had just served the big brother. How could she still be the same today? The key is, does it matter if it's my first time? As long as you feel good, right? She realized that this guy was deliberately messing with her and wanted to curse. But looking at the thick stack of red bills on the table and recalling what the big guy had just said, she endured it. Xiao Ming, you're so bad. Don't joke around with your sister. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Yang Ming replied coldly. Oh, Xiao Ming, don't be like that. Get lost. Yang Ming was quicker to turn his face than to turn a page. With a thunderous shout, his voice was like thunder. Demi shuddered and was so scared that she sat on the ground. This kind of woman, who only cares about money and has no sense of shame, reminded Yang Ming of Liu Shudong from back in the day. How could he give her a good face? In Yang Ming's words, you get the face you deserve. You want me to give you gifts? I'd rather save it for my milk tea. What are you doing? Big brother, didn't we agree on a small gift? Look at how hard I've worked for half a day. Even if I have no merits, I put in some effort, so give me a little labor fee. Chapter 357. I don't forgive any of you late at night. In a grand courtyard on the outskirts of the city, The door to the main bedroom study was pushed open. A middle-aged man with graying hair entered. He had an eagle-hook nose, triangular eyes, pale lips, and exuded a cold aura. In front of the bookcase stood a woman in a brown trench coat, engrossed in a bound copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. "Young lady, I've found out the details." The middle-aged man respectfully bowed to the woman's back. Slap. The woman suddenly closed the book and quickly turned around. "Who is it?" She was not very old, around 23 or 24, but her exquisitely beautiful features were stunning. Her complexion was as pale as jade, like fine porcelain. There's a poem that goes, "After the rain, the sky clears and the clouds break. Thousands of peaks rise in emerald waves." How many times have they captivated the hearts of emperors? It seemed to describe the woman before her. Those luxurious, alluring phoenix eyes were reminiscent of the white fairy's double pupils. She was Qin Shiqi, the half-sister of Bai Karen. Judging by looks alone, both were equally beautiful, but their temperaments were different. Bai Karen was a regal queen, while Qin Shiqi, though equally stunning, resembled a graceful concubine, even slightly lacking compared to a queen. The 10 billion that was transferred from the loan-to account went into a private account belonging to someone named Yang Ming. Chapter 358. 1,000-Year Tortoise Shiqi. Qin Shiqi's own upbringing was excellent. The nobility she carried was cultivated from a young age, emanating from her very core. Even among wealthy families, even if they were truly dirty behind the scenes, they would still maintain the necessary decorum in public. It was not uncommon for enemies to greet each other with smiles. Bai Karen's straightforwardness made Qin Shiqi feel like she had swallowed a fly, very uncomfortable. She looked at Bai Karen in shock, thinking this was definitely not the quality expected of a Qin family member. "Don't look at me innocently like Bai Xiaochun. It's disgusting." Bai Karen's eyes turned red. "Now do you understand our differences? So you are the self-important Qin Shiqi, and I'm Bai Karen. You people, clearly dirtier than anyone else inside, still preach lofty morals and principles. Even when angry, you have to put on a facade. Aren't you tired? I'm different. When I'm unhappy, I curse. You want me to be magnanimous? Screw you. And you talk to me about difficulties? As a man, if you can't protect a woman, then manage your own business. A tough face with a paper-thin reputation. After enjoying yourself, you're scared to throw it aside. This is called difficulties?" Chapter 359. Take it away. Qin Shiqi's heart trembled and her body shivered. Bai Karen's shocking words nearly caused her to drop the notebook she was holding. "Old bastard, the 1,000-year tortoise is still alive?" In the Qin family, besides herself, let alone the third generation, even the second-generation uncles and the older generation, who would dare to speak disrespectfully in front of Grandpa? Usually, they wouldn't even dare to utter a bad word in front of Grandpa, let alone such treasonous words. "Qin Shiyu, are you crazy?" Qin Shiqi exclaimed. "That's Grandpa, the most authoritative and supreme existence in the entire family." "Haha," Bai Karen smiled faintly, her face showing an indescribable delight. "Sorry, I choose to ignore the performance you want to put on. Brothers are kind, fathers are loving, and children are filial? Do you think I could be moved by this old thing's pathetic act? It's simply laughable. I'm no longer the puppet you could control back then. It's you, old man, who hasn't progressed at all, still enjoying the pity play, still so shameless. You've been buried up to your neck for years, and you still have this attitude. Have you lived all these years like a dog?" Chapter 360. Two accounts that calm and unruffled demeanor immediately made Qin Shiqi very alert. It shouldn't be this calm. Is it possible for her to let go of the billion-dollar assets she created herself? Impossible. Even the Qin family's vast fortune wouldn't be indifferent to 100 billion in assets, and she certainly couldn't. But why is she so calm? Are you scared? Bai Karen grinned. The Qin family has committed so many heinous acts that you should indeed be scared. Although heaven often forgets to punish evil and promote good. I don't mind acting on behalf of heaven. What do you mean? A thick cloud of gloom suddenly enveloped Qin Shiqi's heart, lingering and unshakable. Something must be wrong. But what exactly is wrong? Young lady, don't be deceived by this little vixen slander. She's now our fish in a barrel. Her lifeline is entirely in our hands. She can't possibly bounce back. A middle-aged man's cold reminder. But this reminder did not make Qin Shiqi feel even the slightest bit reassured. Instead, it made her increasingly uneasy. Just then, the office door was pushed open again, and an anxious older woman rushed in. It's bad, young lady. Chapter 361. Try touching her Shiyu. I don't care if this building is yours. You have illegally transferred company assets without permission, which is against the law, considering we're family. If you return the properties you've transferred to others now, I can plead for you with the family and not pursue this. Qin Shichi, are you out of your mind? Ask the woman beside you if what I did is called transfer. What I did is called filling the gap. You don't know, right? Loan 2 has actually been losing money for the past 2 years, so I had to sell from other places to fill the gap. Is that called asset transfer? Bai Karen cleverly prepared 2 sets of accounts, one showing profits for the Qin family to see. But the profits are not the real Loan 2, but rather Bai Karen's business empire that was created after transferring assets. The real Loan 2 has been losing money, of course. This is a type of intentional loss that no one can pick it on the surface. Over time, the Qin family's shares in Loan 2's assets eventually all flowed into Bai Karen's own pockets. And all of this, the Qin family was completely unaware of. After all, Bai Karen is so smart. How could she not know who among her side is the insider for the Qin family? The core of the asset transfer is something everyone is familiar with. It's the original Dream Paris. Chapter 362. Come up. Hearing this voice, Bai Karen trembled slightly. How could he? Everyone in the room looked towards the door at the same time. A handsome young man was coldly staring at them. Brother Yang Ming. Cui Xiaoya was overjoyed. This guy. Upon seeing Yang Ming, the knife still lying on the ground, first felt joy, but quickly calmed down. The strength of the man in front of him is far stronger than Lei Jiao from before. Surely Yang Ming would be a match for the Qin family's core guards, right? Qin Shichi remembered Yang Ming. Her eyes narrowed. It's him. Who are you? Bai Fu's cold gaze scanned Yang Ming up and down. What did this guy just call me? Dog thing? The killing intent in his eyes was evident. Yang Ming opened his mouth. I'm your dad. Bai Fu's murky triangular eyes widened. Kid, you're looking for death. Before he finished his sentence, he was already flying. Yang Ming stood firm, but when he struck, it was like thunder. In the blink of an eye, Bai Fu was already under Yang Ming's foot. No one saw how he made his move. Everyone only felt a gust of wind pass by their ears, and vaguely felt Bai Fu fly up and then fall down. When they focused again, he was already trampled under Yang Ming's foot, blood spurting from his mouth, all his ribs broken, like a dead dog. Chapter 363. Still dare to be angry at the same time at the old residence of the Qin family in Yanjing. This large aristocratic family had already exploded. 20 minutes ago, the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Di Fu, suddenly spat blood, causing chaos in the entire Qin family. Everyone was running around like ants on a hot pan. Mubai, what is going on? My elder brother's health has always been robust. Why did he suddenly spit blood this time? Second Master Qin Delu rushed over urgently, supported by a group of bodyguards. A cold snort came from his side. I sent it because of that little vixen from Hoodoo. She actually cursed my elder brother to death during a video call, and he got so angry that he spat blood and fainted. The one saying this was not Qin Shichi's father, Qin Mubai, but the third master of the Qin family. Qin Desho. The old man had just passed 60, dressed in a brown tang suit, his gaze sharp and gloomy. Hoodoo little vixen? Is it that illegitimate child with the surname Bai? Qin Delu from the Qin family said. If it's not her, who else would dare to say such rebellious words to my elder brother? Qin Desho coldly stared at Qin Mubai. Mubai, I advised you when this illegitimate child with impure bloodlines was born that this kind of person will definitely be born with a rebellious nature. It's best to strangle it at birth to avoid future troubles. And what did you do? Your maternal kindness wouldn't listen. Now look, raising a tiger will cause trouble. I'm telling you, Qin Mubai, if anything happens to my elder brother, don't blame me for turning against you as an uncle. Chapter 364. Blood Prophet. A woman like Bai Karen can ignite a man's desire for conquest far more strongly than pure primal impulses. Her rare docility gave Yang Ming's masculinity unprecedented satisfaction. The two of them were entangled in a heated moment, the air filled with an ambiguous spark, the harmonious prelude. You and I, merging like water and milk. Just as Yang Ming was determined to take her directly, he found it very unfortunate that it was a special time, and it happened to be those few days when a woman was on her period. With his pants down, he was indeed a bit annoyed. Vixen, are you doing this on purpose? Yang Ming said gloomily. On purpose? You were the one who asked me to come up. Besides, did I say to stop? Bai Karen's eyes were like water, full of lingering desire. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. This vixen. All right, my fault. I shouldn't have teased you without understanding the situation. While speaking, Yang Ming pulled up his pants. No way. Even if Karen didn't team mind as a man, it's inappropriate to do anything during a woman's special time. That's just beastly behavior. 40 minutes later, the sound of flushing could be heard from the office washroom. Soon she walked out. Chapter 365. Sign her down after a bit of fuss. Karen's body-hugging skirt and white shirt had wrinkled. The queen of life quality had to return to the office wardrobe to change into a new outfit. Do you still like female streamers? Karen, who walked back to Yang Ming's side, found that Yang Ming had actually opened a certain live streaming platform on her computer, watching a female streamer's broadcast quite seriously. I find you men really strange. Clearly, there are so many quality girls around you. Yet you're still interested in these heavily made-up women who look like they came from a funeral home? How shameless. Karen's sharp tongue made even Yang Ming pale in comparison. Her remark about makeup being heavier than that of a funeral home was astonishing. And if it were posted in the comments, who knows how many pretty streamers would break down. What are you talking about, Vixen? It's not what you think. He had opened Shun Peiyu's live stream, worrying about this ticking time bomb. Since she confessed 2 days ago and failed, Shun Peiyu, who used to message me every day, has not contacted me again. It's not that Yang Ming feels disappointed, but rather that this lack of communication and initiative makes him uneasy. What does it mean? Has she seen through my true colors as a scumbag and decided that 4 years of youth were wasted, thus choosing to cut off contact? Or has love turned to hate, and she is waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow? Chapter 366. You see for yourself. Sign Shin Peiyu? I'm not a talent agency in the live streaming industry. How can I sign her? Besides, what would signing her do? Would being her boss and workplace bullying make this ticking time bomb shut up? I can't do such a scummy thing. I said signing her has nothing to do with your backyard catching fire. It's our Ming Yang's Hongyan Pavilion. The ice muscle products still need a spokesperson. I thought at first glance that she was suitable. She's pretty, has a good appearance, and most importantly, her face is high-end and hasn't been altered, which aligns perfectly with our Hongyan brand's concept of pure natural beauty. Yang Ming is speechless. Pretty? Good appearance? High-end? Unaltered? Huh. Woman. Who just said her makeup is thicker than a funeral home? There is no need for that. With your white fairy face as a living advertisement. Isn't it better than any spokesperson? Have you ever seen a business owner act as a spokesperson for their own product? Karen looked at him with disdain. Whether it's about vision or not, the key is to have expertise. Don't you understand? We should invite professional stars to endorse it. She is just a small internet celebrity. Although her image is suitable, her national recognition is limited. Chapter 367. Your emperor has returned. Yinjing, Huada's administrative building, the school committee's publicity department. To support Shun Peiyu's live streaming promotional work, a special room was set up for her as an indoor live streaming studio. The location is next to the news center, although it's not large. It's already a unique honor for the students, especially this time. The school even specially approved a promotional budget of 50,000 yuan for her for the Tiger Fish annual ceremony, which was unprecedented for the school's publicity committee. Given Huada's previous academic tendencies, they looked down on these flashy new media things. However, with the changing times, the new media's voice has increasingly occupied a significant position in the public opinion battlefield, and Huada has begun to pay attention. Although there were no hard requirements this time, the implication was clear. They hoped Shin Peiyu could aim for the top 10 and maximize the traffic to help the school carry out future promotional work and create a voice window that aligns with the times. The vision is beautiful, but the reality is very difficult. Wei, why don't you send a private message to Yang Ming? We are just short of the contribution value of 50,000 fish fins from him. If he could support us, we would have a good chance to secure the first place in the district and make it into the top 10. The barrage from the room manager floated by. Chapter 368. You leave. What? In the internet cafe's private room, looking at the screen showing the Super Emperor's status rising, he was dumbfounded. He had a look as if he had something stuck in his throat. Is that guy out of his mind? Renewing the Super Emperor for a broken shoe? The same expression appeared on the face of the female anchor Dammy, who was positioned opposite Shin Weiwei. Dammy, that little BTCH seems to have suddenly gotten a big brother to renew her Super Emperor. It looks like she is ready to charge. Oof. What is there to panic about? Don't we have a big brother? Dammy scoffed, but deep down, she was panicking. She knew that regarding fan loyalty, Shin Weiwei was leagues ahead of her. She had gotten to where she was today, mostly by relying on business deals with big brothers. The old perverts in the live streaming room had long been in on the secret. They got excited when they saw skin. But if you really wanted them to spend real money on gifts, that would be harder than climbing to the sky. The key is that they really have no money. They're just a bunch of broke losers, and the quality of their fans is not even close to Shen Weiwei's. If Shen Weiwei were really like her, a business big brother, then Dammy's heart trembled. Wouldn't she be pushed to the ground and rubbed in? Chapter 369, Overbearing. This little girl seems to have a deep resentment towards you. She even asked you to leave after you gifted her. By Karen teased. Once we sign her, I'll help you train her well. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Can you not make sarcastic comments? In fact, Yang Ming had already anticipated this situation when logging into his Tiger Fish account. Given the awkward situation between the two, Shen Peiyu definitely misunderstood that he was trying to buy her off. If we had to say he was buying her off, it wouldn't be wrong after all. Bai Karen was determined to sign her. Is there still a need to continue in this situation? Of course there is. I said I would help her achieve the top spot on Tiger Fish's annual list, first giving her a wave of traffic as a meeting gift. Bai Karen surely agreed. I'm worried that under the current circumstances, you won't be able to secure her. Secure her? Bai Karen glanced at Yang Ming with disdain. Are you doubting my ability, Boss Yang? On the other side, after crying and shouting, the competition ended without suspense. Securing the first place in the district and aiming for the top 10 should be a very happy thing, but Shen Peiyu looked like she had no joy at all. Seeing her in tears and suddenly breaking down in a scream, the viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Chapter 370, Spending Extravagantly. Even when the top streamer of the entire internet, Teacher Pie, did his first live stream on Tiger Fish, he was not this overbearing. The entire Tiger Fish platform's viewers were shaken. What the hell? Who is so awesome? Directly giving 12 million. Random punches killing the master? What random punches killing the master? This is real money being spent, clearly establishing authority. Countless viewers from various top streamers' rooms rushed into Shen Peiyu's live stream. When they saw that Shen Peiyu was a music streamer from the beauty category, the angry fans from the gaming category instantly unleashed their wrath. Damn, another cheap whore trying to raise the price and compete for mating rights? She is quite good looking. What if she is good looking? At night, doesn't she still have to accompany the big brother? Damn, isn't it good to just lie down and make money? Why come to the top 10 to compete with powerful streamers and seek insults? Shen Weiwei, I advise you to be sensible. Once you enter the top 10, you should be content. The last female streamer who tried to interfere is now buried under 3 meters of grass. There were even more unpleasant remarks. Due to the influx of viewers, Shen Weiwei's own room manager couldn't even ban them in time. Shen Peiyu's smile became somewhat forced. Her emotional endurance wasn't bad, but facing so many unspeakable insults was still a bit unbearable. Chapter 371. Are you kidding me? Do you know Shengshi Media? Yang Ming remained calm. Shengshi Media? Of course. I know. It's a leading company in the domestic entertainment industry, a hall-level film production and investment company in the circle, with investments covering various fields of the entertainment industry, having made countless superstars famous. Currently, its market value has exceeded 30 billion Huaxia coins. The blockbuster mainstream movie we watched on Qixi Festival was produced by them. Why? You intend to let this little girl by Karen glance at Shen Peiyu on the screen, seemingly implying, if you want to stuff her in, it might be difficult. Although Shengshi Media's market value isn't too different from Tiger Fish, its social status is not comparable to that of a live streaming platform. The two are simply not on the same level. Moreover, their requirements for newcomers are extremely strict. I had some contact with them before. The prices are quite reasonable. But the artists under their management only sign endorsements with well-established international brands, showing no interest in small brands like ours that are still in their growth phase. Yang Ming shook his head. I didn't mean that. I was just asking casually, since I haven't really understood the entertainment industry before. Even though Yang Ming was familiar with Shengshi Media, he didn't know its status in the industry was so high. Chapter 372. The schemes of my biological brother, there's no rush. This is just a preliminary idea. There will be at least half a year of preparation before we can implement it. So don't refuse right now. You can take your time to think about it and respond when you're ready. Under by Karen's teasing gaze, Yang Ming replied firmly, no need to think about it. I would never become some male lead. Am I short on money? Do I need to rely on my looks to make a living? That's ridiculous. Really? Don't speak too confidently, Boss Yang. Be careful not to slap your own face. Impossible. Yang Ming scoffed. Then let's wait and see. Bai Karen teased, looking certain that Yang Ming would eventually agree. Yang Ming felt a little uneasy inside. wondering how this enchantress managed to negotiate with Shinpei. Would she actually agree? For some reason, he was starting to waver. Acting opposite Shinpei in a youth film? Suddenly feeling a bit of anticipation, what was going on? Yang Ming, you are a man. You must not go back on your word. Meanwhile, at Yinjing International Airport, Sister Cece, dressed in a pink outfit with a small crossbody bag and a round hat. Yang Mei immediately spotted Zheng Cece in the crowd waiting to pick her up. Chapter 373. Hit me hard, Mu Honli replied instantly. Oh, Mei, what embarrassing things does your brother have? Hurry up and tell me, curious cat emoji. My brother. Yang Mei was about to type the 5 words, is stepping on 3 boats, when a ding sounded. Yang Ming's WeChat message came in. I just heard Cece say you're wearing a pink outfit today. Is it the latest girl series from Chanel that your sister Karen bought for you 2 days ago? She's right next to me, and she says you often come here to mooch food and drinks for free. Your birthday is coming up, right? Last time, your sister told me she was preparing to give you a diamond-studded Cartier girl watch as a birthday gift. You know about this, right? Also, the big house we live in at Tangshaniping is still under your sister Karen's name. You know that, right? By the way, Mom discussed with me last time, saying that since you're so grown up now, maybe you should get a little more pocket money. What do you think I should reply? Young Mei, boo. Mei, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Zheng Cece was startled. Yang Mei's tears were streaming down, quickly blurring the screen of her phone through her tear-filled eyes. The little girl sobbed intermittently. Sister Cece, I'm fine. It's just that some chili got in my eyes. Wait a moment. I'll go wash it out. Chapter 374. The warning from Mother looking at the group of people rushing towards him. Yang Ming was instantly amused. They didn't look like thugs, and they certainly weren't killers either. In Hudo, he couldn't think of any other fool who would call such street thugs to deal with him. The Qin family? Impossible. They know their own combat abilities, and wouldn't he look for such people? That would be too stupid. Inaction is one thing, but once they act, it must be a killer move, and the current situation was too weak. Could it be that silly girl Yang Mei? She really might do something so foolish. But she was in Yinjing and didn't have the brains or connections for such a reaction. The situation before him didn't leave Yang Ming much time to think. A water pipe came swinging toward his face. The attack was reckless and without consequence, a typical symptom of a naive street punk. Yang Ming twisted his waist and shifted his hips to dodge easily, causing the attacker to miss. He countered with a punch, raising his shoulder to deliver a fierce elbow strike right to the back of the blonde guy's head. Bang! The water pipe fell to the ground, and that unfortunate guy fell over, making a noise like a dog eating shit. His nasal bone must have broken. As for the rest, Yang Ming showed no mercy. In the blink of an eye, the water pipe had fallen all over the ground, and they were all lying there moaning. The 2 security guards at Longtu parking lot had originally intended to come and check out the commotion after hearing the first noise. As soon as they peeked out, they saw Yang Ming's ghostly movements taking them all down, leaving them dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 375. Double Kill Mom. I really am not stepping on 2 boats. Please don't slander me. Yang Ming looked aggrieved. It was clearly 3 boats. Slander? Do you mean I said too little? So there are other girls. Lu Suqing shot a sideways glance at her son. Yang Ming immediately felt chill. It is said that no one knows a son better than his mother. His mom hit the nail on the head. Seeing her son silent, Lu Suqing's eyes widened instantly. There really are? This little rascal. She crouched down, raised her knee, and grabbed her slippers, preparing to take action. Yang Ming realized something was off and hurriedly made a run for it. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Suqing, who was about to chase after him, stopped and put down her slippers, glaring at her son. Go open the door. Knock, knock, knock. A cute figure suddenly jumped out from the side of the door like a little rabbit. Huh, Brother Yang Ming, surprised? Unexpected? Little cutie, what are you doing here? Yang Ming looked at the smiling and mischievous little girl at the door, quite surprised. I didn't call her over. What? Not welcome? Well then, I'm leaving. Pouting her lips, little Yuer turned away looking wronged. Hey! Yang Ming was about to explain when his mother Lu Suqing had already come over and gave him a hard knock on the head. You little rascal. Can't you speak? What is wrong with me calling little Yuer over for dinner? Not welcome? If you're not welcome, you can get out. There are no bowls and chopsticks for you at home now. Chapter 376. The kitchen black hole, just at the moment their lips lightly touched, footsteps sounded outside, followed by the sound of the door opening. Little Yuer's eyes suddenly widened, and in an instant, she was fully awake, breaking out in a cold sweat as she quickly pushed Yang Ming away. In the awkward expressions of the two, Lu Suqing pulled the door open, looking suspicious. And her hands were empty. Mom, didn't you go buy soy sauce? I remembered at the elevator entrance that we still had soy sauce at home. So I came back. Why? Do you think I came back too early and interrupted you too? No. What kind of talk is that? Besides, we didn't do anything that could be interrupted. The thick-skinned young Ming said with a grin. Is that so? Lu Suqing casually glanced at Mu Hongli and said, Fish. Why is your face so red? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ye's face turned even redder. Yang Ming looked embarrassed. The older generation really knows how to spice things up. Lu Suqing proudly glared at her son, thinking to herself, You're my child. How could I not know your nature? Besides, who hasn't been young before? All right, you young folks can have your fun. Your dad should be off work soon. And I'll go make dinner. Chapter 377. Bloodbath smells so good, dear. What are you cooking? Yang Jingwo came home from work and was immediately drawn to the kitchen by the aroma. Hey, why haven't you changed your shoes today? He noticed Lu Suqing was still wearing her flat shoes from outside. Knowing I haven't changed my shoes, and yet you won't help me get them? Lu Suqing shot a glare at her husband, annoyed. Yang was a bit put out, thinking, what is going on today? Did I step on a landmine? Here, dear. I'll respectfully place your shoes by your feet. Can't you see I'm busy? You want to help me change them? Yang Jingwo was momentarily dumbfounded. After all these years, this was the first time Lu Suqing had made such a request. He didn't oppose it, but it caught him off guard, making him feel a bit shy. What? You're not willing? Lu Suqing said coldly. She had deliberately not changed her shoes when she entered, just waiting for this moment. In truth, she had a bit of a childish mindset. After all, seeing her son showing affection with his girlfriend in front of her made her a bit jealous. No, dear, I'll change them for you. Just lift your foot, and I'll do it right away. Yang Jingwo was startled. Ah, clumsy. You have no gentlemanly demeanor at all. If you had just half of your son's, I'd be satisfied. Chapter 378. Take action. The violent impact triggered the airbag. The knife wasn't injured but felt a bit dizzy from the collision. Sister, are you okay? He anxiously looked back at the rear seat. Bai Karen was lying in the back seat, writhing in pain. She hadn't fastened her seat belt at the beginning, and the moment of impact had caught her completely unprepared. Sister. The knife felt a sharp pang in his heart, frantically calling out, Sister, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Bai Karen's slightly trembling response eased the knife's anxiety a bit. But before he could fully calm down, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from both sides of the road, followed by a cold, ruthless voice booming in the wind. Quick and decisive. Except for the woman. The rest can go meet the king of hell. It was the Qin family's people. The knife's face turned pale, and he instinctively pulled out his phone. Xiao Dao, what are you doing? Bai Karen had managed to sit up with great difficulty, a trickle of blood sliding down from a cut on her forehead. The small area above her lashes was gruesomely injured. The collision had hurt her badly. Although it wasn't fatal, if the impact had moved down just an inch, she might have lost an eye. Chapter 379. The Queen. Suddenly, from the side windows of Car 1 and Car 4, the barrels of 4 handguns popped out. Without warning, they opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Shells flew everywhere. Damn it, it's a trap. Retreat, someone shouted, but it was already a bit too late. In just one encounter, they couldn't react at all, and half of the front row went down. If only Bai Karen's bodyguards had more firepower, they might have been able to take out even more. Damn it, turn those first 2 cars into a sieve. The other side opened fire. With a command, those behind responded and opened fire. The knife's side was instantly overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties. Car 1, report the injury status. For severely injured one. Before he could finish, a barrage of bullets swept through, and Car 1 fell completely silent. The knife. Silence means what? It goes without saying. Car 4, 3 severely injured, 1 lightly injured. The previously severely injured brother has already lost his breath. Damn it. The knife gritted his teeth. The other side's firepower was so fierce, they were determined to annihilate everyone else. Fortunately, he had kept a watchful eye. Car 3 hadn't moved. Otherwise, once they confirmed that the sister was in Car 2, the brothers in Car 3 would likely be in grave danger as well. Chapter 380. Don't speak. Kiss me after dinner. Yang Ming walked Xiao home. Since they had already agreed to go camping together the next day, Yang Ming was quite obedient on the way. He only teased Xiao a little before letting her go upstairs. After all, there would be plenty of time for mischief later. Hey, Lao Zhao, help me check on someone. After returning to Tangshinipin, Yang Ming didn't rush home. In the parking lot, He called Zhao Geng. Look for someone named Zhang Chao, a man in his 30s, from Yanjing, who has hostility towards me. Other than that, I don't have any useful information. Brother Yang, with just this information, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I know, just start the search. The fact that he has hostility towards me is very important. Check all the Zhang chaos in Yanjing first, and then narrow it down. Oh, this person should have some financial means, at least from a middle-class family. The kind that has some spare cash. Yang Ming knew this was indeed like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, this inexplicable targeting made him feel uneasy. No one could guarantee that he wouldn't turn against the people around him next time. The method might be a bit clumsy, but it was better than doing nothing at all. This could filter out a large number of people. I'll do my best to investigate. But Brother Yang, don't get your hopes up too much, after all. Chapter 381. Inhale cold air. The most intense moment was when they looked up, as hot as a summer sunset burning through the clouds, red and beautiful beyond compare. Their gazes met, and their feelings quickly fermented, without needing any words. Yang Ming cupped her face and leaned in closer. Bai Yaohua, however, found it too slow. She suddenly pulled Yang Ming's neck, actively offering her fragrant lips. Yang Ming was instantly ignited, and they embraced tightly, passionately, and intensely, as if wanting to meld into each other's bodies. After a long while, "Why did you reject me?" They were back in the same position, hugging their knees. But this time Bai Karen was leaning against Yang Ming's embrace instead of sitting on the ground. "It's inconvenient for you during your period. I don't mind. A head injury is just that, but bleeding down there is nothing." Bai Karen said something shocking. "Slap." Yang Ming gave her a smack on her bottom. "Nonsense." Bai Karen shivered slightly, a tingling sensation washing over her body, warming her heart. "Some men say they love you, but really they just want to be with you all the time. But some men never say it, yet they can control themselves at special moments. They truly love you. Of course, it's also possible that he's incapable in that regard." Chapter 382. Delivered to the door 2 hours later, Yang Ming stepped out while rubbing his waist. To die under the peony flower, even as a ghost, one can still be romantic? This saying is not acceptable. He might not be a decent person, but Bai Karen is indeed a real enchantress. Moreover, she is a Scorpio enchantress. It should be noted that this is before any serious physical confrontation. Watching his back, Bai Karen's pretty face flushed slightly, and a charming and mischievous smile appeared on her lips. What kind of martial arts master is this? In my presence. He still has to lean against the wall to get out. Yang Ming is young and vigorous, diligent in exercise, and with the support of the martial arts supreme. His recovery ability is extremely strong. Otherwise, he would have been exposed while camping with Xiao Yuer at night. Girls are particularly sensitive in this regard. If he was different before, and now he is not, then, if it weren't for his extraordinary talent, the outbreak of Shura Field would have manifested not only in poor time management, but also in a lack of capability in the lower half. Therefore, being a scumbag like Sea King is not something anyone can do. It requires not only skill, but also strength. After spending 3 crazy days with Xiao Yuer, staying at home for 2 days, and occasionally showing his face at Longtu and Bai Karen's place for a day, Yang Ming's joyful National Day holiday was nearing its end. Chapter 383. Do you have a problem with your brain? The man shuddered in fear and suddenly turned around, meeting Yang Ming's cold gaze. Are they ghosts? When did they sneak up behind me? Who are you? Are you crazy? The man reacted quickly, sensing danger and turning to run. However, before he could take a step, Yang Ming grabbed him by the collar. "Friend, you've been following me from school to the airport, right? Just leaving like this might not be appropriate. Let go of me. Are you sick? I don't even know you. What nonsense are you talking about?" The man struggled desperately. "If you don't let me go, I'll call for help. It's broad daylight, and there are so many people here. If I call out, you'll be in trouble." "Haha." Yang Ming laughed, then go ahead and shout. "I wonder who sent out this idiot. Why should I be afraid of you calling for help?" The man was speechless, seemingly provoked by Yang Ming. He opened his mouth to shout for help, showing a rogue's face, cunningly trying to play the victim. Unfortunately for him, he ran into Yang Ming, who specializes in dealing with rogues. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yang Ming knew what he was about to say, and with a swift strike, he knocked him unconscious. 2 people from a Park Santana quickly came down and loaded him into the car. "Brother Yang, what should we do?" Zhao Gang looked at Yang Ming. Chapter 384. A decent person, let's not discuss whether what he said is true. Even if it is, so what? There are many others in this world who are even more miserable than him. yet I haven't seen everyone resort to harming others due to their difficulties. A pitiful person is indeed pitiful, but those who use pity as a shield to harm others are especially detestable. What's even more detestable is someone like you, Zhao Gang, who thoughtlessly abuses your own kindness. Yang Ming was genuinely angered by Zhao Gang. Remember this. Thoughtless kindness is as detestable as calculated evil. In my eyes, pity has never been a get-out-of-jail-free card. A pitiful person must have their own hateful aspects. Hurry up and send me to the security office. Of course, if you insist on protecting him, I can let him go, but you, Zhao Gang, should pack your things and get lost. Yang Ming did this to make Zhao Gang understand a principle. Everyone must pay the price for their wrongdoings. During this year you've been by my side. I've seen your contributions, so if you want to protect him, I'll give you this courtesy, but you must also pay the corresponding price. Why do so many kind-hearted people like to abuse their kindness? Because the stick hasn't hit them yet. It's easy to be generous with others. Chapter 385. A sudden trouble. Zhang Chao, hiding in the shadows, became a shadow looming over Yang Ming's heart. Although he knew that the opponent's level was insignificant compared to the adversaries he had encountered before, the feeling of being closely watched by a mysterious pest was quite unpleasant. What bothered him most was that the opponent had struck twice, yet he hadn't even touched a hair on him. Am I not strong enough? Not really. It's not easy to use a cannon to shoot a mosquito, especially if that mosquito wants to hide even more. You better hide well, or else. Yang Ming's heart was cold and filled with murderous intent. Old Yang, you're back. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, Chen Yingguan, Li Chun, and Jiang Bo were all present. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yang Ming noticed the strange looks they were giving him. Chen Yingguan and Jiang Bo were one thing, but even Li Chen's gaze felt odd, as if he had done something ungrateful and heartless. Stop pretending, old Yang. I was wondering why you couldn't wait a day and rushed home overnight. So it turns out you went back to hide. Chen Yingguan scoffed. Yeah, old Yang. You're really not being straightforward. Something so big happened, and you didn't even tell us. Do you not consider us friends anymore? Jiang Bo added. Chapter 386. This matter is not over, old Yang. Sister Yi seems to be walking towards us. What should we do? Jiang Bo asked nervously. Don't be narcissistic. Maybe she is just passing by. Yang Ming turned to walk away. He understood that Yi Qingyan had been waiting for him at the dorm entrance for 3 days, and her appearance here was definitely aimed at him. But in public, he didn't want to be the center of attention. Better to slip away. Unfortunately, Yang. Stop right there. Yi Qingyan's cold voice suddenly rang out like a nightmare. Being the focus of attention, she instantly drew everyone's eyes towards Yang Ming. Following her gaze, everyone quickly found the person named Yang. Yang? Could it be that he is the peeping Tom who watched Sister Yi take shower? It must be him. A few days ago, I went to their dorm to see the commotion, and the 3 standing next to him are definitely his roommates. No doubt about it. Yang Ming? If I remember correctly, the person who was confessed to by Shen Weiwei at the welcome party was also named Yang Ming, right? That's him. He is from our Heart Institute. You guys don't know that this guy has a girlfriend named Zhang Sisi, who is as good-looking as Sister Yi. You should check the campus forum. She is the top candidate for this year's school flower. Stunningly beautiful. Chapter 387. Don't be arrogant after gaining recognition. Yi Qingyan, in a fit of anger, declared that she would take down the peeping pervert in the cafeteria. The female sword fairy encounters a powerful pervert, fails to act heroically, and ends up being teased, only to boldly confess to the pervert. Is this Stockholm Syndrome or being PUA'd on the spot? With video evidence, the goddess Yi Qingyan falls from grace, publicly humiliated by a male classmate. Yi Qingyan secretly harbors feelings for the peeping pervert for years and confesses in the cafeteria, asking him to be her husband. Turns out she is a1 in the Student Affairs Office of the Heart Institute. The counselor Li Shooting frowned at the posts on the campus forum. What is all this? Regardless of where it is, people love gossip. The incident between Yang Ming and Yi Qingyan at the second cafeteria had gone viral on the Huada campus forum in less than an hour. Yi Qingyan naturally attracted attention at Huada, and the incident itself was very eye-catching, with someone even capturing footage of Yang Ming and Yi Qingyan fighting. With all 3 elements of gossip, curiosity, and entertainment present, it was hard not to blow up. Yang Ming? Li Shooting was shocked as she looked at the photo of the boy. That clear and handsome profile was hard for anyone who had seen Yang Ming to not recognize at first glance, especially for someone like Li Shooting who had interacted with him and left a deep impression. Chapter 388. The first cup of milk tea in autumn, while the Huada students were excitedly discussing the romantic scandal between Yang Ming and Yi Qingyan. Yang Ming, the person involved, was still unaware that he had become a hot topic at school. Of course, even if Yang Ming found out, he wouldn't care. People love to watch the excitement, and what they call excitement is really just a way to alleviate their loneliness. Just like what happened at the last welcome party. When the heat of the event faded, many people wouldn't even remember who you were. After having dinner with Chun Yin, Guan Jiang, and Li Chun, Yang Ming returned to the dormitory and received a call from Tiger Fish chairman Chen Wenjie. Brother Yang, it's me, Xiao Chun, Chen Wenjie. I mentioned it to you last time. Tomorrow night is our Tiger Fish annual gala's red carpet night. Would you like to come take a look? Well, all of us senior executives at Tiger Fish really want to meet you, our biggest shareholder, to have a meal together and check out the programs we plan to connect with each other. By the way, Brother Yang, the Miss Shun you've been generously supporting will be attending in style. Shall I arrange for her to walk the red carpet with you? Absolutely not. Yang Ming quickly replied. The happenings on the campus forum, no matter how lively, had limited reach. But the red carpet of the Tiger Fish annual gala would be live-streamed online with massive traffic, arranging for himself and Shun Peiyu to walk the red carpet. Chapter 389, Country Bumpkin. Wow, there's a salary? Yang Ming was surprised. How many doctoral students in China work for free under their advisors until graduation? He didn't expect that a naive freshman like him would receive a salary in the first month of his learning period in the lab. Director Fong is quite a person. Yes, 700 yuan. Although it's not much, I'm really happy. Then Li Chen has one too, of course. But he spends less time in the lab than I do, and the data project he is responsible for isn't as complicated, so his salary is a bit less than mine, around 500. No wonder that guy Li Chen insisted on picking up the tab during dinner. No one could persuade him otherwise. When asked what was going on, he wouldn't say anything, and everyone thought he might have found money outside or won the lottery. Li Chen has always been careful and considerate of others' feelings. Now that I think about it, he probably didn't say anything because he was afraid people would think he was showing off. 500 yuan isn't much. But for a freshman just stepping into university life, where living expenses generally range from 1,000 to 2,000, it puts him ahead of many. 700 yuan? That is a lot of money. I can't just use it all to buy myself milk tea. I still want to have my first big meal of autumn. Evil grin emoji. Chapter 390. Searching high and low. Swear. Who is this? Who knows where this country bumpkin came from? When a mature woman in a form-fitting skirt and professional suit, with black stockings and high heels, appeared next to the girl, Yang Ming finally understood that she wasn't Chan Wenjie's secretary, but someone he had mistaken. Yang Ming chuckled at himself. No wonder she thought he was there to flirt. He was too hasty. The mature woman in black stockings frowned and said sternly, "What country bumpkin? Young lady, be careful with your words outside. You're not that little punk anymore. You're a rising star now. The company has worked hard to establish your image as a cultured and pure young lady. So don't ruin it with your mouth." "Ah, Zhenjia, you're so annoying. I'll be careful in front of the media," the woman named Shue'er said dismissively, clearly not taking Yang Ming seriously. A country bumpkin who approaches just because he thinks he is good-looking. How could such a person ruin my image? Impossible. Sorry, handsome. I know you might be a fan of Shue'er, but she really can't sign for you right now. She is not feeling well and is in a bad mood. So her words are a bit harsh. I hope you don't take it to heart. Chapter 391. Just a cat and dog that sneaky rat hiding in the back. There is still no news from old Zhao. Did I just happen to bump into him today? Regardless of whether it's a namesake, Yang Ming decided to follow up. Unfortunately, when he reached the end of the corridor and lifted the curtain, what he saw was the entire gala venue and the big stage. The star named Mi Shue'er was performing energetically, and the crowd was cheering. The two people he had just seen had already blended into the crowd of guests, which numbered at least 500 or 600. Yang Ming hadn't seen their faces, nor even their backs. He had only heard their voices, which were somewhat muffled. In such a situation, even if he were the supreme martial artist, he wouldn't be able to find them. Should he ask Chen Wenjie to search for them one by one? Yang Ming shook his head. It was too much trouble, and there are so many people named Zhang Chao in the world. It might not even be that rat. It would be quite embarrassing to get it wrong. Never mind. Shaking his head, Yang Ming turned back to the VIP reception room. Upon seeing Yang Ming enter, a middle-aged man sitting at the table immediately stood up. The man was dressed in a suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his slightly chubby round face had a scholarly air about it. This man was none other than Tiger Fish chairman Chen Wenjie. Chapter 392. Well done. At that moment, Mi Shwetter spotted Shun Peiyu sitting next to Yang Ming. Isn't that the female anchor? Jealousy flashed in her eyes. Before taking the stage, Mi Shwetter had performed as the finale under Chun Wenjia's arrangement. As Tigerfish had prepared for her, not showing up. Shun Peiyu did not disappoint, delivering a stunning finale performance. And all the fans and anchors in attendance cheered for her. When Mi Shwetter took the stage, the audience was still enthusiastic. But their reaction was nowhere near as fervent as for Shun Peiyu. Mi Shwetter was already quite unhappy at that point. She felt that the audience at Tigerfish was lacking, too trashy. As a big star, why are you more enthusiastic about a nobody female anchor than me? Feeling insulted, she deliberately stalled backstage to show her displeasure to the senior executives of Tigerfish. Now, suddenly seeing that annoying female anchor sitting at the same table as her. Her dissatisfaction was no less than when she first saw Yang Ming. She turned her gun and fired again. What is this? Chairman, when did a nobody like this female anchor get to sit at the main table? Chapter 393. Coming soon, I'll give you another chance. Apologize to Miss Shun and also say sorry to my mom, and I'll let you leave. Mi Shwetter covered half of her face and was stunned for 5 seconds. You dare hit me? You little dog, I'll. Slap. The sound was crisp and sudden. What the hell? Keep talking? With 2 slaps, Yang Ming's face still wore a smile. But there was already a chilling coldness at the corners of his mouth. Mi Shwetter widened her eyes, never expecting this country bumpkin would dare to slap her a second time. Damn your ancestors. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you. She lunged at Yang Ming, her sharp nails scraping towards his face, but before she could reach him, Yang Ming kicked her away. She crashed onto the sofa in the lounge area like a human projectile, writhing for a moment before clutching her stomach. Pale-faced and unable to cry out in pain for a long time, everyone stood up and instinctively took several steps back. If Yang Ming's first slap was satisfying to everyone, now there was only shock and an underlying worry left. Was that too ruthless? It wasn't that Yang Ming was being excessive. It was clear that this woman was even more ungrateful. But she was, after all, a public figure and also a hot trending star recently promoted by Shangshi. Seeking momentary satisfaction like this could have consequences. Chapter 394. It's me, the same words understood completely differently by different people. Chen Wenjia's expression became somewhat serious. Wang Lei is coming in person? It seems the situation has escalated, and I wonder if Brother Yang can handle it. Going head-to-head with Hu Yu isn't daunting. But Shangshi is a long-established leader in the entertainment industry. A full-scale conflict would still be stressful. The executives of Hu Yu also had varied expressions, all starting to feel anxious. The situation had blown up. Hu Yu had just gone public, and they hoped this incident wouldn't lead to suppression by Shangshi, causing a drop in stock prices and losses. However, Yang Ming, the major shareholder, seemed quite relaxed as he sat down. Although I don't advocate hitting people, I still think what you did just now was very manly and satisfying. But aren't you even a bit worried? Jiang Yilin looked at the relaxed Yang Ming and curiously asked. As far as I know, Shangshi Media is the leader in the entertainment industry. And although its market value isn't much higher than Hu Yu's, in terms of influence, Hu Yu and Shangshi are like fireflies against a bright moon, completely incomparable. If things really turn sour, how do you plan to handle it? With a net worth of billions, such a halo would shine on anyone. Not to mention it's Yang Ming, a freshman still in school. Chapter 395. Who's among those present? The most shocked was Feng Jinjin. She had been with Shangshi Hongtu for nearly 20 years, working alongside Wang Lei since he first started. This was the first time in all these years that she saw him being so polite to someone. Was it a friendly meeting? No, this was definitely not a false compliment. She knew Wang Lei, and at this moment, he had a hint of wariness towards this young man. A phone call could summon him, and yet he was still wary? How powerful must one's background be to have such clout? General Manager, Chun. Yang Ming greeted Chun Wenjia. This is Director Wang from Shangshi Media. I don't need to introduce him further, right? Since both Shangshi and Hu Yu have shares, it's best we acknowledge each other to avoid incidents like today from happening again. Chun Wenjia suddenly woke up. He was not an ordinary person and was quite astute. He hurriedly smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Wang Lei, of course, the entertainment godfather, Director Wang. I've long heard of you. What entertainment godfather? That is just a joke among friends. How can I compare to you, General Manager Chun, who is the leader in the live streaming industry? Wang Lei graciously shook Chun Wenjia's hand. He then looked at Yang Ming and casually remarked, Yang Zong has a very good relationship with General Manager Chun. Chapter 396. Applause terrified. Mishwerer still wanted to explain something, but Wang Lei slapped her again, this time knocking her out cold, completely uninterested in any explanations. Such things don't happen every day in the industry, but they are not uncommon either. Feng Xinjin, an experienced agent, quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of shock. No wonder the boss was so ruthless earlier. It turned out it was because she wasn't carrying his child. Since the boss didn't kick you out, it means he didn't hide anything from you. But you mustn't think you have the right to comment on this. One must know their place and understand when to speak and when to remain silent. If the boss didn't ask, then just pretend nothing happened. You saw nothing. But, Sister Zhen, how do you think I should handle her? Feng Xinjin's heart jumped. Director Wang, isn't it a bit hasty? Mishwerer is at her peak popularity right now. As a public figure, it will be hard to manage if she suddenly disappears. It might be better to hold off for now. The new generation of stars comes and goes, and when her heat dies down and the public forgets her, then we can take action. I never thought about causing a death. Sister Zhen, you're indeed a veteran of the company, even tougher than I am. Leaning back against the seat, Wang Lei looked up at the starry ceiling, his expression remaining impassive. Chapter 397. Completely disappear Yang Zong. Wang Lei was greatly alarmed. No one knew when Yang Ming had appeared, nor did they know how much he had actually heard. But looking at his demeanor, he certainly knew quite a bit. Wang Lei couldn't figure out why his meticulously crafted plan had raised Yang Ming's suspicions. He had previously hinted to Mishwerer that she could act a bit more arrogantly and not be afraid of offending any man. This meant that Yang Ming was actually not a crucial part of the plan. Replacing him with another strong-willed person would work just the same. Throughout the entire process, even Feng Xinjin, who was outside the loop, hadn't noticed any issues. How had he, who was in the midst of it, seen through the flaws? Yang Ming seemed to see through Wang Lei's thoughts and teased. Director Wang, your plans are intricate and admirable, but even the best-laid plans have traces to follow. And I, Yang Ming, happen to be a bit more observant than others. Most importantly, I don't like being used as a pawn. Driver Yin Xiaolu coldly stared at Yang Ming, a murderous intent flashing his eyes. Brother Lei, should I before he could finish? Wang Lei quickly intervened. Touch Yang Ming. What had just happened in the private room wasn't entirely an act. Wang Lei was wary of this young man, who could acquire Huyu and hold a significant portion of its shares at such a young age. Chapter 398. Indulgence only with profit can there be a continuous effort, and all conspiracies are paper tigers in the face of absolute power. Under Wang Lei's astonished gaze, Yang Ming turned and left. He wasn't afraid of the Qin family, but at any time, it was necessary to ally with a few partners. Even though Yang Ming harbored some resentment toward Wang Lei regarding his attitude toward women, he had to admit that this man was intelligent and capable, and most importantly, he understood restraint. Even if he wasn't worth forming a deep friendship with, it was still beneficial to mutually utilize each other. Having an insider was better than having none. Brother Lei, do you think what he said is credible? Yin Xiaolu asked in shock. I don't believe it, do you? Seeing Yin Xiaolu shake his head, Wang Lei continued, but waiting to see doesn't seem to incur any loss for me. What do you mean? The subsequent arrangements should be paused. Since he said the end of the month, let us wait until the end of the month. If he really can make the Lei family disappear, then why not let him take advantage of it? Nearby, Mishwerer's face turned pale. She isn't really stupid. It's just that someone like her is like a lone boat drifting in the deep sea, only able to go with the flow of the waves. Because fate has never been in her own hands. Teacher Jiang, are you still here? At the hotel entrance, Jiang Yilin stood with Shun Peiyu in the autumn breeze. And when they saw Yang Ming walking by, Jiang Yilin took the initiative to lean over. Chapter 399. Face-saving, she thought about indulging herself, but her body wouldn't listen. Actually, it wasn't that it wouldn't listen, it was just that her body had no muscle memory about kissing. Shun Peiyu only knew to press her lips against Yang Ming and desperately nudge him, but she didn't know what to do next. Shouldn't this kind of thing be led by the boy? When Yang Ming didn't respond, her expression became particularly awkward. A thought flashed through her mind. How should I pretend to be experienced in kissing without seeming awkward? If possible. Shun Peiyu really wanted to ask the omnipotent netizens for help online. She was really in a hurry. Yang Ming still had no reaction. He didn't struggle or take the initiative. This awkward state lingered for a while until Shun Peiyu finally exhausted her last bit of courage and couldn't hold on any longer. She opened her eyes, released Yang Ming, and timidly backed away. Tears slid down her cheeks, plopping onto the ground like shattered starlight, and she felt both ashamed and wronged. I've done this much, and he hasn't given me even the slightest response, not even a chance to be a jerk once. I can't remember who said that unrequited love is a successful silent drama, but once it is spoken, it is likely to turn into a tragedy. Chapter 400. Deliberate, unable to break free. Shun Peiyu simply gritted her teeth and resolutely refused to let him succeed. In a typical situation, a man would either continue to escalate the tension or would be stuck in an increasingly awkward standoff until it ended in disappointment. But for Yang Ming, as long as he didn't waver in his Sea King mentality, there would always be more ways than difficulties. Since he was determined to pursue, what was this little thing? So he wickedly used his free hand to sneakily attack Shen Peiyu's waist and armpit, launching a tickling assault. Most girls are afraid of being tickled, especially by the touch of the opposite sex. I still remember in Jin Yang's The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Wuji used a similar tactic to force Zhao Min to let him go in the Green Willow Villa trap dungeon. Tickling is just too cruel for girls. The effect was immediate. Ugh! The cold-faced Shun Peiyu couldn't hold back anymore, her body trembling like a sieve. You shameless! What are you doing? Hog! Stop tickling. It tickles. Boo-hoo, you rogue, I was wrong, please stop. As she opened her mouth, Yang Ming's long-awaited tongue slipped in quickly. Chapter 401. Little 4 Yang Ming was in disarray in the autumn wind. What is this all about? Ding dong. His phone in his pocket vibrated with a WeChat message. It was Shun Peiyu, who had just parted ways. Aren't you going back to school? Seeing the text, Yang Ming was momentarily stunned and felt a bit unaccustomed. Ever since the last time he confessed to the welcome party and failed, their chat record had come to a halt. Since then, Shun Peiyu hadn't contacted him, and Yang Ming didn't dare to reach out. He didn't expect to reconnect now. It seemed Shun Peiyu's mindset had changed. But how should I define my relationship with her now? Girlfriend? That seemed a bit off. Lover? It seemed they hadn't reached that stage yet. It should be something in between. Since he had taken this step, Yang Ming, the Sea King, had no reason to let go. Yang Ming shook his head with a smile and replied by typing on the touchscreen. I have plans tonight, not going back to school. Shun Peiyu replied instantly. With your girlfriend? I just parted with my girlfriend. Yang Ming replied even faster, instinctively showing his jerk nature. The other party was typing. This time, it took over 10 seconds to respond. Don't. I still have some self-awareness. I'm not that important to you yet. Yang Ming. I didn't notice before when I was standing far away, but now that I'm close, I can see that your every word and action scream old jerk. Emoji, Chapter 402. You're a pig at such a young age, talking about life and death. Who told you to leave me? As long as you don't regret it. How could I possibly leave you? If I didn't have you to bully, who else would I pick on? Flirty emoji, pa. Rogue. On the other end, Shun Peiyu was laughing through her tears. Are you laughing at me? Crying and laughing like a yellow dog peeing, a rooster crowing, a duck blowing a horn, shy face. Hey, cat sticking out tongue emoji. Shun Peiyu was both angry and amused, thinking, is Yang Ming monitoring me? This jerk, after bullying me, is mocking me like crazy. I must deal with him next time we meet. Shun Peiyu didn't realize that her mindset had completely changed. She was no longer cautious around Yang Ming. Feeling favored gave her a sense of security. Yang Ming's thoughts were still unclear, but she had fully entered the status of Yang Ming's girlfriend. Ding dong. Yang Ming sent another voice message that lasted 4 or 5 seconds. Glancing at Jiang Yilin sitting next to her, Shun Peiyu brought her phone close to her ear by the window to listen quietly. Hello, may I ask what you need? Hello. Could you please give me a bottle of iodine, a pack of cotton swabs, and some disinfecting cotton pads, and also add a regular muscle patch? Chapter 403. I'm here to get some on the cloud that had been hanging over Yang Ming's heart finally dissipated. Now that he knew who it was easier to handle. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. Yeah, just be careful, don't get into a conflict with him. When I ran into him this afternoon, he had quite a few people around him. They didn't seem like good company, Shun Peiyu warned through WeChat. Got it. Well then, I'm at school now, so I won't chat anymore. Take care, moi. Cat heart emoji, moi. After finishing the chat and exiting WeChat, Yang Ming immediately called Chun Wenjie. Be careful? Before, I didn't know what he was capable of. Now, it's not my turn to be cautious. Brother Yang, weren't we supposed to talk about something? Why did you leave? On the other end, Chun Wenjie's voice was noticeably excited, as Yang Ming had brought him a lot of surprises tonight. Mr. Chun, let us put our discussion on hold for now. I need your help with something else. Here's the thing. If the Tigerfish Tech Department can directly block Zhang Chao's Tigerfish account IP, they must be able to locate his IP precisely. Of course, that's not the most important part. Yang Ming just wanted to know if that bastard had left or if he was still at the hotel. Chapter 404. How is it so fragile? Stop. What are you doing? Just because you are a wealthy boss doesn't mean you can hit people for no reason. If you don't stop, I'm calling the police. Go ahead and report it. Yang Ming turned around to the guy who tried to speak up for justice, his gaze sharp. The latter instinctively took a step back upon encountering Yang Ming's cold eyes, his face turning red. Yet, at this moment, everyone was looking at him. And under the public gaze, this man felt that if he didn't do something, it would seem like he was afraid of Yang Ming. He took out his phone, really intending to call the police. Yang Ming watched him with great interest, not stopping him, looking leisurely as if he were waiting for him. This further made the man feel insulted. Just wait. As he was about to press the call button on his touchscreen phone, the old Pai beside him grabbed his hand. Old Lu, don't be impulsive. Teacher Pai stopped him and then looked around at the others, asking, does anyone know this person? I feel like I haven't seen this friend before. The person he was referring to was naturally Zhang Chao. Old Pai was also a smart man. He understood the situation clearly but spoke ambiguously, lively. Some things couldn't be said by him. After all, today's situation was his turf. If his own people were taken down and he couldn't cover for them, it would be very embarrassing. Chapter 405. What do you want to do again 5 minutes later? Someone couldn't help but run out of the private room. 10 minutes later, a few more people came out one after another. Another 3 minutes later, the remaining people also came out with Teacher Pai. Fear was written all over everyone's faces. The only girl covered her mouth and leaned against the nearby trash can, starting to vomit. Teacher, what happened inside? Why did you all come out? Where's Mr. Yang? The people who had come out gathered around. Old Pai and the others looked pale as paper and I didn't say anything. Old Pai, what happened to your hair? Someone noticed that Old Pai's buzz cut had a new cut mark, and there was a large patch of hair missing from his hairline, looking quite ridiculous. Speaking of this, Old Pai's face turned even whiter. He cryptically said, do you know the judicial milk tea? A few knowledgeable people in the housing management instantly stiffened at this. Teacher, do you mean Mr. Yang just? Sure. Old Pai hurriedly hushed him. I didn't say anything. Is there milk tea inside? You must be a stupid donkey. There's no milk tea. Which of the white, red, or beer can't replace it? Teacher Pai was still frightened. Wow, so ruthless. But that Zhang kid deserves it. If he hadn't done that shameless thing, Mr. Yang wouldn't have gone hard on him. Chapter 406. Talking to oneself, the Mandarin ducks play in water, which Yang Ming had been looking forward to. Feeling shy, Zhang Cece tightly held her collar and refused to let go. Brother Yang Ming, can we wash separately? Next time, let's wash together, okay? With her eyes downcast, her delicate face had already turned red, and she looked pitifully pleading. Zhang Cece didn't know that her charmingly shy demeanor was simply an aphrodisiac for men. No way. Always saying next time. Let me tell you, as long as we're together in the future, we have to wash together. You can't run away. Ha ha ha. Holding on to your collar? I want to take off my clothes first. With a crisp sound, Zhang Cece's belt was undone by Yang Ming. Her face changed in shock, and she quickly reached to pull up her pants. Click. Although she managed to hold her pants up, the collar she was covering with one hand was suddenly attacked, and a row of buttons was directly undone. Yang Ming shamelessly took advantage, and overwhelmed by him, Zhang Cece couldn't resist and was soon stripped bare. Yang Ming looked at the cute girl who had been pushed into a corner, as if admiring a perfect piece of art. Her face was like a peach blossom in February, her body like a weak willow swaying in the wind. Flawless and with a slight red hue. Such a beautiful girl. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Brother Yang Ming, stop looking. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and a shy Zhang Cece, covering the parts that could cause embarrassment with both hands, was on the verge of fainting. I want to see. I definitely want to see. I want to see for a lifetime that won't be enough. Sweet words flowed from his mouth, and Zhang Cece's heart was both shy and sweet, making her head feel even more dizzy. In a daze, Yang Ming suddenly pounced on her. Zhang Cece's mouth was sealed. Yang Ming held her bare waist with one hand while the other hand subtly turned on the shower. The gentle water flowed down like a light rain, and the initial icy touch against their scalp made both of them stiffen momentarily. However, as the water gradually warmed, the penetrating warmth made both of them break out in goosebumps, as if it were an ambiguous adjustment, bringing their bodies closer together merging into a perfect state. The bathroom soon filled with mist, and quickly, a beautiful melody began to play. The next morning, when Yang Ming opened his eyes, he felt refreshed. The lovely girl in his arms was breathing evenly and clearly hadn't woken up yet, so he tiptoed out of bed. In the past, even a slight noise would wake the cute girl, but this time, after he had dressed, she was still sound asleep. Yang Ming pursed his lips. It seemed he had really worn her out last night. They had already had their second round in the shower, and when they returned to the bedroom and embraced her in bed, he couldn't resist again before sleeping. Yang Ming remembered that when he later carried her to take a shower, she had directly fallen asleep on his shoulder. She looked so cute, not waking up during the entire shower and hair drying, letting him do whatever he wanted. Looking at Zhang Cece, who was still asleep, Yang Ming couldn't help but pinch her rosy cheeks. The sleeping Zhang Cece pouted, letting out a sweet murmur from her throat, as if expressing her dissatisfaction at being disturbed from a good dream. Yang Ming chuckled, lowering his head to plant a kiss on her face. I can't help it. You're just too tempting. Brother Yang Ming, don't make trouble. Let me sleep a little longer, the cute girl murmured, still half asleep. She turned over, facing away from him, and became quiet again. All right then, sleep a little longer. I'll make breakfast and call you. Another sweet murmur came from her, which should have been a response. Yang Ming smiled, little lazy bug. He turned and left the bedroom, washed up, and started making breakfast. There were eggs and noodles in the fridge, leftovers from the last time, along with some seemingly fresh hollow vegetables and beef, as well as various seasonings in jars. Glancing at the purchase labels, he found they were bought at the supermarket near the school last night. Yang Ming grinned. My cute girl really knows how to live. If it were the white fairy and that little. What little fairy? Brother Yang Ming, what are you talking to yourself about? Chapter 407. Cute girl. The sudden voice behind him startled Yang Ming quite a bit. Turning around, he found Zhang Cece scratching her head as she came out. In the house without defenses, and since Zhang Cece walked very lightly, are you up? It's nothing. I was just saying my cute girl is good at budgeting and planning meals. You bought these vegetables last night, right? Yang Ming said with a smile, showing no signs of any abnormality on his face. He thought to himself that it was good he didn't talk in his sleep, otherwise the chaos might erupt from him. Yeah, brother Yang Ming, let's cook at home for lunch. Zhang Cece didn't sense anything unusual. Let's do it in the evening. We're going out to have fun later. It's not convenient to come back for lunch. Plus, didn't you say you wanted to invite me for a big meal that day? Is this it? Yang Ming fiddled with the less than a pound of yellow beef, pretending to be dissatisfied. No, I originally planned for us to eat out in the evening. Zhang Cece's little face turned red. Then I'll listen to brother Yang Ming. Let's eat out for lunch. We can save this for dinner. That's more like it. Yang Ming smiled proudly. After washing up, Zhang Cece leaned over again. What delicious food are we having, brother Yang Ming? I'll prepare it for you downstairs. Yang Ming was frying an egg and didn't turn around. Chapter 408. Dad on this day, whenever their eyes met. Zhang Cece looked at Yang Ming with a hint of lament. Shy, afraid. Several times she wanted to speak, but hesitated, not knowing where to start. Until after dinner, when Yang Ming suggested staying over at home and returning to school the next morning, she finally couldn't help but shake her head like a rattle drum. No, absolutely not. Brother Yang Ming, we must go back to the dorm tonight. The stubborn and resolute look in her eyes was more serious than ever. It was clear that she was genuinely resistant to this level of intimacy, not just shy. All right then, back to school. Yang Ming smiled. The matters of affection are only interesting when both sides are willing. Although he had been pushing Zhang Cece before, he understood at that time that her reluctance was due to shyness and not true resistance. This time was different. This time she was genuinely opposed, not just shy. At the bottom of the girls' dormitory at Huada, before parting, Zhang Cece stood on her tiptoes and quickly pecked Yang Ming's cheek. Thank you, brother Yang Ming. Her little face blushed. Yang Ming's understanding made her very happy and touched. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming hugged her and said, What are you thanking me for? We have plenty of time ahead. After all, you can't run away, Chapter 409. Time to live enough, Vivi. What's up with you today? A sudden voice from behind startled Shinpeiyu. Luckily, the light on the small balcony was broken and hadn't been repaired otherwise. Her roommate would have seen her cheeks as red as frostbitten maple leaves and would definitely have noticed something. Oh, nothing much. Why do you ask? Really? Just thought you were acting a bit strange today. Usually when you chat on the phone or WeChat with your uncle, you always call him by a single word. But today you suddenly used a reduplicated word? And I've never seen you act cute with your uncle before. Did I act cute? The roommate hanging clothes glanced at Shunpeiyu and said seriously, isn't that what you were doing? If I were your uncle, I definitely wouldn't be able to handle my precious daughter calling me that. So embarrassing. How did I even say that just now? Shunpeiyu's face turned even redder, like a pink peach in February, bashful in the evening breeze. Suddenly, she saw Yang Ming downstairs. Although the lighting was dim, she could still recognize that familiar outline at a glance. How could he be back so soon? Didn't he just go to the 5th floor? Chapter 410. It's him at 3 in the morning in a mid-range residential area in Yan'an City. Wang Lei was awakened by a phone call. Sleepily glancing at the caller ID, it was his confidant Yin Xiaolu. Don't you know what time it is? What's the matter so late? Wang Lei snapped, irritated. Brother Lei, something big has happened. Yin Xiaolu's excited voice didn't show any fear in response to Wang Lei's attitude. Instead, he grew even more excited. The Lei family has been wiped out. Wang Lei's body shook. The thick sleepiness vanished in an instant, and he blurted out, which Lei family? Which else? The Lei family that Yin Beijing has always used as a knife against the Qin family. That old man Lei Xingji is dead tonight. Shocking news. The Lei family has been wiped out? How is that possible? Wang Lei's mind instinctively flashed with Yang Ming's figure. Could it be him? Does he really have such power and ability? After all, the Lei family had been carrying countless grudges and enemies for many years. Yet they had always been able to live arrogantly, not to mention the support from the Qin family. The most important reason is that this martial arts family has a deep heritage of hundreds of years, and their own strength is unfathomable. Chapter 411. Making big moves at 3:30 in the morning, Yang Ming, who had just returned to the dormitory, received a call from Wang Lei. I agreed to what you said, but I'll only intervene once at a critical moment, provided I can see the opportunity for the Qin family to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, everything is off the table. Also, once this matter is exposed, you're finished. Don't expect me to help you. I won't acknowledge that we had this cooperation. Yang Ming didn't say a word, and the call was already hung up. The voice had been altered, and the number wasn't Wang Lei's real number that Yang Ming had saved. However, Yang Ming knew that this person must be Wang Lei. No benefit, no early riser. No rabbit, no hawk. He's a smart guy, but he lacks some foresight. With a faint smile, Yang Ming didn't care. Wang Lei is better to have. But it's not that he can't do without him. The Lei family had long been due for elimination. This time was just to pull some support against the Qin family. If it really didn't work out, not having the support was just a matter of putting in a bit more thought and waiting a bit longer. Just after this call ended, Zhao Gang's call came in again. Brother Yang, I didn't pay much attention to Lei Jiao's situation when she was in a coma and almost dead. So I only found out tonight before taking action that she had been sent to the United States by Lei Xingji half a year ago. The roots haven't been eradicated. This person is likely to become a hidden danger. It's my negligence. Please punish me. Chapter 412. The woman who wants to sit on the throne. Meanwhile, in the wealthy district of Yanbei, where powerful families were abundant, the Qin family's old residence was brightly decorated. Servants were busy coming and going, cleaning the courtyard and arranging the scenery, all with joyful and festive expressions. Today is the 70th birthday of the old Master Qin Difu, so the entire Qin family was busy from early morning. On such an important day, with the Qin family's reputation and status in Kyoto, the courtyard would undoubtedly be filled with guests, and perhaps they would even see many big shots who could only be seen on television before. However, contrasting with the harmonious and lively atmosphere outside, the Qin family's secret chamber was filled with a sense of foreboding. In the center of the secret chamber was a square table, on which lay a bloodied human head. It was indeed the head of Lei Xingji. Because the discovery was made early and coincided with a major event in the house, the Qin family quickly locked down the news. Apart from a servant who first discovered it and had been warned to keep quiet, only the 7 or 8 people present in the secret chamber were aware of the situation. Therefore, everyone outside could still be bustling with excitement. What exactly is going on? Chapter 413. Determined to dye the faces of 2nd Master Qin to Lu and 3rd Master Qin to Shou were ashen. This was a provocation. Knowing that today was the elder brother's 70th birthday, they dared to hang the head of someone surnamed Lei at the entrance of our residence. Who would dare to confront the Qin family with such audacity? What does this white demoness want? Even though Yang Ming had only slept for 3 or 4 hours, he was already wide awake after hanging up the phone with Zhao Gang. He immediately dialed Wang Lei's number. There is something for you to do, and it must be done. I am not consulting you, nor am I asking for your help. I am notifying you. Yang Ming's tone became assertive and cold. I have shown you what I needed to show you. Yang Ming, may not be a significant figure yet, but you Wang Lei are just a dog of the Qin family, one that can be discarded at any moment. Giving you face is simply because I think you have some ability and ambition. And I happen to need a handy knife for the time being, that's all. Do you really think I can't do without you? One must have self-awareness. I have given you the opportunity, and if you still hold on to your pride at this moment, then I can only consider you a fool. Being cautious is not wrong. But if you're afraid to take this little risk, then why should you be the one to reap the final rewards? There was a long silence on the other end. Yang Ming did not urge him and directly hung up the phone. He would give him 3 minutes to think it over. If there was no response in 3 minutes, then such a fool could be discarded. Bai Kuren's sudden move disrupted Yang Ming's original plan to deal with the Qin family. Chapter 414. You are not worthy in the inner courtyard of the Qin family. Bai Kuren, attending the meeting alone, sat in the guest seat that had been arranged for her. Her hair was elegantly styled, her dark hair like ink, her brows and eyes like a painting. Her bare face did not affect her regal and elegant demeanor in the slightest. The pure black qipao made her appear somewhat solemn, and her elegant sitting posture with crossed legs made her presence stand out starkly against the festive atmosphere of the Qin family. What are you doing here? Qin Shi stared at Bai Kuren, 3 parts surprised and 7 parts vigilant. Behind her were several core members of the Qin family who had just come out of the secret chamber. What do you mean by that? I don't understand your words. Who was it in Hudu who kept calling me your sister? Sure you, as if we were family. What do you think I'm here for? Were you all just putting on a show for me? Bai Kuren remained calm and indifferent as the group of Qin family members approached her, not showing any change in expression. Don't look at me like that. I'm genuinely here to celebrate the birthday. Don't worry, I didn't come empty-handed. I brought gifts. Are you not going to accept the Longtu? Bai Kuren smiled slightly, giving the impression that she was bringing Longtu as a birthday gift. Chapter 415. Peanuts Yangge, don't say half an hour. Given the current situation, it might take another hour or 2 before we can move. Zhao Gang looked troubled. After the morning rush, there was another accident. Both ends were blocked, and the car had been stuck in the middle of the road for almost 2 hours without much movement. It was truly a case of misfortunes never come singly. Yang Ming got up early, but ended up running late. If this continues, he might not even catch the evening market. Old Zhao, I'm leaving first. You come over as soon as it's clear. Yang Ming couldn't wait any longer, pushed open the door, and began to run on the congested road. At this moment, a person's mobility became evident. Yangge, are you planning to run there? Old Zhao shouted from behind. That place is over 40 kilometers away. Even if you have good stamina, it will take 2 or 3 hours to get there, and by then, it might be too late. Why not wait a bit longer? I can't wait. Remember to come over as soon as it's clear. Yang Ming didn't look back, running while pulling out his phone to call Lu Xingnan. I've sent you the location. Give me a helicopter in 20 minutes. The sooner the better. Yang Ming was certainly not foolish. He was a martial arts master, but not a deity. Chapter 416. Still like Qin Xiaohong. The third child of Qin Mu Bai and Sun Xiaoxiang, the eldest grandson of the Qin family, and the younger brother of Qin Shiqi. Technically, he was also Bai Kuren's half-brother. In fact, Bai Kuren had no ill feelings towards him because back in the courtyard years ago, when Qin Xiaohong was only 3 or 4 years old, he was the only one who did not follow the crowd to bully her. Even on a day when she was starving and freezing, this little one, with his unsteady steps, had handed her a clean bun. Thinking back to that moment when he said, "Sister, here is something for you," Bai Kuren felt a bit teary. A person who has never been treated well can recognize kindness the most and cherish it deeply. Unfortunately, that once pure little boy grew up in this toxic environment, making it hard for him not to be warped by it. Now that he came to join the excitement, regardless of his intentions, Bai Kuren found it hard to give him a good face. Puffed up with anger, he stared at Bai Kuren. What do you mean? Qin Xiaohong's face turned red. Although he didn't understand, he knew that peanuts must not be good words. At 18 or 19 years old, with a youthful face still retaining some childishness, he asked, "Are you cursing me?" His eyes, akin to Bai Kuren's, were filled with indignation. Chapter 417. Kill the entire inner courtyard was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Such heart-wrenching remarks left everyone stunned. For hundreds of years, noble families have flourished, and without discussing the filthy matters that happen behind closed doors, nothing like this had ever occurred openly. a family's illegitimate child, on the day of the great ancestor's birthday, boldly brought a coffin and directly cursed him to death. It was simply shocking. You, Qin Defu's face turned ashen. His murky eyes seemed ready to devour someone. He trembled as he pointed at Bai Kurun, unable to utter a complete word after a long time. In the crowd, Qin Shichi's face was pale. She had known from early on that Bai Kurun would definitely cause trouble, but she never expected her to be so audacious. Why was such a large coffin brought in? Are the bodyguards and guards all dead? Qin Delu was shaking with anger. You wretched child, do you know what you are doing? You are betraying your teacher and ancestors, disgracing your forefathers. If heaven has eyes, you should be struck by lightning. If heaven truly has eyes, the first to be struck should be the bunch of old bastards surnamed Qin. Bai Kurun retorted sharply, not backing down in the slightest. Her eyes flashed with cold light, and her entire demeanor suddenly became extremely sharp. I certainly know what I am doing. I still remember that it was also on this day, in this very courtyard, that my mother's body lay right where I stand. I merely wanted to get her a coffin to wrap her body. How did you treat her? Chapter 418. A loud crash, young master. Wang Lei's heart was in his throat. Han Wenbin raised his hand calmly. At a critical moment, a man who had been closely following him moved. A shadow darted, followed by a loud bang. Bang! Bai Kurun was unharmed, but the Qin family guard wielding the baton was sent flying. The seemingly inconspicuous man beside Han Wenbin was actually a top-tier expert. By the time the others realized what had happened, the bodyguards who had restrained Bai Kurun were all lying on the ground. Han Wenbin, Qin Defu glared with rage, gritting his teeth. What do you mean? Everyone knows this inconspicuous man is Han Wenbin's bodyguard. How could he possibly intervene for this illegitimate child? Could it be that he's taken a liking to her? To go against my Qin family for a woman in this situation? Has Han Wenbin's brain been kicked by a donkey today? Han Wenbin, however, remained calm and walked forward with a sense of responsibility. It's nothing much. This Miss Bai has some connections with a friend of mine, and I want to do my friend a favor, so she can't be harmed. I hope old Master Qin can accommodate this. Before Qin Defu could respond, Qin Delu beside him was already furious. Bastard! Han Wenbin, what do you think you are? Stepping on our Qin family's face to sell favors to your friends? Even the King of Heaven doesn't have such a big face, considering you are a junior and the good relationship between the Qin and Han families. I can let this go if you leave now. Otherwise, Chapter 419. I am your father was that killer. Han Yahua's mind flashed with the image of Yang Ming. This voice, unmistakable. This illegitimate daughter of the Qin family is actually related to him? Han Yahua was shocked. He instinctively looked at his grandson Han Wenbin. From the attitude of this kid just now, it was clear he already knew, but how did he know Yang Ming? Looking at Bai Karen and then at his granddaughter Han Yoxiang, this old fox Han Yahua unconsciously narrowed his eyes. Many things happened just at the right moment. The plan he had been plotting for a long time, today might be an opportunity. Let my Qin family accompany her to the grave? What a bold statement. Qin Defu shouted to the sky. Who goes there? With a loud bang, a person jumped directly down from a helicopter nearly 10 meters above the ground. Yes, jump down. There was no elevator. He jumped down for nearly 3 stories high. The people present were dumbfounded. They thought this guy's entrance was quite spectacular. But could he be a fool? Doing this would at least break bones and injure organs. If his head hit the ground first, his life would be over. But, boom, a figure descended from the sky and landed steadily. As the rolling dust settled, the person slowly stood up from a crouching position. Chapter 420. A family of Madman Han Wenbin's bodyguard, who was at a standoff with Bai Karen, quickly turned around and retreated, silently returning to Han Wenbin's side. Looking at the bustling Qin family courtyard, his expression grew serious. Young master, the Qin family has murderous intentions. Will you still protect this person? Han Wenbin did not speak, only looked at Yang Ming, who was indifferent to the surrounding murderous intent. At this time, this brother could still flirt in public. He truly was not an ordinary person. After a long moment, he said, he can be protected, but not now. Whether this person is trustworthy depends on whether he can survive this wave of attacks in this courtyard today. As long as he can find a way to dodge this round of killing, even by any means necessary, I will definitely consider him a friend. But if he can only bluster and has no real skill, getting eliminated at the first encounter, then it's better not to befriend him. Han Wenbin's tone was calm. In fact, he was very sure that Yang Ming was trustworthy. His entrance alone showed that this big brother was definitely a formidable person. but he wanted to see just how powerful he could be. Grandpa, what are they going to do? Are they going to beat Big Brother? Han Yoxiang, this little lowly, was initially a bit jealous when she saw Bai Karen kissing Yang Ming, but upon noticing the actions of the Qin family, her fair little face immediately turned anxious. Grandpa, please help Big Brother. They're all bad guys. They want to bully Big Brother and that sister. Chapter 421. Send off Mr. Yi. You are really clever. Pulling off a great scheme. Yang Ming sneered. His granddaughter for free? I don't believe you for a second. This old man is clearly eyeing my strength. No, it should be said that this old man is coveting my power. Yi Jinghong is similar to Lei Xingji. He must have touched the threshold of the master realm long ago, but has been unable to break through. That old fellow Lei Xingji was blinded by worldly interests, madly doing things for others to make money until he finally realized the gap between himself and others. But the Yi family is different. They are not greedy for wealth, uninterested in worldly affairs, and are only obsessed with martial arts. Almost the whole family is martial enthusiasts. Otherwise, how could Yi Qingyan, that little girl, demand to be his wife after being defeated in one move? Ordinary people would definitely find it unbelievable or even think they were crazy, but it's actually not. In times of peace, there are few martial artists, so it's hard to understand the pursuits of martial arts families like theirs. It's like some people are greedy for wealth, some are lustful, while the Yi family is simply obsessed with martial arts. If they can't win, then they will bind others and turn them into their own. In their view, martial arts is the foundation for the family's prosperity, and both body and feelings can become chips for martial arts advancement. Chapter 422. Uncle-in-law in front of everyone. Yang Ming embraced by Karen and strode forward. After finishing the matter, I will leave without looking back. Although I don't have a white horse or a hook sword, I am carefree and unrestrained, possessing a bit of a chivalrous flavor. The crowd was dumbfounded, watching the backs of the two, then looking at the mess and the howling Qin family's henchmen. All were wide-eyed. Where did such a character come from? To ride on the Qin family and then leave unscathed? The most terrifying thing was that he didn't take any shortcuts. The 100 or so people from the Qin family were like paper in his hands, completely one-sided absolute suppression. Many began to feel a sense of sadness for the rabbit and the fox. Not that they sympathized with the Qin family. The struggle among the wealthy families is a matter of life and death, but today, it's the Qin family. What if that kid targets their family tomorrow? Can they resist? Pure strength is not scary. As the ancient saying goes, learn the arts of war and sell them to the royal family. Most pure strength is merely for others to make a wedding dress. But what is truly frightening is the kind of terrifying power like Yang Ming today, which is completely beyond the control of the rules of noble families. Not understanding must lead to vigilance and suspicion. Thus, it seems that Yang Ming merely trampled on the Qin family, but in reality, his actions today also violated the taboos of the entire noble class in Kyoto. Chapter 423. Throbbing Huada. It was already noon, but the psychology lab was still busy during mealtime. Students in white lab coats moved between various workstations, serious and focused. After a long time, one female doctor finally took off her gloves and goggles, stretching comfortably. I'm hungry. Is anyone going to the cafeteria? Let us go, let us go. We've been busy all morning. My stomach is already growling. Another girl stood up. A boy also put down his work and got up from his station. Why didn't you guys go eat earlier? Waiting for me? The female doctor asked in surprise. Oh, Sister Xian, you're the big sister. The most favored student of Director Fong in this lab. If you don't leave, who would dare to move? Oh, you guys, do you think I'm a tigress? Why didn't he stop you from eating at the right time? That's not right. Sister Xian, does that mean there's still a tigress in your heart? Who is it? Come on, tell us. A girl stepped forward and playfully linked her arm with hers. You don't really think our boss Fong is a tigress in your heart, do you? Chapter 424. He is my ideal. Not going? Fong Yueying frowned. Of course you cannot go. After all, there are many people fighting to go. But if you really don't plan to go, then, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to my lab anymore. Sure. I'll finish up these few sets of data, and one tea come tomorrow. Zhang Cici's expression was calm, and her words showed no trace of reluctance or hesitation. Bang! Fong Yueying slammed her palm on the table. Because of Yang Ming? Yes. Zhang Cici met Fong Din's sharp gaze without flinching, candid and open-minded. Li Chun, standing next to her, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The spark of excitement that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. He felt indignant. Why? Suddenly, he felt that his self-esteem had been greatly provoked. He was very angry. This might be the bravest moment of his life. Zhang Cixi, can you be a little more rational? Don't you think it's a shame to give up such a good opportunity for your boyfriend? What does that have to do with you? Zhang Cixi didn't even glance at him, but her indifferent words were clearly directed at Li Chun. Chapter 425. I am your grandpa. In a small graveyard in the suburbs of Beijing, in a small plain overgrown with weeds, graves could be seen everywhere, all unmarked and uninscribed, most of them indistinguishable, mostly ancient, unclaimed graves. In a city that has fully reformed its funeral practices, this should be an extremely rare, unprocessed piece of land. Right now, besides Bai Karen and Yang Ming, there was no one else here. Bai Karen was squatting in front of a grave that was noticeably tidier than the others, tidying up the weeds. Is this where our mom rests? Shameless. Bai Karen didn't turn her head, but her face clearly flushed. For Yang Haiwang, the whole country was his mother-in-law, but for Bai Karen, that our mom clearly warmed her heart. Yang Ming smiled. Pulling Bai Yaoying aside, he began to take over the work. Weeding, tidying up. Bai Karen silently watched Yang Ming's busy figure, her eyes suddenly reddening. This seemingly not very tall figure truly warmed her heart. Coming here, every year? Yang Ming suddenly asked. Bai Karen took a deep breath, quickly looked up to hold back the tears that were about to fall, and tried her best to control her voice to avoid letting Yang Ming hear any choking. Yes, 14 years, never missed a year, but usually I came alone. Chapter 426. The Milky Way is hot. You are the ideal of the world. Half an hour later, outside the medical office of Huada, Yang Ming, who had just come out, handed a bottle of water to Li Chun at the door. How do you feel? Are you okay? I'm fine, how is she? Li Chun looked up at Yang Ming. She was a bit scared, but she is fine. Thank you, Li Chun. If it weren't for you this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Yang Ming said sincerely. After receiving that call, he rushed back desperately when he realized what was happening. If it weren't for the crucial hint from Li Chun, if it weren't for his calmness and efforts to buy time, Yang Ming wouldn't have been able to find the place in time and arrive before the danger occurred. If it weren't for him, the consequences would have truly been unthinkable given those thugs' nature. Yang Ming initially thought it was his problem, that his enemies had affected Zhang Cixi. It was only recently that he learned the situation was not what he thought at all. This incident had nothing to do with him. It was an important research project result in Fong Din's hands that was coveted by a certain force. They resorted to this despicable means to force her to comply after failing to bribe her. Fong Yueying, in her life, lost her husband early and had no children, and now has no relatives left. Chapter 427. Today is a good day. Why didn't you tell me? In the Huada medical office, with no one around, Zhang Cixi nestled in Yang Ming's arms. What? Zhang Cixi gently sniffed. Clinging to Yang Ming's waist, her little face was pale, and she looked somewhat tired, making people feel very sorry for her. Hey, you silly, are you still pretending to be innocent with me? Yang Ming gently pinched her slightly chubby cheek. Li Chun told me. Why don't you mention Stanford? Yang Ming deliberately put on a serious face. There's nothing to say. It's not an important matter. Zhang Cixi pouted, and her little face finally had a bit of color. Not important? Little silly, do you think the sacrifices you made for me are not important? Zhang Cixi shook her head. Brother Yang Ming, it's not a sacrifice. It's just that those things are not important to me. You are important. In this life, besides my parents' nurturing grace, nothing is more important than you. One sentence. That warm feeling penetrated Yang Ming's heart, making goosebumps rise all over him. He instinctively hugged her tightly. Little silly, you make me feel so overwhelmed. Feeling Yang Ming's care, Zhang Cixi felt sweet inside. Chapter 428. Crush Your Eggs. In Hudu, at a place called Bamboo Raft Cottage on the riverside dock. A small courtyard, not large, but elegant and refined. The air is fresh, the water is beautiful, and the mountains are green. Pushing open the bamboo door, the stunning river view comes into view. This is the private territory of Fong Tianlong, the leader of the Hongmen, and also his secluded retreat over the years. Holding a fishing rod, Fong Tianlong was fishing in a small pond he dug in the courtyard. Next to it, a wooden bucket contained several lively crucian carp. Fong Tianlong loves fishing but doesn't like eating fish, so every time he catches one, he puts it back in the pond. Day in and day out, over time, the fish in this pond have become harder to catch. For instance, at this moment, the fish hadn't bitten for over an hour. Suddenly, the float moved. Fast and swift, it quickly sank and almost disappeared from the surface of the water in the blink of an eye. The The drowsy Fong Tianlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Haha, finally hooked." He quickly lifted the rod. "Wow, it's quite heavy. Looks like a big one." The old man became even more excited. He tightened the line and patiently controlled the tension, letting the fish that was still submerged in the water struggle freely. After a while, the fish bit firmly, and Fong Tianlong finally eased the tension, pulling the fish head out of the water. Chapter 429, Reunion. By the Weiming Lake at Huada, next to Boya Tower. The maple trees were ablaze, and the ground was golden. Yi Weirui walked along the shaded path by the lake, wearing a slight smile after coming out of the administrative building, dressed in a simple white pleated skirt paired with a light pink trench coat. She wore black over-the-knee socks and clean white shoes. She should be in a good mood, taking light, bouncy steps as she hops along. The sound of crunching leaves underfoot in the pleasant afternoon, like a carefree and joyful sprite. Wei Rui, wait. Li Shooting caught up from behind. Panting. "Why are you walking so fast?" "Ting Jia, what brings you here?" "I heard from an old classmate that they saw you at the Foreign Languages College. So, I figured you must be looking for Professor Hao, and I came to check it out. I didn't expect you to have already left by the time I got there." Dressed in straight-leg pencil pants, a white inner lining paired with a gray jacket, Li Shooting, with her snow-white skin and short black hair, had a slight blush, looking both sexy and cute. "So, Wei Rui, what did Professor Hao say?" "What else could she say? She scolded me like a dog-s blood drama." Yi Weirui deliberately put on a mournful face. "Huh? Did she refuse your request to take her as a doctoral student?" Yi Weirui grinned slyly. Of course not." Li Shooting rolled her eyes. "You little leaf. Dare to trick me. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Giggling, the two women wrestled playfully. After a while, although Professor Hao agreed, she said that even if I meet her score line, her standards for me wouldn't be any less strict than for others. If I don't meet even one of her requirements, I'll have to go with someone else. What is there to worry about? You know, Professor Hao has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Don't worry, Wei Rui. As long as you pass the line, she will definitely choose you. Don't forget, you were her favorite student back then." Li Shooting grabbed Yi Weirui's hand. "All right, stop overthinking. Calm down and prepare well for the exam. Don't go back this afternoon. Let us have dinner together tonight. By the way, first accompany me to the school medical office." "Why are we going to the medical office?" "Ting Jia, are you feeling unwell?" "No, there was an incident at the Heart Institute today. A freshman girl was kidnapped." "Kidnapped?" Yi Weirui was startled. "Is she all right?" "She was rescued in time, but was just a bit scared. I was at school earlier. So now I need to go check on her." "I see. Then I'll go with you to comfort this little junior sister." Thus, the two walked hand in hand toward the school medical office. Outside the medical office, Ming finished his communication with Bai Karen and felt inexplicably warm in his lower body. He thought to himself, that fairy isn't thinking about me right now. Is she? Ming shook his head self-deprecatingly and turned to walk inside. He had been out for a while. So Dean Fong and Han Han should have talked enough by now. Just as he took a step, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind. "It hasn't changed at all since I last came here." Ming was stunned. That voice sounded so familiar, as if it were Yi. "It hasn't changed here. It's still just like when we were studying here." "Oh, Ming, you're here too. How is your girlfriend?" It was indeed Yi Weirui and Li Shooting coming together. Ming. Upon hearing that name, Yi Weirui was also stunned for a moment. She thought, could it really be him? The world is so big, and that name is quite common. It should just be a namesake. But when she followed Li Shooting's gaze to that figure, just one glance made her freeze. Her face turned pale. This figure, why does it look so much like him? Could it be Li Shooting, Counselor Li? No, that voice just now clearly was Ming, turned around upon hearing Li Shooting's call. Before Li could finish her words, his gaze landed on Yi Weirui beside Li Shooting, and he was frozen there. Their eyes met, and Yi Weirui's small mouth opened slightly before she quickly covered it. Both shocked faces almost in unison. "It's really you." Chapter 430. If you want to hate, then hate. You two know each other? Li Shooting was confused. Looking at the two, it was clear they recognized each other. But how could Little Leaf and Ming know each other? Right, Little Leaf is from Hoodoo, and Ming seems to be too, of course. We know each other. Teacher Yi was my English teacher during my 4th year of high school. Ming suddenly remembered that he had heard Chen Yin say before that his goddess Yi was a top student who graduated from the Foreign Languages College at Huada. So, she is technically my senior? What a coincidence in life. Although he couldn't stand Yi Zhenghua, There weren't any irreconcilable conflicts between him and Yi Weirui, aside from some ambiguous misunderstandings in the past. Now that he thought about how he treated her in class back then, it was quite excessive. He didn't know if she would hold a grudge against him because of Yi Jinghua, but since they met here, it was necessary to greet an old acquaintance. Yang Ming took the initiative to step forward, smiling as he extended his hand to Yi Weirui. Long time no see, Miss Yi. I didn't expect to run into you here. Yes, I also find it quite surprising. Yi Weirui smiled awkwardly, not extending her hand. But her gaze toward Yang Ming was very complex. This guy is still so charmingly rogue, but he looks much more mature than during high school. And his temperament has become more stable. Chapter 431. What are you thinking about? What are you saying, Tingjia? Yi Weirui rolled her eyes. What does this have to do with Stockholm? My interactions with him happened long before the changes in my family. If that's what liking someone is, then I should have had feelings for him long ago. So it's a teacher-student romance. Li Shooting's eyes widened even more. How is that possible? At that time, he was still a high school student. As his teacher, I still have some professional ethics. All right? Besides, at that time, it was at most just a little feeling. It doesn't count as a teacher-student romance. Thinking of the time she was drugged at Dream Paris and then woke up on Yang Ming's bed, Yi Weirui couldn't help but smile a bit. Her mood was different now. If there hadn't been a misunderstanding back then, they might have really started something. However, who can say for sure about things that didn't happen? Yi Weirui suddenly recalled a poem by Shimurong she had read before, which had a line, "When I guessed the answer, I realized everything was already over, and time had long changed the answer. Time flies." She could only smile bitterly and sigh. How fate plays tricks on people. Do you still have feelings for him now? Li Shooting asked. I don't know. Yi Weirui pursed her lips, but just now, when I saw him for the first time, I still felt quite happy. Oh no, little leaf, you must still like him. Otherwise, how could you say it felt uncomfortable to see him with his girlfriend just now? It doesn't matter. Yi Weirui shrugged. Whether I like him or not is no longer important. When it comes to dining and dating, saying next time basically means there won't be a next time. I'm destined to be impossible with him. Plus, the Huada campus is so big, and the foreign languages and art institutes are quite far apart. We probably won't run into each other again. Looking at her, pretending to be relaxed. Li Shooting shook her head secretly. The Huaxia campus is so big, and you both can run into each other in Yanjing. Even if the foreign languages and art institutes are far apart, it would be a miracle if you don't run into each other in 3 years. I feel for your experiences, but your words still love him. Li Shooting noticed that Xiao Yezi clearly still had expectations in her heart. On the other side, Yang Ming spent the afternoon with Zheng Sisi. Since the start of school, this was probably a rare moment of quiet leisure for the two. During dinner, Yang Ming called over his 3 roommates, Han Han, Zhou Kersin, Wang Xinyao, and Tong Lo. Of course, it wasn't to have them act as third wheels. Yang Ming understood that when someone is emotionally sensitive and vulnerable, the companionship of friends is just as important as the protection of a loved one. After dinner, Yang Ming dropped Han Han off at the girls' dormitory and handed her over to the 3 girls. As Tong Lu, Wang Xinyao, and Zheng Sisi went upstairs, Zhou Kersin suddenly caught up with Yang Ming, saying, Yang Ming, wait. Is there something you need, Zhou? Don't give me that silly grin. Yang Ming, I want to ask you, why didn't you notify us right away when Sisi had an incident? Do you not consider me a friend? Or do you think we aren't worthy to be Sisi sisters? Seeing Zhou Kersin's serious and possibly angry expression, Yang Ming awkwardly replied, it happened suddenly. And I really didn't have time to think about it. Besides, didn't I call you all over tonight? If I didn't consider you as Sisi sisters, why would I go through the trouble? Zhou Kersin's expression softened a bit. That's more like it. By the way, I forgot to tell you something during dinner. The school's autumn sports meeting will be held in late October, and I've almost completed the registration work for our class. Isn't that your job as class monitor? Yang Ming quickly interrupted. We agreed that I would help you with 2 things, and that the class monitor's duties were yours. Zhou Kersin glared at Yang Ming. Can you let me finish? What I meant to say is that I've nearly finished the registration work. But no one is willing to sign up for the men's 5,000-meter and 10,000-m long runs, so I put your name down. Yang Ming was left speechless and weakly asked, Class monitor Zhou, does this count as one of the 2 things I helped you with? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Kersin rolled her eyes. Please, am I begging you? Other classes have participants, but our class has over 40 people, with mostly boys, and not a single person signed up for the 5,000 m or 10,000 m. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm telling you, this isn't me begging you. It's you saving face for the boys in our class. I've notified you. So remember to participate in the competition, although you can choose not to go. After all, it's not us girls who will be embarrassed. Seeing Yang Ming's expression darken, Zhou Curson quickly made her escape, turning around with a smile like a mischievous little fox who had just succeeded in a scheme. I watched her leave, and Yang Ming looked utterly helpless. No wonder she came in with such a confrontational attitude. She must have felt guilty and was just waiting for me here. But to be honest, this made it hard for me to refuse. A moment of hesitation locked me into this situation. I've learned something today. Next time, I can use this tactic on a jealous little fish, taking the initiative to catch you off guard and overwhelm you with my momentum before we sit down to reason things out. Nonsense. 5,000 M, 10,000 M. Although I'm a martial arts supreme and can definitely outpace everyone in a burst of speed, long-distance running relies on endurance and resilience, testing personal perseverance. Chapter 433. Shiding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Achievement Daydreaming. Achievement Reward. The system gifts you the crosswise proverb. Heaven helps those who help themselves. You are thinking nonsense. Yang Ming. Is this a hard skin? If you're going to resurrect, at least give me something good. Yang Haiwang was left dumbfounded. A lonely reward? Is the system mocking me? No, wait. Yang Ming suddenly realized. The latter part sounds like teasing or mocking, but the first part is a genuine admonition. Heaven helps those who help themselves? Is this a warning that it has already given me enough and that I shouldn't be greedy? Looking at it this way, this mechanical voice, which seems so ethereal, isn't just a soulless entity. It's a living being with its own thoughts and consciousness. His heart trembled. Hey, I say, buddy, are you dead or alive? Yang Ming tried to communicate with it. Unfortunately, whether he spoke or silently thought, he received no further response this time. For some reason, the more this happened, the stronger Yang Ming's feeling became. He felt that this system must be alive. It wasn't ignoring him because it couldn't, but because it looked down on him. Heaven helps those who help themselves? So it means that one must be strong to forge iron. It's telling me that it has given me so much, yet I am still so weak and pathetic. Chapter 434. Why are you still cursing? After asking for a long time, Xiao Yuer refused to say why she suddenly wanted to come over. She just said there was nothing going on, that she was alone during the school break and wanted to be by herself. Then, she hurriedly hung up the phone because the plane was about to take off. The October holiday just passed, and the school is on break? What kind of break? If there's nothing, then there's definitely something going on. Judging by Xiao Yuer's attitude, it's not a small matter. Could it be that I've been exposed? Yang Ming wasn't panicking. As long as it wasn't a direct confrontation where he was caught in bed. Even if they were stuck in a room, there would still be room to maneuver. Just deny it to the death. Next, it would depend on how well his silver tongue could operate. Even if the two of them were caught holding hands on the street, what did Su Song say? She is just my little sister. My sister says purple is very charming. I'm worried you might misunderstand. Have some dignity? If Yang Haiwang had any dignity, he wouldn't be a scumbag. At this moment, Yang Ming had no thoughts to consider the system's matters. Instead of worrying about things that might not happen, it was better to live each day steadily. Having a harmonious relationship with his girlfriend was more important. How should he avoid this collision? Chapter 435. Hit a wall. Jiang Bo and Chun Yin were already too lazy to deal with Yang Ming. The whole world knew that Zhou Curson looked at him differently. Yet he remained oblivious. When he was ruthless, he was truly ruthless. When he was cunning, he was truly cunning. But when he was foolish, he was genuinely silly. Let's all go out for dinner tomorrow night. Li Chun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I'll treat you. Let's eat out. Is there something special about tomorrow? Jiang Bo and Chun Yin both looked at him. You haven't told him yet? Yang Ming was surprised. Li Chun shook his head. Not yet. When Jiang Bo and Chun Yin learned that he was going abroad for an exchange program for 2 years, they were stunned. Their reaction wasn't particularly intense, but their faces clearly darkened significantly. Especially Jiang Bo, whose eyes turned red immediately. Yang Ming hadn't expected that this guy was actually someone with deep feelings. It was he who had looked down on Li Chun before, but now that Li Chun was about to leave, it was Jiang Bo who felt the most heartbroken. Those who don't understand him might think he's being pretentious, but everyone in this room knows that this is the emotion that was brought out by a bottle that night. The interactions between people can sometimes be so wonderful, and the worst thing is misunderstanding. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm only going for 2 years. It's not like I'm leaving for good. I'll be back after the exchange, and we'll still be in the same dorm, right? Li Chun usually doesn't say much. And when he speaks in long sentences, he gets flustered and blushes. Chapter 436. It's time to show the real skills Yang Ming is not Liu Xiaohui. And what's more, the person in his arms is his lover. At the moment their lips touched, the hormones inside Yang Ming finally burst forth. With his arms wrapped around her and their shoulders leaning against each other, the little fish hanging around Yang Ming's neck seemed still unsatisfied, eventually hanging entirely on him like a koala. What was that word? Right? Old trees with deep roots. Speaking of which, in their room, Zheng Cixi is the most traditional. And most of the time, it's Yang Ming who takes the lead. Gentle as water, submissive, wanting to refuse yet welcoming. Her soft and charming appearance greatly satisfies Yang Zhannan's traditional male ego. Although he hasn't truly clashed with Karen yet, they have been honest with each other. The fairy is bold, breaks the rules, and each time brings a strong stimulation and freshness to Yang Haiwang. As for Mu Hongli, although she appears soft and cute in front of others, her biggest characteristic is her craziness. She can enter the hall, climb into the big bed, and demand whatever she wants in the inner chamber, even showing a bit of tirelessness. This is evident from her lively demeanor after her first time with Yang Ming. Brother Yang Ming, wake up, it's time to get up. The next day, Yang Ming was pushed awake by the little fish. Chapter 437. Oh no, fish. This is Jiangbo, and this is Li Chun, both my roommates. Jiangbo, Li Chun, this is my girlfriend Mu Hongli. In a private room of a nice Cantonese restaurant near Huada, Jiangbo and Li Chun were stunned when they first saw Mu Hongli. The two looked at Yang Ming in shock. Zheng Cixi is already an ethereal beauty, but they didn't expect Mu Hongli in front of them to be no less beautiful. It's not about who is more attractive, but definitely, both flowers have their own charm. How could such two stunning beauties be shared by this guy Yang Ming? Hello, Jiangbo, Li Chun, nice to meet you. The little fish greeted them gracefully, but the two were still immersed in shock and didn't respond for a long time. Are you dumb? Have you never seen a girlfriend as beautiful as mine? Look at them. They all have this naive look, but mainly it's because you're too beautiful. Yang Zhannan spoke, and the little fish blushed. Her shy appearance was filled with sweetness, and the two beside her finally came back to their senses. Hello, hello. They awkwardly greeted the little fish. Jiangbo shot a hard glare at Yang Ming, looking as if it was a miracle he was still alive. Chapter 438. Are you crazy? Even if he had carefully planned and tried to avoid it, the worst scenario might still happen. However, as a mature sea king, Yang Zhannan is also like an old sparrow in the bamboo forest, having seen the wind. After a moment of distraction, he quickly calmed down. Yingguan, where are you? We're already out. It's not far from Weiming. It should take no more than 5 minutes to get there. What should we do, Lao Yang? Don't panic, Yingguan. Do you remember the trump card I told you about yesterday? Yang Ming quickly edited. Make the worst plan. If we really have to collide later, you just use the trump card. It will definitely turn the tide. On the other end, Chun Yingguan's expression turned lifeless upon seeing this message. Lao Yang, don't mess with me. You said that was a last resort, and you wouldn't force me to use it unless it was a critical moment. Fool, isn't this a critical moment? Chun Yingguan had a mournful face, but Lao Yang, I'm scared if it really comes to that. I'm really afraid I won't be able to do it. Chicken, are you not a man? I'm telling you, you can't drop the ball at a critical moment. Besides, even if it's not for me, can't you just be a man for yourself? Chapter 439. I want all the water in the world, brother Yang Ming. It seems someone failed to confess. The little fish curiously looked around like an ordinary bystander. Just moments ago, there were a lot of people blocking the way, and she had even jumped a couple of times trying to see more, completely unaware that the farce before her was related to herself. That's Chun Yingguan. Yang Ming said they would eventually meet, and since the crisis was temporarily lifted, there was no need to pretend not to know each other and leave a flaw for the future. Huh, he is your high school classmate? That is too unfortunate. The little fish was somewhat surprised. But who confesses to a girl like that? I just saw him nervously close his eyes, not even looking at the girl, which makes it seem insincere. And judging by their relationship, they shouldn't be that familiar, so confessing in a place like this. If they don't both have feelings and are just one layer of glass away, it wouldn't be a surprise for the girl, just a scare. Also, his voice was too loud, completely lacking confidence, just shouting hoarsely, and with his eyes closed, it would make the girl think he is very casual and immature, which is a big minus. It would be strange for that girl to agree. Chapter 440. Scumbag after sending the little fish away. Yang Ming returned to school and blocked Yi Qingyan who was jogging at night with his sword. In a snow-white practice outfit, her long hair flowed. Although the street lights were dim, they still couldn't conceal her celestial beauty. Unfortunately, her face was still so cold, like an emotionless ice block. What do you want? Yi Qingyan warily stared at Yang Ming, recalling how he had teased her in the cafeteria last time, making her ears burn even now. Especially since this guy was holding her family heirloom sword, which was a weapon last time. He wouldn't be thinking of. Yang Ming seemed to read Yi Qingyan's mind. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a pervert. I didn't come all the way here just to spank you. Yi Qingyan's eyes widened, instinctively taking a few steps back. What a crazy thing to say. Isn't that perverted? Do you want it back? Yang Ming shook the sword in his hand. Yi Qingyan paused slightly. Conditions? Her expression was flat. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Especially since this guy specifically came to find her. Talking to smart people is straightforward. My condition is simple. Go to a place called Taoyuan Village for me to protect someone for 3 months. Chapter 441. Provocation. Who is this girl? It was the waitress from the Hunan restaurant at Pangadawang who had served Yang Ming and Zheng Sisi several times and was always stuffed with dog food. Her name was Mo Xiaoxi. She is also a student at Huada, but at that time, she was working part-time during the summer vacation. In fact, when they first met, she had a good impression of Yang Ming. After all, he was indeed very handsome. Not to say she liked him, but she felt he and Zheng Sisi were a good match. The man is handsome and charming, while the woman is gentle and lovely. Both of them have striking looks and an appealing temperament. Although they have been fed a lot of dog food as a single dog, it's quite pleasant to ship such a high-value couple of talents and beauty. The key point is that at that time, Yang Ming's performance at the dining table was very gentlemanly. He was attentive and caring towards a girl, taking care of every little detail. Because the girl loved to eat at that restaurant, he secretly got a platinum-level VIP card for her, so she wouldn't have to pay next time she went. Yang Ming had already had an idol halo in Mo Xiaoxi's heart. He was simply the modern model of a good boyfriend. At that time, she secretly resolved that her future boyfriend must meet his standards. But who knew she would later see Yang Ming holding hands with another beautiful girl at the entrance of the cinema. Chapter 442. So good. As she ran past him, she deliberately snorted coldly at him. Watching her strut with her head held high, her face seemingly written with the words, "I am not afraid of you." Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Simple Mo Xiaoxi. How could she be a match for the seasoned Yang Haowang? A little provocation hit the mark. Stretching a bit, Yang Ming immediately followed her. Good morning, Xiao Xue. We meet again. I thought you wouldn't come today. Pretending to be aloof. Mo Xiaoxi instinctively looked to her side upon hearing this. Who is Xiao Xue? There's no one beside me. Is he talking to me? What a weirdo. Mo Xiaoxi ignored him and sped up to shake off Yang Ming. Xiao Xue, don't speed up, otherwise in less than 3 laps. You won't be able to run anymore. Mo Xiaoxi finally couldn't help but stop and turn back to glare at Yang Ming. Who are you calling Xiao Xue? Of course it's you, Xiao Xue. Don't you even remember your own name? Who told you I'm called Xiao Xue? My name is Mo Xiaoxi, not Xiao Xue. Are you crazy? Oh, so your name is Mo Xiaoxi. I remember now. Xiaoxi, don't run so fast. Wait for me. Even Mo Xiaoxi, no matter how naive, knew she had been tricked by Yang's scumbag. Chapter 443. I hate you. Today's mood was completely different from before. She felt a bit nervous. Even having a trace of anticipation, she didn't quite understand. He should be here, right? Unfortunately, the track field was empty this morning, and she didn't see Yang Ming's figure. It was still early. He probably hadn't arrived yet. Mo Xiaoxi comforted herself and started running on the track. 1 lap. Yang Ming didn't come, but other classmates from morning runs gradually arrived. 2 laps. Still no sign of Yang Ming. 3 laps. She could no longer run. It was exhausting. Usually, Mo Xiaoxi could push through 7 or 8 laps, but today after 3 laps, she was completely spent. Her ankles felt like they were filled with lead, and her mood was very bad. After slowly walking a lap, she found a spot on the spectator stand of the track field to sit down, watching those light-footed classmates running happily. Everything became dull. Mo Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a familiar voice from behind made Mo Xiaoxi perk up. I spit. Who said I can only run 1200? Don't underestimate me. You scumbag. I'm stronger than you. Yang Ming didn't know when he had appeared, leaning on the railing of the spectator stand, looking at her with a half-smile. At that moment, Mo Xiaoxi was undoubtedly happy. The sudden surprise swept away her previous slump, filling her with energy. That inexplicable joy made even Mo Xiaoxi wonder why she was so happy. Really? Then Xiaoxue, you have to keep it up. Don't call me Xiaoxue, I'm not. You're crazy. I told you my name is Mo Xiaoxi. Yang Ming smiled, tossing her a bottle of mineral water from above. Here. Mo Xiaoxi naturally caught it. The bottle was full, but the cap was surprisingly unscrewed. This detail made Mo Xiaoxi feel flattered. If this jerk weren't a scumbag, how gentle he could be. Thanks. She rarely smiled at Yang Ming, probably for the first time. Why do you always look fierce when you smile so beautifully? Remember to smile more. Otherwise, you'll scare away the boys who like you, Yang Ming said with a smile. Mo Xiaoxi suddenly realized something was off. What do you mean? I mean nothing. I might not come anymore. Keep it up. I look forward to your excellent performance at the sports meet. Yang Ming smiled sincerely, without his usual teasing demeanor. Playing hard to get? Not happening. Although Yang Ming was a player, he really didn't see Mo Xiaoxi as just another fish in the sea. What he had done during this time was not only to alleviate the boredom of morning runs, but also to see if this girl would become the fuse for his chaotic love life. That's all. Mo Xiaoxi's face turned pale. The smile from earlier vanished in an instant. Not coming? Why? Her heart sank. She felt panicked. I didn't come yesterday because I had something to do, so you. Mo Xiaoxi had never experienced such emotions, and she didn't know why she felt this way. She wanted to explain something, but didn't know how. She was flustered and at a loss. It's fine. Xiaoxi, if I offended you before, don't take it to heart. It was all a joke. I sincerely apologize to you here. All right. I won't disturb your morning run anymore. I have something important to do today. I'll leave now. Bye, you keep it up. Yang Ming made a fist gesture at her, fighting. Today was the day of Qin Difu's funeral. He had to hurry to meet by Yao Jing. Watching Yang Ming's departing figure, Mo Xiaoxi's eyes turned red. She suddenly felt like crying, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Soon, her vision blurred. Finally, at the moment Yang Ming completely disappeared from sight, Mo Xiaoxi could no longer hold back, squatting down and hugging her knees, crying loudly. Jerk! You sicko, flirting and then running away. You scumbag. I hate you so much. Woo-woo. Chapter 444. They all have to die here. The black couplets, white sails high. The morning hall for Qin Difu was set up at the Qin family courtyard. Luxury cars were parked at the entrance, and the courtyard was unguarded. Many guests came to pay their respects, all dressed in black and white. They all had solemn expressions, appearing mournful, but it's hard to tell how much of that sorrow was genuine. Stop. Although there were no guards, Bai Karen and Yang Ming were still unexpectedly stopped at the main entrance. Bai Karen's blood-red qipao was too eye-catching. The security at the door, originally just there to maintain order, immediately recognized this troublemaker as the one who carried the coffin in last time. At the last birthday celebration, she wore all black, and this time at the funeral, she actually donned a bright red qipao. If you say she is not here to cause trouble, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. You dare to come back. After being informed, the two old fellows, Qin Delu and Qin Desho, quickly appeared at the door, their eyes gleaming with malice upon seeing Bai Karen and the others. You unfilial wretch. My elder brother was driven to death by you, and you still dare to come here today. Why would I dare? Bai Karen casually glanced at Qin Delu. Old man, if you weren't guilty, why such a big reaction? Besides, you say he died from anger. Who knows if he really did? Maybe it was you who caused his death, after all. You two brothers have been eyeing this little family fortune for quite some time. Chapter 445. The further you roll away, the better. Yang Ming followed behind Qin Shiqi and arrived at an elegant courtyard. The decorations were beautifully antique, with vibrant hanging plants, and the mature underfloor heating made the entire room warm and spring-like. The curling blue smoke filled the air with a refreshing fragrance, which, after being accustomed to, turned out to be the pure, natural ambergris that was once valued as gold in ancient times. Here, there was no chaotic noise of the inner courtyard or the spirit hall. Tranquility and harmony seemed to transport one to another world. After casually sitting down, Qin Shiqi took off her black coat and hung it on the coat rack at the door, turning back to ask, "What would you like to drink? Tea or coffee?" "No need, Miss Qin. I'm not one for beating around the bush. Let us get straight to the point. Everyone's time is precious." Qin Shiqi's beautiful brows slightly furrowed, staring at Yang Ming without speaking. "If there's nothing to say, then I'll leave." Yang Ming immediately turned to leave. Just as he turned, Qin Shiqi suddenly said, "Leave the Qin family alone." Yang Ming turned back. Did I mishear? Did it sound like Miss Qin was pleading with me? You can interpret it that way, Qin Shichi admitted candidly. Yang Ming smiled. It seems the arrangements over the past 7 days were indeed effective. Chapter 446. Don't move yet. With her eyes closed, Qin Shichi waited for a long time, but didn't feel Yang Ming coming closer. She was puzzled. By now, you should have been like a wolf or tiger, holding me tightly, right? Opening her eyes, she found Yang Ming staring at her, his close, fair face smiling ambiguously. His eyes clear and devoid of the earlier desire and impulse. What is going on? Where did I show a flaw? It shouldn't be. What's wrong? You must have felt very pleased with yourself just now, right? Yang Ming still held her chin. Miss Qin, to be honest, it was quite a performance. So impressive that I felt I would be letting you down if I didn't cooperate with your willingness to sacrifice yourself. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Qin Shichi blinked her big eyes, looking innocent and harmless. I'm not acting. As long as you want, I can be yours right away. Don't you want that? That is a bit unnatural, Miss Qin. Your character from the start has been that of a capable, strong woman. Now pretending to be innocent and sweet is too out of place. So let us skip it. Qin Shichi's expression quickly turned bland, the charm in her eyes disappearing in an instant. As long as you're willing, I can be whatever you want. ISNT that good? In my impression, you, Yang Ming, are not the type to remain unperturbed. ISNT it better to get what we need? Chapter 447. I'll make the move you. Yang Ming was shocked. This enchantress was. How? Is it embarrassing the first time? Holding Yang Ming's neck tightly, by Karen's trembling voice was somewhat teasing. To establish oneself in this society based on one's own abilities, the challenges and pressures women face are far greater than those faced by men, especially when you want to stand firmly and cleanly. The more beautiful a woman is, the harder it gets. The higher the social class, the greater the challenges. Apart from a society's not yet fully corrected biases against women, there are also temptations, pressures, and countless lecherous men with important resources eyeing your body. It's not as simple as wanting to remain untainted. Often, when faced with overwhelming forces, you can only be swept along by fate with no right to choose. Some women, realizing this, often use their bodies as bargaining chips to exchange for greater capital and benefits. For example, Qin Shichi appears to be a refined lady from a prestigious family, but in reality, she's indiscriminate regarding age and appearance, making her a selfish opportunist. However, Yang Ming didn't expect that the usually open, bold, and seductive by Karen would be an exception. Chapter 448. The fragrance of truth never misses. Just as the atmosphere of romance and blooming affection began to rise, the disruptive sound of the phone ringing suddenly broke the mood. It's that foolish boy, Qin Xiaohong. Bai Karen picked up her phone, took a glance, and asked, should I answer? If it were 40 minutes earlier, no matter who it was, I would definitely not answer this call. But now go ahead. I'm also waiting for an answer, Yang Ming said. Hello? What's the matter? Just one sentence made by Karen's expression change. She looked at Yang Ming in surprise, then spoke a few words into the phone before quickly hanging up. That woman is dead, hanged in her own bedroom. Upon hearing this news, Yang Ming appeared very calm. As expected of a wealthy family, their actions were swift. Indeed, for them, blood ties and family feelings mean nothing in the face of interests. Why are you looking at me like that, enchantress? Yang Ming smiled wryly. Thank you, Bai Karen suddenly said. In the monitoring room, when Yang Ming slapped away Qin Shichi, she had already stood up and left, so she was unaware of what happened afterward. However, she knew that the woman's sudden hanging was definitely related to Yang Ming. Saying thank you is being too polite. Avenging our mother is something I, as your son-in-law, should do. Chapter 449. The fragrance of truth. Zhang Bo was very dejected. Although he wasn't as cowardly as Chen Yingguan, he was still completely clueless about pursuing girls, a total beginner. However, he also knew that pursuing a girl cannot rely solely on unilateral affection and reckless confessions. If he was lucky and the girl agreed, that would be fine, but if not, he would become the next Chen Yingguan, left to wallow in self-pity and not knowing what to do next. That's why Yang Ming's remark about having no chance turning into a chance made him very excited. Unfortunately, this guy is so shameless, which drove Zhang Bo crazy. Old Yang, how do you plan to help old Chen? Zhang Bo was persistent. Want to steal my secrets? Yang Ming teased. It's useless. Even if I tell you everything, it won't help much. The biggest taboo in the pursuit between the sexes is to apply a formula. Every girl is an independent individual, and the differences between people mean that rigidly applying rules will only lead to failure. Look at you, that clueless expression. Still don't understand? Yang Ming smiled and said, "Let me give you an analogy that you can understand. It's like solving physics problems. Even if the same formula is used for similar types of problems, as long as there's a slight change in the details, the application of the same formula will also change accordingly. It could be used in a direct way, or in a reverse way, or even require rearrangement and equivalent substitution. I believe that if it were just physics problems, as long as I told you the formula, you, a former national high school physics competition second prize winner, would definitely be able to apply it easily. But when it comes to pursuing girls, can you do it?" Chapter 450. The most romantic memory long-distance running is actually not very exciting. It doesn't have the intense pressure and stimulation of sprinting, and the prolonged time only makes the audience feel bored. Unsurprisingly, among more than a dozen competitors, Yang Ming easily secured first place in the men's 5,000 meters. 12 and a half laps, 15 minutes and 29 seconds, the level of a national second-level athlete. Nothing remarkable. If Yang Ming wanted to, he could at least shorten his time by 3 minutes. If I remember correctly, that would be a time that could set a new world record. Wow, class monitor. You just broke our school's 5,000 record, which was left by a senior who studied here during the last 2 sessions. He was a first-level long-distance runner on the national team. Old Yang, you're amazing. I didn't realize you had the potential to become a professional long-distance runner. Our class is shining now. Class monitor, I bet the school sports department leaders will contact you soon to ask if you're interested in developing into a professional long-distance runner. At the finish line, everyone in the class was cheering for Yang Ming, while he himself didn't feel anything worth celebrating. Look at you all. You've never seen the world. Chapter 451. Oh, you're awake, Mo Xiaoxi? When Mo Xiaoxi opened her eyes again, the first thing she saw was a pair of gentle, watery eyes. Then there was the owner of those eyes, a fair oval face, simple yet beautiful like a fairy. So familiar. She is Miss Zheng? Why are you here? Where am I? Zheng Cici pursed her lips. I didn't expect you to remember me. This is the school infirmary. You fainted during the exercise. Didn't the referee tell you to rest after the competition? Ignoring the advice of elders, here, drink this. A steaming cup was handed to her. Mo Xiaoxi looked up and saw it was none other than Yang, the jerk. What are you doing here? Mo Xiaoxi was bewildered. Why are you two guarding me? We're my roommates. Zheng Cici noticed Mo Xiaoxi's confusion. You fainted. Girls have less strength, so Brother Yang carried you over. As for your roommates, the doctor said you were fine, but your clothes were soaked and needed to be changed immediately, so they went back to the dorm to get some for you. You weren't unconscious for long. It took only about 10 minutes from the track to here. Thank you, Miss Zheng. Mo Xiaoxi scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chapter 452. Yes, just a pile of cow dung at first. I approached Mo Xiaoxi just to determine whether she would snitch, but unexpectedly, I ended up digging a big hole for myself. It's the kind of hole that one could easily get buried in. Damn it. Heaven's punishment can still be endured, but self-inflicted punishment cannot. Is this what they call lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? Mo Xiaoxi completely ignored Yang Ming's seemingly predatory gaze and happily waved her phone at Zheng Cici. Cici, let us have a meal together sometime. Okay, what the hell? Yang Ming was very frustrated. If Mo Xiaoxi was determined to snitch, why bother adding each other on WeChat? Why not just confront her directly? Moreover, after so many days of interaction, this girl didn't seem like the type to gossip. She seemed simple-minded and kind-hearted, without any bad intentions. No, wait. Could it be that this girl wants to use this as leverage to blackmail me? Yang Ming thought. Something feels off. Wait, this girl. Could it be she has developed feelings for me? Various details floated to the surface, and the answer became clear. Yang Ming suddenly realized. Oh no, it can't be. Right? It's only been a few days. It can't be that easy to flirt. Bro, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. This is bad, very bad.